This guy knows the apocalypse will begin soon, and the first thing he does is spend all his money buying thousands of tons of food. Buckets of fried chicken, roasted duck, braised fish, enough to feed a small army. The delivery guys think he's gone crazy and just wasting his money, but he honestly doesn't care. In just a month, they'll be begging him for even a bit of food. Now he uses his powers to store all the food in his subspace, where it will never spoil. Soon, the world as they know it will be ripped apart. Most of the population will either turn into zombies or get slaughtered trying to survive, and only a small number will awaken strange powers. Back then, Chen Lo unlocked a rare space-related ability, which eventually earned him the title of Void King. That power allowed him to travel through space itself and strike when least expected. It also granted him his own subspace. But none of that mattered in the end. No matter how powerful he became, he could not save anyone. Slowly, one by one, the survivors vanished, eaten, mutated, or driven mad. Eventually, the monsters evolved into horrifying creatures, and not a single human was left. He wandered the ruins alone for what felt like ages until even survival felt pointless. He was ready to give up. Then, something strange happened. He was pulled back in time, right to the moment when there was still a chance to change things. A month before the disaster begins. His powers are gone, wiped clean. But not everything has disappeared. The subspace he once created, basically a personal storage dimension that can stop time, still exists. And with that, he knows what has to be done. Step 1. Gather food in tons of it. Water, medicine, tools, anything essential. But mostly food. Because when society collapses, a full stomach is the biggest blessing you can have. And thanks to the timeless subspace, it won't spoil. To him, it feels like a gift from the heavens. A second shot he is not going to waste. Just as he steps out of the truck, his phone buzzes. His uncle wants him to come to the office immediately. The MC has been waiting for this. He makes his way to the office and finds his uncle fuming. The man is clearly upset about our boy selling his company shares at a much lower price than expected, and doing it without even telling him. He pretends to care and asks if our hero is under pressure or in trouble. But the MC is not fooled. In his previous life, he had believed this man was a decent person and family, even someone he looked up to. That illusion shattered when he heard from his cousin that this same uncle had orchestrated the car crash that killed his parents. Slowly but surely, he had taken control of their company, smiling the whole time. And our boy had trusted him blindly. But he has decided not to do that anymore. He tells his uncle that he sold the shares because he believes meat prices will skyrocket soon. When chaos hits, food becomes more valuable than gold. He assures him that if he plays his cards right, the stash he is building could be worth 10, maybe even 100 times more than what he spent. His uncle, of course, thinks it is nonsense. Still, he offers to buy the meat back from our hero at a slightly higher rate. The MC simply shrugs and tells him it is too late because the contracts are signed and everything is already sold off. His phone buzzes again. He steps out to answer it, leaving his uncle quietly planning to teach him a lesson. The call he takes is about something he has been searching for. A scruffy-looking dog. A Chinese mutt, to be exact. The caller has sent a photo to confirm if it is the one. After the world fell apart in his last life, people got weirdly obsessed with ranking survivors based on their powers. Our hero ranked number 1 in the space category. The top rank for fire belonged to someone called the Spirit Flame Maiden, nicknamed Blood Rose. And for electricity, the Lightning Warlock, who turned out to be a dog. That mutt somehow gained electric powers and became incredibly dangerous. But in a world where food was almost impossible to find, most people saw it as walking meat. Many tried to hunt it down, and almost all of them paid a brutal price. The only one who managed to kill and eat it was the MC himself. But this time, he is not planning on repeating that mistake. He stares at the photo and recognizes the dog immediately. And this time, instead of treating it like a meal, he is planning to treat it like a friend. Give it the best food, take care of it, and earn its loyalty. With that in mind, he pockets his phone and heads out to go meet his future disaster companion. Our boy says his goodbyes to his uncle. His uncle looks forward to their next meeting, but deep down, our hero knows better. There won't be a next time. He has already seen what lies ahead, and both this man and his son won't make it through the disaster that is coming. He then heads over to a dingy little restaurant infamous for serving dog meat. As he arrives, his eyes land on a miserable-looking dog trapped in a cage, its condition worse than pathetic. The MC's first thought upon seeing the dog is that the creature has no idea that, in the not-so-distant future, it will rise to dominate the world once everything falls apart. Our boy promises the dog that he is going to save it. Then he turns his focus to the restaurant owner and accuses the man of stealing his dog. The owner already knows that the dog is just a stray, and that our hero is deliberately causing trouble. He insists he bought it through proper channels, and that based on the dog's scrappy appearance, it probably is not anyone's pet. But the MC does not back off. He threatens to call the police and have them investigate the place. He is sure of one thing. that there is no such thing as completely honest business in spots like these. He is throwing down the challenge just to see how the man reacts. The owner panics and tries to snatch the phone away in desperation. Our boy roughs him up just enough to send a message. Beaten and desperate, the owner finally begs for forgiveness and offers to hand over the dog without charging a single penny. Our hero agrees, letting it go. The funny thing is, he had actually been prepared to pay a decent amount for the dog, but getting it for free does not hurt. As they head out, the MC tells the dog they are going home. He notices that the dog can understand him and is not just some mutt. It's the lightning warlock from his past life, now standing beside him as his companion. The dog can indeed understand what our boy is saying and fall into step right behind him. They get into the car together, and our hero decides to call it Warlock. As they drive, the MC is already planning how to build a strong bond with Warlock in the days to come. And the first step is shopping for toys. Later that day, while out and about, our boy spots someone, Daju. In his past life, Daju had used his incredible physical strength to protect him, especially back when he had not yet mastered void travel. In the end, Daju gave his life so our hero could escape. But this time around, things are going to be different, as the MC has made a silent promise to himself that he is going to make sure Daju not only survives, but actually enjoys his life this time. Our hero invites Daju to hang out once he is done with work, just to blow off some steam and unwind a little. But Daju politely turns him down because his mom has always told him that men should not get involved in things that are not good for them, and that when someone acts overly nice for no reason, they probably have something sneaky going on underneath. The MC feels like the comment might have been aimed at him, even if Daju does not mean it that way. Still, he does not take it to heart. They are not particularly close in this lifetime anyway. But our boy remembers from before that Daju was working his shift during the time of the disaster. And this time, when it all goes down again, our hero is convinced they will end up becoming real friends. After that, the MC heads home with Warlock. But before showing it around properly, he figures it's best to clean the dog up first. While giving it and himself a bath, his mind starts to wander. He thinks about how, in his last life, he had hidden away for so long that he became practically the last human standing. That's not the kind of life he wants to repeat. He vaguely remembers that some really powerful individuals appeared when the world started crumbling, but he cannot quite recall who they were. So, he comes up with a new plan to build his own base, create a stronghold from scratch, and gather a group of strong people under his command, just like he has brought Warlock in now. He knows his space-based powers are not exactly suited for close-range combat, but if he surrounds himself with the right people, that weakness won't matter. Still, setting all of that up takes a ton of resources. He will need everything from flour, salt, and fresh produce to seeds, medicine, and equipment. And more importantly, he needs electricity, tools, generators, and especially water. After the disaster hits, most natural water sources will get contaminated beyond saving. People won't have any way to clean it up, so rainwater will become the only safe option left. Then, something clicks in his mind that he still needs to prep a whole batch of high-voltage stun batons. As soon as he mentions it, Warlock freezes up. Our hero reassures it that they are not meant for it, but they are for the zombies. From what he knows, zombies are scared of anything electrical. The only problem is, electricity won't stick around forever. In his previous life, disappeared pretty quickly after the disaster. But during those early chaotic days, electric batons were super effective. He is planning to pair them with tough metal armor to make his people practically unstoppable. He decides to think through every detail and place the orders as soon as possible, as he has no time to waste. Once that is all out of the way, he finally sits down to eat and makes sure Warlock gets a proper meal too. Just as he starts to relax, there is a knock at the door. It turns out to be Mayu, the cooking instructor he hired. That is when it hits him that he completely forgot he had a lesson scheduled for the afternoon. Our boy has offered her a good amount of money for cooking classes. At first, Mayu had her doubts about him, but seeing him again now, she seems less worried. He shows her around the kitchen, pointing out all the tools and ingredients she asked for. He is not learning to cook just for fun, but it's part of his long-term survival plan. Today's lesson is ribs, and Mayu is ready to get started. One small detail he has not mentioned yet is that he is actually planning to pay the full fee a month later. Our hero is at the kitchen, and under Mayu's ever-watchful eye, he slices the ribs into pieces and tosses them into cold water. But any shred of confidence he is holding onto crumbles the moment Mayu starts throwing out instructions faster than he can keep up. She tells him to pour more oil, then shoots him a look when he almost mixes up salt with sugar. It's not his first time fumbling around in the kitchen, but at least this time the end result is not completely burnt. Still, our boy knows that even his dog would not go near this mess. Mayu tries to be nice about it, but her encouragement does not do much for his pride. To her, it's progress. To him, it's a disaster with slightly less smoke. He mentally scratches chef off his list and decides right there and then that hiring a personal cook might be the best investment he will ever make. Mayu, meanwhile, gets ready to leave. He watches her go, his thoughts drifting. He cannot help but wonder why someone that's skilled in the kitchen was not part of the memories from his past life. But then again, the past is murky, and he does not feel like digging too deep. He decides to leave it all up to Mayu's fate and moves on. That is when another thought strikes him. The two people he has not thought about in a while. The sisters, Mealing and Mealy. These two are not any everyday girls. Mealing, the older one, was a fire-powered force of nature, known far and wide as the Blood Rose or Spirit Flame Maiden. Her younger sister Mealy may not be as tough in a fight, but her healing abilities were on another level entirely. Now the MC wants them both on his team, so he gets his people on the job. Their task is to find out everything they can about the sisters, but, most importantly, what kind of food they like. His plan is simple and sneaky: win them over through their stomachs. If food supplies run low in the future, he wants to be the guy holding their favorite dishes. As the clock ticks down and the days roll by, the disaster day countdown looms large. With 5 days left, the team reports back. Mealing loves spicy and flavor-packed dishes and has a soft spot for grapes, while Millie prefers fish and absolutely loves braised meat trotters, and her go-to fruit is watermelon. Our boy immediately adds braised dishes to his must-stockpile list. By day 4, he is testing his armor. It's heavy, ridiculously so, but it offers solid protection. He feels reassured wearing it and decides to work out a way to send a second set over to Daju, just in case. Day 3 rolls around, and he gets his hands on an electric baton. The guy who built it warns him to be careful, as this thing is no joke. But our hero is already planning to fry zombies with it. 2 days before everything is supposed to go sideways, he buys a truck. Nothing flashy, just something dependable and durable. The night before the supposed disaster, sleep refuses to visit him. He tosses and turns, wrestling with two conflicting thoughts. On one hand, if the disaster actually happens, he will lose a ton of resources, but he will also be one of the few prepared. On the other hand, if it turns out to be a false alarm, he will have wasted a mountain of money stockpiling food. But he has got enough money to survive a few bad calls, and deep down, he has already accepted that he might have to sacrifice everything for the greater good anyway. Then the final day arrives. Just an hour left on the clock before things go sideways. He picks up the phone and dials his uncle. He plays it cool and hints that cryptocurrency is about to skyrocket and offers up some premium meat as collateral. He promises to return the money with interest, and even suggests they meet in person to chat more about it. He gives a suggestion to invite his cousin Faye as well to make it a little family gathering. But the second that call ends, his whole vibe shifts. He has got a promise to keep, according to which neither his uncle nor cousin is making it through that day. The MC pulls up and tells Warlock to stay put in the car. A little ahead, he spots Daju on duty. Even though he knows Daju managed just fine without him in his past life, his brotherly love does not stop him from wanting to check in. He tells Daju that he has this strange, uneasy feeling like something big and possibly dangerous is going to happen soon, and gives him a heads up to stay extra alert. Then, after getting Daju's promise, he leaves. Meanwhile, over at his uncle's place, the old man is chatting with Faye, bringing up how gutsy our hero is for diving into cryptocurrency. But he is not impressed, and thinks it's worthless and not real money. Faye, on the other hand, does not really get why his dad is turning down what sounds like free money. But his father is not so trusting. He is convinced it's a trap, mainly because he knows our boy has likely figured out he tricked him in the past. So, he thinks the MC is trying to turn the tables. But Faye has a different take on it. He thinks that buying cryptocurrency feels a lot like gambling, risky and unpredictable. He suspects our hero might be desperate for money and does not have many people to reach out to, which is probably why he has come to them. Just then, our boy shows up at the door. His uncle greets him warmly, putting on a smile that does not quite reach his eyes. The clock has just ticked past 9 in the morning. They go through the motions of polite small talk and pleasantries before the MC is invited to sit at the dining table. He starts eating while the atmosphere remains oddly tense. A moment later, they hear a strange noise coming from the maid's room. Faye's dad glances at him and tells him to go check it out. Our hero also gets up to follow. Faye opens the door and freezes in place. Inside is a woman who has turned into a zombie and sitting on top of someone. Faye drops to the ground in panic. She charges at him, but he manages to block her with the broken door. That is when the MC steps in, acting all concerned, and pretends he just wants to see what is going on. But instead of helping, he pulls the door away, clearing the way for her to lunge forward. Then, out of nowhere, he stuns Faye with an electric baton, knocking him out cold. But he is not planning to let him die so easily. To him, just a bit of electrocution is not enough, but he wants Faye awake, terrified, and watching as the zombie tears into him. Right then, his uncle comes rushing in, sees everything, and immediately charges at our hero. But our boy hits him with the baton. In the meantime, Faye wakes up and desperately calls out for his unconscious father and pleads with our boy to spare his life. But our hero is not having any of it. He lets Faye get a clear look at his father lying on the floor. Meanwhile, the zombie woman lunges at Faye and sinks her teeth into him. The MC is in no mood to watch this gruesome drama alone, and with the help of his electric baton, jolts his unconscious uncle awake. As soon as the uncle regains consciousness and lays eyes on Faye being eaten alive, he completely panics. He begs our hero to save his son, and even confesses that he was the one who took over our boy's shares, and insists that Faye has absolutely nothing to do with any of it. The MC, however, is not convinced. He asks what other dirty secrets his uncle is hiding. That question hits hard as the uncle's face tenses up at whether our hero knows everything. Before he can fall too deep into his thoughts, our boy snaps him back to reality and demands answers, all while pointing at Faye, who is clearly running out of time. But instead of owning up to anything, the man suddenly shifts gears and starts throwing threats. He warns the MC that he won't report our hero's actions if he saves Faye, otherwise things will get ugly. That is it for our boy as he delivers a hard slap across the face of his uncle and confronts the man for murdering his parents, even after his father had graciously brought him into the company. Meanwhile, the zombie woman keeps tearing into Faye, and the uncle, now totally losing it, screams that he was the MC's father's biological brother. He rants about how unfair it was that he only got a tiny piece of the company, and how that somehow made killing his brother justifiable. He even throws out a threat that our hero won't be able to cover this up with all the modern surveillance and technology around. But our boy does not flinch. He reminds his uncle that the shares he received were worth billions back then, something no ordinary person could ever dream of. But that was not enough for him as greed clouded his judgment. With nothing more left to say, he shoves the man toward the zombie while calling him out one last time for his insatiable hunger for more. As the zombie pounces on the next target, our hero stands back, thinking to himself that his father should have never welcomed this man into the company in the first place. And now, as his father's son, this is the only justice he can deliver. But the zombie woman is not finished. She turns her attention to our boy next, but he uses his baton and delivers a jolt of electricity. It stuns her thankfully because even though zombies lose every bit of emotion after turning, pain still manages to stick around. Our hero knows how to finish them off too with a single quick strike between their eyes. It's not a fancy move, but it's very effective. That spot is their weak point and hides a special crystal deep between their eyebrows. At first, when things started getting wild, the only crystals people found were pretty lame, dull, and nothing special. But once the disaster really went crazy, weird, super strong crystals began growing inside the heads of both awakeners and zombies. These were not just shiny stones for decoration, but they actually carried energy that helped powered individuals recover more quickly and grew stronger at a faster pace. Because of that, they became extremely valuable and useful. So, of course, our hero makes it his mission to collect as many of them as he possibly can in this life. These crystals are not all the same either. They vary in color and size depending on how strong and capable the creature was before death. Red ones are found in beings with fire-based abilities. Green ones come from those with wind-type powers, and the clear or transparent ones are linked to space-related abilities. But the one crystal that the MC remembers the most from his previous life is a dark purple one roughly the size of an egg, which he once dug out of Warlock's head. Now, as he steps out of the house, he immediately notices a zombie nearby. He blasts it with centric shock and takes out the crystal from it. Warlock, who watches the scene unfold from the car, is stunned by how ruthless and cold his master can be. The MC sees the reaction and turns toward it and explains that it's not safe to be wandering around outside at the moment. He tells Warlock to follow him back inside, adding that they will leave once their awakenings are complete. As they step back into the house, the scene inside is not exactly comforting. The place is littered with dead bodies of zombies and our hero's uncle and cousin. Warlock tenses up as it feels unsettled by the sight. But our boy tells it not to worry and assures that it will get used to it eventually. He then walks over to the sofa, sinks into it, and starts munching on an apple, trying to relax a little. But then, out of nowhere, a strange glowing light begins to radiate from Warlock's body. He pauses mid-bite, staring, and wonders if this is the start of an awakening. He does not take any chances, and scrambles behind the sofa for cover and complains that, of all people, he'd be the first one to get electrocuted by this dog. In this world, the strength of someone's powers depends on two main factors. The earlier they awaken, the stronger their foundation will be, and the faster their abilities evolve, the more powerful they can become over time. And judging by what the MC is seeing right now, Warlock is definitely shaping up to be top tier when it comes to electricity-based powers. He just hopes that along with strength, the dog's intelligence grows too because powers alone won't be enough. He sees this whole thing happen and cannot help but feel that even a dog is doing better than most humans. But just as he is starting to feel slightly annoyed by the unfairness of it all, a sharp pain runs through his body. He winces and realizes that he is not that far behind as well. The MC has just used one of his abilities, but honestly, it feels like a complete waste. Just throwing out a single space sphere drains almost a quarter of his energy, and the worst part is that it barely had any effect. He is not impressed at all because obviously trying to fight the zombies like this is not going to get him anywhere, so he decides it's better to power up first. To him, crystals seem like the only smart way to move forward. While thinking about leveling up, he drifts back into memories of how things work now that the world has turned into chaos. People who awaken powers are ranked from grade 1 all the way to grade 10. But once someone hits the top, there is another level beyond that called the King tier. In his past life, both Warlock and the Spirit Flame Maiden had reached that tier. Our boy got there too, but after absorbing Warlock's crystal. What lies past the King tier is he does not really know and does not care much either. Back then, there was no one to share a meal with, no one to joke around with, and no one to even sit beside. Life had become completely hollow, and honestly, dying seemed like the easier option to him. He snaps out of those thoughts after a full 5 minutes and decides it's time to get serious. His next move is clear: gather enough crystals to climb up to grade 2. That should give him the edge he needs. He turns to Warlock and tells it to stop firing off wild electric blasts. Instead, he instructs it to channel all that energy in its throat, build it up with focus, then release it directly at the target. Warlock listens and follows the command, and our hero gives it a quick pat on the side in approval. Next up on the list is the cooling chamber. He figures it's best to collect all the food they have stored there before anything unexpected happens. Before long, they reach the supermarket. After parking the car, the two of them step out. Our boy points it out to Warlock and guesses that there must be plenty of supplies inside, especially since this place sits in a high-end part of town. He then tells Warlock it can go ahead and attack the zombies, but warns it not to charge straight into the mess. The plan is to use speed and agility to draw them out, not to fight them head-on. They move into action together, working side by side to take out them one by one. When Warlock misses its attack, our hero tells it not to worry and to keep them distracted. He has got other things to do. Leaving the rest in Warlock's hands, he heads into the building, all while hoping to find some high-quality goods now that they have finally made it to a wealthy neighborhood. Zombies are not really a big deal for our hero anymore. He casually moves through the ruined supermarket, frying a few of them here and there while picking up whatever seems useful. Some snacks, fruits, and those core crystals. He tosses everything into his subspace like he is out on a casual grocery run, then walks out like. Outside, he spots Warlock scrambling away from a small group of the zombies. The poor dog looks like it is going through a confidence crisis as it feels useless compared to his master's flashy and effortless zombie zapping skills. The MC notices this and electrocutes another zombie just to emphasize the difference, then reassures Warlock that it is actually doing just fine. He tells it that it is already very helpful, and with a little more time, it will turn into the strongest dog out there. The words work like a charm. Warlock perks up, and the two decide it's time to head back home. While they are driving along the road, a guy in another car waves them down to stop. He asks our hero what is going on and why he has not been able to reach the police. Our boy tells him straight up that it's a full-blown disaster out there. The man insists they should team up, but the MC turns him down. He is not trying to be heartless. He just has a plan. If he is going to bring anyone along, they need to be the best of the best. He does have a good amount of supplies, but it's not like they are never-ending. So he just wants to stay cautious. On his way to the warehouse, he runs into a thick swarm of zombies blocking the road. He tells Warlock to go stretch its legs, but to make sure it stays alert and protects itself. The zombies start rushing toward him, but our hero is faster. He sends out wave after wave of electric shocks, taking them down one by one. A few more sneak up from behind, but he spins around and zaps them too. One bold zombie even tries to bite through his armor, but he throws it off. Everything is going smoothly until, right in the middle of the fight, his baton gives out. The MC hands over the electric baton to a zombie, and then takes out a fresh one and jumps right back into action, zapping them left and right. All the while, he keeps scooping up the core crystals they drop. Once he is done playing shock therapy with them, he heads over to his massive armored truck with Warlock trotting behind him. Our boy is beaming with pride as he starts talking about how this beast of a truck makes his electric batons and even his high-tech armor look like cheap props. The truck has been custom-built and fine-tuned exactly for chaos like this. He climbs into the driver's seat with Warlock hopping in beside him, and he rams the truck straight through the warehouse doors. As he drives over and flattens a group of zombies with ease, it hits him that this truck is a way better option than wasting time zapping each zombie with a stick. It's faster, cleaner, and honestly, kind of fun. Meanwhile, poor Warlock looks like it is silently questioning every life decision that led to this moment. Up on the second floor, a few survivors peek over the edge, completely stunned. That truck is not like anything they have got lying around in their own garage, but it's a full-on tank. Two of them start whispering about whether they should try asking our hero if they can tag along. But one guy is not having it. He does not buy for a second that some random stranger would go out of his way to help people he has never even met. He assumes our boy is only there because he heard there were valuable supplies in the warehouse, and once he grabs what he came for, he will vanish. So instead of putting hope in a stranger, the guy gives a different idea about ambushing him and taking everything, including that glorious truck. When our hero steps out, the group quietly makes their decision of taking a chance and try to rob him. But the MC is still busy doing what he does best, clearing out more zombies and gathering up the remaining core crystals. A woman from the group approaches him and thanks him sincerely for saving them. Our boy is a little cautious though. He starts wondering if they are about to ask to join him. He checks and confirms that only 3 of them are left, the woman and the 2 guys. Just as he is thinking they might actually be decent people, the 2 men suddenly move in behind him, slowly closing the gap. Our hero cannot make sense of the quick flip from gratitude to aggression. One minute they were thanking him, now they look like they are about to jump him. And honestly, he has enough of it. In times like this, he knows too well that disaster has a way of dragging out the worst in people. That is when Warlock starts barking like mad, as it senses that something is wrong. The MC does not waste the moment. With perfect timing, he spins around and strikes first and slams his electrified baton into the guys. He does not care anymore if they find out about his powers. After all, it's not like the dead are going to tell anyone. The last one left is the girl, and she desperately begs our hero to spare her life. But the MC feels nothing and not a flicker of sympathy. All he sees is someone utterly shameless. When she turns and takes off, all while yelling for help, he does not bother chasing her himself. Instead, he signals Warlock and leaves the task to it. The dog dashes after her and causes her to stumble and fall hard onto the ground. That is the end for her as our boy walks over and finishes her off. With that dealt with, he shifts his focus to the warehouse. There is a huge stockpile inside, and he is more than satisfied with the outcome. He starts loading up everything he can find, tossing tons of food into his storage space one after another. It's a great haul this time, and he is pleased. Once done, he climbs into the truck and plans to head back home to relax for a bit. He figures he can always return to the supermarket later for another round. On the drive back, his mind briefly drifts to how things might be going over with Dazu. Not long after hitting the road, a man suddenly steps out and tries to flag down the truck. Our hero instantly spots that the man is clearly hiding something under his coat. His instincts, sharpened by experience, tell him to be cautious. If the guy does not move out of the way, he prepares himself to run him over without a second thought. The man, upon getting ignored, gets frustrated and starts shouting threats, but the MC stays completely unfazed. In his view, if the man were just a regular person, he might have settled for shouting or throwing hand signs. But the world has changed, and now a lot of awakeners are connected to criminal groups, so messing with someone like that could mean getting himself killed. To keep things simple, he tells Warlock that the man said something offensive about dog meat. Warlock does not grasp human speech too well, but it seems pretty unlikely to it that the man actually said that. Still, its master's words are enough to trigger it. When the stranger pulls out a metal rod and prepares to fight, Warlock jumps down from the truck. The guy freezes for a moment as he gets surprised to see a dog, but quickly snaps out of it and tries to attack. Warlock does not care about what was or was not said. Its master gave an order, and that is all that matters to it. It unleashes a jolt of electricity at the man and starts frying him on the spot. Our hero steps in and reminds it that in times like these, hesitation can be fatal. He tells Warlock that if it wants to survive, it needs to adapt to the harsh new world. Warlock gets the message and finishes the job by biting the man's neck, and the MC finds himself quite pleased with that. Our boy gives Warlock a nod of approval and lets it know it has done a good job and then calls it back into the truck. They are finally heading home, or at least trying to. But along the way, our hero mentions that the roads in this area are far too narrow for their truck to get through smoothly. So, he tells Warlock to hop out first and lead the zombies away while he plans to take the longer route to park on the other side. Warlock jumps out and starts barking like mad and pulls the attention of every nearby zombie. Meanwhile, the MC takes the longer route and carefully parks the truck in a safer spot, knowing full well that once Warlock is out of sight, the zombies will eventually return and end up surrounding his vehicle. He figures it's basically free zombie security, and no one will dare get close enough to steal or damage the truck with those things hanging around. He then moves ahead, and feels a bit of relief that returning to the past has not changed much, at least not yet. With Daju still human, things seem to be steady for now. While fending off some of the zombies, old memories flash through his mind. He remembers how Daju had escaped to a deeper part of this neighborhood in his previous life. He assumes Daju must have broken into one of the villas around there to hide, but he cannot recall exactly which one. The only thing he remembers clearly is the general area. So, with no better plan, he does it the old-fashioned way and starts shouting Dazu's name. Warlock glances back at our hero like he has completely lost his mind because obviously shouting like that is basically asking for more zombies. Meanwhile, not too far away, Daju actually hears the voice, and he recognizes it almost instantly. He is with a woman who tries to stop him from going. She thinks whoever is yelling has clearly lost it or is trying to get themselves killed. Daju finds it strange too, but he knows that the MC is not the type to do something so risky without a reason. His curiosity gets the best of him, and he decides to go check things out. The woman does not want him going alone, so she tags along as well. Together, they sneak closer until they spot a group of zombies closing in on our boy. But instead of panicking, our hero wipes them out one by one with powerful electric shocks, like it's no big deal. That sight puts both Daju and the woman a little more at ease. Then finally Daju calls out to him. Our hero feels a huge wave of relief wash over him when he sees Daju safe and alive. But the moment his eyes land on the woman, his expression shifts completely. He recognizes her immediately. It's Chen Jing. And just like that, his mood darkens. In his previous life, she had been nothing but trouble. She was manipulative, sneaky, and self-centered. She hated drinking tap water so much she had make Daju test it first just to be sure. When she joined them back then, she acted all innocent and tried to get close to both him and Daju. She used to hide food during rationing, pretend to be helpless, and always put on a show in front of Daju and completely played him like a puppet. The MC has already decided that if she starts pulling the same stunts this time around, he is going to use her to help Daju learn just how unpredictable and twisted people can really be. He then tells Daju to come with him, as he plans to stick together and look after each other. Upon hearing that, Jing suddenly turns on the charm and starts speaking sweetly with our boy, and even jokes about how their surnames match, and they are long-lost relatives from centuries ago. Our hero does not even bother responding. He ignores her completely and focuses on moving forward before more zombies catch up to them. Jing gets irritated that her charm is not working but keeps smiling anyway. Deep down, she is already scheming that if she can just win the MC over, she can coast safely with the two of them protecting her until the government sends help. That is her plan at least. After that, the MC takes them to his villa. Jing glances around his mansion and cannot help but admit it's a serious upgrade from the dump she was stuck in before. Her mind, as usual, starts working overtime about how if she can win our hero over, she can survive there comfortably until help arrives. Just as she is getting cozy in her thoughts, her and Daju's stomach lets out a loud growl. Our boy hears it and despite everything decides to cook something. But let's be real, he is not about to make life easy for Jing. He and Daju have already suffered a lot thanks to her in the past, and he has not forgotten any bit of it. He takes out a piece of bread from his void storage and casually wipes Warlock's rear with it, which sends the poor dog into panic mode. Then he hands a few pieces of bread to Daju, who gets a little worried and asks if the MC has enough left for himself. Our hero just shrugs it off and assures Daju that they will head to the supermarket later and stock up on more supplies. He even gives a slice of bread to Jing with an overly polite gesture, all while pretending like he is doing her a favor. Jing forces a smile and thanks him, but inside, she is fuming about getting a single slice of bread. Still, she holds herself back and eats it, all while reminding herself that Daju needs the energy more since he will be out scavenging. As she chews, she finds the taste weird. Warlock watches her with a mix of shock and judgment, and silently thinks that she is completely unhinged for eating its butt-wiped bread with that much enjoyment. Our boy, meanwhile, feels slightly amused by how it's all playing out, but he does not let it distract him from the bigger picture. He knows keeping Jing around is risky, and it's better to deal with her sooner than later. He tells Daju that with the streets crawling with zombies and no proper food left, they need to head to the supermarket as soon as possible. Daju immediately agrees and offers a plan that the MC will take the lead with the electric baton while he watches his back. But then it hits him that the baton only zaps 4 zombies max on a full charge. Our hero shares with him that he has already scoped the area, and the number of zombies is way more than expected. So, he suggests another idea, according to which Jing, being small and quick, could lure the zombies away while he and Daju make a run for food, and then they could regroup at the mansion. Jing freezes. Her eyes well up with tears as she puts on her best helpless act and insists that she is too weak and slow to run like that. So our boy switches plans again and agrees to handle the distraction himself if she just goes with Daju to gather food. But Jing pulls another excuse about how she only had one measly slice of bread and does not have the stamina to walk, let alone run. At this point, the MC has had enough of it. He calls her out about how she cannot just sit back while he and Daju put themselves in danger. Jing burns with frustration on the inside about our hero not pitying her and not helping a woman. She turns to Daju and hopes that he will take her side, but before she can speak, our boy coughs loudly and cuts her off. He mentions how his throat's bone dry since he has not had any water all day. Then, with exaggerated guilt, he accepts that it's his own fault for not storing any clean water and is not sure whether the tap water is safe. Very conveniently, he asks Jing to check it for him and assures her that if she does this one small favor, she won't have to join them on the food run. But Jing is not fooled. She knows exactly that he is trying to use her to test the water. She has not touched it either, precisely because she is worried about contamination. Thankfully, she still has a small bottle of clean water stashed away in her bag, one she has been guarding like a treasure. She is parched, but with Dazhu always nearby, she has not dared take a sip. She also has no plan to share it with either of them. Instead, she snaps back at the MC that she can stay home, do laundry, and take care of the place. She argues that he is just making things hard for her on purpose. To top it off, she even suggests they use Warlock to test the water instead of her. Warlock, now completely done with her nonsense, stares at her like she is the last person on Earth that would ever help. At this point, it's not even thinking about water. It's thinking about sinking teeth into her just to shut her up. Warlock lunges at her and Jing barely manages to swing her bag up in time to block the incoming attack. But it still manages to tear the fabric apart and send everything inside spilling onto the ground. Our hero's gaze drops to the pile of snacks, then shifts back to Jing, who looks way more distressed about her fallen stash than the fact she was almost bitten. He is pretty sure that she had no plans of sharing any of it, and that she probably could not wait for the moment they left her alone so she could stuff her mouth in peace. So he has no plans to waste sympathy on someone like her. He grabs a bottle of juice, pokes a straw into it, and starts sipping like he owns it. He even offers one to Dazhu. Dazhu, on the other hand, is quietly fuming. He is not just upset about the snacks. This morning, he had literally risked his life to save her. And now there she is hoarding food and pretending she had nothing when he asked. He tears open a bag of chips and munches on them, all while silently deciding that if she does not care enough to share, then he would not as well. Jing makes a desperate attempt to snatch her snacks back from both of them, but she stumbles thanks to our boy's leg getting in the way and hits the ground hard. Tears spring to her eyes as she starts complaining that they are ganging up on a poor, helpless girl. The MC just stares at her flatly. In his mind, she should be making that speech to the zombies because they don't give a damn whether you are a guy or a girl. Neither does he. But deep down, he knows this little drama is not enough to make Dazhu see her for who she really is. So he has got a better plan to reveal her true colors. He puts on his best calm and reasonable act and tells Jing not to cry. He explains to her that they need to stay focused and save their energy for finding more food. He even offers to bring her some later since they already finished off her stash. He also tells her there is no need for her to come along with them anymore. Jing knows that she has in no position to argue, so she decides to let it go. She puts on a fresh round of acting and claims that she was just scared because of everything she had gone through when she was starving before. Then comes the apology. Sweet, dramatic, and fake enough to make our hero roll his eyes. He is not fooled for a second and can see right through her. He then tells Dazhu that they will head to the supermarket soon. He just needs to prep a few things first and leaves him alone with Jing. After that, he quietly tells Warlock to lure some zombies toward the house. Warlock does not fully understand why the MC wants them brought straight to the front door, but our boy reassures it that it will make sense soon and wants it to just follow the plan. Then our hero pulls out his secret weapon, which turns out to be garlic. He makes some fresh garlic sauce and walks back to Dazhu and Jing. The sharp, overwhelming smell of garlic hits them instantly. He then launches into a story about how he saw someone outside trying to copy what is usually shown in old-school zombie movies, wearing garlic like a protective necklace, and apparently, it actually worked. Total nonsense, of course. In reality, the smell of garlic attracts zombies even more, but our hero is banking on Jing to fall for it. He adds a little twist to the story that there is only enough garlic for 2 people. Right then, some noises echo from outside. Groaning, dragging footsteps of zombies. The MC glances at Jing, and sure enough, she has gone completely pale. In his head, he smirks. She has got 2 options now. Fight it out with them, or beg for a bite of that so-called life-saving garlic. Either way, he cannot wait to see her mask finally slipping away. The banging on the steel gate keeps getting louder and more intense, and Jing starts to seriously freak out. It feels like the zombies are just about to smash through any second now. Our boy, on the other hand, grabs one of the bowls filled with garlic sauce and pours it all over himself. Then he turns to Dazhu and asks him to do the same with the other bowl. But Dazhu just stands there, frozen and lost in his own thoughts. He does not really like Jing, not one bit, but he cannot deny that she has not done anything that truly deserves death. If he pours the garlic sauce on himself, it means Jing won't survive. Meanwhile, Jing does not hesitate at all. She knows exactly that the bowl of sauce is a lifeline and a chance to escape this nightmare. Without waiting for anyone's permission, she quickly grabs the bowl and pours it all over herself. That is when Dazhu finally realizes just how cold and selfish she really is. He had actually been planning to give her the sauce, but she just took it without a second thought. Our hero then tells Dazhu that in moments like these, he cannot afford to be kind to everyone because some people simply don't deserve to be treated like decent human beings. Jing, who is now drenched in the garlic sauce just like she wanted, finally catches on to what is happening. She realizes it's all been a setup. She snaps at our boy and accuses him of lying and tricking her. But our boy is not having any of it. He points out that she acted completely on her own, and no one forced her to pour the sauce on herself. And the worst part, he tells her, is that the zombies are actually attracted to the smell of garlic, and she has basically handed her own death to them. Jing's face turns pale with shock. She tries to argue back that all she wanted was to survive. But our hero does not buy her excuses for a second. He tells her straight up that she took advantage of Daju, who is like a brother to him. And sacrificing someone like her, he has no problem with that. Then he hands Daju another piece of armor and plans to reveal later about his newly awakened dimensional powers. As for Jing, he is not worried at all, as he knows she is going to die soon enough. He then tells Daju to find a safe room to hide in because having him around will only slow him down and get them both killed. Jing gets desperate and begs the MC to forget everything and promises she will let him do anything to her later if he just lets her live. But our boy makes it crystal clear that the only thing he wants from her is her head, and she will only be free when she is dead. Jing's anger boils over. She lashes out and accuses our hero of being against her from the start, despite the fact she has not even done anything to him yet. But it's already too late. The zombies suddenly show up, grab and surround Jing, and before she can even scream, they close in. A bit later, the MC has taken down the zombies with his electric baton. Daju comes out and sees Jing lying on the ground. He looks worried and concerned, but our hero snaps him out of it and tells him it's not time to worry about her, and that they need to clear the bodies fast, or they won't be able to live there anymore. After half an hour of dragging the dead away, the MC looks around and sighs deeply. He thinks to himself how nice it would be to have a maid to clean up all the bloodstains and mess. His thoughts drift to Mayu about how great she was. Not just with her looks, but also how neat and tidy she always was. He cannot help but wonder where she might be and whether she is still alive somewhere out there. Daju suggests they head out to the local grocery store, as he thinks it's a good idea to grab something to eat. But our hero insists there is already better food at home and convinces Daju to head upstairs instead for a drink. Once they reach the upper floor, Daju stands there, completely stunned by the sight of food appearing as if by magic. After they sit down at the table, the MC asks if he has felt anything strange in his body lately. Daju nods and explains that earlier in the afternoon he had a pounding headache, but now he feels oddly stronger, more energized. Our hero then tells him that this kind of shift is not unusual, but it tends to happen right before a major disaster hits. He adds that he went through the same thing himself not long ago. Then he begins explaining his unusual ability. He has a way of tapping into a mysterious void-like energy. Knowing something big might be coming, he used that ability to gather and store resources in advance. Our boy knows it sounds a bit unbelievable, but compared to something like being reborn, this explanation feels tame. He is confident that Daju can wrap his head around it without too much trouble. He also mentions that he has a gut feeling they are going to end up as close as brothers, and he wants Daju not to overthink things and just enjoy the food. But Daju hesitates because he thinks the amount of food is way too much for the two of them, and maybe they should just have a portion of it now. The MC tells him to stop worrying, as whatever they cannot finish, Warlock will eat. Warlock, who is silently observing everything, hears this and does not object. Back when it used to wander around hungry with no one to rely on, getting food was a matter of sheer luck. So now, even though it is not thrilled about having to clean the floor, it quietly feels thankful to our hero. The MC has just finished absorbing about 40 core crystals, and with that, he finally manages to form the Void Sword, but he can only maintain it for a few seconds. That might not sound like much, but considering in his past life where he did not figure it out until he was already at rank 7, it's actually a massive leap forward. Back then, even the Void Passage was something he had only achieved at rank 9, but this time around he has high hopes. If things keep progressing at this pace, he figures he can unlock Void Passage by the time he reaches rank 4. And as for the Element Blade, something he only understood after becoming a king-ranked warrior, he is starting to get the feeling that it might come a lot earlier this time. That thought alone leaves him buzzing with excitement and a strong sense of accomplishment. As he comes downstairs, he finds Daju already waiting for him. The guy looks pumped as he tells our boy that his advice really paid off. Apparently, after absorbing 7 core crystals, Daju feels a solid and noticeable boost in his strength. Just then, Warlock gives a bark. It turns out that it has also somehow managed to swallow 9 core crystals on its own. Our hero breathes a sigh of relief that it is not 99, or they would be stuck dealing with a non-stop barking disaster for hours. Daju, on the other hand, cannot believe that Warlock has outdone him. The MC reminds him not to underestimate his dog, as it has got some serious talent hidden behind that fur. He then hands Daju a set of armor, and mentions that after breakfast, he wants him to come along to the truck. Once they reach the truck, they see zombies casually hanging around it. Instead of being alarmed or cautious, our boy actually grins, as free security is not something he is going to complain about. Daju thinks it would be smarter to just kill them all and be done with it. but our hero's plan is to let Warlock distract them and lead them away. As Warlock gets to work doing just that, Daju cannot help but feel a little useless. He mutters something about even a dog being more helpful than him. The MC tells him not to compare himself to a dog, as there are things a dog can do that people simply cannot. Daju looks at him like he has just spoken ancient gibberish, so our boy explains further. Warlock can eat crap, and they cannot. Warlock hears this from a distance, and feels personally attacked. It does not eat crap and is not okay with being slandered like that. After that little moment of awkward comedy, our hero climbs into the truck and starts ramming into the zombies one by one to clear the path. But then something starts to feel off to him. He remembers that there are supposed to be staff members in the warehouse, and not all of them should be dead. With all the noise they are making out there, someone should have definitely called out by now. That heavy silence makes him uneasy. He brings the truck to a stop, and thinks that maybe there is a basement down there, and some people are hiding inside, unable to hear the chaos going on above. With Daju right beside him, he heads toward the stairwell to check it out for himself. Just as they are about to go down, they see a skeleton on the ground. Now the MC knows that zombies don't usually stop until there is nothing left but bones. But even then, they don't clean things off that neatly, which only means something else must have eaten through that body. He starts thinking about how it could be some kind of mutated creature, an ant or a rat. But he knows that both of them usually move in groups, which is bad news either way. Before they can make a move, strange noises echo from below. Our boy turns to Daju and tells him to run as a whole group of rats rushes after them. Warlock lets out a sharp warning bark and stand protectively in front of the group of rats like it is ready to take on them. Our boy warns it to focus on its own safety instead of barking at the rats. But the rats don't need much provocation as they lock their eyes on them and charge. One of them lunges straight at our hero and makes him fall to the ground. Daju shouts his name in panic, but there is no time to check on him as more of the filthy creatures are swarming in fast. The MC composes himself and tells Daju to stop hesitating and just start attacking them. They both whip out their electric batons and zap with full force to strike the rats left and right. Each jolt takes one out, but something catches our boy's attention. One of those rats is different, and it's definitely a mutant. Our hero knows exactly what that means. In this chaotic world, whether it's people, zombies, or wild creatures, the more they fight, the stronger they get. But then there are the mutants, the rare ones that burn through their life force just to gain terrifying strength in a short burst of time. As a result, their lifespan takes a hit, but while they are alive, they are absolute monsters. And of course, the MC just has to be unlucky enough to bump into one now. He mutters a quiet curse under his breath. The Rat King, on the other hand, takes the opportunity and charges straight at Daju to bare its sharp teeth and bite into his armor. Daju feels the pressure and realizes that if it bites down again, his armor won't be able to hold. Our hero warns Daju to stay alert. He can sense right away that they are not up against just any ordinary threat. Judging by the pressure the Rat King gives off, it has to be at least a rank 3 or maybe even a 4. Our boy knows there is no way he can bring it down quickly, so instead of charging in recklessly, he goes with a more calculated approach. He grabs a few chunks of meat from his void storage and tosses them aside to lure the smaller rats away. It's a risky move, but he is banking on it to work. Deep down, he knows that if he had not leveled up to rank 2 just yesterday, they all would have been dead meat by now. Meanwhile, the Rat King is brimming with confidence. It does not believe for a second that the MC's electric baton is going to do any real damage. In its mind, it already has a plan to bite Daju first, then sink its teeth into our hero right after. But our boy has no intention of relying on that baton anyway. His hopes are pinned on the Void Sword. As soon as he takes it out, the Rat King pauses, and its earlier confidence starts to waver. Our boy does not give it a moment to recover. He charges forward, all while telling it to quit daydreaming and forget about escaping. With one clean strike, he brings the beast down and claims the Rat King's core crystal for himself. Afterward, he takes a closer look at its front fangs and points them out to Daju about how they look pretty decent and might come in handy for crafting a weapon later on. Since he does not have enough strength to take them out, he asks Daju to do it. Daju nods and pulls them out. Once that is done, they head off toward the basement. On the way, Daju asks our hero about the capacity of his void storage. Our boy answers that it's not that huge and just about the size of the very place they are in. He also tells Daju to make sure he never mentions about his resources to anyone. Daju promises that even if someone beats him half to death, he won't let the secret slip. And just as those words leave his mouth, the lights in there suddenly go out. The MC figures it's just a blackout, so he starts gathering up the food supplies and stashes them in his void storage, as it's best to head back before anything else goes wrong. Once they are home, he brings up a serious thought that it's better if they stay put for the time being and focus on getting stronger. That fight with the Rat King had been way too close for comfort, and he does not want to end up in another situation like that anytime soon. He estimates that it will take him around 2 to 3 days to hit rank 3 anyway. In the meantime, he tells Daju to take it easy, play some games, watch a couple of movies, or anything to pass the time. But first things first, he decides that it's time to eat. 3 days go by in a blur. The plates and bowls start stacking up like a tower, and our boy looks at the growing mess, then at Warlock, and thinks about how great it would be if Warlock could actually wash the dishes. Warlock gives him a blank stare and silently tells him to stop being such a jerk. Our hero has been absorbing crystals non-stop for 3 days straight, and now he is completely drained. Still, he checks in with Warlock to confirm whether it has reached rank 2 yet. Warlock nods. So the MC talks about a saying about how one only grows stronger through training. Then he tells Warlock to head out, find some zombies, and start using its lightning skill on them. Warlock clearly does not want to do it. It hesitates but still drags itself out. Just when it's about to leave, our boy suddenly calls it back. Warlock perks up a bit, as it thinks that our hero is finally worried about it, and that he will at least tell it to be careful. But the MC hands it a bag of trash and tells it to throw it out on the way. Warlock freezes and realizes that its master really is a jerk who does not even treat it like a proper dog. While Warlock trudges away, our boy watches it go and thinks to himself that it's still not mature enough. In his eyes, a real dog would know how to clean, take care of chores, and take initiative. But Warlock does not move an inch unless he tells it. Meanwhile, Daju watches the whole thing and cannot help but feel a little sorry for the poor dog. After that, our hero's thoughts drift to Mayu. He misses her not just emotionally, but because she used to take care of all the small, everyday stuff he now has to do himself. Then it hits him that Mayu lives close by, at the staff dormitory of a 5-star hotel. He makes up his mind to go find her, but only after reaching rank 3. Luckily for him, it does not take long. By the very night, he manages to break through and reach rank 3. Something that had taken him a full month in his previous life now took only a few days. His Void Sword's duration gets a nice boost too, and he feels like it's finally time to let it out into the world. His plan is that the next morning, they will head out to find Mayu and collect some core crystals while they are at it. Morning comes and they set out. Daju manages to track down the hotel's staff dormitory, while the MC handles any zombies in their way with a few electric shocks. As they make their way inside, a few more zombies show up who got the same treatment, with no mercy. After about half an hour of zombie hunting, they finally run into someone who is still alive. A hotel waiter named Liu Wenbo calls out to them for help. Our boy is genuinely relieved, as it feels good to finally see someone breathing after all this time. He then asks Wenbo about Mayu. Over on the other side, a woman fights with Mayu. She snaps and claims that there is not enough space and someone has to leave. Then Li Lin, who is a businessman, steps in. He shares his thoughts that the remaining food supplies won't last if everyone stays, and if Mayu is not willing to listen, he wants her out. Another guy agrees and suggests they sacrifice her. He tells her to leave and find another place to hide, as if that is a real option for her. Mayu can see straight through that they are not giving her a choice, but they are sending her out to die. And then they do exactly that. They throw her out like she is nothing. She hits the ground, dazed and breathless. A tightness settles in her chest, but she forces herself to stay calm and decides not to let them have the satisfaction of her heartbreak. Her anger rises, and she thinks if there is someone out there willing to end them all for a price, she would not think twice. The growls of zombies in the distance get louder. She breathes in deeply and accepts her fate. But then, just as everything seems lost, someone appears, and obviously it's our hero. She barely has time to whisper a thanks before he cuts her off and tells her to remain silent, and assures her that after getting rid of the zombies, they will talk. After barely hanging on for what feels like forever, the woman and her group finally catch a glimpse of hope when the MC and Daju step in and take down the approaching zombies. They step out, and the woman walks up to Daju and our boy, and thanks them with a smile that seems just a little too polished. Her name is Lin Year, and judging by how she carries herself with elegant posture and a confident tone, she is probably a celebrity or something similar. Deep down, she is hoping our hero and Daju might recognize her and even become her fans. But the MC does not even spare her a second glance. His attention goes straight to Mayu, and he checks to see if she is all right. That is when Mayu suddenly breaks down and blames herself for everything that happened. Our boy listens, then tells her that being too kind can be incredibly hard. Lin shamelessly offers a high-paying position to him at his company if he helps him get back home safely. The offer sounds sweet on the surface, but Daju sees right through it. He throws a punch at him and declares how he absolutely hates people who flaunt their wealth while stepping all over the kindness of others. Wenbo, who watches the whole thing unfold, cannot help but be shocked that the MC and Daju are not afraid of anything or anyone, not even people with influence. After getting hit, Lin surprisingly admits he was wrong but still somehow has the nerve to repeat his offer. Our boy, however, remains completely unimpressed. He lives by a straightforward rule that if someone dares to go against him or his people, He won't let them off when he gets the chance to take them down. Still, he chooses not to kill them. Instead, he ties them up and leaves their fate hanging in the balance. Lin protests and calls him heartless. To him, what he is doing is no different than killing them. But Daju reminds him of how they had just thrown Mayu to the zombies like she was disposable. Year also drops to her knees and starts begging our hero to spare her. When that does not work, she stoops even lower and offers herself to him in desperation. The MC, however, feels disgusted and tells her to get lost, but she keeps pushing. That is when our boy's patience finally snaps, and he stuffs a cloth in her mouth to shut her up. With that mess dealt with, the three of them start heading off again. But before they get far, Wenbo stops them and asks to take him with them. Our hero looks him over and asks what makes him worth taking along. Wenbo promises to do anything. So the MC tosses him a metal rod and points toward the street and tells him to go out there and kill some zombies as the price of joining them. But Wenbo immediately backs away from the challenge. And in that moment, our boy sees everything he needs to see. He gave the guy a chance, and Wenbo simply did not treasure it. Our hero might seem like a generous guy when he gave Wenbo a chance to prove himself, but he never actually intended to let him join his team. Once that is settled, our boy shifts his attention to Mayu. He tells her he has no one to handle the kitchen, and logistics are not really his thing. Between scrubbing pots and smashing zombies, he clearly prefers the latter, so he offers her the cooking duties instead. To sweeten the deal, he assures her safety and promises he won't treat her badly. It's indeed pretty bold, but Mayu is all smiles and gives him a solid yes. He then welcomes her to the team and plans a celebration feast for when they get back, but of course, he wants her to cook it. Once they are home, the MC gives her the rundown about his and Daju's powers and asks about hers. Mayu explains that she had a splitting headache a few days back and has not really figured out what her ability is, mainly because she has been too hungry to focus. Our hero encourages her to try feeling it out. And sure enough, a little flame flickers to life in her palm. He grins to have a fire user in the kitchen and is convinced that his meals are about to level up in the future. And boy, he is right. A few hours later, Mayu prepares a feast that has both our boy and Daju practically drooling. Once they finish stuffing their stomachs, the MC notices Mayu clearing the table, and he just stands there thinking that finally there are no more dishes for him to wash. But first things first, he decides it's time to show her to her room. He also hands her a phone and a charger and tells her to settle in. He then shares that for the next few days, they will be laying low, focusing on powering up, and promises that he will explain the method for upgrading later. Days roll by and soon our hero levels up to rank 3. He then decides it's time to head out again, this time with a specific mission. Gather more core crystals and track down the sisters, Myling and Millie. He figures they might have already tasted the chaos outside, and while it's not quite the right moment to step in and rescue them, he wants to keep an eye on things. He knows that those two are not just survivors. They are powerhouses, and he is determined to make sure they end up on his side. Not long after, our boy firmly tells Mayu not to open the door for anyone under any circumstances. He and Daju are heading out to collect crystals, and he wants to make sure nothing unexpected happens while they are away. As the two of them move through the area, clearing out zombies along the way, Daju manages to gather around 500 core crystals. Our hero figures that is more than enough for the moment. With that settled, he tells Daju to head back to the truck while he takes Warlock for a walk to deal with any stray zombies still hanging around. Before long, the MC finds himself standing in front of the apartment building where the sisters live. He glances up at it briefly before turning to Warlock and tells it to check if the sisters are inside. But Warlock clearly has other ideas. Instead of following instructions, the dog darts off into the grass, completely ignoring our boy, and goes after a poor cat. Our hero spots the cat and instantly feels bad for it. He quickly steps in to stop Warlock before things get out of hand. Just as he is scolding Warlock, he hears a voice in his head. A voice that definitely is not his own. It does not take long for him to figure out that the cat is using telepathy to talk to him. That is all the reason he needs to make a decision to definitely take this cat home. He takes the cat away from Warlock and keeps on scolding the dog for being too rough. Through that odd mental connection, the cat tells the MC it did not do anything to provoke Warlock, but the dog simply bit it for no reason. Our boy agrees completely that Warlock really is a bad dog. Then the cat suddenly sniffs the air and mentions something about dried fish. Our hero wonders how the cat could possibly know that, but he shrugs it off. It does not really matter to him, as he figures feeding it a little won't hurt, especially since he is planning to make it his pet anyway. Just as he is about to offer the food, a voice suddenly calls out from above. A girl is shouting at him from a balcony to let go of her cat. He looks up and realizes it's Millie. Apparently the cat's name is Rice. That catches him off guard. In his past life, he never heard a single thing about this cat, and the sisters never mentioned it either. Millie, however, does not care about any of that. She wants her cat back, and she is not exactly being polite about it. Our hero stands there when Millie suddenly marches up and yanks Rice right out of his arms. Our boy can easily guess that Myling is most probably not present at the house at the moment, because if she did, there is no way she would have let her younger sister come out like this, especially alone. Millie gives him a quick goodbye with the intention to head inside, but Rice has different ideas. The little troublemaker wriggles free from her arms and leaps right back at the MC, as it is still eyeing the dried fish it had smelt on him earlier. It clings to him and is not ready to part ways until it gets more of its favorite snack. Our hero watches this unfold, and, in that moment, a thought crosses his mind that maybe this is a good opportunity to bring Millie into his group. So, he suggests taking Rice to a nearby supermarket that sells dried fish. He proposes to Millie that they should join forces and look for resources together. Rice throws a few dramatic looks and gestures at Millie to make her trust our boy. But Millie hesitates, as she is not quite ready to drop her guard. That is when Rice pulls a stunt and turns its back on her completely, to side with the MC. It is ready to leave her behind and tells her to stay home while it goes with our hero and brings food back later. That little act hits the mark. Millie finally gives in and agrees to come along. Before joining them, though, she quickly goes back inside to fetch something. A short while later, she steps out, fully geared up in some household items like she is heading into battle rather than a supply run. Our boy introduces her to Daju and Warlock. Millie's curiosity spikes when she finds out Warlock has lightning-based abilities. Up until now, she had believed her cat is one of a kind with its special powers. The MC then introduces himself more properly and mentions his own ability before turning the question back to her. Millie starts by explaining what Rice can do, then adds that her own ability is similar to a priest that is supporting, healing, and strengthening others. Right in the middle of their conversation, Rice suddenly tenses up and alerts them to incoming zombies closing in fast. Our hero and Dazu immediately get into position, ready to fight. Millie also steps forward and uses her ability to boost their strength. Our boy can instantly feel the difference that she is not high-ranked or anything, but the effect is impressive. Still, he tells her to step back, as he is worried for her safety. But Millie does not want to be sheltered, but wants to fight. She knows that sooner or later she will have to face real combat, and she would rather get the hang of it then than be caught unprepared later on. The MC can see right through Millie. On the outside, she looks delicate, but deep down, she has this quiet strength, something solid that has clearly kept her going all this time. The problem is her weapon, which is a simple rolling pin, and he thinks it's not enough anymore. So he tells Dazu to hand her the electric baton instead. Millie takes it and gives herself a moment to breathe. Then, gathering every bit of strength and courage she has, she begins striking the zombie in front of her. Blow after blow, she keeps going, forcing herself to believe she can handle it. And surprisingly, she does. Our hero watches, and he has not expected her to go that hard. He even feels a bit sorry for the poor zombie. It's already dead, but Millie is making sure it stays that way aggressively. When it's over, Millie steps back, drops the baton, and ends up throwing up from the stress. Our hero hands her some water and tells her she did a good job. She manages a thanks. Off to the side, Rice is clearly unimpressed, as it thinks that they are just wasting time when they still have not found the dried fish it has been craving since forever. Later, they head to the supermarket. The second floor is crawling with zombies, but they fight their way through. Once they clear the area, the MC tells Millie to grab a bag and take whatever she needs, as much as she can carry. Rice, of course, has its priorities in order, and it begs our boy to open a pack of dried fish. But our hero is staring off, deep in thought. Something about Rice's ability keeps tugging at his mind. It does not feel like just mental strength, but it is telepathy, which is not something one would normally see this early in the disaster. It's too powerful and too advanced. The more he thinks about it, the more certain he becomes that it needs to be on his side. So he hands it a piece of fresh fish. Then he makes it an offer for some braised fish too, but only if it agrees to go home with him. Rice does not even blink before saying yes and happily accepts. While all that is happening, Millie is still quietly picking through the shelves, loading up her bag. But as she reaches for something, a zombie suddenly creeps up behind her. Warlock barks loud and sharp to warn her. Millie turns in a panic and stumbles, and before she can react properly, she falls. She quickly grabs whatever is close and throws it at the mutant zombie, then turns around and runs as fast as she can. But she does not get far. She runs right into our hero and almost falls over from the impact. Our boy's gaze locks onto the monster, and he recognizes that it is not just some random mutated creature. It's the Devourer, a terrifying being he encountered in his previous life. Those memories come rushing back, and with them, all the information he needs. He remembers very well that these things are not just ugly, but they are powerful. Their defense is solid, they pack a punch, and worst of all, they have some nasty tricks up their sleeve, and judging by its appearance, our hero can guess that this one is probably at rank 3. He places himself firmly between Millie and the creature. He tells her to stay close and not to worry. He makes it clear that as long as he is there, She does not need to be afraid. Then he summons his void sword. Just then, Warlock strikes the zombie from behind with a lightning bolt. It does not do much damage, but it stuns the monster long enough for our hero to step in. In one clean, decisive move, he ends the fight. With the monster lying lifeless on the ground, our boy blocks Millie's view and tells her not to look. The sight is not something he wants her to remember, but it is already too late, as she has seen enough. Not the gory part, thankfully, but the way the MC handled the whole thing. And in that moment, all she can think is how ridiculously cool he looked. Our hero acts like it's no big deal and tells her they should get going. After they walk a short distance, he tells her to open her eyes again. She does, and he still looks just as handsome. He catches her staring but does not tease her about it. Instead, he invites her to join his team. Millie does not even hesitate. She agrees right away. Later, as things settle down, the MC mentions heading back for dinner. But Millie pauses and explains that she has to wait at home because her sister might come back soon, and if she is not there, she will probably start to panic. She suggests that our boy go on ahead, and once her sister shows up, she and Rice will come over. Rice, however, has other ideas. The cat immediately starts protesting that it has a feeling Myling won't be returning anytime soon, and besides, it is craving that braised fish our hero has. It keeps pestering Millie with a lot of exaggerated drama. Eventually, after enough pleading, Millie gives in with a sigh. She decides to leave a note, and then she and Rice will catch up with the MC. As the MC takes Millie and Rice back to his mansion, Millie gets shocked to see the dinner table packed with food, like a whole feast made just for her. She was not expecting anything like this and is really touched that he put in so much effort. With Rice sitting next to her, she sits down and starts digging in. Once they finish eating, Millie gets up, ready to head home. She is worried that if she stays out too long, Myling might start to panic or get the wrong idea, but our hero stops her before she can leave. He points out how late it has gotten and mentions that it is not exactly safe for her to be alone at night. Deep down, though, he does not really want to be far from Myling either. So he comes up with a suggestion that he, Daju, and Mayu move to her building so that they can all be close and look out for one another. Millie cannot help but smile at the suggestion, but corrects him that it is not exactly everyone taking care of each other, but it's just him doing all the work. The MC laughs and waves it off and then announces that they are all officially moving to her apartment building. Not long after, the truck rolls up outside and the group arrives at Millie's place. As everyone steps out and takes in the surroundings, Millie has another idea. She mentions that her house has 4 bedrooms and a pretty spacious living room, so if nobody has any issues with it, she suggests that they can all just live together under one roof. She makes it clear it's only if everyone feels comfortable with it. Our boy does not hesitate for a second and accepts the offer. Once they settle in, he hands her watermelon. That small gesture hits Millie right in the heart. She realizes just how much our hero has been looking out for her all this time. He has fed her and made sure she had light during a blackout, and now he even remembers her favorite fruit. She gets overwhelmed with emotion and suddenly gives him a warm hug and tells him that meeting him and her sister feels like one of the luckiest things that have ever happened to her. The MC feels the warmth too. He tells her that there is no need to thank him because they are friends, and helping each other is just part of being friends. Still, he reminds himself to keep things cool. He has just met Millie and figures it is not the right time to show how he really feels. So instead, he just offers her watermelon again, and she happily accepts. Later, they start sorting out where everyone will stay. Millie takes Mayu to a room where her other friends usually stay when they visit. For Daju, she turns Meeling's study into a cozy bedroom by adding a bed. And for our boy, she offers Meeling's room itself. Our hero pauses for a moment and wonders where Myling will sleep later if he takes her room. But he brushes the thought aside and decides to deal with that later when the time comes. Eventually, he decides to give Millie a quick lesson on how to use crystals. Once he is done explaining, he tells her to practice and starts heading to his own room. As he walks in, he finds Rice already lying on the bed, waiting for him like it has been its spot all along. Rice sticks to the MC and refuses to budge even an inch. It clings on and insists it will only sleep if it is right next to him. Our hero also lies down and decides to pamper it. The next morning, Myling is already outside, dealing with the mess the world has turned into. She is burning down zombies one after another. Not far from her stand 2 familiar faces, her old classmates, Jiang Zhen and Wang Xinwu. But calling them backup would be a stretch. The truth is, both of them look like they want nothing more than to disappear behind Myling and let her do all the fighting. They don't even try to hide the shamelessness on their faces. Myling can tell right away that they are practically using her as a shield. And before she can even roll her eyes at them properly, more zombies show up. She keeps blasting them with fire, one wave after another, but each burst takes more out of her than the last. Her abilities might have leveled up, but the toll they take on her body has not changed. It does not matter how strong she gets. Fighting non-stop is draining her fast. Eventually, she decides to pull back and head home before she completely burns out. Back at the house, our boy watches the reunion between the sisters and finds it oddly heartwarming. But his attention does not linger there for long. His gaze shifts to the two guys. Jen and Shinwoo, on the other hand, are clearly distracted. The moment they see Mealing and then Mealy, their expressions shift. They are impressed and too impressed. And the way they keep exchanging those knowing looks, it does not take a genius to guess what they are thinking. To them, sticking close to the sisters suddenly seems like a pretty good deal for reasons that have nothing to do with survival. The moment Jen and Shinwoo spot our boy, they both pause for a second. They know for a fact that Mealy and Mealing don't have a brother, so this new guy tagging along with them is a bit of a mystery. Naturally, their curiosity kicks in, and they cannot help but wonder about our hero's identity. Mealing notices him too, and before the questions can even form on her lips, Mealy beats her to it. She introduces the MC as the one who has saved her. That short introduction is more than enough for Mealing. Mealing can tell that our boy has looked after Mealy well and has earned her trust. Jen and Jinwoo realize that Mealing is not someone they can easily impress and make a quick decision to change their approach. If the older sister is not responding, they decide to take a better shot with Mealy. Jen takes out some bread and offers it to her. Shinwoo also does not want to fall behind and jumps in and offers sausage in the hope of winning her over. But Mealy declines and excuses herself as she is not hungry and does not want anything from either of them. Our hero, who has been quietly observing everything, can easily see through their intentions. Without making a big deal out of it, he suggests that Mealing and Mealy head upstairs first and spend some time together. It's the perfect excuse to pull them away from the awkward situation. Mealing does not hesitate. The more she stands there, the more it feels like Jen and Jinwoo are just weighing her down with their antics. She has already been thinking about ending things with them, and this moment gives her the perfect opportunity. She takes it, seeing it as a clean way to step away. Meanwhile, Jen and Shinwoo stay behind, still deep in their fantasy land where they believe they have a future with the sisters. On the way upstairs, Mealing turns to our boy and asks if there is any food. Our hero, of course, has many stocked up, but he is not planning on offering any unless both sisters are sticking around to join his team. Once they reach the apartment, he instructs Mayu to cook some rice. He is not going to let Mealing leave empty-handed after all. She is Mealy's sister, and that counts for something. Still, he is not planning on throwing a whole feast either. Mayu gets a bit puzzled by the request, because she has been under the impression that they are preparing something much bigger. In the middle of all the chaos and uncertainty surrounding them, Jen suddenly brings up a question to the MC and asks if it even makes sense to keep a dog during times like these, when just surviving day to day is already such a struggle. Shinwoo also agrees and adds that with the way their food supplies are disappearing fast, it won't be long before they have nothing left to eat. Warlock clearly understands what is being hinted at, and the way they look at it makes it obvious they are considering cooking it for food. And Warlock is not happy about that at all. But instead of backing off, the two men press harder. They insist they have to eat Warlock, and if they don't, it could turn dangerous for Mealing and Mealy. Shinwoo even takes it upon himself and bravely offers to be the one to prepare Warlock for the meal. The MC, however, is not having any of it. He firmly tells them to stop immediately. He points out that if anyone around there is acting like starving dogs, it is Jen and Shinwoo themselves. If they are so hungry, he tells them to just get lost and stop freeloading. Jen gets furious and shoots back with a question and asks our boy if he has ever fought a zombie before. Our hero misunderstands the question and simply says no. That gives Jen the perfect chance to call him out and label him a coward who hides inside the safety of his home, while others risk everything outside. Then he shifts his focus toward Mealing and tries to convince her that surviving in this disaster is incredibly tough, and that she has witnessed the harsh reality outside firsthand. He claims the MC is foolishly wasting precious food on a dog during such desperate times. The two men then start to protest louder and claim that they are starving and insist that everyone should share what little food they have together, all while implying that Warlock should be part of their meal. Mealing has had enough. She confronts them directly that she knows exactly why they have been following her, and she is well aware of what they have been doing all along. With no other options left, Jen and Jinwoo reluctantly begin to back away, but not without threatening that our hero and Mealing will regret standing in their way. As they turn to leave, the MC quietly signals to Warlock to finish the guys off. The dog immediately springs into action and chases after the two men with fierce determination. Mealing watches in confusion as she wonders if Warlock is actually following them to deliver death. Mayu agrees to cook it, but she makes it clear that she will need at least an hour to get everything ready. Our boy hands the task over and turns his focus toward Mealy. From across the room, Mealing watches them leave together, just the two of them, and something about it does not sit right with her. Inside the room, our hero corners Mealy in a way that makes her nerves spike. He reminds her how she has been following him, eating well, and staying safe all because of him. Mealy gets flustered, completely thrown off by how close he is, and just keeps nodding silently as he speaks. He tells her she is reliable, that she actually listens to him, and that is why he treats her the way he does. Then shifting the conversation, he asks about her sister. Millie knows Myling well. She has her own opinions and does not have any real connection with the MC. She can already see it coming that Myling won't just fall in line with him. Our boy catches on to her hesitation and pushes harder. He asks her directly who she thinks is more fit to lead, him or Myling. Millie does not even hesitate. She picks our hero without a second thought. That answer seals it for him. He tells Millie that Myling has to start following his orders, to see him as the one in charge. He explains that in a crisis, if he and Myling clash, it will mess everything up. And then comes the ultimatum that until Myling accepts him as the leader, she won't get a share of the supplies, and she has to just sit there and watch the rest of them eat. He even claims it's for her own good. Meanwhile, over in the kitchen, Myling is watching Mayu prepare way more food than necessary. She does not understand the reason they are wasting all this when they have not even planned for the future. Mayu looks helpless as the MC has given the order, and once he speaks, it's final. Still, Myling cannot stay quiet. She makes her way to our boy and asks him to tell Mayu to cook fewer dishes. But our boy has a different take. He is preparing all this feast to celebrate the reunion between the two sisters, and that is reason enough for him. Myling does not agree, and she pushes back that it's still unnecessary. But our hero shuts it down and tells her it is not her concern, as it's his food and his decision. Myling has already eaten and knows she won't be able to eat much more, and she also knows the others probably cannot finish the entire spread either. But the smell is tempting, almost enough to make her forget how pointless it all seems. After an hour, the food is finally served. Myling gets confused as she notices that there are only 4 water bottles on the table when there are 5 people. Quietly, she chooses not to drink and decides to stick with 1 dish and some soup. As everyone settles in, the MC turns toward her and asks why she is sitting with them. Myling counters that she has every right to sit wherever she wants. Millie does not say a word, thinking all of this is somehow meant to help Myling, even if it does not look like it. But our boy is not letting it slide and tells Myling straightforwardly that it is not appropriate for her to join the table just like that. Still, he adds that if she only wants to sit and watch them eat, then fine. That is enough for Myling, and her patience snaps. Myling reminds the MC that the feast is supposed to be a celebration for both her and Millie, but he does not see it that way. He makes it very clear that he never actually mentioned that she can join them at the table. To him, this meal is not just any food. It's something he has risked his life to get, and he has no plans of sharing it with people who are not standing by his side. To prove his point, he turns to Millie and asks her outright if she is on his side. Millie agrees without a second thought. Then he asks Mayu and Daju, and they also confirm their support. Even Warlock and Rice jump in and nod eagerly to show that they are sticking with our hero too. He then gives her the real offer that if she wants to eat, she will have to switch sides and stand with him. That hits a nerve, and Myling gets furious. The whole thing feels humiliating to her, like he is mocking her, all for a meal. So, without another word, she turns around and walks away, making it clear she has no interest in his food. Nobody stops her either. They just carry on eating like nothing has happened. When she gets to her room, she finds our boy's stuff there and instantly loses her temper. She calls for Millie and gets annoyed that she has allowed him to stay there. Millie explains that it is just a temporary arrangement. She assures her that the MC has not touched any of Milling's belongings, and more importantly, he has looked after Millie while Milling was gone. Hearing that makes Myling pause. She is not exactly happy about it, but she decides to let it slide, at least for the time being. Then Millie mentions something else about how our hero has agreed to let Milling take a bath, but she warns her not to let water enter her mouth. Myling brushes it off and tells her to go back and pretends like she does not care. But deep down, she feels an odd emptiness creeping in, like she is the outsider now. While she soaks in the bath, her thoughts spiral. Millie is siding with a stranger instead of her, and that stings more than she wants to admit. She figures our boy probably does not have a lot of food anyway. With everything going on, no fridge can store that much for long. She actually looks forward to seeing how long they will keep their feast going. After the bath, she overhears them talking about what fruit to eat next. Someone brings up grapes, which are her favorite. Just hearing the name makes her hesitate. For a moment, she actually wants to join them. But then her practical side kicks in. Those grapes probably are not even fresh anymore in times like these. Still, she cannot help herself. The craving does not go away, and pretending she does not want them is not helping. She steps out and tells Millie to come with her to the room. The MC spots her walking out, and for a second, his thoughts wander somewhere they probably should not. He cannot help but notice how good she looks just then, but he quickly masks it, telling Millie to go with her and come back soon. He promises to save some grapes for Millie, which is probably just an excuse to annoy Myling. And just as she turns to leave, he starts going on and on about grapes, this and that, making it way too obvious. Myling does not say a word, but she knows exactly what he is doing. And honestly, it's working. Myling is not having it. She turns to Millie with an annoyed look and accuses her of teaming up with our hero, who is a complete outsider, just to mess with her. She demands answers, especially about why Millie did not have her back during the whole food fiasco earlier. Millie tries to explain that it is not about taking sides or choosing anyone over Myling. Apparently, the group have come to an understanding to work together smoothly and avoid any unnecessary conflicts when things get serious. That is why they all agree to make our boy the leader. She also tells Myling that the MC thinks she won't take him seriously, so he intentionally did not let her eat, in the hope of getting his point across. And surprisingly, Millie thinks that makes sense. Myling, however, does not agree at all. In her eyes, Millie has clearly fallen for our hero's influence. In her opinion, if our boy truly wants people to listen to him, he should just show that he has the strength to lead, not use some sneaky, underhanded method like withholding food. The whole thing rubs her the wrong way. What really gets to her is the idea that our boy believes offering her a single meal would be enough to bring her over to his side. That just makes her even more irritated. So Millie asks her what she plans to do now. Myling makes it clear she won't recognize the MC as the captain unless he proves himself in a fight. She wants to test his strength with her own hands. With that, she gets herself ready, determined to head out alone and find her own food and water. Millie gets anxious because it's already nighttime, and going out is not safe. She tries to stop Myling and even asks our hero for help, but our hero does not see a reason to hold her back. Still, seeing Millie so concerned, he suggests letting Rice tag along to help. The only problem is, Rice does not want to leave our boy's side. So as a backup, he tells Warlock to go with Myling instead. Warlock is not thrilled either, as it hates the hot weather and grumbles about wanting to stay inside. Then Millie asks if she can go too. The MC agrees, but reminds her to be careful and carry the electric baton, just in case something happens. As the group leaves, he stands quietly for a moment. In his past life, Myling once caught him sneaking vegetables and kicked him literally. He has not forgotten and is still holding a grudge. Now he wants to get even. But oddly enough, at the same time, he also hopes she will end up joining his team willingly. Roughly 10 minutes later, Myling struts back with a smug expression and shows off what she found. An instant cup of beef noodles and a packet of rice. She seems pretty proud of herself, even if it is not anything extravagant. Our hero nearly laughs but holds it in. If someone does not know better, they would actually think that beef cup has real meat in it. Pretending to crave some too, he asks Mayu to prepare it for dinner. The truth is, he just wants Myling to see what actual beef noodles look like. He then asks her to sit down for a chat. He admits that what he did earlier is probably over the line and apologizes for it. But Myling does not fall for it, and she is convinced he is just playing another one of his games. Still, our boy stands firm. He repeats that he is genuinely sorry, but also tells her straight up that until she officially accepts him as her captain, she won't be getting any of his food. He believes a real leader needs more than just strength, and they have to be smart too. He tells Myling he will prove he has both and that he will beat her in every possible way. To start things off, he challenges her to a fight in a few days, and he adds a condition. If he loses, he will follow her orders from then on. Myling glares at our boy like she is ready to throw hands right then and there. She has already agreed to fight him, but what seriously annoys her is his strange demand to delay it for a few days. In her mind, there is no point in waiting around, and they might as well settle things right then and there and be done with it. Our hero explains that he is not fully in control of his ability at the moment, and he is worried he might accidentally hurt her if they fight now. But Myling is not convinced. She senses there is more to it, and she is not wrong. The truth is, the MC needs a bit more time to break through to rank 4 and actually get a better grip on his powers. To make his point, he throws in a rather unnecessary remark. Myling has not even managed to defeat Warlock yet, so the idea of her beating him is laughable. That hits a nerve. To Myling, it feels like he is looking down on her, treating her like someone barely capable of fighting a dog. She snaps at him. So our boy tries to fix it by accepting she is definitely stronger than Warlock. But to her, it is obvious from his tone that he does not mean it the way it should be said, and it feels more like mockery than a compliment. Before the tension can rise further, Warlock suddenly starts barking at the door. Someone is outside, knocking repeatedly. A tired voice calls out and pleads with Myling and Mealy to give them something to eat. The person claims they have not had a bite in 2 days. Myling, without a flicker of sympathy, points out that that means they did eat 2 days ago. Her response is so casually heartless that even the MC is surprised at how naturally the words came out of her mouth. The begging continues, the voice getting more desperate. But Myling is not the type to budge. She coldly tells them to leave, as she does not have any food to spare. Millie, on the other hand, looks hesitant. But Myling does not let her soften up. She reminds her that people like that will eat whatever they are given in a single day and show up again the next day with the same empty hands. It is a cycle she is not willing to entertain. Our boy is somewhat impressed by her blunt reasoning and gives her a compliment. Myling shoots him down right away and tells him to keep quiet. She is not done with him yet, and she is definitely going to find out just what makes him so full of himself. Then Rice, who has been watching quietly, tells our hero that something about the person at the door feels wrong to it. The MC assures it that if anyone tries to pull anything, he will make sure they don't leave alive. As it turns out, the person outside is a woman, and she is not alone. She is angry after being refused food, and there are a few men with her, hanging around with ugly looks on their faces. They know that Myling is inside, and from the way their eyes linger on the door, it is not just food they want. Their intentions are obvious and disgusting. Dazu keeps an eye on them from the window and updates our boy that the guys are armed. Our hero orders Dazu to take them out, but to do it outside, as he does not want a mess in the hallway. Dazu immediately gets ready. Millie uses her powers to give him some much-needed support. With everything set, Dazu steps out prepared to handle the situation his way. Milling's eyes linger on the MC as he watches outside the window. There is something about him that catches her attention, not just his looks, though she does find him quite handsome, but the strength he seems to carry. She gets curious and starts wondering how powerful he really is. Just as that thought crosses her mind, Warlock suddenly barks. The guys outside turn at the sound, and one of them, apparently starving, takes it as a sign, and they decide it looks like a good enough meal. At the same time, Dazu is already in action, throwing punches at the other guys. No matter how many times they try to knock him down, he stands firm. The hits don't even make him flinch. It is confusing for them. One of the men finally catches on and points out that Dazu must be using some sort of special power, and before they can fully grasp that, Warlock steps in, ready to blast them with a lightning strike. That is when it really hits them that Warlock is not an ordinary dog either, and it has abilities too. Our boy watches as the two of them handle the fight like pros. He notes to himself that he never actually trained Warlock to rush into action like this, especially not in public, and takes it that it must have been something the dog figured out on its own, or maybe learnt by instinct. Either way, he is not too bothered. Once the enemies are down, he turns to Millie and tells her to go collect the core crystals from the bodies. Millie blinks and gets startled by the sudden order. Our hero reminds her that even though she is supposed to be there as support, he wants her to experience this firsthand. He also makes it clear that it is not about pushing her. It's about preparing her for situations she might have to face on her own in the future. Myling understands where the MC is coming from and agrees with his decision. She also wants Millie to start getting used to such moments. But Millie's heart sinks. Tears fill her eyes as she stands there, torn and overwhelmed. She cannot help but wonder if this is all because she sided with our boy earlier and ate delicious food without her sister. Once outside, our hero hands her a small dagger and nudges her forward. He tells Dazu to step back and let Millie handle it herself. Millie looks like she is about to cry again. She feels like both the MC and Myling are now against her. In desperation, she turns to Warlock, silently pleading for help, but the dog looks away. It seems like even it thinks this is not its job. With shaking hands and a heavy heart, Millie bends down and presses the dagger between the brows of one of the unconscious men. The moment the blade touches skin, her stomach turns, and she immediately vomits. Our boy reassures her that she will get used to it eventually. He even shares that he has once been just like her, nervous, hesitant, and overwhelmed. Then, trying to cheer her up, he tells her Mayu has made beef noodles, and they will help her regain the strength she just lost. Later that evening, they all gather around the dinner table. Myling stares into the bowl, confused at how much beef is in it. For a moment, she wonders if they are eating beef noodles or just beef pretending to be noodles. Our hero slides the bowl with the most meat toward Millie and offers it to her. Millie thanks him, but she does not feel like eating. The next day starts off with everyone gathered around the table and enjoying scallion pancakes and soy milk. The mouth-watering smell spreads through the house, and even Myling cannot ignore it. She is tempted to join in but decides to hold off for now. By afternoon, though, that same delicious smell fills the air again, and this time, her stomach won't let her ignore it. And then, come nighttime, an entire spread of dishes is laid out once more. At this point, Myling is seriously confused. She knows that their fridge is not even that big, so after 2 hearty meals, it should be close to empty. She gets curious and a bit suspicious, and opens the fridge and blinks in disbelief to see it is still packed, overflowing with fresh ingredients. Unable to keep the questions in, she turns to our boy and asks when on earth he had gone out to restock everything. That is when Millie explains that our hero has an ability called Void Storage, where he can store loads of stuff, and it is filled with enough supplies to last them for years. Myling stares at her and gets annoyed that no one has told her this sooner. Millie apologizes and tries to ease the tension, but Myling is not letting it go that easily. She turns to the MC and reminds him of the bet they made. Our boy, of course, does not back down. He smirks and tells her he will do his best to crush her. But Myling has already drifted into her own world and daydreams about the moment she will defeat him. She imagines him kneeling down, acknowledging her, and handing over plate after plate of her favorite dishes. Meanwhile, our hero has his mind on something else entirely. He is focused on the fact that once he hits rank 4, he will gain access to void walking, a skill that is not just for escaping danger, but one that can seriously boost his combat game too. With that in mind, he knows he has to speed things up. Not long after, he sits down in his room and gets ready to train. He is well aware that the core crystal from a rank 1 survivor won't help much anymore, so he brings out the Rat King's crystal instead. The moment he begins absorbing it, pain surges through his head, sharp and unbearable. Rice, who is resting in the room with him, jolts up in worry. But after a rough few moments, it is done, and the MC has finally made it to rank 4. He tells Rice to stay in the room and rest while he steps outside to try out his new abilities. Just as he is heading out, Warlock wakes up, sees him, and starts barking like mad. Our hero tries to calm it down that it is just him, and poor Warlock complains quietly about getting scared by doing a good job guarding the place as per our boy's instructions. As the MC walks out into the hallway, he runs straight into Myling, who looks absolutely irritated. She is convinced he has made Warlock bark on purpose just to mess with her sleep. Our hero tells her not to flatter herself, as he has just came out to grab a bite before dealing with her. But Myling is not the type to wait. She wants to fight, and she wants to fight right at the moment. The two of them are back at it again, throwing challenges like it's some kind of game show. Myling is full of confidence, and she reminds the MC once more that if she wins, he has to listen to her no matter what. Our boy can see how overly sure of herself she seems, and decides to take things a notch higher. He boldly claims that he will defeat her in just 3 seconds. And to make things more dramatic, he adds that if he fails, she will be declared the winner with no questions asked. Myling knows our hero is strong. She is not blind to that, but 3 seconds feels like an insult to her. But our hero makes it clear he is not doing that at all, and he is not being arrogant. He is just confident in what he can do. Hearing that, Myling decides she will play it safe. The moment the fight begins, she plans to step back and keep her distance, just in case he really does have something dangerous up his sleeve. She then asks him what reward he wants if he actually wins, and in typical our boy's fashion, he shares that he just wants to kick her butt once. As for her side of the deal, he assures her that if she manages to win, she can hit him as many times as she wants, even beat him to death if that is what she feels like. He promises to fulfill every one of her requests, because deep down, he is completely convinced there is no way he is going to lose. Soon after, they head outside. Daju, Millie, and Mayu stand nearby, ready to witness whatever madness is about to unfold. Myling still looks confident. 3 seconds does not seem nearly enough to take her down. But the moment the fight begins, our hero vanishes in a flash and reappears behind her, landing a clean strike with his hand. Before she can even react, he tells her it's over. And she knows he is right. If he had used a blade instead of his hand, she would have been done for. So she accepts defeat without arguing. For a second, she awkwardly wonders if she is supposed to stick her butt out and let him have that one kick as promised. But to her surprise, our boy shrugs it off and suggests they go have breakfast instead. He even invites her along, like nothing has happened. He apologizes for stopping her from eating earlier and assures her that he wants them to start getting along like proper teammates. Later, at the dining table, Mayu kindly offers Myling some food. After a short pause, she accepts and begins eating. Watching her eat, the MC cannot help but smile, and he is genuinely happy she has decided to join them. Once the meal is done, he suggests they head over to the living room to talk about what they are going to do next. Our boy has thought a lot ever since the whole zombie disaster began. It's not just his imagination, but the zombies are clearly getting stronger and more dangerous as time goes on. If they want to stand a chance against those relentless creatures and actually survive, people cannot just keep going it alone. They need to come together and cooperate. Plus, finding supplies is becoming a nightmare. Getting food from places swarming with zombies is way too risky, and chances are slim. That is why it makes sense that most survivors start to form groups, sticking close for safety and sharing resources. Even though he believes that his own team is incredibly tough in combat, he is not blind to the risks. If they run into a group of hundreds of zombies, winning might still mean taking injuries, and he simply refuses to accept that kind of cost. With Myling and Millie by his side, 2 strong and attractive women, he also worries some guys might get inappropriate ideas, trying to take advantage of them. And he is having none of that. Myling does not take kindly to anyone who dares to think badly of her or Millie. She gets furious just imagining someone having the nerve to disrespect them, and she is not shy about dealing with anyone who crosses that line seriously. This is part of why our hero does not want to join other teams. So he suggests the best solution. They should create their own team, a solid, well-organized group with several smaller squads under one roof. And he is clear that there is no room for useless or weak members. Millie and Daju agree with the MC's plan and back him up completely. Our boy also knows that the area near the city center is packed with zombies, making it a terrible place for ordinary people to hide. Most prefer to stay in the suburbs, which are safer. Based on that, He figures that sooner or later, a big gathering point will naturally form there as survivors come together. Myling, though a bit reluctant at first, eventually admits our hero's reasoning makes sense. Seeing Myling start to accept his point, the MC's mind wanders back to the bet they have going between them. He daydreams about the prize he will get for winning. But before he can get too carried away, he decides to end the conversation for now. He tells Myling to come to his room later with the excuse of something private to discuss with her. Myling is not thrilled about the idea. She guesses he might hit her as part of the bet, and even though she is not looking forward to it, she reminds herself that she promised and cannot back out. When they are finally alone, Myling tells him to go ahead. Our hero, however, reminds her of the exact rules that she has to stick her butt out. That makes Myling blush, and she calls him shameless in her mind and asks if he can change the punishment. But our boy is firm that she lost fair and square, and he wants to make sure she is still willing to follow through. Though she is fuming, Myling finally agrees. She turns around and does exactly what she is told. The MC stands there, a bit stunned. Here he is, about to kick the future war god, the fire fairy herself. He never thought he would be in this kind of awkward situation. Honestly, he finds the whole scene kind of amusing and hesitates because she looks pretty good like that. Myling stands still, a little tense, as she silently hopes that if our hero really is going to kick her, he must go easy on her and, most importantly, that he is not wearing shoes. Otherwise it will definitely hurt, and honestly, she might just end up crying if it does. But she is getting impatient as well. She gives him an ultimatum that he has 10 seconds to make his move or she won't let him do it at all. As she starts counting down out loud, the MC's brain decides it's the perfect time to spiral. On one hand, this is the perfect chance to get even. On the other hand, he thinks about karma coming back harder if kicking her will curse him into eternal singlehood. He hesitates, caught between payback and paranoia. But when Myling nears the final count, panic takes over, and he slaps her instead of kicking. Myling gets furious that he used his hand. Our hero makes an excuse about how he forgot, and then suggests she give him another shot so he can do it the right way. But Myling is beyond annoyed now. She warns him that if he tries anything funny again, she will strangle him. To make sure he understands she means it, she pinches his arm hard and adds another threat. If he tells anyone about this, he can forget about breathing comfortably ever again. Our boy gets desperate to change the mood and decides to go talk to Mayu about preparing Myling's favorite food as a welcome party for her joining the team. Myling warns him not to try any tricks, or she will beat the life out of him. But after a moment, she pauses because she never actually told him what her favorite dishes are. She takes it that he heard it from Millie. A while later, they are all gathered around the table. Myling looks at the dishes in front of her and cannot help but feel a bit emotional. If our hero was not around, she doubts she'd ever get to enjoy a meal like this again. Not in a world that has basically fallen apart. She thanks him quietly, not just for the food, but also for taking care of Millie when she cannot. The MC then stands up and addresses the group. He explains that being a small, tight group makes it easier for them to search for supplies. But staying in this apartment long-term is not going to work as it's cramped. The view is awful, and the place is not safe enough. His plan is that after they finish eating, they will pack up and head to his mansion first thing in the morning. It has better space and a better view, and he will be keeping an eye out for people worth recruiting along the way. The next morning they hit the road. Millie and Daju are tasked with handling any zombies that cross their path. As they move forward, our boy hears some frantic voices up ahead. A group of guys is shouting at someone named Fang, begging him to leave them behind and run for his life. But Fang refuses. He stands in front of the oncoming zombies, ready to either survive with his friends or die trying. Watching that unfold hits a nerve for our hero. It reminds him of the time Daju saved him when he easily could have run. Fang has the same choice, but he does not take it. That says a lot about the kind of person he is. When Fang calls out to the MC and asks for help and promises to return the favor, our boy feels it in his gut that this guy is not like the others. And without wasting another second, Warlock dashes in, charging toward them to back them up. Warlock begins zapping zombies left and right with bursts of lightning. The guys who had been seconds away from getting killed just stand there, stunned, trying to process the fact that a dog of all things has just saved their lives with powers even humans barely understand. After the chaos settles, one of the men steps forward, introduces himself to our hero as Fang Yu, and promises to repay the favor someday. Our boy does not bother with formalities. Instead, he asks them straight up if they have awakened their abilities yet. Fang nods and explains that they have. He is the oldest among them, and goes on to share that his power is to enhance his strength and physical durability, which makes him much tougher in combat. Then comes Yang Xuan, who can control ice, followed by Li Fei, who also has lightning powers, but his are nowhere near as powerful as Warlock's shocking performance earlier. The last one, Shulan, has the ability to control sand. Fang mentions that all four of them come from the same security team and have been working together for years. They only went out to scavenge for supplies and did not expect to run into a mutated zombie capable of spreading poison. After hearing the story, our hero introduces himself as well and offers them a spot in his team and makes it clear that he is the one leading the group. Fang does not think twice. He accepts the offer partly because it is the right thing to do, and partly because rejecting the man who has just saved them does not sit right with him. The MC tells them to hop in the truck. He drives them to a nearby villa and tells them they can stay there temporarily. He assures them that he will come back to check on them later. Back at his own mansion, Myling voices her thoughts about how the guys don't seem like bad people to her. In fact, they have the courage to fight, which already puts them a step above most survivors. She tells our boy not to abandon teammates in a crisis. Our hero agrees but points out that just because someone fights zombies well does not mean they can be trusted immediately. He believes that they have to stay alert and evaluate them first. Daju sides with the MC on that. Afterwards, our boy starts assigning rooms. He tells Myling and Mealy to take rooms on the 3rd floor, while Daju and Mayu are told to stay on the 2nd. Then, after summoning some food supplies, he makes up his mind to check in on the newcomers who are staying close by along with Daju. When he gets there, he finds the guys gathered around, chatting about Warlock and how incredible it is. Our hero asks if any of them know how to cook rice. That simple question catches Fang off guard. He looks a bit embarrassed because first the MC saved them, and now he is also feeding them. Fang insists they can manage on their own and will go out to find their own food, but our boy does not let it go. He tells them to eat and rest, that they are teammates, and that teammates look after one another. He also tells them to help organize the resources available in the villa and hand them over so he can manage them better. Deep down though, our hero has other plans. He only intends to share real supplies like meat with them once they officially become core team members. Following the MC's orders, Daju hands over a communication device, and our boy informs them that this place will be their base for a while, and he will lead a patrol later in the day to check out the surrounding area. For now, they are told to rest and reach out if anything comes up since they are still recovering from earlier injuries. Later, our hero heads out on patrol with Myling and Warlock. Warlock, of course, grumbles about why the MC brings Myling instead of Daju. Myling, meanwhile, seems distracted. She is worried about Millie possibly being in danger if something unexpected happens while she is grouped with someone else. Then, right in the middle of their patrol, our boy hears a strange sound. He quickly pulls Myling aside and hides with her, keeping quiet. That is when his eyes land on a rather familiar woman, Mu Tiange. After the world fell apart, our hero finds it harder than ever to trust anyone. But there are some names he just cannot afford to ignore. Tiange is one of them. In his previous life, she used to be the powerful head of a clothing brand, both the CEO and the chief designer, and people in the industry practically worshipped her. But to our boy, the shiny surface does not mean much. He has seen behind the curtain and knows the truth. She is not just intense or ambitious, but she is completely unhinged. He still remembers how, after everything collapsed, she did not panic like most people. Instead, she took her staff and built a shelter, some kind of survival zone. It only allowed female survivors, and while that sounds noble at first, it came with strange rules. One in particular stood out. Falling in love was off limits. Anyone caught crossing that line was severely punished. That was the system Tiange ran. The part that really makes the MC scoff, though, is the twist. Tiange herself broke her own rule. She got involved with Myling deeply. From what our boy heard, she risked her life for Myling and ended up dying because of it. That was the turning point. After her death, Myling rose to leadership and slowly began changing things. Unlike Tiange, she started letting male survivors into the group. Now, our hero cannot help but wonder why Tiange has not brought her team out to scavenge supplies. It does not sit right with him. Still, he knows that with his influence, Tiange and Myling are given the chance to meet earlier than in the previous life. He does not mind that arrangement. In fact, it works in his favor. Tiange, for all her madness, is still loyal, especially to Myling. And Myling, in turn, owes him. So in our boy's eyes, Tiange might as well be his underling too. Just as he is thinking that, a voice suddenly calls out. Our hero turns and sees another figure with Tiange, a girl named Shuyun. In his past life, she was known for her powerful ice abilities. But the strange part is that our boy is sure she died early on when things went south. Yet there she is, very much alive, standing right beside Tiange. Tiange does not seem rattled at all. She steps forward to help Myling and introduces herself. Myling responds just as smoothly, and before long, Tiange extends an invitation and offers Myling a spot in her team. The MC can easily tell from the way Tiange looks at him that she does not think much of him. Her offer to one of his team members to switch sides is a clear sign that she is looking down on him. Myling, however, politely declines and tells her that she is already part of our boy's team, which seems to annoy Tiange even more. Then, things get a bit awkward when Tiange assumes our hero is Myling's boyfriend. The MC quickly shuts that down and tells her it is not any of her business. He takes Myling and starts to walk away. As they leave, Tiange's mind fills with bitter thoughts. She thinks about how men, like the MC, are naturally greedy and driven by lust, yet somehow have the nerve to be with a woman as beautiful as Myling. She makes up her mind that she will reveal our boy's true character to Myling and eventually switch her to her own team. She turns her attention back to the group and gives orders for everyone to settle in for the night, but also instructs them to begin searching different areas the next day. Even as she speaks, her mind races, thinking of ways to expose our hero and convince Myling to leave him. When night falls, Tiang finds herself beside the MC again. The situation is strange, as there is no real closeness between them. No reason to be spending time together admiring the moon or having casual conversations. Our boy is confused but lets her speak. Tiang explains that she wants to work with him on a plan. She talks about a supermarket a few miles away that is filled with supplies, enough food to last at least a year and daily necessities that could last decades. However, she warns him that the place is infested with zombies and that her team alone might not be strong enough to handle the danger. She asks for his help and offers him a share of the supplies, although since her team is larger, she expects a bigger cut for herself. Our hero listens carefully but is puzzled. He knows the supermarket she is talking about. It is the same one where he and Myling have already fought off mutant zombies and taken all the useful supplies. So he does not understand why Tiange wants to go there again. Something about her plan does not quite make sense to him, and he is suspicious of her true intentions. Our boy is not the type to fall for games, and Tiange's trap does not shake him at all. He tells her that if being brave means charging into a crowd of bloodthirsty zombies, then he would rather be called a coward. That really pushes Tiange over the edge. She is furious, not just because he refused to play along, but because he is not even trying to pretend otherwise. He wears his so-called cowardice like a badge, and she cannot figure out what Myling even sees in someone like him. Actually, Tiange has been planning something at the mall, a little scheme to force our hero to show his real colors. The idea is to expose him in front of everyone, paint him as the bad guy, and then wipe him out. But the MC just won't take the bait. Not even a nibble. Now she has to rethink everything. If he is not going to fall into her trap, then she decides to consult someone else for help to deal with him properly. Our boy, on the other hand, is not nearly as clueless as Tiang thinks. He has a strong hunch she is plotting to get rid of him, and he knows exactly it's all because of Myling. In his previous life, he never imagined Tiange could be this cold and ruthless. Back then, he did not hold anything against her, but now that she has clearly shown she is out for him, he has no reason to hold back either. While thinking over who could take care of her, he notices Warlock nearby. Meanwhile, Tiange goes off to find Feng. She does not exactly think highly of him. In fact, she finds him to be a bit of an idiot, but his wind ability is perfect for what she needs. She is not doing this for herself anymore. This is all for Myling. If taking our hero down means using someone like Feng, then so be it. She lays out the whole plan for him and explains how his wind can stir up the zombies and lure them in. Her goal is to corner the MC and make him pay. Surprisingly, Feng does not ask many questions. He just agrees, ready to follow her lead. Feng has a condition that he wants something in return for his help, but Tiang makes it crystal clear that there is no way she is letting him join her team. Still, Feng does not argue. Instead, he gives her his word that he will try his best and work hard. Deep down though, a part of him really wants to act like a jerk. But unfortunately for him, his strength in combat is not quite enough to back up that attitude. What is even more surprising is that he apparently knows Dazhu, and he actually seems eager to see him. After that, Feng activates his ability and starts leading a swarm of zombies towards the MC's house. But what he did not expect is what is waiting for him on the other side. Our boy, Dazhu, and Warlock are already there, standing by like they have known exactly what he is planning. As soon as Feng lays eyes on Dazhu, he stops in his tracks, stunned. Warlock starts barking at Feng, but our hero steps in and tells it to knock it off. Feng looks back at the zombies he has unintentionally brought along and gets annoyed at Tiange for not mentioning that Dazhu would be there as well. He does not want to hurt people he actually knows, especially not just to get a spot on some all-girls team. He decides not to go through with it, changes his direction and leads the zombies away, all while calling out to Dazhu to wait for him. The MC watches the whole thing silently, and it does not take him long to recognize Feng. In their previous life, they had actually been on good terms. Feng helped them out more than once, keeping zombies distracted so the rest of them could grab resources and get out safe. Our boy cannot help but feel sorry for him. Feng's way of fighting was always risky, and in the end, it caught up with him as he was bitten by several zombies and died a miserable, painful death. Once he manages to lure the zombies far enough, Feng returns to Dazhu and apologizes for dragging the trouble over without warning. Dazhu tells Feng he trusts him and that he knows he would not bring zombies just to mess with him. Then he asks if Tiang is the one who has told him to do it. Feng, on the other hand, glances at our hero and thinks whether he is the guy Tiange is after. He ends up revealing about how Tiange had asked him to lead the zombies over. Apparently, it's part of her plan to deal with some useless guy, and she has promised to step in when things get intense. She made it sound like a clever setup, and Feng has just followed through with what she told him. But before they can fully process the whole thing, a strange, deep noise echoes from nearby. It is not just any sound. It came from a zombie that has just evolved into something far more dangerous. Apparently, a rank 5 zombie has mutated, and it's not looking good. The noise stirs the horde, and now a wave of zombies is making their way straight toward them. Not too far away, Tiange stands still and observes everything from a safe distance. She sees the crowd of zombies heading in and figures it's all according to plan. Feng has done his job, and the zombies are following as expected. But then, things don't go quite right. A few of the zombies break off from the main group and start attacking the truck the girls are hiding in. Flames shoot up from the vehicle, and panic immediately sets in among the girls. Tiange realizes that something is off and quickly rushes over. She calls out to the girls and tells them to get out of the truck before it's too late. She is confused as she has not expected such a powerful zombie to show up out of nowhere. Still, she tries to keep everyone calm and instructs them to fight the zombies in unity. The moment the mutant zombie suddenly bolts toward them, panic sweeps through the girls. Tiange acts on impulse, grabs one of the girls nearby and shoves her forward to use her as a human shield. The poor girl does not even have time to scream before the zombie tears into her. Off to the side, our boy watches everything unfold. His attention is not on the horror of what just happened, but it's fixed on something else entirely. The core crystal buried deep within the mutant zombie. But the rest of the girls are horrified. Seeing Tiange sacrifice one of their own like that rattles them to their core. It does not take much for them to realize she might do the same to any of them if things get worse. What makes it worse is that Tiange is already shifting her focus and quietly plans to use our hero as her next shield if the situation calls for it. But the MC is not clueless. He sees it in her eyes. He calls her out, straight up, and tells her she is a coward, that he cannot believe she would sink that low. Then he hits her with one solid punch that sends her sprawling. She crashes to the ground, stunned and dazed. Even as she struggles to process what just happened, she realizes that our boy is far stronger than she ever imagined. While all that is unfolding, Shuyun turns to the other girls and tells them to run. Someone has to hold the zombie off, and she decides to take that risk. Our hero notices her, and he does not just admire her courage, but he respects it. That kind of bravery is not something that can be seen every day, and he knows it should not go to waste. He draws out the void sword and gets ready to end this chaos for good. He charges straight at the zombie. The girls and Feng watch from a short distance and get impressed by just how strong and skilled he is in handling the mutated zombie. Amid the chaos, our boy shouts to Shuyun and warns her to get rid of the gas tank before it can cause a disaster. Shuyun reacts immediately and throws the tank as far away as she can. Moments later, it explodes violently in midair. The shock of the blast hits her hard, and she starts crying, overwhelmed by fear and worry. While the MC kneels beside the fallen mutant zombie and takes out the core crystal from its body, he then tells Shuyun to stop crying and asks her to focus on helping the other girls feel safe and to bury those who did not survive this fight. Shuyun wipes away her tears and thanks our hero for his support. Then, our boy asks her about their future plans now that Tiange is gone. Shuyun has not really thought about it before, but now the reality hits her hard. The people who have survived need guidance and a way forward, and she knows that she will have to step up and figure out the next steps for all of them. Not long after, Shuyun makes her way to the MC's place. Our boy was waiting for her and is pleased with how things are unfolding. He has secretly used a generous amount of rice to bait her in, and judging by the fact that she is standing at his doorstep, it has worked. He has confidently told her that if she and her group decide to join them, they won't have to worry about going hungry ever again. Shuyun did not give him an answer right then because she needed time to talk it over with the other girls and see where they stand. And now, there she is, ready with their decision. Our hero answers the door and is pleased with himself for pulling Tiange's team into his circle. Shuyun tells him the girls are in, and they have all agreed to join. The MC accepts their decision, but he makes it crystal clear that things will be done his way. He lays down the rules right then and there. First and foremost, they have to follow every order given to them, no matter what. If anyone dares to step out of line or challenge his authority, he won't be soft about it, and he is not interested in hearing excuses or complaints afterward. He also makes a point of telling them not to say they are scared. In his team, there is no difference between men and women when it comes to combat. Everyone is treated the same, expected to carry their own weight, and face the same dangers. When it comes to relationships, he has rules there too. If anyone wants a partner, they have to choose from within the team. Outsiders are not completely off the table, but there is a condition. The guy has to marry the girl and officially join the team. Our boy makes it clear that he is not doing this to control their personal lives, but he wants to protect the group from people trying to sneak in for the wrong reasons, whether it is to steal the skilled fighters he has trained or to spy on the team's internal information. The girls listen carefully and in the end, they agree. They accept everything he said, and with that, our hero officially welcomes them to the team. He also decides that for the time being, Shuyun will act as their lead and is the one to stay in touch with him directly. After that, he invites them inside and mentions he has something special planned for the afternoon. When the afternoon rolls around, the surprise is finally revealed. Our hero has arranged a full-blown feast, and the girls are genuinely delighted by it. The food lifts their spirits and makes them feel welcome. Meanwhile, Fang and his three buddies cannot help but get a little too excited themselves, as they are already dreaming about finding their partners among the new girls. Feng is there too, and he is seriously considering joining the MC's team as well. Our boy has listed out the different abilities the girls possess. The variety is pretty interesting. 6 of them have powers that focus on physical strength. 4 can use fire. 2 have control over lightning. Another 4 have ice-based abilities. 2 are connected to the earth element. 1 has powers tied to nature, and only a single one among them carries the light attribute. That girl, the one with the light-based power, immediately catches his attention. He has a feeling that she might be the same girl Feng seems to be interested in. That thought alone makes him decide to observe her more closely from then on. Still, when it comes to overall potential, our hero is convinced that Shuyun is on a completely different level. In his opinion, she has the kind of talent that could take her all the way to the king rank in the future. Later on, the MC turns to Fang and Zulan and lays out some instructions for the following day. Since he will be heading out with the others for training, they will be staying behind to guard the place. He keeps it simple. If a small group of people shows up while he is gone, they are to give them a warning first. If those people refuse to back off, then Fang and Zulan are allowed to rough them up a little. However, if a large crowd appears, he wants them to wait around and avoid starting any trouble. The next morning rolls around, and our boy leads the team out for their first training session. Once they reach the location, he has everyone take their positions. He points to Feng and gives him a specific task to lure out the zombies, but in a controlled way. If the number starts going over 30, Feng is supposed to lead some of them away to keep things manageable for the rest of the group. Training officially begins as Feng gets to work. The chaos starts quickly. Daju steps up to guide the ones with physical powers, while Myling takes charge of the magic users. Some of the trainees run off in different directions, while the others launch attacks. From where our hero stands, it is obvious that most of them lack precision and proper coordination. Honestly, if his own people don't step in, a few of the girls probably won't make it through. It is a clear sign that they still have a lot to learn. After nearly 2 hours of intense effort, the group ends up at a shopping mall, completely worn out. Everyone looks drained, but the MC still gives them a few words of encouragement. For their first attempt working as a team, especially considering how unfamiliar they are with each other, he has to admit that they did not do too badly. Our hero then tells the girls to head into the mall and pick out some decent clothes that will suit them. As they wander off, he takes the chance to quietly grab a pair of black stockings. He thinks no one notices, but Myling does. She happens to catch sight of him at just the right moment, and her mind immediately jumps to a few questionable conclusions. But then again, she shakes her head and tries to push those thoughts away. She thinks that he bought them for Millie. That seems more reasonable, though she still doubts it. She then thinks that the black color does not really match Millie's usual style or vibe. While Myling is caught up in her own thoughts, Shuyun suddenly mentions a large supermarket inside the mall. She tells the group it is fully stocked with all kinds of supplies and suggests they take a look around. The girls follow her lead and begin checking out the place. As they browse the aisles, they come across a stack of water bottles. They remember what the MC told them earlier and decide to hand out 2 bottles each. Millie, meanwhile, feels a quiet sense of comfort settle over her. Being on our hero's team has been nothing short of a blessing for her. Since the day she joined him, she has not once gone hungry or felt thirsty. He always makes sure she is taken care of, and more than that, he protects her without hesitation. The more she thinks about it, the more she realizes she cannot keep her feelings buried any longer. She needs to be honest with herself and with him. That night, she finds herself standing outside his door. Her heart races, but she knocks anyway. Our boy opens the door almost instantly and lets her in without a second thought. He does not seem suspicious, but a few not-so-innocent thoughts definitely cross his mind about her showing up so late. Millie does not waste time. She tells him that after spending time with Shuyun and the others, it becomes even clearer to her how lucky she is to have him by her side. The MC gets surprised. The sudden compliment throws him off a bit, and he is not sure what this is about. But then Millie mentions there is something she has been holding in for a long while now. At that moment, our hero has a feeling he knows what is coming. And sure enough, she confesses that she wants to be with him. Not just as part of the team or someone he looks after, but she wants to be his girlfriend. Our boy has been holding out for the moment Millie finally speaks her heart. And when she does, he gently leads her to the bed, as if everything he has been feeling has finally found its moment. He leans in, kisses her softly, but Millie stops him midway. as she is not ready yet. The MC, however, is not the type to hold back once emotions are out in the open. He makes it sound like as the world outside is falling apart, no one can say how long anyone has left, and if she waits until she feels ready, he might already be gone by then. Before she can say much, he kisses her again. Millie seems to pause, not pulling away but not fully leaning in either. It looks like she understands what he means, and the fear behind his urgency. But just as things are getting intense again, she stops him once more. Not because she is unsure, but because someone else is in the room. Rice is there, watching, clearly out of place in that moment. Without saying much, our hero picks it up and tosses it out of the room. A move that stuns Rice because our boy has never treated it like that before, and the rejection stings. Myling passes by and spots Rice in the living room instead of being in the MC's room like usual. She asks what is going on, and Rice does not hold back. It tells her that our hero has been forcing things with Millie, that Millie does not seem okay, and he probably threw it out because he is afraid it might interrupt or stop him. Myling is confused. She does not fully get what Rice meant by that. Still, her curiosity gets the best of her, and she creeps up to the room, hoping to make sense of what is going on. Just as she is about to knock on the door, Warlock pops out of nowhere and tries to stop her from entering the room with its constant barking. She stands there for a moment thinking. Then, faint noises from inside catch her attention. Sounds that suggest something is definitely happening. That is when she hesitates and starts to think that Millie might be okay with it, and this is what she wants. Either way, Myling decides to step away. The next morning, things take on a strange calm. Our boy wakes up in high spirits and asks Mayu to fry some eggs. He even instructs her to hand out about some kilos of meat to the rest of the team. Mayu nods, though she notices something is off as Millie has not come out of her room yet, and that is not like her at all because she never sleeps in this late. Myling arrives not long after and tells Mayu that Millie is missing breakfast because of a certain someone. The MC catches on right away that Myling has figured out what happened the night before. Mayu just shrugs and goes to the kitchen, wondering how our hero will deal with Myling's icy tone. Meanwhile, Rice is sulking in a corner, looking more offended than sad. It has not touched its food, which is rare. Our boy notices and asks it not to starve itself out of spite. But Rice is not having it, not even for its favorite dried fish snack. The MC tries to cheer it up and offers 10 pieces. Rice is not impressed and asks for 20. Our hero agrees and their deal is done. Then he explains to Rice that it needs to start acting like a grown-up now, as there will be no more sleeping beside him. It's because things have changed, and he has someone else now, and Rice will have to sleep alone at night. And in return, he will give it a morning hug. Not long after, they all gather together for a hearty feast, and the MC is clearly in high spirits, and he raises his glass to make a toast, celebrating the moment with everyone around the table. Outside, a car is quietly parked nearby, and a young man and woman come out of it who suddenly catch a strong, inviting smell wafting from the villa. Hui Hui, the girl, almost cannot resist. She is tempted by the aroma of the food, but the guy reminds her to stay focused, as they still have the whole issue with clean water to solve. They gather their courage and approach our hero and politely apologize for interrupting the gathering. Then they make their request to trade some food in exchange for some clean water. Our boy agrees and instructs Shu Yun to hand over a few bottles of mineral water to them. As the young man turns to walk away, Hui Hui suddenly calls out and asks the MC if he will consider letting them join his team. Our hero lays out some strict conditions. If they want to be part of his group, they need to prove themselves capable. That means killing some zombies, retrieving the core crystals from their brains, learning how to use weapons properly, and meeting several other requirements. The young man accepts the challenge and gets determined to prove their worth. Our boy watches them leave with a thoughtful expression. To him, the siblings don't give off a bad vibe. In fact, they seem like they come from a respectable family, and that makes him somewhat hopeful about their potential. As they return to the car, Hui Hui is surprised that the core crystals retrieval is not a secret known only to them. The young man explains that there are plenty of smart people out there, and from what he has observed, the MC is far from simple. The way our hero has provided meat for his team shows he is not just trying to survive, he is running things with intelligence and strategy. Since our boy asked for 10 zombies to be killed, the young man plans to aim even higher. He decides they will take down 20, just to make sure they show the MC they are serious and capable enough to join his team. After completing their mission in just about an hour, the siblings return. The MC is satisfied with how things turned out and greets them with a nod of approval and officially welcomes them into his team. The guy introduces himself as Liming, and it turns out he has the kind of power that lets him ramp up his physical strength like a warrior going all in during battle. His sister Hui Hui is in a different league altogether, as she is a magic user. Upon hearing that, our boy gets intrigued and asks to see a demonstration of her abilities. As soon as she shows a bit of what she can do, his eyes light up. It's obvious to him that once she advances in rank, whether she chooses to dive into curses, summon creatures, control the zombies, or focus on offensive magic, she will become a serious advantage for him. He then turns to Mayu and asks her to prepare a meal for the siblings as a sort of warm welcome to help them settle in. Later that night, our hero finds himself pacing back and forth with his thoughts racing. He is waiting for Millie because he thinks that by this time, she should have absorbed all the core crystals meant for the day. With that in mind, he tells Rice to go find Myling and get some rest. Rice, being its usual self, assures him it will behave and encourages the MC to go ahead with whatever he is planning. Still, our boy does not budge from his decision. He decides to leave if Rice does not go. Rice finds his behavior a little odd and cannot quite understand why he is so determined to send it off somewhere else so late at night. Our hero then makes his way to Millie's room. But when he gets there, she is already tucked under her blanket. She tells him she is in pain and cannot manage anything that night. He does not press the issue. Instead, he holds her gently and reassures himself that there will be other chances. He decides to be patient and stay focused. But not long after, he suggests she use her healing ability on herself to ease the pain. The new day begins, and our boy lays out the mission clearly according to which they are heading south to scavenge supplies from a nearby community. He warns his team there are going to be a lot of zombies, and he wants everyone to stay sharp and not let their guard down for even a second. He tells them to stay calm, no matter what happens. If the zombies start chasing, the vehicles will plow through first, and once there is an opening, everyone needs to jump out and make a run for it before the road gets completely blocked. The ability users are ordered to attack, while the others are assigned to protect them from the front. He throws a special task at Feng to lure the zombies, but be smart about it. Feng heads off to draw the zombies in, while Shuyun takes charge of the team inside the truck, launching attacks through the windows. From his spot inside, our hero watches the scene unfold, and honestly, he is pretty impressed. Everyone's movements look smoother, and their aim has definitely improved since the last time. While all the chaos is going on outside, he sits with Rice. Out of habit, he gives Rice a light pat on the head, but the cat snaps at him and pretends it hurts. That catches our boy completely off guard. He gets embarrassed and asks how Rice even learnt to respond like that. Rice explains that after the MC told it not to peek, it sneakily jumped to Millie's balcony anyway and almost fell off in the process. Our hero warns that it might just get itself killed for knowing too much. Roughly half an hour pass before our boy gets serious again. He tells everyone to grab whatever weapons they have and get ready to fight. Millie walks up to him and mentions that the area is packed with restaurants. She suggests they should check those out as there might be valuable stuff inside. The MC has already made a plan to divide the group into 4 teams. Each one will search different restaurants and haul whatever they find back to the truck. Soon enough, everyone is busy running in and out of the restaurants, collecting anything useful but mostly food, and loading it all into the truck. While this is happening, a girl reports that there is a supermarket nearby that looks completely untouched. Mealing is already there, searching through the shelves like she is looking for something specific. Shuyun spots her digging around and gets curious. When Mealing finally finds what she was searching for, Shuyun catches a glimpse and her entire face turns red. Without thinking, Shuyun jumps to conclusions. She assumes there is something going on between Mealing and our hero. Embarrassed and flustered, she quickly makes up an excuse about helping others and bolts before Mealing can say a word. Mealing, who is left standing there alone, has no choice but to swallow both her anger and pride. This whole situation is humiliating, and to top it off, she only has to go through this mess for the sake of her younger sister. Now she is stuck cleaning up the misunderstanding, and in her head, she blames our boy for the whole awkward mess. Meanwhile, the MC starts noticing something strange. He can feel eyes on him, dozens of them coming from nearby buildings. It turns out that the area is not as empty as it looks, and survivors are hiding all around. An old woman calls out to him, tries to be charming, and asks if he can give her a watermelon. Before our hero can even reply, others start begging too, some for water, others for meat, and even a few asking for cigarettes. Our boy just stands there watching them and realizes that they have absolutely no shame. He is not feeling too generous, so he comes up with a pretty weak excuse that his hands and legs are useless, and he is not able to carry food upstairs. The elders start scolding him left and right and accuse him of being ungrateful, disrespecting his seniors, and hogging supplies that everyone is supposed to share. Before long, they storm out after grabbing whatever weapons they can get their hands on, ready to throw hands. While they are heading down, they start whispering and plotting. They figure the MC and his crew have already cleared out the zombies earlier using a truck, so now they are thinking of snatching his truck. That way, they plan to use it to fight zombies in the future, and also grab whatever supplies are still inside. One of the older folks suggests calling someone named Chen Guang and his group for backup, but the rest of them remind him that Guang and his squad have already declared them as enemies, and there is no way they would come running to help. They then straight up accuse our boy of stealing their things and blame his parents for not teaching him how to show proper respect to his elders. Our hero calls them shameless and points out that this supermarket does not belong to them. One elder tries to argue and claims that the place used to belong to his dead brother. So technically, it's his now. Meanwhile, a couple of others quietly make their way toward the truck and plan to take it for themselves. But the MC warns them to leave, or things will get ugly. Then comes the weirdest part. One of the elders straight up dares our boy to hit him. Our hero just looks at the guy, slightly amused. He has seen a lot in life, but this is new. So he does the only thing that makes sense. He slaps him right across the face without a second thought. The other elders rush over to check on the guy. He is lying still, not moving a muscle. For a second, they panic. But then someone points out that the guy who got beaten always loves putting on an act. The MC can clearly see that they are not just old, but their eyesight has taken a serious hit too, as none of them even notice that the guy's face is totally out of shape from the slap. He then turns to the crew and tells them that there is no need to play nice. Not to elders, not to the younger ones, not to anyone. Deep down, he is itching to make an example out of someone to show them that this is not some community picnic anymore, but it's survival. Just when the tension is about to explode, a fire blast comes out of nowhere, making the elders scatter like scared cats. Our boy spins around only to see a familiar face, Chen Guang. Back in his previous life when he was weaker, Guang helped him more than once. Guang looks at the chaos, and then tells our hero how the elders nagged him every single day, but even he did not expect that they would almost get wiped out by our hero himself. The MC asks if Guang is there to get revenge, but Guang waves it off as he is there to make peace. After a quick intro, Guang gets straight to business. He explains that there are around 1,000 homes in their area, all loaded with resources. But the real issue is that most of it has not been collected yet, because of a husky who mutated into a zombie dog. Not just any zombie though. This one can run like lightning and has some sort of twisted intelligence. When Guang's team is short-handed, the thing attacks. But when they are ready to fight, it disappears like smoke. Guang shares that he has already lost way too many people trying to take it down. The worst part is that he knows where the creature usually rests, but he does not have enough people to launch a proper attack. That is why he wants the MC's help. Guang knows our boy has manpower, and he has an offer. In exchange for helping him out, he offers that our hero's team will receive several hundred caddies of rice and a few barrels of clean water. Rice assures the MC that Guang does not have any hostile intentions. After taking a moment to think it over, our boy finally agrees to the deal. He instructs his team to keep gathering the necessary resources while he prepares to check out the strange dog situation himself. He also decides to bring Warlock along with him. But Guang hesitates and asks if our hero is really going to face this on his own. The MC mentions that Warlock will be with him, which catches Guang completely off guard. In the middle of all this chaos and disaster, our boy is surprisingly calm and composed, and Guang finds it strange and odd. What shocks him even more is that our hero is carrying not just one but 2 pets with him. Deep down, Guang also finds himself thinking about the group of girls that always seem to be around the MC, and he cannot help but feel like the odd one out. Just then, Mealy offers to accompany our boy, but he hands her rice and tells her to stay put and wait for him. Guang observes the exchange quietly, and the feeling of being single settle heavier in his chest. He then leads our hero toward the place where the zombie dog is causing trouble. On the way, he explains that his people have not been able to stop the creature. The MC, however, has a plan. He is going to let Warlock handle the zombie dog, with the reasoning that since they are both dogs, Warlock will have the upper hand. Guang is uneasy about this. He asks our boy if he has some kind of grudge against his poor dog, because he is worried that our hero is sending Warlock into danger without a good reason. But the MC reassures Guang that everything is under control. Guang glances at Warlock, who gives a confident nod, which seems to calm him down a bit. They step inside a building with a strong, metallic smell of blood. The sharp sound of loud barking echoes around them, heightening the tension. When they push open a door, our boy immediately gives Warlock the signal to attack. The zombie dog also launches fierce lightning attacks toward Warlock. But Warlock is quick. It dodges every strike effortlessly, moving with a speed and confidence that stuns Guang and his men. They cannot believe how fast and agile Warlock is, completely outmaneuvering the zombie dog's attacks. Then, with precision, Warlock retaliates by unleashing a powerful lightning strike of its own and swiftly finishes off the zombie dog. As soon as it is over, the MC turns toward Guang and asks for the supplies as per their agreement. Guang, however, just stands there, still in disbelief at how quickly and easily Warlock handled the fight. Meanwhile, Warlock stands there all proud and happy. The MC and Guang make their way back, and Guang hands over the promised supplies. Then he brings up an offer to team up. He points out that his group have experience. Every single one of them has taken down some zombies, and they are not the type to slack off or panic under pressure. On top of that, he assures our boy that they have a solid stash of supplies enough to go without worrying about meals for nearly 2 weeks. From Guang's point of view, it makes sense to join forces. But our hero is not buying it. He makes it clear that he does not see them as suitable allies. In fact, he tells Guang he could take them all out if he wanted to. Strangely enough, Guang does not get defensive. Instead, he claims that is exactly why he wants to work with the MC. In his eyes, the strong never lower themselves unless there is something to gain, and the weak only survive by relying on those stronger than them. After a moment of thought, our hero agrees to the idea, but on his terms, according to which if they are going to team up, he will be the one in charge, and everyone must have to follow his lead. Before they can discuss it any further, someone from Guang's team comes running over. He explains that one of their guys has been badly hurt in a zombie attack. Apparently, this one has the ability to shoot fireballs and ran off the second more people showed up. It's unlike anything they have seen before. Guang rushes to check on the injured man, and the MC decides to follow and brings Millie along with him. When they get there, Guang looks to our boy for help. Our hero glances at Millie and she understands right away. She steps forward and begins using her healing powers on the injured guy. Slowly but surely, the man starts to recover. Once things settle, the MC tells Guang to head back and give the offer some thought. Then he leaves with Millie. Guang does not waste time. He gathers his team, tells them what our boy has said, and lays out the terms. After a bit of discussion, every one of them agrees to join up. They go straight to our hero, share their decision, and the MC welcomes them, but not without a reminder that from then on, they will follow his orders and fight whenever needed. With things settled, our boy suggests they all move into his place so they can stick together. While all this is happening, things are not going so well elsewhere. A group of guys has forced their way into the villa where Fang and Zulan are left by our hero to guard. They don't just barge in, they beat them up too. After finding some supplies there, they figure the other villas might have more and decide to search them all. Zulan wants to just turn a blind eye to them. He knows they are outnumbered and don't stand a chance in a direct fight. But Fang is not ready to let it slide. He comes up with a plan to distract them, use their electric baton, and maybe take them down one at a time. He knows it's risky, but it's better than doing nothing. Zulan eventually agrees, though he does not look too confident. Just as they are about to move, they spot the MC and his group returning. Our hero notices the unfamiliar vehicles parked around. It does not take him long to realize that there are more survivors nearby, and something is definitely off. He immediately recognizes one of the men standing there. It is Liu Wei, someone who, in his previous life, had been one of the Jing's main supporters. Upon seeing them, one of Wei's men steps forward and demands a share of the supplies packed in the truck. But to everyone's surprise, Wei slaps the guy right in the face and scolds him harshly for asking. He tells him they have no right to claim anything that our boy and his team have worked so hard to collect. But something feels off. The way Wei acts, it is all too theatrical. The MC can tell he is just putting on an act, probably trying to look impressive in front of the girls around. Wei even offers an apology that they did not realize the supplies already belonged to someone else. After that, he turns to leave, taking his group with him. Still, our hero is not fooled, not for a second. He remembers very well that Wei is not just some tough guy. He has a dangerous ability. The man can release different kinds of poison, and our boy can already catch a whiff of it in the air around him. It is a nasty, foul smell, something like a weasel's fart but worse, and breathing it in can make someone sick for days. Rice also claims what the MC has already figured out about how these guys are not just passing by, and their intentions are anything but friendly. As they walk away, one of Wei's men hesitates and whispers to Wei and asks if he is really going to leave empty-handed. The guy thinks it just does not seem like his boss. In response, Wei punches the guy and hisses at him to use his brain. He tells him that they know now that our hero and his people are living there, so attacking directly is out of the question. Instead, he plans to wait for a better moment for a sneak attack. The guy nods in understanding. But before he can say anything else, something hits Wei square in the face. It turns out that our boy has already launched his attack. He is not the type to sit around waiting for danger to strike first. If someone is planning to make a move against him and his people, he would rather deal with them on the spot. The MC then gives the order to wipe out the rest of Wei's group, as there is no point in dragging things out or showing mercy to people who have clearly come with bad intentions. That night, after everything has calmed down, our hero rests in his room. He lies there thinking, his mind drifting back to his previous life. He remembers that by the next day, some of the zombies will start evolving into rank 1, which means they don't have much time left. He decides to get Guang and the others to head out early the next day and bring back every last bit of supply they can before things get worse. Just as he is planning his next move, a knock comes at his door. His heart jumps a little. On the third floor, only he, Millie, and Milling are staying, so he immediately thinks it must be Millie. But when he opens the door, it is Milling standing there. She looks a bit nervous, but keeps her composure. Without saying much, she hands over a few things she has picked up from the supermarket earlier. Our hero takes them and glances through the items, a little surprised by what she has brought. Mi-ling tries her best to hide her awkwardness and tells him she is not doing this for him, but she is doing it for her younger sister. She explains that Mi-ling is still young, and she hopes our boy will wait a few more years before even thinking about starting a family. But then, after a short pause, she adds that if he is truly ready to take on that kind of responsibility, she won't be against it either. Before the MC can respond, she turns around and hurries away. Our hero stands there in silence for a moment, holding the item she gave him. Then, he decides not to let her sincerity go to waste and makes his way toward Millie's room. Our boy gathers everyone together the next morning with something important on his mind. He tells them he has a strong feeling, and everyone seems to agree that more and more zombies are starting to use magic. It is not just a wild guess, he believes it is a form of evolution. This idea makes the whole group uneasy. It is clear that just relying on larger numbers won't be enough to take these creatures down in the future. But our hero is not the type to let panic spread. He reassures everyone that he won't let any of his people die under his watch. Then, he begins explaining what he has learnt so far about these evolved zombies. He starts by describing a specific type, what he calls Rank 1 zombies. He tells them that the mutated one they have encountered earlier is exactly one of them. These are not the average mindless monsters, but they have powers, can cast spells, and even show signs of intelligence. He then moves on to discuss how to fight them more effectively. According to him, the ideal setup is to have 2 close-range fighters paired with 2 mages. That kind of balance, he mentions, gives them the best chance in battle. Even though these zombies have evolved, they are not invincible. Still, he makes it very clear that if anyone comes across too many of them at once, they should not hesitate, but they should run. To give everyone a better idea of how to avoid magical attacks, the MC asks Mi-ling and Shuyun to cast some spells at him. He wants to demonstrate dodging in real time. As the two launch their magic, our boy effortlessly dodges everything thrown at him. The group watches and gets stunned at how easily he avoided the spells. After the demonstration, he explains that reacting after a spell is cast is nearly impossible. The trick is to study the caster's hand movements and body language right before they release the spell. If they can read those gestures, they can figure out where the attack is headed and move early enough to dodge it. Mi-ling asks him to try again. Our boy does not hesitate and agrees. But this time, one of the spells lands right on his face. Mi-ling breaks into a big grin, as she feels proud that she has managed to predict his movements. The MC is not upset in the slightest. Instead, he is impressed with her skills, and happy to see her improving. Millie, on the other hand, quietly steps forward and uses her healing magic to recover him. Our boy then turns back to the rest of the group and reminds them that rank 1 zombies don't have the brains to outsmart them. But if they ever meet one that can think and react like a human, he wants them not to fight and just escape. He then tells everyone to find a partner and start practicing their combat skills, and once they finish lunch, they will head out. Before leaving, though, he gives them a firm goal. Each person has to bring back 3 crystals taken from rank 1 zombies, and if someone fails to complete the task, he won't be giving dinner for them that night. As they leave after lunch, a distant voice catches our heroes and Millie's attention. A little farther ahead, they see a father and his daughter surrounded by a group of people. The moment Millie sees the girl, she recognizes her right away. It is her classmate and also her best friend. The MC did not plan to interfere at first, as helping strangers is not something he is keen on. But once he realizes how important this is to Millie, he changes his mind. For her sake, he agrees to step in and tells Warlock to go take care of it. The attackers spot Warlock and make the foolish mistake of thinking they can have it for dinner. But before they can act, Mi-ling and Daju launch surprise attacks and catch some of them off guard. Warlock also makes sure the ones who think of eating it pay the price. Millie's friend and her father are dead, and a guy walks up to the MC and mentions that both parties have killed each other's people, so he wants to end this whole thing. But our boy is not interested in settling or backing down. He has no plans to let things go until everyone involved in killing his people truly pays the price. The guy does not hold back either. He calls our hero the most arrogant person he has ever met, but he is not scared off. If the MC wants a fight, then so be it. He has no intention to run away. He even brags about how he and his group have fought through zombies just to get there, and that they outnumber our boy's team by quite a lot. Still, despite all that, he boasts about giving our hero one last chance to walk away peacefully. The MC knows exactly what this is about. To keep control over his people, he cannot just rely on money or smooth talk. He has to show real strength. He has to prove he can fight when it counts. It's been a long time since he personally jumped into a fight, and most of the newer members of his team have never even seen him in action. So he orders his team to fall back and decides to take things into his own hands. The guy notices what our boy is planning and smirks, as he is sure that our hero is trying to play the hero and that it won't work out well for him. But the MC is ready, almost eager for them to come at him, as he wants to show off his true power and make sure his followers fear him for good. So our boy lunges forward and swings his void sword with sharp precision. The guy tries to block the attack by creating a shield made of sand, but our hero finds it hilarious. He presses his attack and aims to finish the fight quickly. The other guys just stand frozen, completely shocked, and struggles to comprehend the strength the MC just displayed. Our boy, on the other hand, notices that Millie is quietly supporting him, boosting both his defense and power. He feels grateful to have such a reliable partner by his side. After dealing with the first opponent, our hero moves swiftly to confront the others and starts taking them out one by one. The newcomers, including Guang and his crew, whom he wanted to impress, watch everything unfold. They are not just amazed, they start to fear the MC's overwhelming strength. Millie watches carefully too and realizes that the difference in their power levels is growing bigger. She then orders the rest of their team to attack and eliminate any remaining threats completely. When the fight finally ends, Guang approaches our boy with admiration and tells him how impressed he is, and how joining our hero's team is the best decision he has ever made. The MC explains that the reason he puts them through fights like this is to train them and help them gain real experience. He wants them to grow stronger quickly, so they can defend themselves in the future. He also reassures them that they are his people, and he will make sure anyone who dares to threaten them will regret it. After that, he tells everyone to clean up the area and gather resources. He also instructs those who can cook to head back first and start preparing lunch. Later, they all return to the villa. Warlock is resting quietly when two guys spot it and start thinking about how good it might taste. Saida, one of the guys, quickly moves to grab Warlock, but Meow, the other guy, stops him. Meow points out that if they don't have anything to lure Warlock, it will just run away. And for some reason, their brains immediately land on a rather disgusting idea: poop. At first, Warlock decides not to even spare the group of thugs a second glance, but then they have the audacity to try and bait it with trash, of all things. That is when something inside Warlock snaps. It can tolerate being ignored and even let them entertain the illusion that they can get close. But mocking it like this is pushing it way too far. In an instant, lightning bursts from Warlock. The thugs don't need to be told twice. Fear takes over, and they scatter in all directions. But Warlock continues to strike, not out of necessity, but to make a point that they have crossed a line, and now they have to pay for it. Right around that moment, our hero arrives at the scene. He glances at the fleeing figures and asks Warlock if they are intruders. Warlock, who is still fired up, calls them trash without skipping a beat. Our boy does not press the matter any further. He simply turns to the rest of the group and tells them to eat, get some rest, and continue their training afterwards. But even as he speaks, his mind is already racing ahead. He knows that if they want to survive what is coming, they will need more people. He imagines what would happen if they encounter a group of 100 or more. His current team is not strong enough to handle that, and he would never be able to protect everyone on his own. The thought of how many might not make it in the next couple of months weighs on him. That is when he makes up his mind that he needs to recruit. But not just anyone. He plans to look for fighters. People who can take down zombies without needing to be spoon-fed supplies or protection. Thankfully, he has enough resources to support them. What he needs are reliable, capable people who will follow orders. So, without wasting any time, he sets to work creating a recruitment banner. Soon after, a large sign is posted outside, spelling out all the terms for joining his team. Guang stands near it like a sentinel, keeping watch. It does not take long before a car passes by. They notice the banner and pull over to read it. The message is clear: absorb crystals, grow stronger, get meals now and then, and receive crystals regularly. One of the men turns to his companion, Zhao, and asks what they should do. He is eager, and points out that both he and Liu Qi have reached rank 2 already. The problem is the other 3 in their group, including Zhao, are not there yet. He also thinks about whether they can bring along their family members and decides to check first. When he asks Guang about it, Guang explains the conditions that family can only be brought in if they are blood relatives. Otherwise, a rank 1 member needs to hand over 3 rank 1 core crystals per person they want to bring in. Hearing that, Liu Qi introduces himself as a rank 2 healer who can both heal and enhance strength. He asks if he can be granted an exception. Guang does not say yes right away. He tells Liu Qi he will have to confirm it with the higher-ups, but he also makes it clear that everyone, no matter who they are, has to fight zombies and bring in core crystals if they want to stay. Liu Qi agrees without hesitation. Guang then goes to the MC, lays out the situation, and waits for instructions. Our hero walks out to meet them himself, and learns that Wang Chao and Liu Qi are both rank 2, while the remaining 3 are at rank 1. The moment our boy recognizes Liu Qi, a well-known healer from his previous life, it catches him off guard. Rice confirms that the new arrivals don't seem hostile, so the MC welcomes them and asks Guang to help them get settled in. Later that day, our hero reflects on how smoothly things have gone. He had not expected Liu Qi to show up so easily, let alone with a few other capable fighters in tow. He feels lucky, like things are finally turning in his favor. He hopes that these new members can adapt and truly become part of the team. As for he himself, he has his sights set on a bigger goal. He is planning to hit rank 5 before the night is over. At that point, even if a horde of zombies comes charging at him, low-level ones won't stand a chance, no matter how many there are. True to his plan, he reaches rank 5 right away after absorbing a core crystal. But even with that progress, he knows it is not enough. He has a long road ahead, and without the right opportunities, getting stronger quickly will be a serious challenge. The MC decides to deal with the serious stuff later and turns to enjoy the happy moment with Millie. Meanwhile, poor Rice is not having it. It is annoyed because once again, it has to sleep all alone on that cold, empty bed. Once the night passes, our boy shifts back into leader mode. He turns to his team and lays out the next step, that they will be doing a group training session soon, and this time, he will be joining them personally. Their destination is the vegetable market on Singfu Road, but he does not sugarcoat it. That place is not exactly a walk in the park. He warns them clearly, it's dangerous, and they need to stay sharp. Then, assigning roles, he tells Guang to take his team and Warlock to stay behind and keep watch over the base, while he plans to head out with the rest of the crew. When they arrive at the market, he gives them a quick rundown of the area. The place has a bit of everything: cold storage units, wholesale sections, grain and oil shops, and stores for farm supplies. Basically, it was a packed market back in the day, which means it would be swarming with zombies now. He points out that because of the large number of people that had once passed through this area, the zombie concentration will be high. So if they end up facing a large group, he wants them to stay in smaller squads and move smart. He also explains that when using spells together, it becomes tricky to predict movements or plan around positioning, which makes the usual 4-person team strategy useless in that kind of situation. Instead, he wants them to slow down, observe, and learn to handle chaotic encounters more carefully. Next, he gives out specific instructions that Feng will take the lead and lure the zombies, while Millie will provide support and boost him when needed. Not long after, Feng spots a cluster of zombies nearby and begins drawing them out. The rest of the group quickly join in and launch their attacks while our hero stands quietly on the side, lost deep in thought. He observes them closely and notes what works and what does not. One idea lingers in his mind, that if someone keeps a distance of more than 20 meters from a zombie, the creature usually cannot do much harm. It's a handy little tactic he wants the group to remember for future fights. But he also makes a mental note to warn them not to rely on it when facing overwhelming numbers. If they get reckless and end up dead, he is not going to take the fall for it. After the fight, he gives the order to start cleaning up the area. About an hour later, a report comes in that hundreds of zombies outside the market have been successfully cleared. Our boy feels that things are under control and decides to take a personal risk. In his past life, he had heard rumors that a sand-type mutant zombie used to lurk around this very market. Its strength is said to be somewhere between ranks 4 and 5, not exactly a lightweight. So the MC begins searching the area to look for it. Just as he is scanning the surroundings, he feels a sudden shift in the air, like something is coming at him fast. Not long after, the sand zombie appears in front of him in a blink, but he is quicker. He activates his void ability, vanishes on the spot and reappears right behind it. He then strikes immediately, takes it down, and then calmly collects the core crystal from it. Everyone is calmly gathering supplies when the MC suddenly makes a move that catches them off guard as he comes rushing in their direction, deliberately drawing a huge crowd of zombies toward them. He then orders the others to also start running. His plan is not just to escape, but to get them used to fighting while on the move. He wants them to cast spells, attack, and stay alert, all while staying in motion. The chaos that follows is not easy, but somehow it pays off. They manage to take down nearly 200 more zombies while running. Our boy did not do this just to show off or be reckless. He knows that most survivors have not come to terms with it yet. Zombies are evolving fast, faster than anyone could have imagined, and if his team does not keep up, they will be wiped out before they even see it coming. Once the killing ends, he snaps them out of their shock. He tells them to stop standing around like statues and quickly finish gathering the remaining supplies. After that, he makes his way to the cold storage facility. He figures that the power has been out for quite a while, so whatever meat is inside must have already gone bad. Still, he does not care about the smell. He has a plan, and he intends to store the meat in his void space, and later treat it as a resource, something he can hand out to others when needed. A couple of hours pass as they head back toward home. Just when things seem to be settling down, their vehicle is suddenly blocked by a man standing in the road. Our hero tells him to move aside, but before the man can respond, another person pulls up on a motorcycle. The moment the MC sees him, he recognizes immediately that it's Yahello, a man who, in the future, will be known far and wide as the unbeatable Iron Fist. Haran turns to the man blocking the way. His name is Long, and he politely asks him to hand over the live chicken he has caught. It is not just a petty request, but Haran explains that his mother does not have much time left, and her one wish is to have a bowl of chicken soup. He is desperate to fulfill it, and even offers up his own life in exchange if Long will just help him out. Long, however, turns him down, though he apologizes. The others standing nearby don't hold back their laughter and mock Haran for being willing to trade his useless life for a chicken. Our boy watches it all quietly, weighs the situation, and then makes his move. He steps forward and offers Haran something better. He shares that not only does he have chicken, but he has a proper cook who can make the kind of soup Haran's mother wants. Haran makes it clear that he wants not just any soup, but he wants it made right. Our hero agrees, and just like that, the deal is settled. The MC then turns to Dazu and Mili and instructs them to switch vehicles. He intends to go with Haran to personally check the situation. He then tells Haran to hop in, so that they can go and bring his mother back to his place. He also asks Dazu to help transport Haran's motorcycle. After that, they stop by Haran's house to pick up his mother, and Haran opens up to our hero and shares that his mother is battling cancer, and it has already reached its final stages. Our boy feels a wave of sympathy and tells him how sorry he is. He also thinks that it is unfortunate Millie's healing skills have not developed enough to handle something this serious yet. In order to ease things a little, he promises to prepare some chicken soup for his mother when they get back. Once they reach the MC's place, he brings Haran and his mother inside. He calls over Shuyun and tells her to prepare a separate room for the guest, and to make sure she is treated with extra care. He then turns to Haran and asks him to wait while he arranges for the soup. Then he turns to Mayu and asks her to take over the task. He specifically tells her to make it especially well this time, using all her experience and skills. He even asks her to list all the ingredients and seasonings she will need. Mayu pouts slightly and hints that he must not have thought the last time she made it was good enough. Our hero quickly tries to smooth things over, that he just wants it to taste even better this time around. Mayu tells him it will take about 3 hours to finish, and he nods in agreement. He also asks her to whip up a few more simple home-style dishes with meat and vegetables, as he figures Horan's mom might enjoy sitting down for a warm meal with her son and feel a little more at peace. After a while, the food is ready and the table is full, almost overflowing with dishes. It is a lot, and both Haran and his mother are visibly touched by the effort. His mother becomes emotional and tears up. She looks over at our boy and asks him to take care of her son, as she believes he is a genuinely good person. Then she turns to Haran and instructs him not to let the MC down. After a few quiet, emotional moments, our hero tells them to start eating before the food gets cold. Later that night, Haran comes to our boy and tells him that his mother has passed away. Though there is sadness, there is also a sense of relief to him that she is no longer in pain. Our boy once again offers his condolences, and Haran thanks him and tells him to keep an eye on what he will do from then on. He is determined to live up to everything that has been done for him. The MC knows Haran has the potential and talent, and it is just a matter of time. But something else is starting to trouble him. The rest of the team are showing signs of unease, growing more unsettled by the day. He realizes he has to take control of the situation before it gets worse. He needs to bring in some structure and handle things more systematically. Thinking back to the way things used to run in his past life, he recalls the setup in organized groups with clear roles and responsibilities. There is the leader, deputy, elder, elite member, regular member, and the newcomer at the bottom. He has already given special roles to Daju and Millie, so he decides to sort everyone else accordingly. He plans to promote those who have reached level 3 to elite members, while the rest as regular members. He thinks of considering new joiners as recruits, and once they have been around for at least half a month or have done something commendable, they will get promoted automatically. He also decides to bring in a points-based system, according to which each person will earn points based on what they contribute, and those points can later be exchanged for supplies or resources. Plus, extra efforts or exceptional tasks earn bonus points. From then on, he decides that no matter someone's level, their position is determined purely through points and performance. The next morning, our boy gathers everyone together and explains the new setup. He shares that any elite member who has the ability to lead can be chosen as a captain and take charge of a team. After that, he assigns Shuyun to lead the women's team and trusts her with full responsibility. For the men's teams, he picks Fang and Guang as temporary captains and divides the group between the two of them. Then, he makes it official and announces that the hierarchy policy is now in effect. Before stepping away, he wishes everyone the best and reminds them that as long as they have the determination to fight, they can stand strong and face anything. The crowd responds by shouting some slogans together. Not too far from our hero's residence, Zhao Hai stops a man on the road and asks him why he has not seen any zombies nearby. The guy explains that the area has already been cleared and every single zombie has been taken out, and it's all because there is a survivor base set up in a villa close by, and the people living there are unusually strong. In fact, they are doing quite well for themselves. They even have meat to eat and are living a surprisingly good life. He also mentions that they don't just eliminate the zombies, they also claim whatever supplies and resources are in the area. Hai is with his companion Tao and suggests that they should go and meet the MC and his people. Tao thinks it might be a good idea to build a friendly relationship with them. He also seems pretty excited at the thought of getting a meal, especially if it includes meat, as he has not had any in days and is clearly craving it. Another man traveling with them suddenly brings up something from the past. He remembers that before the entire world fell apart, the head of the Chen group, our boy himself, asked them for a massive loan, somewhere in the hundreds of millions. But Hai just brushes it off because obviously in times like these, money is meaningless. With the world in ruins, he tells the guy that there is no point in talking about debts. The man agrees and thinks it's possible our hero did not even survive the disaster anyway. Meanwhile, back at the base, Horan, who is stationed outside, spots the incoming vehicles. There are quite a few of them, and it makes him uneasy. He knows that if the people in those cars have bad intentions, it will be tough to hold them off. So, he quickly informs the MC about the situation and asks for reinforcements, just in case. Our boy comes out to take a look for himself. Hai sees our hero and recognizes him instantly. The MC also knows who he is. Hai walks up with a big grin and greets our boy warmly and acts like they are old friends. Our hero responds with a polite but somewhat uneasy smile. Then Hai gets to the point. After confirming that the MC is running things there, he reminds him of the huge loan he took, plus the interest, and demands that the money be returned. Our boy tells Hai that he never owed anything. In fact, he boldly claims that he already returned the money a long time ago by sending it to Hai's card. He knows there is no signal out there, so he uses that to his advantage, as Hai cannot show any proof. Then he firmly adds that just because Hai cannot see the transaction does not mean he can accuse him of not paying up. Deep down, though, he is amused that Hai really thinks he would get any money back in a world where survival matters more than anything else. The MC has borrowed a hefty sum, and now that payback time has rolled around, Hai is absolutely livid. Understandably so. It is not just pocket change they are talking about, but it's a huge amount, and anyone with half a brain can see that our hero is playing tricks. But instead of panicking, our boy tells him to check the records if he really wants proof that nothing was ever returned. Deep down, though, he has already made up his mind of not giving the money back. In his eyes, he has borrowed what he deserves based on his skills and strength, and that's that. To smooth things over, or at least pretend to, he offers a ridiculous amount of rice. But Hai is not falling for it. He sees right through the act, and he does not want rice. No one does, not when meat is in such high demand during a time like this, when survival is literally hanging by a thread. Hai is not going to let our boy off the hook so easily. He does a quick calculation, compares the current value of meat to that of the money the MC owes, and firmly demands about 15 tons of meat instead. Tao speaks up too. He does not think it's an unreasonable request at all. And if our hero does not have the meat, which seems pretty likely to Tao, then he suggests that he can throw in some women to make up the difference. But our boy simply shrugs it off and mentions that whether he has the meat or not does not even matter, because he is not giving them anything. Hai studies him closely and realizes that the MC is not afraid, and he is the same guy who has taken down more zombies than anyone else can count. So Hai backs off. He does not want to push the wrong buttons. He drops the whole demand and even claims he has already received the money our boy sent, whether he has or not. Tao stares at him like he has lost his mind. The guy who came demanding justice is now walking away without so much as a proper fight. But Hai knows better. Tao, on the other hand, does not. Our hero tells Hai to take his people and get out. Hai understands that Tao had his eyes on Myling, and that he probably wanted to see what kind of power the MC really holds. But even with that curiosity burning in him, Hai decides not to stick around. He turns to leave. Tao, though, is not ready to back down. He shouts at Hai and calls him a coward for backing off when our boy does not even have that many people on his side. Then he turns his fury toward our hero and dares him to fight. The MC gives Tao and the few men still lingering a final warning to turn around and run if they don't want to die. The others don't need to be told twice. They step away instantly. Tao, however, remains proud and stubborn and stays behind. He activates his powers and reveals what he has up his sleeve. A dark-type ability with the power to summon. He calls out a group of skeletons and starts bragging about how the people he has summoned have been killed and are in hell, with their souls devoured and gone forever. Our hero, however, is not impressed, because he has dealt with worse. He knows exactly who he is, the Void King, and he is the kind of guy who specializes in handling people like Tao. He turns to his team and gives the order. Anyone who manages to kill Tao will earn 5 points, but capturing him alive is worth a whole 100. Right then, Warlock shows up and starts barking like it has something important to say. Our boy glances at Rice, who translates, Warlock wants to become an elder, as it has been loyal for a long time now. It also wants to start earning points, and if the MC does not agree, it threatens to sue him for discriminating against dogs and looking down on them. Our hero stares at the dog, feeling completely betrayed. He has always fed Warlock meat and treated it like family, and now it wants compensation. Warlock is desperate to rack up some points, as each one brings it a step closer to becoming an elder, and that goal is all it cares about in the moment. He blasts some guys with a fierce lightning attack that lights up the place. Myling reminds it to set up some spells to keep the enemies from swarming them again. Warlock nods and dashes off toward Tao like a bullet, with his speed way too quick for a normal dog. Tao just stands there in complete confusion and struggles to process how a dog can possibly move like that. Meanwhile, our boy stands off to the side and observes the whole scene with a sigh. He had originally planned to train the team, but Warlock threw that idea straight out the window. Things take an even stranger turn when Warlock sets his sights on Tao and, without a hint of hesitation, lifts its leg and pees on him right there in front of everyone. That is apparently its way of claiming its next target. Our hero's face instantly drops into pure embarrassment because his dog just peed in public, like it's the most casual thing in the world. Tao, getting completely panicked and slightly damp, runs over to the MC, clings to him, and begs for his life. Off in the distance, Hai is watching the whole bizarre mess unfold, and silently thanks the heavens that he has not done anything to annoy our boy. Our hero tells Tao that he won't kill him, but it's not out of kindness. Deep down, he has his eyes on the skeletons Tao can summon. Those things are useful, and the MC plans to make the most out of them. His plan is simple: use Tao to upgrade him first, then turn him into a machine for collecting even more core crystals. Tao, obviously unaware of the plan brewing in our hero's head, drops to his knees and thanks him like he has just been saved by an angel. Our boy tells him he has great talent when it comes to summoning, and he is optimistic about Tao's future, but the warning that follows kills the vibe pretty fast. With that, he turns to Guang and tells him to find an empty room, lock Tao up, and treat him like a fresh recruit. A few moments later, Hai makes his way over to our boy and starts apologizing left and right, because he is desperate to stay on our hero's good side. To show his sincerity, he even offers him a gun, but the MC, being level 5, is not impressed. A level 1 weapon is not even close to being a threat to him, but it's more like a toy. So, he does the most MC thing possible and fires the gun at himself. Hai nearly loses his mind upon seeing it, but just as the bullet makes contact, it disappears into our hero's void space, like it was never even there. The MC smirks and decides he will keep the gun anyway, and use it as a toy when he is bored. Hai watches this entire scene unfold in disbelief. That is when it really hits him that the MC is not just strong, but is on an entirely different level. And messing with him is clearly a terrible idea. After seeing our boy in action, Hai's entire opinion of him does a complete 180. So, when our hero mentions working together in the future, Hai has no problem agreeing to it. The MC then turns to Hai's men and asks if any of them have light, dark, earth, or nature-based powers. Along with that, he also extends an invitation to those with support-type abilities, as his team could use people like them too. Then he gives a quick look to Haran and signals for some help with the talking part. Our boy has to keep his cool image as the leader after all, and cannot be the one handling all the details. Haran picks up on it and explains the deal to the others. He tells them they will be provided with 3 meals a day, and meat will be included now and then. As long as they fight well and prove themselves in battle, everything else will be taken care of. That is more than enough to get the crowd talking. People start opening up about their elemental abilities, and the mood becomes a little more energetic. Our hero turns back to Hai, just to double-check if he is okay with his people joining the squad. But Hai, who still has that image of the MC catching bullets with his bare body stuck in his head, does not even think about saying no. He just nods, not daring to argue. Our boy then lays out the entry requirement. Each of them has to take down some zombies and bring back the core crystals as proof. If they manage to do that, they will be officially accepted as new members of his squad. The guys don't hesitate and head out to complete the mission. Before parting ways, Hai tells our hero where he can find him in the future, just in case he needs anything. He also asks, more like pleads, for our hero's support if things get rough again. As night creeps in, the MC is with Millie. She brings up something that has been bothering her. She thinks the new members are doing well but cannot understand why our boy is not letting them wipe out the zombies faster. According to her calculations, if everyone kills a decent number of zombies, they can probably clear the area pretty quickly. She is worried that the longer they wait, the more likely it is that the zombies will evolve, and when that happens, they will be way harder to deal with. Our boy, however, has a different perspective. He knows there are still people who have not fought yet because they are scared. He is worried that if all the fighters group up too soon and happen to run into a stronger zombie mutation, they might all be wiped out at once. He tells Millie to get some rest, even though he himself is too deep in thought to sleep. What he has just told her is only half the truth. He understands the future a little too well. He knows that they have to let the zombies evolve. Without higher-level enemies, there won't be any advanced core crystals for humans to absorb, and without those, they won't be able to evolve quickly enough. If that does not happen, they will stand no chance when the stronger creatures finally show up. It is a cruel choice, but one that has to be made. The next morning, he gathers his team. He warns them to stay sharp and be extra cautious. The zombies are not the same anymore, and he has a strong feeling that the very day is the day they will start evolving into rank 2. He wishes them luck and tells them to come back in one piece. Deep down, though, he knows not all of them will make it back. But at the same time, if his team does not gain enough combat experience now, they will be helpless later on when things truly get out of hand. As they leave, Rice tells our boy it has a strange feeling that Myling might get hurt. Not fatally, but still. Our hero knows Myling, Mealy, and Daju are working together, and with Warlock on their side, things should be safe under normal circumstances. But something still does not sit right with him. Even though the team looks solid on paper, he cannot shake the feeling of unease. He stands there, stuck between whether he should trust them to handle it on their own, or follow and make sure nothing goes wrong. Our boy makes a conscious choice not to step in. He knows that if they never face hardships on their own, they will never truly grow stronger. Especially Myling. He understands that even if she manages to climb all the way to king rank, she won't truly awaken as the fire spirit fairy she is meant to be if she is kept locked away like some fragile bird trapped inside a cage. So, he decides to let events unfold naturally, and turns his attention toward Rice. Normally, sensing danger is something only the highest level mind users, level 10 to be exact, can do, and even then, that power only works for themselves. But Rice is different, and this little cat has a unique gift. It can sense threats aimed at others and pick up on them long before anyone else. That makes Rice an incredible asset, and our hero starts thinking about giving it more core crystals to boost its abilities even further to make it a key protector in the future. Meanwhile, Myling and Daju are locked in combat with a group of zombies. Myling's mind drifts back to the past, how she used to be able to knock down a rank 1 zombie with a single punch, almost effortlessly. But these zombies are clearly tougher and stronger, and that tells her that the rank 2 crystals must be more powerful than the rank 1 ones she remembers. Daju, however, is not convinced that rank 2 is that much stronger than rank 1, and both Mealy and Mealing find themselves agreeing with his assessment. Just then, a zombie lurking quietly behind a tree watches the trio carefully. This mutant zombie notices that they are not like the easy prey it has encountered before, but they seem more powerful and more resilient to it. So instead of rushing in, it decides to play it smart and starts calling more zombies over with the promise of fresh meat. Soon, more zombies arrive and the danger grows quickly. Mealy takes this chance to strengthen both Mealing and Daju and tells them to be cautious as they prepare for the fight ahead. The three of them start to move, trying to gain distance, and Myling mentions they can take their time defeating the zombies. But as the wind shifts, it begins pushing the zombies closer to them much faster than expected. That is when they start to suspect that there might be some high-ranked zombies mixed in with the horde, making the situation even more dangerous. Mealing stops moving and tells Daju that they are not running anymore, and they are going to stand their ground and fight. Daju immediately springs into action, wielding his electric baton with fierce precision, and strikes down zombies. At the same time, Mealing attacks with bursts of fire. But the very mutant zombie sees an opportunity amid the chaos, and it charges directly at Millie in the hope of an easy meal. Just in time, Mealing steps forward and blocks the attack meant for Millie. In the process, she suffers a painful wound on her arm, but does not back down. She responds by launching a powerful fire attack at the zombie and expects it to be finished. But to everyone's surprise, the zombie manages to dodge her strike and proves it is more agile and dangerous than they have thought. As the chaos thickens, Daju steps forward and tells Mealing to take care of the regular zombies, while he plans to keep the mutant one busy for a while. Mealy decides to back him up. Somewhere nearby, Warlock perks up at the sound of trouble. It freezes for a second and then thinks about how it just left the three of them alone for a few minutes, and they turned the whole situation into a mess. It decides to jump in not out of the goodness of its heart, but because it knows if anything happens to them, our hero will probably have it cleaned, chopped, and stewed before the day ends. Daju puts on this clearly fake, confident smile as if everything is going smoothly, though the tension in his shoulders says otherwise. Right then, Warlock makes its entrance, crashes in and grabs the mutant zombie's attention. Daju seizes the opportunity and attacks with his electric baton, but the zombie is not fazed. It catches the weapon mid-air like it's no big deal. Mealy also jumps into the chaos to support them. The moment the zombie tries to make a run for it, Warlock moves too fast for it to escape and leaps at it again. They manage to corner the thing, pin it to the ground, and all three of them let loose, kicking and beating it until it finally stops moving. After the fight ends, Millie turns her attention to healing Daju and Mealing, as both of them are worn down from the intense brawl. Meanwhile, Warlock digs into the zombie's body, pulls out the core crystal, and casually drops it into its pouch, which is already stuffed with a bunch of shiny ones from past fights. After returning home, it hands the newly found crystal to the MC and, through Rice, asks about the point value. Our boy checks it out and announces that it's a level 4 crystal and worth 100 points. Warlock lights up until our boy decides to feed Warlock's precious crystal to Rice so the cat can level up to 4. And just like that, Warlock's mood nosedives, and it gets annoyed to watch its hard-earned reward go straight into the cat's belly. Our hero lays down the rules for Warlock. He makes it crystal clear that if the dog hands over the crystals, he will throw some points its way. If not, then tough luck, as it will be getting no crystals and no points. Since the crystals don't have any scent or anything valuable to them, Warlock gives them to the MC. Deep inside, our boy is more amused than generous. The way he can handle Warlock so easily is honestly entertaining to him. Actually, he wants those crystals for Rice. He knows that sure, Myling has recently been in some danger, but it has not been anything life-threatening. And more importantly, when the bad situation popped up in the past, it was Rice who gave him a heads up in advance. Thanks to that, our hero was able to reach her in time. That makes it the second time Rice has predicted something spot on. Still, one thing does not sit right with him about how if Rice can sense danger so well, then the reason for it not warning him about Dazu as he got injured too, even if it's minor. He wonders if it's just too small of a threat for Rice to detect. Or Rice can only sense danger when it comes to people it's emotionally attached to. The MC is not sure, but what he does know is that Rice's ability has a lot of potential, and it definitely needs to be upgraded. Not long after, Warlock comes bounding over to the group, barking like crazy and trying to get everyone's attention. Millie turns to look and blinks in surprise that Warlock has clearly gotten a lot bigger. Mealing and Daju notice the same thing and wonder whether Mayu's cooking is that magical. Warlock clearly is not amused by the joke, and Rice can immediately tell that Warlock has reached level 4, and its increased size shows it. Upon hearing that, our boy, Mealy, and Daju praise Warlock like proud parents. Myling, on the other hand, is clearly having a moment of self-doubt, as she struggles to accept the fact that a dog is improving faster than her. Then Rice asks our hero for Warlock about how many points he is willing to give now that Warlock has hit rank 4. The MC is confused at first, not getting why Warlock is so obsessed with collecting points. That is when Rice fills him in on the whole story. Apparently Warlock has some big dreams. It wants to climb up the ranks, first becoming a dog elder, then a deputy chief, and eventually, the ultimate title, dog chief. That is enough to make our boy lose it. He kicks Warlock out of pure instinct, as he thinks that the dog has plans to steal his job. But Warlock is not giving up. It wants those points, and it is not afraid to demand them. Our hero agrees to at least think it over. Right around then, news comes in that Hai has sent people over, asking for help. The MC is not really planning on getting involved, but since they are already there, he tells the others to let them in. That is when a guy named Songling shows up. He comes in carrying some homemade drinks and cigarettes, and insists that Hai wants him to accept the gifts, whether he is going to help them or not. Our boy is not one to be bought so easily. He demands to know what is going on before even considering anything. Songling gets straight to the point. Apparently there is a guy named Jiang Wu who has suddenly appeared in their territory and started going after the supplies and resources they are collecting. Hai does not want a confrontation, but Jiang Wu is not exactly stable. The guy actually threatened Hai that if he does not agree to work under him, he will wipe out everyone. And then, he backed that threat up and killed nearly 10 of Hai's men, most of whom are rank 2. That is why Hai is reaching out for help now. Our hero takes a moment to process it. The gap between ranks 2 and 3 is not all that big, so for Jiang Wu to pull that off, he has to be at least rank 4. But the MC does not think the guy has the kind of raw talent to rise that high naturally. His guess is that Jiang Wu probably got lucky and stumbled across a high-rank crystal and absorbed it just at the right time to boost his strength. But even then, high-rank crystals are not easy to absorb fully or quickly. That gives our boy an idea that if he can kill Jiang Wu, he might be able to snatch a high-tier crystal of rank 4 at the very least, or even a 6 or 7 if luck is on his side. He turns to Songling and demands more details. When he learns that Jiang Wu relies mostly on raw force to take down his opponents, the decision is made, and our hero figures it's time to go check out this psycho for himself. But before that, our boy turns to Rice and asks if it is risky for him to go outside. Rice seems unsure, as it does not feel like there is any danger, but it also cannot say that for certain. Our hero is not satisfied with that kind of vague reply and pushes it to give a clearer answer. After a short pause and a bit of hesitation, Rice finally tells him it is fine, and he can go without worrying. With that, the MC decides to bring Rice along with him, just in case. While they are on the way, our boy notices the car and comments on how nice it looks. Songling catches on and offers it to our hero. He even adds that if the MC wants anything else, he should just take it, and Hai won't say a word against it. When they arrive at their destination, Hai greets our boy with a warm welcome and thanks him sincerely. And finally, our hero and Jiang Wu come face to face. The MC stands there after splitting Jiang Wu's body clean in two with the help of his void powers. It is not just Jiang Wu who is caught off guard. Everyone around is left speechless, not knowing whether to be impressed or horrified. Our boy then kneels down beside Jiang Wu and looks for the core crystal that Jiang Wu absorbed to become this powerful. Songling steps forward and offers to help. He claims he has more experience in locating these kinds of things, and our hero does not argue. Songling's words are not empty, as he actually manages to find the crystal and hands it over. The MC takes it and studies it for a moment. It is a level 6 crystal, though only about a quarter of it remains. Still, he cannot complain because it is the spiritual kind, and that makes it the perfect match for Rice. As if that is not enough, our boy reaches out and retrieves another crystal embedded between Jiang Wu's eyebrows. Even Hai has to admit those crystals look incredibly strong. Hai then turns to the people gathered around and gives a few solid instructions. He tells everyone to stay united and take out as many zombies as they can. He promises that no one will lose anything if they follow his lead and work together. But before they can really move into action, the MC mentions he has to head out because no one is home, and he needs to get back. Hai understands and thanks him sincerely. He even offers to send someone along to escort him or help him out in any way. Our boy waves off the offer, as he is not interested in an escort or backup, but he just needs a car. Hai does not hesitate and hands over the vehicle. In fact, he even tells our hero he can have more cars in the future if he ever needs them. As the MC turns to leave, Hai turns to Songling and gives him a message to make sure everyone shows respect to our boy. He believes that in a life-or-death moment, having our hero on their side might be the very thing that saves them all. On the way back, things feel more relaxed. The MC notices Rice watching some TV show again. He has seen it sitting with Warlock every day, eyes glued to the screen. He asks if the show is any good. Rice, with its usual nonchalant attitude, admits it is not all that great. On the screen, a man, probably some kind of priest, tells another guy that he has bad luck. Watching that, Rice thinks that if that guy on the screen might actually be stronger than it. Our boy explains that the man is just acting and it is all scripted, and there is no real competition between them. Rice puffs up a bit and confidently thinks it is still the best. Our hero finds Rice honestly kind of adorable. For a second, he wonders if Rice has picked up fortune-telling tricks from watching too much TV, or maybe it actually has a sixth sense hidden behind all that smugness. After returning home, our boy instantly notices that something is off as everyone's faces look swollen, like they have just walked out from a disaster. That is when Shuyun tells him they have gone out to train near the artificial lake, and during their session, they ended up running into a massive swarm of bees. And these were not just any ordinary bees. They were fierce, aggressive, and ridiculously hard to handle. Hearing that, our hero decides that the entire villa area needs to be inspected thoroughly. But before moving on, his attention shifts to Millie. He walks over and checks on her first. She seems fine with no visible stings and no signs of discomfort. Just to be sure, he asks her about Meiling. Millie assures him she is okay too, but then leans closer and quietly whispers that Meiling was actually stung by a bee. And after that, she did not say much and just went straight back to her room. The MC gets a little confused about where exactly she got stung, but Millie just subtly gestures toward her chest, which clears things up. Later that afternoon, not too far from the villa, a young man is crying for his injured brother. His brother's condition is getting worse by the minute, and the man keeps urging him to hang in there a little longer. He is convinced that if they can just make it to our boy's place, everything will be fine. He has heard all the stories about how our hero's villa is a safe place, how no one goes hungry there, and how they actually help people. But the injured brother knows that, without the required amount of crystals, he won't even be allowed in. He tells his brother to take the crystals they do have and go on alone and save himself. The man cannot accept it. He breaks down in tears, completely lost on why, during a time like this, there are still conditions and requirements just to be helped. He curses our hero for setting such cruel rules and blames him for his brother's suffering. In that moment, grief turns to rage, and he swears that he will take down everyone in that villa. Not long after, he finally arrives at the MC's place, carrying the exact number of crystals needed. Rice tells our boy that the guy is not there for safety, but has revenge in his eyes and wants our hero dead. Upon hearing that, the MC gets stunned. He does not understand where this hate is coming from, or what he ever did to deserve it. Still, he decides to personally show the man around to get a feel for his intentions. But instead of giving a proper tour, our boy leads him to a quiet corner, and punches him straight in the face, and demands answers about why and on whose orders he wants to kill him. The guy tries to play innocent about how it's their first meeting and he has no such intentions, and he is honestly just looking for work and protection. Our hero does not believe a word of it. He keeps pressing, hitting harder, and asking again and again for the truth. Finally, the man cannot take it anymore. He unleashes his powers and shouts that he is ready to fight. That is when the MC notices that this guy has dual abilities. The guy blames our boy for setting the kind of harsh conditions that end up getting his brother killed. all while sitting comfortably at home, playing around with cats like nothing happened. But our hero does not take the accusations to heart and points out that he never asked for anyone's help in the first place. He has not begged the guy or his brother to join him, and the decision to step into danger has been theirs alone. But the guy does not care about any of that. He is not in the mood to hear logic or explanations. He lunges at the MC, ready to fight. Our boy feels a pang of pity because the guy has dual abilities, something rare and truly remarkable, but all that potential is being thrown away on a reckless attack. He does not want to kill him, but in the end, he has no choice. He ends the fight quickly and decisively. Afterward, he steps outside to clear his head and spots two people walking down the street. It jogs his memory that earlier that morning, Rice had leveled up to 4 and told him that one of those people is going to die. Our hero recognizes one of them. It is Shu Mingqing, a wind element user. They look like they are just heading to the nearby convenience store with a friend. Something about the situation makes our boy uneasy. He decides to follow them not because he is suspicious, but because he wants to see if the prophecy can be changed. Just then, a sudden movement catches his eye. A cat is perched high up in a tree, and in the blink of an eye, it leaps straight toward Mingqing. For a second, the MC's heart skips, and then he steps in and blocks the cat's attack before it can reach him. While all this is happening, back at the house, things are falling apart. Rice coughs up blood and its small body trembles. Warlock, who is with it at the time, is terrified. No matter how many times it shakes or calls out, Rice does not respond. Panic sets in, and with tears streaming down, Warlock rushes out in search of our boy. Our hero is on his way back and is lost in thought. He cannot stop thinking about Rice's strength and how far it has come. Then he hears Warlock's cries and sees it running straight toward him. He then takes off alongside Warlock. When they get back, he rushes to Rice's side. Relief floods him when he sees there is still warmth in the little body and a faint but steady heartbeat, and that Rice is still alive. But something does not sit right with him. He can see that none of the guards at the entrance have been hurt, which means no one has broken in. So he is sure that it cannot be some random intruder. Someone has done this, and that someone has been inside. He turns to Warlock and asks about the person who hurt Rice. Warlock is also completely unsure about what is going on. Millie shows up shortly after, as per our hero's call, and she starts panicking upon seeing Rice unconscious. But the MC tells her to focus on healing first. Millie nods and gets to work. While she is healing, our boy's thoughts are running wild. He wonders whether this happened because he saved Mingqing, and that one action was enough to mess up the prophecy and land Rice in this condition. But then again, Rice has made predictions about Mealy and Mealing before, and nothing strange happened then. That is what makes it all even more confusing for him. Before he can figure anything out, Rice slowly comes back to consciousness. It reassures him not to stress about it so much. Apparently, the problem started when Rice tried to interfere with the prophecy, which triggered a backlash strong enough to make it vomit blood and pass out. Our hero looks genuinely remorseful, but Rice does not seem to blame him. Instead, it shares something strange. It feels like it is stuck on a circular path, with the MC, Mealy, and Myling moving along that track while everyone else remains outside it. And oddly, Warlock appears to be struggling to reach the path as well, but it remains the farthest away. Our boy listens carefully and realizes that he needs to be extra cautious when dealing with Rice from then on. Then he turns to Warlock and tells it to stay on good terms with Rice in the future. Warlock clearly is not excited about it, but our boy has a solid argument that being close to Rice might actually help it avoid an early death. That is convincing enough. In the end, Warlock is appointed as Rice's temporary mount and, though a bit grudgingly, it agrees to protect it. About a month passes by after all that. Our hero gathers everyone and announces that, in just over a month, some of the zombies that previously evolved to level 2 are already starting to evolve again. The news does not go down well. One person speaks up that they ran into a level 3 zombie just the other day, and it scared them half to death. That sparks instant panic among the group. Seeing the rising tension, the MC explains things calmly. He tells them that a zombie's evolution mostly means it becomes physically stronger and gains a bit more awareness, and it is not the same kind of evolution humans go through. To help everyone get used to the new threat, he lays out a short-term plan. For the next 3 days, they will only need to collect 1 level 3 core crystals per day. If anyone manages to bring more, they will earn 2 points for each extra. Then, after 3 days of adapting, the training will intensify. From that point on, anyone who secures more than 2 level 3 crystals in a day will get 3 points for each additional one. Before he continues, he receives word that Heisman is back to deliver more information. He tells everyone else to stay close and train in groups nearby while he goes to see what the guest has to say. It is Songling who has returned. He tells our boy that someone has set up a trade fair right next to the highway toll station. The idea is to get all the survivors in the area to come together and discuss how to deal with the ongoing crisis. The gathering is planned for the day after tomorrow. Apparently, Hai is planning to attend and has asked whether our hero will consider going too. The MC remembers hearing about these kinds of trade fairs in his previous life, although he had never personally attended one. But now, his goals are different. He is not just trying to scrape by, but he has bigger plans. He wants to gather the strongest people from all kinds of backgrounds and create a place of power where he can build the future he dreams of. When the day finally arrives, a man approaches the MC with a friendly grin and tries to lure him over to his stall. He claims that everything he sells is fairly priced, and that in exchange, he is only looking for some rice, a few pounds of goods, or core crystals. Our hero does not even bother looking at the guy. Just the sight of him clinging onto a woman in the middle of the world falling apart is enough to make him feel disgusted. He cannot stand people like that. In his mind, even in the worst of times, a man should have some principles. He sees himself as someone loyal and decent, not the type to act shamelessly. Hai seems to feel the same way, and he coldly tells the guy to get lost. Around them, the trade fair is in full swing. People are moving around, stalls are busy, and the place has a strange kind of liveliness despite everything going on. Our boy turns to the group he has brought along and tells them to go explore. He instructs them they are free to check out anything they like, try stuff, and contact him if they come across something worth grabbing. With that sorted, he heads off with Guang, Fang, Haoran, and Daju. As they walk through the crowd, they notice a bit of a commotion up ahead. A crowd has gathered, and it looks like something is going on. They get curious and make their way over to check it out. When they reach there, the MC immediately spots someone he recognizes, Long. It's the same guy who once refused Haoran a chicken, even when he had begged for it. Another man is standing there too, Zhou Mingliang, and he does not look happy. Apparently, Long's chicken has ended up burning Mingliang's brother's head, and now Mingliang is furious and wants the chicken. But Long does not want to. So Mingliang gives Long two options: hand over 100 kilograms of rice, or meet him somewhere for a fight. Long tries to talk his way out of it with Mingliang, but just then, our hero steps forward and makes his own offer. He suggests buying the chicken from Long and offers 20 level 2 crystals for it. Mingliang, who was already fuming, completely loses it after hearing it. He shouts that he is not going to let someone else take the chicken that has hurt his brother. He tries to block our boy looking for a fight, but Haoran steps up and shuts him down with one clean punch that sends him crashing to the side. Even then, Mingliang is not done. He scrambles back up and starts yelling threats and talks about how he is always the one who pushes others around and how he will kill them all. Haoran does not waste time with words. He is already stepping forward, ready to deal with him properly. The MC watches from the side and smiles quietly. This is the moment he has been waiting for. Letting Haoran loose is the perfect way for Long to realize what a mistake he made back then by turning him away. Haoran lands blow after blow and knocks Mingliang's guys down one after another. People around them start to panic, running in all directions, shouting for mercy, doing whatever they can to escape the chaos. Even Long, who knows Haoran has a background in boxing and kickboxing, is completely stunned. Watching Haoran move with that kind of power and control makes Long realize just how badly he messed up by not giving him the chicken when he had the chance. The MC suggests to Long that they should do a little trade. Without waiting for an actual response, he reaches over and grabs Long's chicken, but the bird lashes out with a sharp peck. Our boy also refuses to let a chicken get the better of him. He tightens his grip on its wings, locks eyes with it, and dares it to try that again. He even warns the feisty bird that if it keeps acting up, he will start plucking its feathers one by one. Just then, the organizers make their appearance, and an announcement echoes across the area. The meetup is about to begin, but only 2 people from each group are allowed to attend. Our hero chooses Haoran and Daju to go in with him and tells the rest of the group to explore the surroundings and do as they please until it's over. The meetup is being held inside a huge stadium. When the MC steps inside, he finds Hai already there, waiting patiently. Hai greets him and introduces him to Ye Gaofei, the heir to the powerful Ye family, which happens to be heavily involved in international trade. Hai mentions that he has heard quite a bit about Gaofei, how he is sharp, resourceful, and knows how to get things done. But our boy does not pay much attention to all that. His eyes are already drawn to someone else, the person standing beside Gaofei. That man is Long Yu, and he is anything but ordinary. He possesses metal-based abilities and can shift his body into various weapon forms, making him incredibly useful in battle. The moment our hero sees him, a flood of memories from his previous life hits him. Long Yu had also been one of the king level, just like Milling and Millie. That alone makes him someone the MC wants to pull to his side. Soon Gaofei starts speaking to the crowd. He introduces himself properly and shares some insight about his survivor bases, which are divided into ranks from level 1 all the way up to level 4. Our boy quietly thinks back to his past life and remembers that only 4 beings, one of them a cat and another a dog, ever managed to reach level 4. That speaks volumes about how rare and strong those few are, and it makes him guess that Gaofei clearly has access to some top-tier resources. especially when it comes to crystals. Gaofi goes on to explain that once someone reaches level 4, they no longer need to worry about polluted water, and even those who make it to level 3 benefit significantly. He emphasizes how crucial clean water is and the one thing humanity cannot afford to lose. Our hero silently agrees with the point, but deep inside, he finds it a bit tragic. As once water sources become polluted, it will permanently limit a person's potential, and anyone who drinks it will be stuck with that damage for life. Then comes the moment everyone has been waiting for. Gaofi reveals a rare high-level crystal that immediately grabs the MC's full attention. He recognizes instantly that it's a 6th level crystal, something incredibly rare and powerful. Gaofi raises it proudly for everyone to see and boasts about its strength, though he admits he still does not know exactly what grade it is. Still, he claims that with crystals like this, people will be able to reach level 4 much faster than before. Hai glances at the crystal, then shifts his gaze to our boy. He thinks about Gaofi showing off with something like this, and compares it with the crystals that our hero has used to become as strong as he is. Gaofi then starts going on about running some experiments, talking about how people take in those crystals and how quickly their powers grow. It sounds all deep and noble at first glance, but our hero is not sold because he knows it's a bit too good to be true. Gaofi speaks up again, this time with even more emotion about how he cannot stand seeing people fight and kill each other anymore. He believes that relying on personal strength alone won't be enough to survive in this chaotic world. So he claims that he wants to bring people together to form a group. According to him, no one is forced to join. They will build an elder council, with the strongest becoming elders, and every decision will be made through voting. Our boy reads between Gaofi's lines. To him, this is not about unity, but it's a clever way to gain power. He can see that Gaofi is not forming a group. He is building a base of loyal followers. But strangely, others don't seem to see it like that. In fact, more and more people look interested, even eager to join him. A woman then steps forward and clarifies that while no one is being forced, if they cross paths during future supply runs, they should not blame their side for being aggressive. The MC can tell she is playing the part of the villain deliberately, just to make the rest of Gaofi's group look more justified. Then come the application forms. Every person receives a kind of leaflet which has Gaofi's background, an introduction to his team, and some comforting words about how joining them will make things easier going forward. Our hero looks at the paper and immediately knows that this is bait and a lot of people are going to take it. Gaofi tells everyone to take their time and come see him if they are ready to join. To the MC, it's all very clear that Gaofi is calculating, not kind. He is slowly pushing people toward a choice by cornering them emotionally. But what really bugs him is that in his past life, Gaofi had not made any impact at all, which means sooner or later, Gaofi will get himself killed. Our boy plans to be ready when that happens, as he will step in, act sincere, and use the opportunity to win Long Yu over. In the meantime, Keelan whispers to Hai that maybe they should team up. He cannot stand how arrogant Gaofi has become, and mentions that even some of Gaofi's own people are secretly plotting against him. Hai does not know what to make of it, so he turns to the MC for advice. But our hero makes it clear that he does not want to interfere when kids fight. Later on, Fang introduces our boy to a few new people. He mentions that their recent decision to only allow level 3 survivors into the group has drawn a lot of attention, and he warns the MC to be cautious. That makes our hero guess that some of these newcomers are planted by other groups, trying to sneak in and cause trouble from the inside. He decides to have Rice double-check everything once he gets back home. On his way back, something unusual catches our hero's eye. A girl hiding quietly behind a tree. The moment he sees her, he recognizes her right away. It's Mengyan, the gifted one who has mastered the ability to enhance seeds. Our boy knows exactly how valuable she is, and he makes up his mind right there that he needs to bring her in as soon as possible. Our boy goes straight into the forest to take Mengyan with him, but things don't go as planned. The moment he arrives, Mengyan bolts off in the other direction, while on the lookout for some little fish. The MC quickly steps in and stops her, trying to reassure her that he is not going to hurt her. But Mengyan is not convinced. She turns into a rabbit and darts away again. Our hero then taps into his void powers and catches her mid-escape. Once more, he tells her he means no harm, and asks her to return to her human form. But Mengyan stubbornly tells him to let her go. He warns her that it is dangerous to be out there alone in the forest, and how he only wants to take her back with him. Plus, he promises to feed her delicious food. Eventually, the MC returns home, all while casually walking in with a chicken in one arm and a rabbit in the other. When Millie sees them, he acts like it is nothing, and mentions that he just found them on the way. Mengyan, who has already shifted back to her original form, immediately corrects him that he did not find her, but he caught her. Our boy completely ignores her protest and calls out for Shuyun. He tells her to take Mengyan out and get her something to eat, but Mengyan is in no mood to be agreeable. She snaps that she would rather starve to death than eat anything from him. Still, Shuyun takes her away. A little while later, our hero decides to check on her, and he finds that Mengyan is sitting down and eating. He cannot help but tease her by reminding her of her earlier dramatic declaration. Mengyan mentions that she has simply changed her decision. The MC figures she is tougher and bolder than she looks. He softens a bit and apologizes for bringing her there by force. Then he explains what has actually made him take her. He had seen her using her powers on a tree earlier and figured out that she is a natural ability user. He mentions that his base is in desperate need of someone like that. He wants her to help grow vegetables, and in return, he promises her a good meat-based meal every single day. Mengyan knows there is no real escape at this point as she has practically been kidnapped. She does not have many options, so she quietly agrees for now. She figures the best thing to do is observe the MC and everyone around him before making any decisions. And then she plans to ask him to bring her friend, Little Fish. Our boy hands her a pouch full of seeds to start planting and turns to other matters. He asks Dazu for an update, and Dazu shares that all the new guys who have just joined during the trade fair are spies. He and Horan have already dealt with them, and by dealt, he means they have beaten the truth out of them. Apparently, 2 of the spies are sent by Gaofei and 1 by Qilin. Our hero orders Dazu to take care of them quietly, not to stir up any noise, and wait patiently for any changes ahead. Not long after, Songling shows up once again and starts off with an apology to the MC for disturbing him. He then gets straight to the point and updates that Qilin has suddenly invited Hai over to his base, as he wants to talk about how to deal with Gaofei. The strange part is that Qilin keeps pressing Hai to bring our boy along too. That is why Songling is there to know what our hero thinks about all this. The MC senses that something feels off and decides to go along. He is curious about what Qilin and the others are planning, and deep down, he feels it might be better to keep an eye on things so that if anything dangerous comes up, he can step in and make sure Long Yu does not get dragged into it. Over at Qilin's place, the meeting is already in full swing. Qilin makes it clear that he wants to handle Gaofei himself, but he has conditions. He demands a 30% share of Gaofei's assets for himself and leaves the rest to be divided however the others want. Then he asks who is willing to stand with him. Our hero declines with the excuse that he does not have enough people on his side. That does not go over well with Qilin, and he warns the MC to be careful with his words. Hai immediately starts to panic. He has already warned Qilin multiple times not to push our boy like this, yet there Qilin is, doing exactly that. Our hero, on the other hand, can already see through the situation. It is not just a meeting, but Qilin is putting pressure on him and clearly threatening him. But Qilin sees him as a potential enemy, someone who might take advantage of their fight with Gaofei to raid their supplies. Hai tries to calm things down and tells Qilin that the MC has no such intentions and just does not want to get involved in anyone's conflicts. But Qilin is not buying it because he does not trust words, but he believes in actions. In fact, he even suggests that if Hai was not involved, our boy would not have shown up at all. Then comes the real shocker as Qilin demands that if our hero wants to speak, he has to kneel. That leaves Hai speechless, and the MC is already sizing Qilin up and wonders who this guy thinks he is to make that kind of demand. But Qilin is not done talking. He points out that he knows our boy is a level 4, same as Gaofei, but it does not matter to him, as in his eyes, our hero won't be able to take on the sheer number of people he has. He even has the nerve to demand that the MC hand over his high-level crystals, the ones he has used to get stronger, and swear to take the lead against Gaofei. He makes it clear that is the only way he will let our boy walk out alive. That is when it all falls into place for our hero, that Qilin has planned everything, and he probably has spies planted, and has used Hai to bring him there. He can see that this is not about planning an attack on Gaofei, it's all just a setup to come after him. Then, to top it off, Qilin orders his men to search the MC for valuables and warns him not to resist. Our boy does not want to resort to violence, but he also knows how things have played out in the past, and if Qilin stays alive, history will just repeat itself. In a split second, he vanishes from sight and appears right behind Qilin, completely catching him off guard. He then lands a powerful punch that sends Qilin reeling and demands to know what his real plan is when it comes to Gaofei. But even after taking the hit, Qilin is not scared. He threatens that even if our hero kills him, there is no way he will be able to escape the base alive. That punch sends Qilin's men into a frenzy. After seeing their leader get attacked like that, they don't want to let it slide. Our hero hates being threatened, and there is nothing about it he tolerates well. So when Qilin's men keep pushing and throwing insults, he does not waste a second. His fists fly again and again. He is not just hitting for the sake of it. He wants Qilin to spill the truth about his plan to kill Gaofei. Qilin, who has grown tough living on the streets since he was a teenager, is no stranger to pain. But even he has his limits. His face is swollen and bruised, almost unrecognizable. After taking hit after hit, something inside him finally breaks, and tears well up in his eyes. He asks our boy to kill him already because if he dies, he is sure the MC will meet the same fate. That kind of desperation only makes our hero angrier. Before our boy can think much more, Keelan's men jump in to avenge their boss and charge at him. But the MC is ready. He fights back fiercely and sends several crashing to the ground and forces the rest to retreat with bruised egos and aching bodies. Watching all this unfold, Hai stands quietly on the sidelines. He already knew this mess would go down exactly like this. But fighting like this is tedious for our hero, as there is just too many of them and no way to chase them all down. So he turns to the remaining group and lays down the rules clearly. He won't bother anyone who stays out of his way. Unlike Gao Fei, he has no hidden agendas or plans to manipulate people for his own gain. He makes it clear that he is straightforward and just wants peace. The others agree quickly, not just to stay safe but also to show goodwill. They even offer our boy whatever he needs, supplies, resources, anything, just to avoid trouble. Meanwhile, Killen's men, now fully aware of the MC's strength and brutality, gather and whisper about their next move. They decide it is best to report to Gao Fei, who is on our hero's level, and might be able to deal with him in a way they cannot. Not far away, the mood is grim as well. A man tells Long Yu a heartbreaking story about how he went out to fight zombies a few days ago, only to return and find his wife missing. Later, he discovered she had been killed and dumped in a pit. He accuses a man named Yu Lingjie of being responsible for her death. Long Yu gets furious and goes to confront Lingjie. Standing outside the warehouse, he overhears Lingjie speaking callously about how a woman has died without giving much fun, and how he is planning to find another one soon. Upon hearing that, Long Yu bursts inside and accuses Lingjie of rape and murder. Gao Fei steps in and tries to calm Long Yu down. He admits he has heard about the incident and holds Lingjie responsible but does not think his crime is worth death. According to Gao Fei, Lingjie is too valuable because he kills zombies, a skill they desperately need to survive. Long Yu does not buy that excuse. Lingjie begs Gao Fei to save him and claims he is taking the blame to protect Gao Fei's reputation. He explains that Gao Fei is busy managing the base during the day, and his nighttime activities are harmless, even necessary to keep Gao Fei calm and focused. Hearing this, Long Yu makes up his mind. He decides to walk away, as he thinks that Gao Fei is not the leader he has hoped for, but is just someone using his position to justify selfish behavior instead of leading people toward a better future. Long Yu's exit from the base has Lingjie worried. He is convinced it's only a matter of time before everything gets exposed. But Gao Fei is not losing his cool. He is well aware that there are still a few people around who have ties with Long Yu, and if he tries to do anything reckless out in the open, those people might turn on him. So, instead of taking any direct action, he decides to play it sneaky. He tells Lingjie to stir up some nasty rumors to make it sound like Long Yu has lost his mind, that he preys on the weak, and that he is not even human anymore. To cover his tracks, Gao Fei adds that he is only letting Long Yu walk away out of respect for his past contributions. But the bottom line is, he wants Long Yu and his group gone. Long Yu takes his people and leaves, but the moment they are out, reality smacks him in the face. He has actually believed people would follow him, that they would come together and fight off the zombies as a team. But now, looking around, he realizes he has nowhere to go and no plan in sight. Just as he is trying to figure things out, a group of Chilin's people arrives, shouting at the top of their lungs that they are there to surrender. They add that the MC is already planning to join forces with others to take Gao Fei down. Back at our hero's place, Haran shows up with the good news that he has reached level 4. Our boy compliments him and explains that once someone gets to that stage, the crystals they absorb constantly release energy that strengthens their body, and that energy can even be directed to specific areas. The MC guesses Haran will likely focus on strengthening his fists, since the more critical parts, like the head and heart, already receive automatic protection. Haran mentions that he used to practice boxing, and fists always feel natural to him. Hearing our hero suggest it just makes him even more eager to give it a shot. Just then, our boy gets word that Hai is at the gate, asking for shelter because Gao Fei is after him. The MC gives the order to let him in immediately. Once Hai is inside, our hero asks how Gao Fei found out about their base. Hai explains it was Keelan's guys that our hero spared the other day, and they are the ones who sold them out. Upon hearing that, our boy cannot help but feel a pang of regret. He had the chance to eliminate that threat, but he let it go, and now it has come back to bite him. Hai warns him that Gao Fei is already on the move and that they should get ready fast. The MC does not waste any time, and he orders everyone to prepare for a full-on fight. Soon enough, Gao Fei and his people are stationed right outside our hero's house. There is a solid fortress set up around his place, and Gao Fei can tell something unusual is going on inside. Still, he believes that no matter how tough those walls look, it is always the inside that can bring everything crashing down. So, he pulls out a mic and starts his announcement. He claims he has around 2,000 people with him, all ranked between level 2 and 3. He advises our boy's followers to surrender peacefully and promises that anyone who does will become part of his team. For the first 10 who surrender, he even throws in a little incentive of some soda and sausages. But nobody comes out. The MC munches on an apple and listens to the whole thing. He is not the least bit surprised. Of course, no one is going to give in for some cheap snacks, not when they are already living comfortably and eating meat under his roof. Then, his thoughts shift. Gao Fei has only mentioned 2 level 4s, and he guesses that means Long Yu has left him. Still getting no response from inside, Gao Fei turns to Ling Jie and tells him to take his people and go in first. He even promises a reward for anyone who manages to take our boy's people down. But Ling Jie is not stupid. He knows exactly that the first ones in are always the ones to get killed. He knows his team won't be keen on the idea either, and they start backing away. Seeing everyone hesitate, Gao Fei starts losing his temper and curses at them for being cowards. Our hero finds it all hilarious. He sits there wondering whether these guys are serious about fighting or if this whole thing is just a joke. He tosses the apple core he has just finished eating right at Gao Fei's group. At first, they all jump like he has thrown a grenade or something deadly, but then they notice it's just the remains of a fruit. Still, what really stuns them is the fact that it's fresh. In a time when food is scarce and survival is a daily struggle, something as simple as a fresh apple core feels almost unreal. Meanwhile, Gao Fei turns to the woman on his team and tries to convince her to move ahead. He promises that someone will enhance her defense, so even those powerful level 3 awakeners won't be able to harm her. He acts like she is his last shot at turning the tide, plays the emotional card and makes her feel like his only support. The woman gives in, telling her team to stay close and follow her lead. At the same moment, Lewin barks out orders to his own people and instructs the ones with earth abilities to take the front line. He warns the rest that if anyone dares to disobey or hesitate, he won't think twice before electrocuting them right there. As the two groups push forward, they are suddenly hit with a wave of attacks. Shuyun and Mealing appear and launch a fierce assault. And just when things seem intense enough, Warlock bursts out of nowhere and joins the ambush. All three strike at once, unleashing a barrage of power that throws everyone off. Watching it all unfold, Gao Fei cannot believe his eyes. The strength behind that combined attack is beyond anything he can muster. He stands frozen for a second, stunned, until Warlock turns toward him, Thunderball already crackling through its body. It walks right up, slams a punch into Gao Fei's face, and follows it up with a full-on beatdown of punches, kicks, and a thunder-charged blast that leaves Gao Fei sprawled on the ground. Seeing him like that completely down, the rest of his people make a quick decision and decide not to stick around for that kind of punishment. One by one, they run and abandon the fight. Not long after, Haran drags Lewin, who looks like he is about to faint, straight over to our hero. Lewin begs for his life, and the MC stands there and asks him about Long Yu. Lewin shares that Long Yu has been kicked out of their base by Gao Fei because of being accused of being a bully. But the MC is not buying that story. He knows Long Yu for sure. He can be tough when the situation calls for it, but he is not the type to pick on others just for fun. Lewin then shares what is really going on. He confesses that Gao Fei has set Long Yu up, and deep down, everyone at the base knows it. They just don't say anything because, well, Gao Fei is Gao Fei. Our hero then turns to Hai and asks for a quick favor. He wants him to head back, gather up his people, help clean things up at the villa, and most importantly, keep an eye on the door while he is out. He promises Hai a solid reward once it's all over, a proper meal, something big and satisfying. With that done, the MC tells his own people to gear up as he plans to head to Gao Fei's place not to start a fight, but to collect whatever supplies they can get their hands on. Just as they are about to leave, Warlock pops up asking for its reward points, as usual. Our boy tells it to stay behind and guard the house and promises the points will come once he gets back. Meanwhile, Songling suggests to Hai that maybe they should join our hero. But the others on Hai's side are not on board with that idea. It's because compared to what they have on Hai's side, joining the MC would mean accepting lower ranks and fewer perks, and nobody wants to go from being in charge to taking orders. Hai does not push back or agree. He decides to let things play out on their own. He thinks that if they somehow manage to get their hands on a high-level crystal, then things will shift in their favor. Not long after, our boy and his team reach Gao Fei's base. While the others get to work collecting supplies, our hero decides to take a quick look around. That is when he spots a dog, just wandering around. He walks over and finds out it's a female. Right then, a funny idea pops into his head, and he decides to bring it back for Warlock as a perfect match and companion. But of course he wants to trade it with 1,000 points. When he gets back home, Hai is there. The MC thanks him for guarding the place and promises a good round of barbecue in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Warlock is already waiting by the door, as it wants those promised points. But instead of points, our boy shows it the female dog. Warlock stares at it and then suddenly bursts into tears. Our hero assumes it's a touching moment, as Warlock has been single for ages, after all. So he takes it as just emotional overflow. But Warlock is not crying tears of joy. In its little brain, this feels like betrayal. It thinks our boy had been hiding another pet dog, and shock, heartbreak, confusion, all hits it hard. The MC, meanwhile, is completely in the dark and thinks that the dog just is not Warlock's type. So he asks it to tell him its preferences, so he can go out and find one that suits it better. That is when it finally clicks for Warlock that this is not some hidden betrayal, but this is real. Our boy has actually gone out, searched, and picked a partner especially for it. Warlock does not like that female dog. Our boy picks up on its mood and tells it not to worry. In fact, he is already thinking about sending her off to Millie's. After that, he calls over Rice to have a chat with Warlock about the points it has earned. Since Warlock has taken down Gaofei and managed to get his hands on a crystal, our hero thinks it deserves 300 points. Warlock looks quite pleased with that reward. Rice also adds that Warlock has not just dealt with Gaofei, but it has taken out a bunch of others too. That gets the MC thinking, and he decides to give another 200 points. Once everything is added up, Warlock's total hits 1500 points. Then Warlock comes right out and mentions that it is aiming for the title of Dog Elder with all the points. Our boy is confused. He cannot understand why Warlock is so obsessed with that specific position. But Warlock is not joking around. It tells our hero to spread the word and make it official. Everyone needs to start calling it Dog Elder from then on, and they have to treat it with proper respect. The MC, though, tells it to calm down and take it easy for the day and assures it they will deal with it tomorrow. He then decides to head to bed first and tells Warlock to get some rest too. Warlock just reminds him not to forget to wake up early and make the public announcement like he promised. Later, Hai and his gang show up at our hero's place for a barbecue, as per the invitation. The moment they see the spread, they are practically drooling. The meat looks too good to resist. Our boy welcomes them and thanks them again for all the help they have given. He even tells them they can take home around 100 pounds of meat when they leave. Deep down, though, he knows the meat will spoil soon, so he figures this is a smart way to share it before it goes to waste. Right before the food is served, our hero stands up to make an announcement. He shares that one of their members has recently shown amazing performance, racked up a ton of points, and officially qualifies to become an elder. As soon as he mentions that, everyone's excitement dims a little. Even though they have all worked hard, they feel like they are still falling behind. People start guessing who it could be, either Horan, Myling, or even Shuyun. But it obviously is Warlock. It walks in all proud, dressed up in its special outfit, acting as if it's already in charge. The MC officially introduces it as their new elder, and wants the others to show it proper respect. The group nods and accepts it, and our hero adds that Warlock has prepared drinks for everyone to celebrate. People cheer and give it some well-earned praise. Meanwhile, somewhere outside, Long Yu is getting a full update. He has just heard that our boy has taken out Gaofei and some others, and now has several high-level crystals, some even above level 4. The guy updating him also mentions that the MC is actively recruiting and points to the villa across from them. Long Yu decides to go check things out himself. As they reach the front entrance, the smell of barbecue hits them like a wave. They start thinking that if they join up with our hero, they can enjoy meals like this too. Our boy spots them and tells them straight up that if they want in on the food, they have to contribute something first. He points at a banner and begins reading out a few of the group's basic requirements. He makes it clear to them that becoming an official member is the bare minimum to get a seat at the table. Long Yu actually likes what he is hearing. The system and values match up with his own way of doing things. But there is a slight issue, as not everyone in his group has reached level 3 yet. One of his guys suggests letting the ones who are already level 3 join first. Long Yu agrees and decides to stay back to help the rest catch up and level up properly. Another person in the group mentions that even though their numbers are not huge, their people are strong. Most of them are at level 3. Only a few are still at level 2, and Long Yu himself is level 4. He figured that should count for something. Otherwise, he thinks that if the MC stays too strict with the rules, they might need to rethink whether joining up is worth it. Eventually, Long Yu walks over to the front desk, introduces himself, and asks the guy to pass on a message to the one in charge. Inside the villa, the MC shares some unexpected news with Warlock. He mentions that the others have already gone through around 1,600 bottles of drinks. Then he adds that the entire bill has been pinned on Warlock. That means its points are not just low, they are buried way down in the negative. Warlock does not even bother reacting with surprise. It just looks annoyed. It knows full well that even our boy has helped himself to a fair number of those drinks. Yet somehow, the debt has landed squarely on its shoulders. As our hero gets an update about Long Yu waiting outside, he turns and makes his way over there. He is happy to live his best life by just sitting there, doing absolutely nothing, and somehow, good things keep finding their way to him. And now, to make it even better, someone as powerful as Long Yu, a king-level figure, has actually come in person to meet him. When he reaches Long Yu, he asks why someone like him would want to join their group. Long Yu tells him that the way he handles things matches his own ideals, and he genuinely wants to get rid of the zombies as soon as possible to bring the world back to how it used to be. Our boy, on the other hand, is not so easily convinced. He knows that taking out the zombies is not something one can do just because they are motivated. So he shifts focus and asks what kind of abilities Long Yu has. Long Yu explains that he can transform his body into metal, which gives him solid defense and fairly good strength in physical combat. The MC can tell that Long Yu has not even scratched the surface of his true potential. The guy clearly has something special, but he just does not know how to use it properly yet. So our boy decides to put him through a small test to see what he is really capable of. Long Yu braces himself, and our hero throws a punch. Not a full force one, but enough to prove a point. Long Yu backs off, clearly stunned. He has been attacked before, even by level 3 ability users, and barely felt a thing. But this one punch from our hero landed hard. After that, our boy tells him that he met another person he has come across before, someone who also has metal-based powers. That person was able to melt metal, reshape it, and form all kinds of sharp and powerful weapons from it. According to Long Yu, he has tried that sort of transformation too and has gotten the hang of it. But our hero is not looking for that kind of ability. Instead, he takes out a gold ring and tells Long Yu to try changing metal into actual gold. He asks him to observe the atomic structure of gold carefully, get a feel for it, and then try replicating it with his powers. Long Yu focuses and tries it out, and to his surprise, he pulls it off. The MC gives an approving nod, as that is exactly the kind of potential he has been hoping to see. The reason Long Yu's metal transformation does not last long is simply because he is still at a lower level. Our boy is confident that as he gains more experience and levels up, he will be able to maintain those transformations for much longer. And honestly, to our hero, crafting high-grade equipment, building custom weapons, and modifying metal structures is way more valuable than just charging into fights with zombies. With that, the MC officially welcomes Long Yu to the team and invites him to a celebration barbecue that night to mark the occasion. Later that evening, just when things have started to settle down, a girl arrives quietly outside our boy's villa. She is hiding herself well. She is not just passing by either, but she is looking for someone. Specifically, she is searching for Mengyan. This is the very same little fish Mengyan has mentioned earlier. Without making a sound, she uses her ability to turn invisible, slips through the entrance, and begins quietly looking around inside the villa, hoping to find her. Mengyan happily enjoys the drumsticks like she has not a single worry in the world. Little fish enters the room and her eyes well up with tears. She has been wandering alone for days, hungry and scared, desperately searching for Mengyan. And now, watching her eat so peacefully without a worry about her, little fish cannot help but feel heartbroken. At the same time, Warlock nearby notices the unfamiliar face and does not waste a second. It immediately rushes off to alert our hero. The moment the MC hears about the intruder, he is furious. He cannot believe that the people he has on watch duty have allowed someone to slip past them so easily. But more than that, he is worried. Mengyan is not just anyone to him. She is his future hope, someone he absolutely does not want harmed. He storms off to handle things himself. He bursts into the room and demands to know who the girl is. But before things escalate, Mengyan steps in and explains that the girl is her friend. She has snuck in using her invisibility powers, which is why no one has seen her coming. That explanation is enough to make the MC's anger melt away. Not only does he drop the issue, but he suddenly has a change of heart. Seeing how far the girl has gone just to find Mengyan, he decides she might be useful too. So, to cover his tracks and keep his pride intact, he makes it sound like bringing Mengyan there has always been out of concern for her safety. He admits he did not expect the girl to be this anxious about her. He then reassures her that Mengyan is doing fine and safe under his care. Then he makes an offer to join his team. He mentions that many girls are already part of the group, and they have everything they need to survive: food, shelter, and protection. But there is one condition. If she chooses to stay, she will need to put her invisibility skills to work, and he wants her to help evacuate more mutants from outside. Upon hearing mutant zombies, Little Fish tells our boy that on her way to this place, she has seen a zombie, clearly dead, but still surrounded by ice that has not thawed. Cold air was around its body, and it gave off a weird, chilling energy. She did not dare get close, but it did not feel like the usual zombies. More importantly, she noticed the crystal inside it was untouched. That stands out, as no survivor in their right mind would just walk away and leave something that valuable. That catches our hero's attention, and he finds it suspicious. He thinks that if no one took the crystal, then it has not been killed by humans. He guesses the zombie might have been taken down by another one, maybe something stronger, and it can only mean that high-level mutants are active nearby. He asks the girl for the exact location and makes plans to investigate it himself when daylight comes. The next day, Hai comes looking pale and shaken to the core. He tells the MC that he has been scared to death. He has spotted a mutant zombie from a distance, and before he could even react, it teleported right in front of him after slaughtering his entire squad. Hai is sure that this zombie is terrifyingly strong and insanely fast, and those wind blades it uses are like nothing he has ever seen. Songling shows up soon after, just as rattled. He mentions that dozens have already been killed by this thing, and the only reason others managed to survive is because they ran fast. It looks like the zombie has let them go, but Songling does not feel safe. Judging by how it can move, he fears it could easily find their location next. Then Rice comes in and warns our hero that he is in danger. The MC gets confused because he is the Void King, and there is no way he can be in danger. When our boy asks, Rice admits it has sensed something overwhelming, and it feels to him that our hero has come dangerously close to death. But at the same time, it senses there is something valuable hidden behind all that danger. That is when the MC finally connects the dots that the strange and powerful zombie that showed up out of nowhere has not been wandering randomly, but it is coming for him. Our boy is lost in thoughts as Hai and his people have just told him about a terrifying mutant zombie they have encountered, and the way they describe it leaves no doubt in his mind that it has to be at least a level 7 wind type. But something does not sit right. He is sure he has never come across anything like this before. In all the chaos and bloodshed of his previous life, this kind of zombie has never appeared. And then there is that thing about the incredible benefits waiting if our hero manages to kill the thing. That part makes even less sense to him. He knows that the crystals from a level 7 or higher zombie are rare and useful, and there is no doubt about that. But calling them incredible feels like a stretch. He cannot see how they would be game-changing for him. Still, brushing off the thought for now, he turns to Rice and double-checks if Millie and Myling are safe. Rice gives him a firm nod. That is all the assurance he needs. He makes his way over to Hai and Songling, who are both clearly anxious. He tells them they are not going anywhere. The two blink in surprise, caught off guard by his sudden decision. But before either can protest, our boy adds that they can stay at his place for the time being as he plans to go take a look around and figure things out first. Right around then, Daju returns with the sisters after gathering supplies. Myling looks like she cannot wait to take a long shower, while Millie is already thinking about food. Everything seems normal until it is not. Unnoticed by them, a zombie has followed them all the way back. It stops at the entrance, blocked for a second, but that pause does not last long as the thing is lightning fast. One of the guards on duty spots it and immediately sounds the alarm and shouts for our hero. The noise jolts everyone's attention. The trio who have just come back turn, alarmed, as they see the chaos erupting outside. The zombie has already cut down the guards like they are nothing. It is vicious and too fast. The MC arrives just as things are spiraling out of control. He yells for Rice to hide and then tries to strike the zombie from behind. But the moment his sword makes contact, it barely leaves a mark as his blade cannot cut through. That is when the realization hits him that this thing is not just level 7 but has to be an 8 or maybe even a 10. The others run up to join him, taking in the situation. Our boy knows that he cannot abandon them, and running away is not an option. Not with them there. He has to think of something and fast. But before a solid plan can form, the zombie lunges at him to attack. Then, just as suddenly, it shifts its attention toward Millie and Myling. The MC knows things have spiraled too far out of control, and saving everyone the usual way is no longer possible. So he comes up with a risky plan, to lead everyone into the void and escaping through it. But he has not mastered how to bring others with him through that space. Still, with no better option on the table, he decides to take a gamble. He tells everyone to hold on to him tightly and tries activating the ability. But it does not work. They are still there, and worse, the zombie has already lunged toward Millie. Our boy throws himself between her and the creature to buy a few precious seconds. All he can do is hope the zombie's time will run out on its own. Just then, something strange happens. A crystal appears right on his forehead, and the next moment the zombie is struck down and collapses instantly. But the effort takes its toll, and the MC loses consciousness and falls to the ground as well. The others are immediately thrown into panic. Millie rushes over and starts healing him. Myling, on the other hand, takes control of the situation. She orders everyone to shut the main gate and makes it absolutely clear that no one is to leave the base until our hero regains consciousness. She assigns Dazu to carry our boy inside and tells the rest to stay on high alert. Inside, they gently lay him on a bed. That is when Warlock's temper flares. He turns to Rice, angry that the MC has ended up in such a state. But Rice calmly explains that it has already predicted something like this might happen. Despite everything, it is confident our boy will survive and even hints that this might turn out to be a good thing for him. Still, Millie is not convinced. Her worry does not ease, no matter how many times Rice tries to reassure them. 2 days go by with no change. Then, finally, our hero stirs and opens his eyes. Millie and Warlock are right there beside him. As he sits up, everything slowly comes back to him. He remembers using some kind of power that made the mutant zombie's death happen faster. He decides to test it again, and that is when he realizes that he has got the time acceleration ability. In his previous life, our hero has only ever encountered one person who can manipulate time. And that person was a girl who can freeze time, but only for a single target at a time. Her name was Jiang Chuxue. Our boy crossed paths with her during one of his less noble moments when he tried to snatch some vegetables while running his mouth, calling himself the Void King like he is some kind of legend. That was when she used her ability on him and froze him mid-act. Back then, during one of the more chaotic days, he managed to retrieve her body from the clutches of zombies and carefully placed it inside a dimensional space. Oddly enough, he never used her crystals, never absorbed them even though it would have made him stronger. Now in the present, his own crystals are shattered, and regaining his strength is going to be a slow, painful process, likely taking several months. But he chooses not to think too much about the past. When he asks for the mutant zombie's crystal, Millie hands it over. It turns out that it is only an 8th grade crystal that he worked so hard and risked so much to obtain. But instead of keeping it for himself, he hands it over to Warlock and tells it to absorb the crystal and give it back to him once it hits level 5. Warlock is not having it though. It instantly refuses, as it knows that our hero will charge it a ridiculous amount of points in return, and it is already buried in debt as it is. Our boy then makes a better offer. He promises he won't deduct a single point for it. In fact, he offers to reward anyone who reaches level 5 with a generous 500 points. That turns Warlock's attitude around real quick. With a deal like that, it gladly accepts the crystal. While all this is going on, Millie figures she should let Mayu know to prepare some food. The MC has been out for days, and he has to be starving by now. But before she can go, our hero stops her and tells Warlock to deliver the message instead. He also asks it to inform everyone that he is awake again, and to tell them to celebrate with a proper meat feast. After Warlock leaves, our boy looks at Millie with genuine warmth in his eyes. He thanks her for everything she has done while he was unconscious. He is honestly touched, and it means a lot to him that someone has stayed by his side and looked after him without complaint. Meanwhile, somewhere far off, a guy is making a dramatic entrance on top of an elephant, trying to intimidate a group of people. He is clearly proud of his massive mount and assumes no one will dare to challenge him. But instead of being impressed, the other guys just stare blankly. They are not shaken at all. In fact, they tell him that their elder dog is way cooler and tougher than his so-called invincible elephant. That leaves the guy completely confused. He honestly cannot wrap his head that a dog is better than his elephant, and his ego takes a solid hit. After knocking off all the other guys, the man makes up his mind to head straight into our boy's villa to track down the dog he is searching for. Unbeknownst to him, 2 wolves quietly keep an eye on him, all while being hidden away beneath the thick bushes nearby. Inside the villa, a group of people hang out, having some fun with the golden retriever the MC has brought. They chat about how impressive the dog's skills are. Someone mentions that if the dog keeps performing this well, our hero might just officially bring it in as a full member. Once that happens, the dog gets to enjoy all the benefits that come with the title and can finally take care of itself. Suddenly, everyone notices an elephant approaching. The MC is also there, and he wonders if it is Chen, the elephant's handler. But he looks puzzled when he hears that Chen is actually there. Myling steps forward and asks Chen what he wants. Chen demands to see the legendary dog everyone has been talking about. When he spots the golden retriever, he points to it and asks if that is the brave dog in question. The golden retriever instantly perks up, alert and watchful. Chen finds the dog courageous. Myling and Mealy exchange confused glances, unsure why Chen is so interested. Then Chen asks the dog if it is brave enough to go up against his elephant. When the dog does not respond, Chen cannot help but make fun of the silence. That is when Myling steps in and boldly tells Chen that if he wants a challenge so badly, she will be the one to fight his elephant. Warlock also shows up as it wants to join the fight and earn some points for itself, but our hero quickly stops it. He wants Myling to handle the fight and warns Warlock that if it does not listen and stay out of it, it will lose its position as elder dog. With no choice, Warlock backs down. Myling gets ready for the showdown, and Chen warns her that she is putting herself in a dangerous situation, but Myling does not hesitate. She uses one of her signature moves, and suddenly, the elephant's trunk is engulfed in flames. Chen jumps back in surprise and immediately orders his men to attack Myling. The MC watches all this, and notices that Chen is breaking the rules by calling in reinforcements during a one-on-one fight. So our boy signals his own team to jump in and even the odds. Our boy finishes beating Chen's entire crew, and Chen just stands there, completely taken aback. He has not expected his men to go down that easily, but before he can even begin to process what just happened, our hero lets Warlock loose on him. The poor guy gets confused and starts running for his life, all while wondering who this creature is or where it has suddenly come from. Just when he thinks things cannot get worse, a pair of wolves suddenly appear out of nowhere and block his path. They lunge straight at him. Warlock, of course, is not about to miss out on a chance to earn more points and joins in on the action. But midway through the chase, something unexpected happens. Warlock's focus breaks the moment it lays eyes on one of the wolves, a beautiful white one. It completely freezes, mesmerized, and practically drools like a love-struck fool. As the wolves start to retreat, Warlock forgets all about Chen and goes after them instead. It manages to catch up to one of them and tries to start a friendly chat or whatever passes for that in its mind. The wolf, however, is not interested in small talk and goes straight for a bite. That does not stop Warlock. It then turns to glare at the male wolf nearby like it's ready to fight him for stealing the spotlight. Around that time, the MC and his group arrive on the scene. At first they assume the animals are huskies, but after a closer look, they realize these are actual wolves, and not just any wolves but rare ones. The white one in particular stands out. Our boy notices the look on Warlock's face. The poor thing looks completely smitten. He then captures the wolves and decides to head back. As soon as they return to the house, Warlock starts throwing a tantrum because it wants the white wolf. The MC gives it a look of pure disappointment and tells it to snap out of it. He mentions that being soft and emotional won't impress a wolf, and if Warlock wants to win her over, it has to show strength because wolves don't go for the nice and gentle type. But they respect power. He tells it that if the wolf is not going to give in on its own, then Warlock has two options: to either fight until it yields, or take charge and turn the situation to its advantage. That moment hits Warlock hard. For the first time, it really looks at our boy like he is its true master. But the moment does not last long as our hero gives it a solid kick and tells it to stop embarrassing him and get lost. After that, the MC's mood shifts. He starts thinking about the bigger problem, which is obviously the zombies. He knows that in a little over a month, level 4 zombies will start emerging, and they are not like the mindless ones they have faced before. They won't just roam around aimlessly anymore, but they will actively seek out survivors like hunters tracking prey. He knows his villa, though somewhat hidden, is still within city boundaries. That means when the time comes, there is a real risk of a full-blown zombie siege. He cannot afford to take chances, and he knows that last-minute panic won't save anyone, so he decides then and there that it's time to start planning. The MC has his face buried in a map when he notices a small village sitting a bit outside the city. It looks calm, and he figures it might be a solid place to start fresh. But of course, nothing good comes easy. The area will need to be cleared first, and zombies are not exactly known for leaving on their own. So, he decides to gather a few of his people, sweep the place clean, and then call in a proper team to begin building their new base. The next morning, bright and early, our hero gets everyone together and leads them to the village. Before sending them off, he gives them the usual zombie alert, but this time, he adds something new to watch out for. Apparently, even mosquitoes are acting strange lately, and he suspects they might have mutated too, and getting bitten by one could feel worse than getting hit with a bat. So he tells everyone to stay sharp and not take anything for granted. While the others move out to start clearing the area, he wanders off to check the surroundings on his own. Rice is with him as usual, and it has questions. This time it asks about fish in the area. He nods but warns it not to get excited, as they are not exactly tasty. Just as the two are talking, Rice suddenly gets serious and warns him about an incoming zombie. He looks up, and sure enough, a massive one is already making its way toward them. It has already snatched a few of the guys like they are nothing, and it's a level 5 mutant. Oddly enough, the zombie actually starts talking. It tells the MC how powerful it is, warns him that its head is basically unbreakable, and even suggests he should step aside if he knows what is good for him. But our hero is not the type to back off just because something looks scary. Instead, he walks right up to it and, out of nowhere, delivers a brutal kick right to its weak spot. Then, without giving it a chance to recover, he starts throwing punches left and right. In the middle of all that, he sarcastically asks if the zombie still thinks its head is unbreakable. The poor thing gets confused and in pain, starts crying because it cannot even tell where its head is anymore. Our boy slaps it so many times that the zombie finally gives in, shaking from head to toe. It starts apologizing on the spot and promises to never hurt anyone again. But the MC is not done. He tells the zombie to lie down, face to the ground, or else he warns to twist its waist into a pretzel. His real plan is to turn the thing into a training dummy for Horan, Daju, and Mealing. Once he is satisfied, he tells the zombie to sit quietly in the truck like a good little prisoner. Meanwhile, back at a different base, things are not going any smoother. Out of nowhere, a strange crab appears. This one has the power to control waves, and the nearby sea goes wild. A huge tide rolls in, flooding everything in its path. Supplies are swept away, people are dragged off, and chaos spreads like wildfire. The remaining survivors scramble to update their leader. Feng Zhengqing, a level 5 commander, listens closely. After hearing what has happened, he tells his men to start gathering supplies and get the vehicles ready, as he plans to head to the capital. A month has gone by since then. Horan shows up with a man kneeling in front of our hero. The guy's name is Lei Hao, and it turns out that he has agreed to share some important supplies but ended up keeping all of it to himself. When asked to explain, Hao does not deny what he did, but he does try to justify it. According to him, it is not about betrayal, and he still sees our boy as a friend. The real problem, he claims, is a new group that popped up out of nowhere, led by someone named Zheng Qing. Apparently, Zhengqing forced him into a partnership, and Hao had no choice but to go along with it. That name, Zhengqing, rings a bell for the MC. He remembers him from his past life, where Zhengqing was not just any random leader. He held a high position back then and had a team of skilled people under him, some of whom had reached well beyond level 10. Despite everything, Hao admits his mistake and offers to hand over the supplies he collected just yesterday as a sign of goodwill. But before they can continue, a message comes in that Zhengqing and his team are waiting right outside, asking to see our hero. Our boy gives his approval. Not long after, Zhengqing walks in, all smiles and confidence, and acts as if nothing has happened. He apologizes for the earlier misunderstanding about the resources and hopes the MC won't take it personally, all while claiming he is new to the area and still figuring things out. Then, as if trying to show sincerity, he offers to share half of the supplies he had gathered the previous day. He even offers to give up all of it if our hero wants. He goes on about how crucial supplies have become in such desperate times. Our boy looks at him and sees the same energy he remembers from before. Direct, bold, and a bit too sure of himself. But the offer does not sound bad, and Zhengqing is at least pretending to play fair. So, the MC agrees to take half. He then instructs Haoran to escort Hao and the rest out, then invites Zhengqing inside for a more private talk. Once they are settled, Zhengqing drops the act and starts talking more seriously. He explains that he comes from another city, where he is basically in charge. He talks about how his influence is so strong that no local leader dares to oppose him. Then, he shifts the topic and talks about strange changes in the ocean, about sea creatures mutating and making the coastal areas dangerous. In his opinion, other seaside cities will eventually have to relocate, and since the Divine Capital is the only city nearby, it will likely become a hotspot for all sorts of chaos and threats in the near future. That is why he insists that it would make sense for them to join forces and face whatever is coming as allies. He also brings up our boy's base, and he has seen it and is genuinely impressed. It's large, strong, and well-built, more than capable of housing thousands. Then he suggests that the MC give him a section of the base under the excuse that managing such a massive place must be difficult alone. He even offers to bring along one of his members, a woman named Ouyang Lu, who can grow vegetables, and suggests splitting the harvest 50-50. Our hero listens, but he is not exactly thrilled. He can tolerate the idea of working together, but letting someone like Zhengqing inside his base is a different matter. He knows that if anything goes wrong, his own people will pay the price. So he turns it down and makes it clear that if they are going to form an alliance, it will be under his rules. Zhengqing does not take that well. He feels that in any alliance, the stronger side should naturally be the one calling the shots. Then he brags that he has reached level 5 last month. He admits he cannot storm the MC's base outright, but he is confident he can slowly chip away at it by killing a few people every day until the whole base collapses from within. Our hero stares at him unimpressed. Truth be told, he is not worried. Warlock had already hit level 5 a month and a half ago, and others like Mealing and Dazu had caught up not long after. So Zhengqing is not nearly as intimidating as he thinks he is. Then Zhengqing offers another option. A duel with 3 top fighters from each side, the best of 3, and whoever wins gets to call the shots. Or, if our boy wants, he suggests they can just merge forces peacefully. The MC agrees to the duel and decides to make it happen that same afternoon. He knows Zhengqing is king level, and defeating someone like that won't be easy. In fact, part of him is already considering letting an accident happen during the match, and if Zhengqing does not walk away from it, well, that would solve a lot of problems. What he does not know, though, is that Zhengqing has the exact same plan in mind. They all gather inside the arena, and Zhengqing turns to our boy to double-check that their alliance is still firm. He makes it clear that this is not just a casual agreement, but it's serious, and they promise not to go back on their word. Otherwise, the one breaking it will suffer from divine punishment. Our hero then signals Dazu to step in first. Zhengqing knows that Dazu relies on brute strength more than anything, and figures he would pair well against someone who can match that toughness with control. A level 4 Earth type seems like a fair fight. So he looks over at Sunyu and tells him to take the field. As the match starts, Sunyu wastes no time and uses his earth magic to summon a row of tall stone pillars. Dazu gets caught in them before he can react. He realizes that if he were just a little slimmer, he might have squeezed through. It hits him then that following MC around has made him gain weight, and now it's costing him. So he decides to force his way out. But before he can make much progress, Sunyu hits him again with another spell. Our boy watches closely from the side, and he can already tell Sunyu has the mindset, the control, and the potential to reach level 10 soon. Meanwhile, Dazu finds himself surrounded as even more stone pillars come at him from behind. But this time he shatters them easily. Zhengqing's eyes widen in surprise, as he has not expected that kind of raw power. Eventually, Sunyu admits defeat and steps back. Zhengqing is not thrilled about losing in the very first round, so he gives an order, and someone is dragged into the arena. But this is not just anyone, it's a zombie. That move catches our hero off guard. He did not expect Zhengqing to bring something like that to the table. The zombie is not exactly eager to fight without a reward. It wants an extra meal before getting involved, and Zhengqing agrees to the demand right away. Not to be outdone, the MC orders Shuyun and Dazhu to bring out their own secret weapon, the very zombie they recently took in, Ironhead. But Ironhead is not in the best mood because it has not been fed in a month. Every time our boy has promised the next day, and the next day never comes. Our hero does not like Ironhead's tone and gives it a solid kick in the most sensitive spot and snaps at it to shut up. Then he points straight at Zhengqing's zombie and barks the order to go take it down. Zhengqing stands frozen for a moment. He never guessed that the MC has a zombie ready too. Meanwhile, Ironhead, fueled by hunger and rage, charges forward. Ironhead does not even glance at the zombie standing in its way. It shoves past like it's nothing. It's because its eyes are locked on the girl behind it. She is Ouyang from Zhengqing's squad, the one with the ability to grow plants. Upon seeing it, our boy's heart skips a beat, and he sprints after Ironhead, shouting for it to stop before it hurts anyone, especially her. Our hero reaches out and grabs the chain wrapped around Ironhead and pulls it back with all his strength. But Ironhead does not care. It growls that it's starving, and that it does not want more lies or empty promises, but it wants people to eat. The MC promises to bring food the next day and try to calm it down. He swears he is not lying this time, but Ironhead is not convinced, especially not after being deceived so many times. It warns him if there is no food, then our boy himself will be next on the menu. That's it for our hero. He can see that Ironhead is not just acting out, but it has become disobedient and completely unpredictable. That is when the MC starts to think that it needs to be eliminated. But before he can make a move, something unexpected happens. Out of nowhere, Ironhead begins to mutate. Its body twists and shifts violently as it breaks free from the restraints. Our boy gets stunned because Ironhead is only at level 5, and mutations don't happen until level 7 or above. Still, there is no time to process it all. He quickly decides to take action. Cut off one of Ironhead's legs first, and then figure out the rest. But as he goes in, his attack fails. He realizes that it has gained physical abilities. Ironhead turns and grins with a dangerous kind of confidence. It tells our hero that it will crush him, and it means every word. It attacks again, wild and powerful. The MC barely dodges and jumps back just in time, but the ground beneath him cracks. That is all the proof our boy needs, and he is sure that Ironhead has reached level 8. He then summons his Void Sword and lunges forward, but even that does not work, and the strike does not land. Ironhead sneers and taunts him about how strong it has become, and that our hero does not stand a chance against him. It comes at him again, furious and fast. The MC moves back, trying to stay calm, but it's getting harder by the second. This fight is not like the one he had with the zombie the other day. That level 8 zombie he took down earlier with time acceleration had been tough, but this is something entirely different. Ironhead is not just stronger, but it is relentless, unpredictable, and getting more dangerous by the minute. The MC always finds sparring to be the best way to sharpen his combat skills, and going up against Ironhead makes for the perfect practice. He swings his Void Blade with precision to check out its limits, but in the middle of the motion, a strange feeling creeps over him, and right at that same moment, Ironhead gets hit out of nowhere. Our hero freezes for a second and wonders whether it's that spatial/ability he has been dreaming of mastering all this time. Ironhead is unable to move and looks like an easy target to him, so he figures this is the perfect opportunity to end the fight. But just as he is about to make his move, Zhengqing suddenly shows up out of nowhere and claims he is there to assist him. Though he says the words, his intentions don't match his expression. Deep down, Zhengqing has no interest in helping, but he is actually planning to eliminate our boy while he is distracted. Zhengqing launches a powerful ultimate technique aimed directly at the MC in the hope of finishing things in one clean strike. But the plan backfires badly, and the attack has zero effect. Our hero does not even flinch. He just looks at him, almost amused, and tells him to step it up a notch if he ever tries that again. Zhengqing catches himself off guard and, now full of panic, mumbles an apology. Our hero turns his attention back to Ironhead, who is now begging for mercy. The poor zombie apologizes and pleads with our boy not to finish it off. But the MC has already made up his mind. With one fluid swing, he slices Ironhead's body clean in half. Zhengqing can only stare in disbelief. Watching our hero pull a glowing crystal from the remains, he realizes that Ironhead must have been a level 8 or 9 zombie. The fact that our boy took it down without breaking a sweat leaves him completely speechless. He accepts his defeat and admits to the MC's strength and acknowledges him as the leader. In his mind, he curses himself that had he known our hero was this powerful, he would not have even thought of backstabbing him. Our boy does not let it slide, though. He looks Zhengqing dead in the eye and points out that sneak attacks are not exactly a noble move. Zhengqing tries to laugh it off, but our hero is not buying it. His patience snaps, and he slaps Zhengqing across the face and then keeps landing punches, not holding back. Between blows, he demands to know who the real boss is. Beaten and humiliated, Zhengqing finally gives in and admits that the MC is the one in charge. Our hero then reminds Zhengqing's group about the deal made between their leaders. The side that loses has to join the winning team. No one really argues. Oyelin, the girl from Zhengqing's side, agrees to follow our boy. The MC then asks her to tell him what kind of talents her teammates have. Oyelin gives him a rundown of everyone's strengths. Meanwhile, Zhengqing is having a hard time watching his team being taken away. It clearly bothers him, but he holds himself together and decides to let go of what he has built. Instead, he makes up his mind to move on, head to a different city, and start fresh from scratch. Before leaving though, Zhengqing makes an offer. He tells our hero that if he can get a guarantee of safety, then he will personally persuade his people to join our boy's side without causing any trouble. The MC agrees and gives him his word that neither he nor his team will lay a hand on him. With that assurance, Zhengqing officially dissolves his team, tells his people to follow our hero, and admits that he does not deserve to be their leader anymore. But as soon as the words leave his mouth, he takes off running. He does not have much faith in our hero keeping his promise for long. Our boy, however, does not say a word. He simply gives Warlock a look. That is all it takes for Warlock to understand perfectly. After all, the MC only promised that he won't make a move, and no one said anything about Warlock staying out of it. Zhengqing, meanwhile, who is now a decent distance away, finally begins to relax a little. No one is chasing him, and it seems like he might have gotten away safely. But just when he starts to feel relieved, he notices that somehow, Warlock has managed to keep up with him. Zhengqing gets confused by how a dog can match his pace. Before he can process it, Warlock activates its Thunderbolt and strikes him down on the spot. Back at the base, our hero is flipping through the list of people from Zhengqing's former team. They are not bad. In fact, many of them have useful abilities, but there are just too many. With his own force already past 1,500, adding Zhengqing's group would push their numbers close to 3,000. And that is a lot for him to handle. So our boy makes a decision. He tells Horan they will set some strict conditions, explain the rules, explain how things work in their camp, and only let in those who pass a basic test. As proof of commitment, each person has to bring 15 level 3 crystals within 3 days, and anyone who fails to do so won't be accepted. After Horan leaves to take care of it, Warlock returns, clearly proud of itself. It asks for some reward points and even mentions that it has buried the target. It drops off a crystal too and asks if it's worth anything. The MC checks it, and it turns out to be a level 5 crystal. Not the best, but not bad either. So our hero decides it's worth 500 points, both for the crystal and for Warlock's service. Then he calls Warlock along and heads out to check on the new base under construction. A little while later, something foul hits their noses. A group of strange, stinky bugs has shown up. Horan is ready to wipe them out immediately, but Warlock jumps in to stop him. Our boy arrives right after and takes a closer look. They are not just any bugs, they are mutated dung beetles. These things can actually help improve the environment around the base. So, instead of getting rid of them, our hero decides to let them stay. The dung beetle gets teary, and our boy gets puzzled by the emotional display. Ouyang, on the other hand, cannot hold back her laughter. The MC turns to her and asks what is so funny. Ouyang explains that the beetle is not crying just for show, but it genuinely did not expect to get smacked around just for sneaking a few bites of dung, and now it's heartbroken over it. Our hero tells Ouyang to act as his interpreter. He wants her to explain to the beetle that the earlier hit was completely unintentional. Then he adds that if the beetle wants to eat dung in the future, it can simply come over. The beetle sniffles, then explains that it actually consumes hundreds of pounds of dung every single day. And just like that, the deal is made. Somewhere else, Songling is giving Hai an update on the current situation. He tells him that our boy's base is almost fully constructed, and over the past couple of days, they have already started moving things in. Word has spread quickly, and as a result, quite a few of Hai's own people are beginning to think about surrendering and switching sides. Hai does not need much time to understand what that means. The world has changed, and relying only on leadership skills is not enough anymore. Without real personal strength to back it up, there will be no respect and no influence. So Hai makes up his mind that he will disband his own group and hopes that the MC will give them all a chance to join forces. Songling nods and is told to prepare the members and get ready for departure. Later on, Hai and his people finally arrive at our hero's new base, and the moment they lay eyes on the huge metal gate standing at the entrance, they are completely stunned. Hai looks at it too and realizes that the gap between him and the MC has grown much larger than he imagined. Our hero then steps outside to greet them. Hai explains that he came in hopes of joining forces and maybe sharing a meal together. Our boy welcomes him sincerely. He remembers Hai's past well. Before everything went wrong in the world, Hai was involved in lending and had quite the reputation for tracking people down and collecting information. So the MC tells him about the 2 intelligence teams he has just formed. One of them is already being led by Feng, but the other one still does not have anyone in charge. So he offers Hai that position because, deep down, he knows Hai has the right skills for the job. The 2 of them then go inside for a more in-depth talk. Meanwhile, Shindu and Lin Tian also make their way to the base. And when they see how developed and high-tech everything looks, they are both a little stunned. Shindu mentions to Tian that only members at level 4 are being accepted there. Tian thinks about it and tells Shindu to go take a look at the supplies while he himself plans to prepare a proper gift before going to meet our boy in person. Back inside, while the MC is still talking to Hai, news comes in that Tian has arrived and is asking for a meeting. He has come all the way from a coastal city and brought with him a generous gift as a sign of respect. With that, Hai decides it's a good time to leave, and our hero tells him to feel free to reach out anytime if he needs help with anything. Guang brings Tian over, and Tian greets our boy with admiration. Guang then hands over a list of the gifts Tian has brought along. But as the MC glances at the list and looks up at Tian, he freezes for a moment. He recognizes the man. In his previous life, Tian and his group ambushed him and Daju. Back then, they used their physical strength to snatch supplies, bragging while doing it. Our hero offered to leave the supplies behind just so they could leave in peace, but Tian had no intention of letting them walk away. Daju stayed behind to block them while our boy escaped, but it cost Daju his life. He was killed by Tian and his people. So now, even though Tian has not done anything wrong in this life, not yet, the MC has already made up his mind. He is going to kill him, and he will make sure to do it twice. The MC has a plan in mind. He is going to wait things out at least until Tian manages to gather all the capable people from their past life. But just because he is staying patient does not mean he is going to let things slide, especially not with the people who have wronged him and Daju. While the 2 of them talk, our hero mentions how much he likes the grilled fish and prawns Tian has listed in their supplies. Tian promises to hand over every last bit of stock they have. He also admits that he is still new to this place and requests our hero's help to settle. Our boy gives a simple but firm instruction to let everyone know that anyone who dares to go against Tian would basically be going against him too. Tian is grateful for the support, but he has more than just food with him. He also brings something special for the MC. He has his people transport what looks like massive sea turtle shells from the beach. It turns out that Tian has gone hunting along the shoreline and brought these back. He explains that the shells are incredibly tough, and even those at level 4 would have a hard time breaking through them. Our boy examines the shells closely and is genuinely impressed. They are solid and sturdy and look like they would make perfect shields. That is all the motivation he needs to plan a trip to the beach himself. On the way there, something unexpected happens. He comes across a zombie. Oddly enough, the zombie does not attack. Instead, it is willing to talk. That catches the MC's attention, and he starts wondering what rank this zombie could be if it has enough awareness to hold a conversation. The zombie has a request. It wants to hide and wait for humans to pass by so it can ambush them, and it wants our hero to lure those humans in. It even warns him not to bring too many, as it won't be able to handle a big group. Our boy, however, is not exactly amused. He tells the zombie that if it wants help, it better offer something in return. But the zombie does not like that one bit. Instead, it tries to threaten him for simply asking for a trade. The MC does not like that and punches it right in the face. Then he starts slapping it over and over again. The zombie cannot take it, and it breaks down completely, crying, begging, and apologizing. Our hero then gives it a task. He tells it to gather stronger zombies and bring them to that same spot within 2 days. If it does that, he will even reward it with some meat. But if it does not, then our boy makes it crystal clear what will happen. With that out of the way, the MC finally continues on to the beach. Things don't exactly go smoothly there either. One of the turtles has the nerve to bite him, but he draws his void sword, makes quick work of them, and collects their shells and stores them neatly in his void space. Just when he thinks he is done, he hears something. A deep rumbling noise echoes across the shore, and then he sees it. The Turtle King approaching. It is massive and far bigger than anything he has seen on the beach so far. Just from its sheer size alone, our hero can tell this one has to be at least level 7 or 8. Our hero sees the Turtle King as it carefully lays its eggs on the shore. A sly thought creeps into his mind that those eggs could carry the bloodline of a powerful beast, and if he can get his hands on even a few of them and raise them from birth, they might grow up recognizing him as their master. As he imagines the future strength those creatures might bring him, he grins. But that little fantasy shatters the moment he realizes the Turtle King is staring straight at him. He realizes that he has been caught. Most people would back off then and there, but he is not most people. He weighs the risk quickly. It's dangerous, no doubt, but still, the temptation is too strong. Instead of retreating, he considers another option to take the Turtle King out, grab the eggs, and be done with it. But just as he prepares to strike, the Turtle King suddenly stretches its neck in a strange motion. Our boy has faced plenty of turtles before and has learnt how they move. They always have tough shells and even tougher tempers, but their attack patterns are fairly predictable. He rushes in and lands several blows, expecting to break through its defense eventually. But something is different. This one is not just strong, it's skilled. Its movements are not sluggish like the others. It dodges and responds with an awareness that catches the MC off guard. He knows that he can still end it, and if he goes all out and uses everything he has, the Turtle King won't last long. But doing so will leave him drained. Out there by the coast, without his teleportation ability ready, exhaustion would be a death sentence. If another threat appears, he will have no way to escape. So he makes a smarter choice. Instead of wasting his energy on a full-on battle, he decides to take the eggs and come back later when he is strong enough to finish the Turtle King without any risk. First, though, he needs to draw it away from the nest. He grabs its attention, and once it locks onto him, he bolts and leads it away. In the meantime, he snatches the eggs and turns to leave. Just as he is making his getaway, the Turtle King catches sight of him with the stolen eggs in hand. It roars, but before it can move, the MC turns around, gives a little wave, and runs away. 2 whole days pass quietly. And then the moment finally arrives. The day our boy is supposed to meet up with that zombie he gave the task to not long ago. Before stepping out, he makes sure to check in with Rice, just to be certain everything is still safe and under control. Rice confirms there is no trouble, but oddly enough, it can no longer sense our hero's presence, even though it is still picking up Millie and Mealing perfectly fine. When the MC leaves, he soon meets the zombie waiting for him. But this time, it is not alone. It has brought along another zombie, one that displays rare space-based powers. Our boy can tell right away that this is not going to be an easy fight. The new zombie rushes at him with incredible speed, almost like a flash of lightning. That kind of velocity means it is at least level 9, which is definitely a step above what our hero feels comfortable handling. Our hero is confident he can take down level 8 opponents without much trouble, but facing a level 9 is a different story. Still, he puts his faith in Rice's words and trusts that everything is supposed to be safe. Relying on that trust, he uses his Void Walk ability to vanish from the zombie's sight. The zombie seems impressed by this skill, but it is not intimidated, and it quickly traps MC inside a spatial cage. With little room to move, our boy swings his Void Sword and tries to slice through the zombie's defenses. But the zombie's body is incredibly tough, far stronger than anything he has faced before, and his sword cannot make a single cut. The zombie wastes no time lunging at our boy, its sharp nails scratching deep into his arm. The pain is sharp, but our hero knows he has to act fast. He decides to use his time acceleration ability, an extremely risky move that could cause his crystal to rupture. Despite the danger, he has no other option left. He takes a deep breath and trusts Rice's prediction that he will come out unharmed. As the ability kicks in, he watches as the zombie's life force begins to drain rapidly. The creature lets out a painful cry, and the MC hopes this will finally end the fight, but the zombie refuses to give up. The zombie stumbles toward our boy with mindless aggression. Its only goal is to take him down, but things don't go its way. In just a blink, it is lying still on the ground, lifeless. Watching this unfold, the other zombie nearby freezes in fear. It does not take long for it to realize that if it sticks around, it will end up the same way. So it starts running. But our hero is not the type to let things slide. He uses his Void ability, vanishes from where he stands, and reappears directly in front of the fleeing zombie. The creature skids to a stop and gets terrified. It shakes as it mutters apologies, admits its mistake, and pleads for its life. The MC surprisingly does not plan to kill it. He has something else in mind. Rather than waste a potentially useful tool, he offers the zombie a deal to bring stronger zombies to him and get rewarded. To show he is serious, he hands it turtle meat as a reward, and tells it to come back the same time next week with something powerful. It's after that he walks over to the corpse of the first zombie and extracts the crystal. Holding it in his hand, he cannot help but feel a surge of satisfaction. This is real progress. Every step brings him closer to reaching level 7, and he is finally on a steady path. Feeling good about how things are moving, he makes his way back to base, unusually cheerful. Not long after he returns, Fung catches up with him with updates. He has been out gathering information and has 2 important updates to share. First, mutants at a nearby base have slaughtered dozens of people. Second, the boss of the western base has apparently managed to get his hands on a level 7 crystal. Then Hai hands out to the boy a list of evolvers. As our hero flips through the names, one in particular catches his attention, Jinyuan Jiang. According to the details, this guy is estimated to be level 5, has some form of earth-based ability similar to Wang Bao's, is excellent in combat, is about 30 years old, and looks pretty rough on the outside. But our hero is not looking at appearances. He can tell right away that Jinyuan has the potential to rise to king level. That kind of talent cannot be ignored. He immediately tells Hai to dig up everything they can on the guy. If the info lines up, he plans to personally go out and recruit him. Just as Hai and Feng leave, another message comes in. Someone named Jia Shan is being chased and has now shown up asking for shelter at their base. Guang asks if they should just take Jia Shan's crystal and kick him out. This surprises the MC as he did not expect Guang to become so heartless. He also starts to question who has been influencing him to think like this. He does not dwell too much on it and turns his attention back to Jia Shan. Our boy knows Jia Shan did not just stumble into their base by chance, but he is in trouble. But instead of turning him away, he sees a bigger opportunity. He figures it's time to build something better, a place that can act as a sanctuary, somewhere people can come even if they have made mistakes, so long as they offer something that truly matters. And if someone comes looking for them, our hero plans to deal with it. That is the message he gives Guang to let Jia Shan know he is safe. And if anyone wants to come knocking, they will have to face him themselves. But trouble is not far behind. Somewhere else, another man is giving updates to Zheng about how Jia Shan has made it to the MC's base and took the crystal with him. Zheng is furious and looks ready to storm off and handle it himself. But the man with him stops him in his tracks and warns that fighting our boy is not something they can afford. Zheng scoffs at the hesitation. He admits our hero is strong enough to be a problem. But not everyone fears him. There are others out there who won't think twice about going against him. With that in mind, he makes his way to someone known as Iron Leg. An Iron Leg is not just some powerful thug, he is a zombie. Iron Leg makes one thing crystal clear before it will even consider lending a hand. If there is no meat for it, it is not moving a muscle. Zheng agrees, but just then a man comes running. The guy can barely get his words out that someone has broken into their base and their defenses are completely useless. Before he can finish, his body splits right down the middle like it's nothing. Zheng spins around and sees Moaning in the distance. He then immediately shoves Iron Leg forward and tells it to handle it. Iron Leg dashes in for the attack, but Moaning is not there anymore. In an instant, he vanishes, and then, just as quickly, he reappears behind Zheng and casually slices his neck. A woman then appears beside Moaning. She speaks with admiration, almost with pride, and talks about Moaning's abilities like she is reciting a legend. His spatial skill is not just rare, but it has reached level 6. And to make things worse, he also possesses some divine-level sword ability that can wipe out mutants without breaking a sweat. Moaning just stands there, confident and composed, like someone who knows exactly what kind of threat he is. Then the woman shows him a document, a message sent by the MC. It offers a deal. If they pay enough, any problem they have can be taken care of, and their safety will be guaranteed. But instead of being impressed or tempted, Moaning looks almost offended. He grins slightly and decides to prove our hero wrong. He tells the woman to gather a team. His next move is to head straight for our boy. Meanwhile, at the base, our hero has no idea what storm is heading his way. He is focused on something completely different, waiting for a turtle egg to hatch. When it finally does, a tiny turtle pokes out. Our boy tries to show it some affection. The turtle's response, however, is a full blast of water to the face. It turns out that this is not any average turtle. It has second-level strength the moment it's born. The MC comes up with a plan to speed up its growth using time acceleration. With that kind of boost, it won't be long before this little guy can match the strength of a sea king. And somehow, the turtle decides our hero is its parent. As more eggs begin to hatch, our boy receives troubling news. A patrol team of 10 has been completely wiped out, and their leader has been a level 4 fighter. But out of the entire group, only 2 made it. One is released just to deliver a message, and the other is taken as a hostage. Guang briefs the MC that Moaning is behind it and has issued a challenge. If they want the hostage back alive, they have to meet him at the mountaintop at night. Only 3 people can go, and if anyone else shows up, the hostage's life will be at risk. Our hero sits with that for a moment, confused. He cannot think of a single thing he has done to offend someone like Moaning. The thought crosses his mind that maybe there is someone else influencing Moaning from the shadows. Then comes the part that makes our boy truly uneasy. Guang mentions that the survivor has described Moaning's sword as a blade that can slice through someone in one clean motion, so sharp that not a single drop of blood is spilt. Upon hearing that, the MC feels a chill and wonders whether Moaning can really be using the void sword too. Moaning stands his ground as he waits for our hero. The others with him, however, are not nearly as patient. They start grumbling about heading back. But Moaning does not budge. He is confident the MC will show up eventually. Still, he cannot ignore the possibility that our boy's side might be moving deliberately slow because they have brought an entire crowd with them. If they are trying to rely on numbers to put pressure on him, then honestly, that just makes things boring for him. Just as the group are losing hope, our hero appears out of nowhere, calm and composed. The hostage they have immediately cries out to him, and the MC promises the guy that no harm will come to him as long as he is around. Moaning cannot help but acknowledge the guts it took for our boy to show up alone like that. That move alone shows to him about how our hero has managed to establish such a dominant base. The MC, on the other hand, wastes no time getting to the point. He asks Moaning directly whether this is some sort of personal grudge or if someone else sent him. Moaning admits that he just finds our boy a bit too arrogant for his liking and figures it would be fun to challenge him. Surprisingly, our hero is not offended in the slightest. He actually understands the feeling. Back in his previous life, he used to pick fights with monsters just to shake off boredom. Then things start heating up. Moaning draws his void sword, and in response, the MC calmly pulls out his own and compliments Moaning's skill, while also pointing out that he is walking straight into his own downfall. That is when the girl on Moaning's side loses it. She is furious to see our boy wielding a void sword too. She unleashes her dark powers. Our boy observes her ability with interest. It's impressive enough that he decides not to kill her, at least not right away. He plans to capture her instead. She attacks him, but her attack does not slow him down at all. He moves right through it like it's nothing. Seeing how ineffective that is, the rest of Moaning's crew decides to charge our hero together. It does not go well. He deals with them effortlessly, not even breaking a sweat. Moaning is left speechless. The speed, the precision, and the MC's reflexes are on a different level. Our boy then tells Moaning that just like he has taken out one of his team members earlier, he will have no problem doing the same to the rest. The girl makes one final attempt. She uses her dark abilities to trap our hero and tells Moaning to escape while he still can. But the moment they see the full size of the MC's void sword stretching about hundreds of meters, they both freeze. They have not expected that. Panic takes over Moaning as he starts begging our boy to let them go. But our hero is not even slightly moved. He mentions that he also has spatial manipulation powers, and that he can even teach Moaning if he wants to learn. That catches Moaning off guard. He actually considers it for a split second. But before he can say a word, the MC slaps him hard across the face and tells him that he does not qualify to be his student. He then begins beating Moaning down. He does not want to kill him, though he wants to break him, drag him back, and use him as a warning for anyone else thinking of stepping out of line. Our boy brings the girl and Moaning back to the base. The girl is fully aware of her mistakes, breaks down and begs him to release Moaning, but our hero is not moved by guilt or tears. Instead, he gives her a strict choice to obey his instructions for the next 2 months, and only then will she be allowed to meet Moaning again. Having no other option, she promises to do as he says. He then orders his men to keep a close watch on her. He has his own reasons for keeping her around. Once she reaches level 6, she can be useful for summoning zombie crystals, and he is not about to waste that potential. As he steps out, he bumps into Hai, who has news for him that a small group has just arrived in the capital and joined their side. The new arrivals are a pair of siblings, Zhao Zichen and Zhao Ziyi. Zichen has wind-based abilities while Ziyi is a psychic user. She has the power to mentally disturb others and confuse zombies, which makes her a useful but unpredictable presence. The MC is not entirely sure if she can also establish some sort of psychic communication link, like a mental phone call, so he tells Hai to keep a discreet eye on her just in case. Hai also mentions that he has sent someone to get updates from Songling, who is currently monitoring Jin Yuanjiang. Yuanjiang has been sidelined and isolated by his own team, but convincing him to cooperate has gone surprisingly well. It helps that his wife is expecting a child, and he is ready to give in, provided they can supply baby formula and vegetables on schedule. Our boy does not have any issue arranging the supplies, but he does not trust anyone else to handle the delivery. He tells Hai to call in Daju and Horan, orders 3 luxury cars, and makes preparations to personally go out and secure the deal himself. Soon after, our hero goes to meet Yuanjiang and shows him the supplies. Yuanjiang does not hesitate to agree, but he has a request. He wants his pregnant wife to be allowed to live at the base in peace, working a logistics role. Our hero accepts the deal but adds a condition. He tells Yuanjiang that while the base will offer safety, any needed supplies have to be earned. He won't just hand them over, and Yuanjiang will have to earn points by killing zombies and then trade those points to get what he needs. Meanwhile, far out at sea, the king turtle is in a panic. It begs its clam friend for help as its babies have been taken by the MC. The clam slowly opens and from inside emerges a girl. Well, not a real one. Her human form is just an illusion. She has leveled up, but she still cannot fully switch between her true form and this human appearance. She has given herself a name, Haiji, Daughter of the Sea. The turtle congratulates her transformation but requests her help immediately, as it can still sense the location of its children. Haiji agrees to help, but makes one request. Her powers are far weaker on land, so she asks the turtle to have its people guard her clamshell while she is away. After that, the two of them rush off without delay. Back on land, our hero is en route when a voice suddenly echoes in his head. It is Ziyi, using her psychic ability to reach him in an emergency. She tells him that Mealing has warned her that according to a prophecy, if he does not return immediately, both she and Mealy will die. That shakes the MC. With the warlock in the base, someone who has already reached level 7, along with the sisters and several others at level 6, It does not make sense to have a disaster unfold there that could possibly be strong enough to wipe out all of them. He wastes no time and turns to Daju and snaps that he is driving too slowly. He activates his void ability and teleports back toward the base on his own, leaving orders for Daju and Haran to follow as fast as they can. The MC dashes back home only to find Millie there calm and cool as if nothing has happened. He stops in his tracks, completely thrown off. Not too long ago, Myling made the situation sound deadly, and now here they are, cool as ever. Rice tells him that since he is back, there is nothing to worry about anymore. Before our hero can question anything, Z's voice echoes in his head again. She warns him that something is coming, a creature moving slowly but steadily, like a sea turtle. That one detail is enough. Our boy's stomach sinks. It can only be one thing. The king turtle. The same monstrous beast whose eggs he has stolen. And now it's coming for payback. He rushes outside, already picturing the turtle crawling across who knows how many miles just to take revenge. Back then, he was much weaker, only at level 6, and had needed to rely heavily on his dual crystals to make it out alive. Now things are different. He is a stronger level 7 and has support from his base members. With all that on his side, he feels sure he can take the turtle down. Just as he is preparing himself for the battle, he catches sight of someone floating above the ground. It turns out to be Haiji, a future king-level force, feared for her terrifying strength and unmatched kill count. Watching her in flight, he can tell she is already at level 10. But he is not entirely thrown off. He has encountered her in his previous life and has the one advantage that matters. He knows her greatest weakness: darkness. Haiji launches her annihilation light toward him. Our boy moves fast, dodges the beam and reappears behind her in a flash and tries to land a sneak attack. But she is quicker than he expected. She slips away just in time. The element of surprise is gone, and he knows from experience that once she is alert, landing another hit will be way harder. Things then go from bad to worse. He senses a heavy presence creeping up behind him. The king turtle also makes its move. Our hero activates Void Walk and blinks out of sight and barely dodges what could have been a crushing blow. But Haiji is not impressed. She does not take his little vanishing act seriously. In her mind, whatever tricks he has up his sleeve are not going to be enough to hurt her. She reaches out to try and catch him mid-air. The issue is that while using Void Walk, the MC cannot do much else because he is suspended in space, floating and unable to launch any real attacks. He also knows that normal spatial skills won't be enough to deal with her. Worse, Void Walk has a limit. He can only use it about 100 times, and he cannot afford to waste it. With options running out fast, his thoughts turn to his last resort, his ability to control time. If he can just stop time, even for a moment, he might be able to turn the fight in his favor. He focuses and tries, but nothing, not even a flicker of change, happens. The king turtle eventually realizes there is no point trying to handle our boy directly. It just is not working. So, it decides to go after the people connected to him instead, figuring that might do the trick. On the other side, Milling leads the charge. She gives out instructions quickly and tells everyone to spread out and surround them. But even while she does all that, part of her mind cannot stop wondering how our hero ended up caught up with this group of complete weirdos. Warlock also does not hold back. It goes straight for the baby turtles and takes one of them in its mouth. Things take a turn when the king turtle recognizes the babies as its own children. The shock hits it hard. The MC watches everything unfold and does not seem the least bit disturbed. In fact, he kind of enjoys what Warlock is doing. He grabs a baby turtle too and tells the king turtle and Haiji that if they dare to mess with him, he won't think twice about harming the little one. In a strange twist, the baby turtle clings to our boy and actually believes he is its parent. With a fierce little attitude, the baby tells the others that if they want to reach our hero, they will have to go through it first. That moment crushes the king turtle. Seeing its own children look to a stranger and a thief at that for protection is more than it can take. Warlock, on the other hand, tries to buy some time by creating a double of himself. But the gap between its strength and Haiji's is massive. It's clear that if nothing changes soon, Warlock won't make it out of this. Our hero's brain works in overdrive as he tries to come up with something, anything that could turn the situation around. He has not been warned about any of this, as Rice never mentioned a word about Warlock's future, and now that silence haunts him. Then, just as Haiji charges toward Warlock to finish things off, our boy throws himself in front of her, blocks her path, and snaps at her to back off immediately. The MC taps into the void, and in the blink of an eye, Haiji is gone. Warlock is still shaken to the core but also incredibly relieved that our hero has somehow saved it. It does not understand what exactly happened, but survival is enough for now. As for our boy, even he is not too sure what he did, whether he accidentally threw Haiji into some kind of dimensional exile. Either way, the move drained him badly and the crystal shows cracks again. But he knows this is far from over. Haiji won't stay gone for long. She is the type to come back with a vengeance. If he really wants to deal with her, he needs to figure out her weak spot. And he knows that it's her shell, so he goes to speak with the Turtle King. He asks about Haiji's shell, but the old turtle gets suspicious and curious about how he even knows such a thing. The MC, though, does not waste time with explanations. He tells the Turtle King not to worry about that and just answer the question. Lucky for him, Haiji recently hurt the Turtle King's child because they were on his side. That gives him the perfect angle to push, and he uses that betrayal to nudge the Turtle King toward helping him. Eventually, the Turtle King gives in. It agrees to share the location of Haiji's shell, but he wants to leave with his child. Our hero is not about to let it walk away so easily. He points out that once Haiji finds out who gives away her secret, she will definitely come for him. On top of that, he reminds the Turtle King that its child clearly does not want to leave his side, and the little turtle likes it here. So, he offers a compromise. The Turtle King and his child can stay close, settle by the river nearby, and in return, he will make sure they all are protected. After thinking it over, the Turtle King agrees. To seal the deal, he even gives the MC a piece of his own shell, sort of like a pass to keep the other sea creatures from bothering him. With that matter settled, our hero meets up with Mealy and Mealing and explains everything. He hands baby turtles to them and asks them to find a temporary place to stay while he handles things. Mealy gives him 2 blessings, one to heal his body and another to boost his speed, and reminds him to be careful. Our boy gives her a reassuring smile and promises he will. Next, he makes his way to the sea and takes Haiji's clam. But destroying it won't be a clean solution, as it will only damage her life force and probably drive her into a frenzy. And if she loses control like that, he is not confident he can stop her. Just as he expects, Haiji soon appears. He calls her by name. When she asks how he knows it, he tells her he knows a lot more than just her name. He knows that without her shell, she won't last much longer. That hits her hard. She immediately realizes who betrayed her. She regrets considering the Turtle King a friend. Now, she feels stabbed in the back. Then she looks at the MC and asks what he wants from her. Instead of pushing for a fight, he offers her a deal, according to which they don't have to settle things through violence. He asks her to think that she has lived so many years already, and whether she really wants to throw it all away now. He then shares that he has the power to manipulate time. Right now he can only speed it up, but one day soon he will be able to reverse it too. If she gives him 1 year, he is sure he can reach her level and do it. Haiji thinks about it and agrees. She also believes that she is not his enemy, she has just been protecting the Turtle King. But she gives him a warning that if she waits a year and he fails to do what he just promised, she won't hold back. Our boy smiles to himself. In his head, he thinks that a year from then, it will be interesting to see who really has the upper hand. Before leaving, he offers to return her clam, but only if she gives him something in return, the pearl on her head. It is a rare treasure, one that repels water. Haiji hesitates but agrees and tells him to keep it safe, and she will come back for it in a year. The MC takes the pearl and walks away, thinking to himself that when disaster strikes, brute strength is not what keeps one alive, but cleverness. And just like that, he manages not only to talk Haiji down, but also to pull the Turtle King and his children closer to his side. Meanwhile, far away from all this, another thread of trouble starts to unravel. A man cautiously approaches a zombie who just killed others using its luminous ability. The guy begs the zombie not to kill him, as he is not there to fight but just to deliver a message. His boss, he mentions, is willing to offer sacrifices, letting the zombie feed as much as it wants. The zombie demands something good and fresh in return. Our boy receives an update from Hai. Apparently that strange zombie having luminous ability has appeared somewhere close. Hai describes it as some terrifying mutated type, not the usual kind of threat. No one knows its exact level yet, which makes it even more unpredictable. What they do know is that the creature has ended up at Changyuan Base, a smaller outpost tucked away in a village to the north of the city. After hearing all that, our hero tells Hai to head back and leave the rest to him. He does not seem even slightly bothered by the news. With his time acceleration ability, he has full confidence in himself. No matter how dangerous or mutated this thing is, it does not matter to him. In his eyes, he is still the one in control, the one standing above all of them. He even jokes to himself that he might as well be their father at this point. Still, just to be safe, he checks in with Rice to see if it senses anything strange. Rice tells him it feels like this luminous zombie might actually be a big opportunity for Millie. Then, like always, Rice throws in a bit of sarcasm and tells the MC to stop spooking himself with his own thoughts. That settles it for our boy. If this thing is connected to Millie's growth, then he has a reason to go after it. Meanwhile, over at the Changyuan base, Yuan is deep in his own head, imagining the possibilities. He is fantasizing about what would happen if he managed to kill the zombie with luminous ability and absorb its crystal. In his mind, that would be his breakthrough, maybe even push him straight to level 6 or 7. But just when his daydreams are getting good, one of his men rushes in with some alarming news. Someone has broken into the base and stormed right into the room with the mutated creatures. Yuan loses it instantly and fumes over how someone can just waltz in like that even with guards stationed all over the place. The man explains that the intruder has literally smashed through the wall at high speed and now the others have surrounded him. Still, he suggests Yuan take a look for himself. Frustrated by how incapable his people are, Yuan decides to go personally and see what is happening. As for the intruder, it is none other than our hero. Inside a room, he has stumbled upon a zombie feasting on someone's flesh. The very zombie with the luminous ability pauses mid-meal when it notices him, and decides the MC will be the next snack. But our boy tells the zombie to mind its words while talking to its father. That clearly does not sit well with the zombie. It goes into a rage, ready to tear him apart. But the moment it charges, our hero realizes how slow it really is. Using his void ability, he disappears in an instant and reappears right behind it and strikes it with precision. The zombie does not give up. It uses its luminous ability and tries to attack again. That is when the MC figures out that it only has that one trick. But even with such a limited skill set, the zombie refuses to back down. It is determined to kill him. Then again, our boy feels the same way. If it is coming at him with everything it has, then he is going to respond and end it for good. The zombie suddenly collapses. It wonders if there is something off, poisoned meat perhaps. Whatever it is, the creature is down, and the MC does not waste a second. He steps forward and yanks out the crystal from its body. But peace does not last long. Right as he pockets the crystal, Yuan appears with his men. He recognizes our hero and orders him to drop the crystal immediately. The MC, however, suggests the crystal could be a friendly offering and a meeting gift. But Yuan is not so easily swayed. He knows our hero's reputation and knows that the base he operates is not one to mess with. Still, seeing our boy standing there all alone, he figures this might be his chance. So he gives the MC a choice. Hand over the crystal quietly or end up dead right there. Upon hearing that, our hero lets out a slow, tired sigh, and it is clear to him that the two cannot possibly get along. Yuan ignores him and turns to his men and gives the kill order and promises all sorts of tempting rewards. Beautiful women, crates of alcohol, and even bags full of sausages. Our boy, though, remains unbothered and does not even flinch. There is no need to. He has already mastered spatial cutting, a skill so precise and deadly that he does not even need to get close to tear someone apart. He can create the same destructive force as the Void Sword without swinging anything. Before anyone can blink, Yuan's head separates from his shoulders, clean and silent. The others just stand there, frozen, and try to figure out what the hell has just happened. They have not even seen it. The MC looks at the rest of them and makes it clear that anyone else who tries to block him will end up the same. Right after that, one of the men mutters that Yuan has it coming for being stupid enough to pick a fight with our hero. A few others nod in agreement. That one guy catches our hero's attention. Upon asking, our boy gets to know that he is Zhang Chuan. The MC praises him for thinking with his brain. With that, he turns and leaves. Chuan then declares himself the new one in charge and announces that from then on, they will be following our hero. Back at home, our boy hands the crystal over to Millie. She looks at it, then refuses to accept it. In her eyes, the MC is the pillar of their entire base, and a crystal like that belongs in his hands, as it would help him more. But our hero has already thought it through. He explains that he is already on the edge of breaking into level 8, and while this crystal might nudge him toward level 9, it could do a lot more for her. It could take her straight to level 8, and that matters right now. He reminds her that when it comes to physical strength, she is not his equal yet, and he needs her to grow stronger, faster. He assures her that he is not offering it as a favor, but he is asking her to accept it for his sake. A full week passes by after that. And just as expected, the MC finally makes the leap and reaches level 8. Our hero looks over the upgrade stats again, and sure enough, the energy levels have gone up. It is not just a lucky spike, it's the result of his space-time dual abilities working together, plus his physical strength finally crawling its way to level 10. And our boy, being the planner he is, knows exactly what needs to be done next. The next morning, he rounds up his entire team and shares the news with them. The base's research team has managed to enhance a batch of seeds, and the results are impressive. Production can go up by a solid 50%. That kind of improvement is no joke. So, he lets them in on his plan. In 5 days, they will be holding a big exchange conference at the South Stadium in Divine City. The idea is to not only spread information on how to grow these seeds effectively, but also to create opportunities for different bases to connect, trade, and maybe even collaborate. He gives clear instructions that everyone is to reach out to nearby bases and let them know about the event. Meanwhile, in his own mind, he is already mapping out the profits. Once the word gets out and people realize the value of these seeds, he will be selling them everywhere. And the deal will be that he will help them increase their crop output by half, and in return, he will take a neat 20%. His team feels reassured. They can already imagine a future where fresh vegetables are no longer a luxury, and having a leader like our boy at the front makes them feel even more secure. Seeing their reactions, the MC shifts to another matter he has been preparing for. He officially launches a peace initiative. From that moment onwards, As long as someone can offer enough in return, whether that means chips, items, or any valuable resource, his base will step in to settle disputes, no matter how complicated. It's a bold declaration, but it fits the direction they are heading. A few days later, the South Stadium is packed as the conference is finally happening. Guang, acting on our hero's behalf, steps up on stage and warmly welcomes the crowd. He then brings Ouyang up to explain the planting process and what kind of users can handle it. Ouyang shares that only those with natural abilities can plant these seeds, and they have to be at least level 4. More than that, once planted, these abilities have to be used regularly to clean out the pollution in the soil. From behind the scenes, our boy watches everything closely. The turnout is better than what he expected. He has a feeling that after that day, natural ability users are going to see a major rise in demand. Then, his eyes land on someone he is not expected to see. Wang Li, a face from the past. In our hero's previous life, Lai was obsessed with Myling. The man had gone as far as faking a crisis just to sweep in and act like a savior, hoping she would fall for him or, worse, hand over her base. But things did not go as planned. Myling had died in the chaos, and Millie had shocked everyone by using resurrection for the first time, just to bring her back. Now, seeing Lai again, our boy finds himself at a crossroads as to whether to eliminate him there and then, or wait until he rises to king level, and then use him to pave the way for Myling's rise. Back to Ouyang, who is still on stage, demonstrating the difference between their improved seeds and the regular ones. She mentions how their seeds can nearly double the yield and explains the pricing, that buyers will only owe 2/5 of the additional harvest. The best part is that payment is not due until the crops are ready. After that, Guang shifts gears and begins talking about the peace plan. He explains that their base is now officially taking on all kinds of conflict resolution tasks as long as the requester can offer something worthwhile in return. Just then, someone in the crowd stands up and shouts. A man named Deng Xianhong speaks out. He wants our hero to help him kill a monster, one that has eaten his brother, and offers a level 7 crystal in return. The killer's name turns out to be Crazy Dragon. That name alone sends murmurs rippling through the crowd. Then, things get tenser. Xianhong points at someone among them and declares that this is the killer in question. The accused man does not take it quietly. He throws threats right back. Guang looks over at our boy and silently asks what to do. The MC gives a small nod. Truthfully, a level 7 crystal does not mean much to him anymore, but he decides to take on the job anyway. Guang then announces that they have officially accepted the request. Lai confronts Xianhong, as he is not happy with the serious accusation he just threw out against Feng Long. Apparently, Feng Long is under his command, and he is not about to let such a wild claim slide without something solid to back it up. He demands proof and warns Xianhong not to go around making reckless accusations without evidence. But Xianhong stands firm. He claims he saw it with his own 2 eyes, about Feng Long devouring his brother like some sort of monster. Still, Lai does not budge. He argues that anyone could say they saw something happen. As the back and forth continues, others begin to step in. Some of them start to support Lai and Feng Long. Someone even brings up that Lai is a well-known powerhouse in the region, someone who holds real influence as a local overlord. That title adds some weight to Lai's side of things. Then, right in the middle of everything, our boy shows up. He tells Xianhong there is no need to feel uneasy, as he has already accepted the task of killing Feng Long. A level 7 crystal has been given for the job, and as far as our hero is concerned, it's already a done deal. He makes it clear that whether or not Feng Long has actually eaten someone does not matter to him. He does not need proof and does not care about the details. The job is taken, and Feng Long has to die. That makes people shift uncomfortably. They know that the MC is not just confident. He is completely overpowering in how he carries himself. Lai steps in again and tries to reason with him about how there is no bad blood between them. No grudge. No reason to take things this far. But our boy is not interested in talking it out, as he does not care what anyone thinks or feels. He wants Feng Long dead, plain and simple. Then he gives them a choice. Either hand Feng Long over willingly, or get ready to fight. Now Lai is not stupid. He knows very well this is our hero's territory. If a fight breaks out there, he will be the one at a disadvantage. The risk is too high, and Feng Long might be his strongest guy, his trump card, but he is not worth starting a war over. So, he swallows his pride and decides to back off temporarily to avoid a direct confrontation. He figures the MC's arrogance will eventually backfire and draw enemies. Once he finishes the level 7 mission he has in hand, he plans to join forces with others and come back to settle the score. But before he can even gather his thoughts properly, Feng Long takes off running, as he obviously is not planning on waiting around for anyone else to decide his fate. Our boy just calmly turns to Haran and tells him to go after him. Haran steps in and blocks Feng Long's path. Feng Long tries to threaten him, but Haran does not even flinch. He throws a punch so heavy that Feng Long crashes straight into the ground, completely overwhelmed. Upon seeing it, Li is left stunned. He knows that Feng Long is not some rookie. but he is the second strongest guy in their entire base, with level 5 strength. Yet there he is, dropped with a single punch like it's nothing. And Horan does not stop there. He keeps pounding Fenglong, then drags his beaten body and tosses him in front of Xianhong. Our hero then turns to Xianhong and mentions that Fenglong is already crippled, and he can handle him however he likes. He also makes it clear that this is the kind of power his base has, and if they pay the right price, he will take care of anything for them. At this point, the MC knows what people are probably thinking, that he is too arrogant, too full of himself, so he decides to lay it all out. He tells everyone he is not just some loud talker, but he is a level 8. The crowd is completely stunned. In their world, someone at level 5 is already seen as elite, and level 6 is reserved for regional rulers. But our boy is 2 levels above that. It's like comparing a noble to an emperor. One guy asks our hero to show what level 8 really looks like. He makes sure the MC knows it is not a challenge but just curiosity. Our boy turns back to Xianhong and asks about how badly he wants Fenglong to suffer. Xianhong makes it clear that he wants Fenglong dead, no doubt about that. But he also knows that the level 7 crystal they will obtain after killing him is not enough. The MC gives a small nod, then surprises everyone. Since Xianhong is their first client and has been so supportive, our boy decides to throw in a little bonus. He points toward Li and tells the crowd to pay attention, as he is about to gift Li to Xianhong too. That is when Lai really starts to sweat. The MC's actions speak louder than any warning ever could. Lai knows he has no shot at winning, and makes a split-second decision to flee. But escaping someone like our hero is easier imagined than done. Just as he tries to make a move, our boy unleashes his terrifying technique of void exile. With this move, space itself twists and splits, and before anyone can register what has happened, Lai's head lands neatly in the MC's hand. The onlookers freeze. Silence falls over them like a cold fog. Our hero lifts the head for all to see, not in arrogance, but as a statement, an unmistakable message that he does not tolerate nonsense. Everyone watching feels the chill in their bones. Guang tries to ease the shock that has gripped the group and explains that Li has been shielding zombies and brought this on himself. But our boy is not the type to justify his actions with excuses. He makes his stance known. He never leaves anything to chance, and no one who has dared to challenge him ever survived. He makes it clear that it is not personal, but it is just how he operates. Clean, precise, and without hesitation. Then comes a stern warning. He tells them that if anyone there does not have an extra life tucked away somewhere, it is in their best interest not to test him. Not for his sake, but for their own. And with very little hesitation, every single person agrees. The MC then takes a softer turn. He tells them that he is not out to hurt innocent people, and as long as no one makes a move against him, he has no reason to raise a hand. In fact, he is even willing to lend support if someone finds themselves in danger. He explains the next steps. Everyone will need to register based on their skills, sign up, and collect some seeds. But before letting them go, he makes one thing crystal clear. Once those seeds start to grow, anyone who tries to shortchange him or back out of their dues will regret it. Everyone promises no shady business, no tricks, and certainly no one using our hero's name to do anything dishonorable. In fact, they agree to deal with anyone who tries something like that themselves. Once things settle, our boy steps outside where Daju is already waiting with new intel. Daju has received word from Dazhuang. A zombie called Icelin has resurfaced. Not just that it has formed an entire faction known as the Icelin Club. The MC immediately recognizes the name. From his past life, he knows Icelin well. It has not been the strongest among king-level zombies, but it has always been a calculated and dangerously intelligent one. Now, Icelin has apparently seized the opportunity when our hero is not around to rally a massive group of zombies under its command. And now, with an army in tow, it is likely preparing to attack the base that very night. Our boy tells Dazu to get the word out immediately that no one is to leave the base, and everyone should prepare for an incoming battle. But just as he is about to take off, a large group of people blocks his path. They are not trying to stop him, but they want in. Clearly his earlier display has left a heavy impact, and now they all want to join and follow him. The MC calms the crowd and explains the reality of the situation. He does not sugarcoat anything. A zombie army possibly tens of thousands strong is on its way to destroy the base. And this is not just some shelter, but it is their home, and he makes it clear that abandoning it is not even an option. He tells them that if they truly want to join, they have to prove it by showing up when it matters, the very night. He makes it their test, and if they survive, he will consider them part of the group. He does not trap them, though. He gives them a way out. If they are scared or unsure, they can leave right then. But he makes it very clear. If anyone stays and then runs in the middle of the battle, there will be no forgiveness. After a moment, the ones who are not ready quietly leave. The rest stand firm. He tells them they have made a smart choice, and that as long as they stand by him, he will never let harm come to them. But out in the distance, trouble is already brewing. Icelin has rallied thousands of zombies. It is not planning on leading them into battle itself, though. It wants to stand back, watch from a distance, and let the Horde tear the MC's base apart for it. But there is more. Dazhuang, the same one who has been passing information, is with Aislinn, acting as a double agent. And now, Dazhuang has been tasked with leading the zombies to the base before quietly slipping away. Inside, Dazhuang is panicking as he finds it hard being undercover. Still, it has no choice but to go along with the plan. Meanwhile, back at the base, our hero is waiting for the attack, completely focused. Our hero tells his team to gather up their strength and get ready to unleash a powerful strike. Everyone follows the order, and soon a combined attack is launched toward the incoming zombies. But things don't go as planned. The hit does not land properly. Some kind of obstruction throws it off, and before anyone can react, zombies break through and start tearing into people. Myling casts a wide-range fire spell that sweeps across the battlefield, but she does not look satisfied. She turns to our boy and tells him that she can only use this spell one more time. On top of that, she senses that the elemental energy they rely on is running low. Their backup resources are almost gone, and it is clear they cannot afford to keep stalling. So she advises him that it is time to move on to the next phase. Warlock standing nearby also nods in agreement. The MC gives the command to all the physical ability users to gear up and prepare for a direct fight with the city gates are to be opened, and they are going to push the battle outside. Dazhu leads the charge beyond the gates. Not too far away, Aislinn watches the chaos unfold. It can tell that our boy and his group are not just randomly defending themselves but have tactics, coordination, and confidence. That raises a red flag. Aislinn thinks that something does not sit right. It turns to Dazhuang and voices its suspicion. But Dazhuang tells it not to panic. The city walls are crumbling anyway, and if another batch of zombies shows up, everything will collapse. But Aislinn is not convinced. The way the MC's team has prepared, it feels to it like they saw this coming. That is when it starts suspecting that someone close to it is working against them and betraying them. Not long after, Guang updates the MC that Dazhuang has passed along a message about Aislinn, who has started suspecting it of being the traitor. Aislinn thinks Dazhuang is planning to kill it, and then bring in a fresh wave of zombies to finish the job. That complicates things for our hero, as he has been planning to train Dazhuang to become the next leader of his zombie base. Losing him now is something he cannot afford, so he makes a decision on the spot to take care of Aislinn personally. He tells Myling and Millie to keep things under control while he steps in to handle the situation himself. Meanwhile, Aislinn's anger explodes. It confronts Dazhuang and beats it down, all while demanding answers. But Dazhuang sticks to its story. It swears it has not done anything and does not know what Aislinn is talking about. At that moment, our boy arrives on the scene. Aislinn suddenly lunges at our hero and attacks him with ice crystals. But our boy is so fast he dodges it with ease, pulls out his void sword, and slashes Aislinn across the neck. After that, he glances at Dazhuang and tells it not to just stand there looking confused. If it wants to prove it is not a traitor, now is the time to come at him. Dazhuang catches on quickly and jumps into action. Our boy deliberately lets Dazhuang land a punch right on his face. Then, holding his face like he is in some tragic drama, he shoots Dazhuang a deadly look and warns it that he will kill it after recovering. But inside, he is feeling pretty smug. His little act went off perfectly, and no one will suspect Dazhuang of anything. As he walks off like a wounded hero, Dazhuang switches into performance mode. It bursts into fake tears and shouts to anyone who would listen that our hero has killed Aislinn. It cries that it will avenge Aislinn no matter what. The crowd of zombies falls for it. They actually start believing Dazhuang is some fearless warrior who dared to challenge the MC. As for our boy, the others decide they would better not mess with him anymore, at least not openly. Then of course comes the chaos. Another zombie called Black Thunder suddenly announces that Aislinn's club needs a new leader, and it decides to make itself the new leader. It even renames the group right on the spot and calls it the Black Thunder Club. Dazhuang, however, is not impressed. Aislinn's body is still warm, and here this zombie is, already trying to take over. Dazhuang snaps and starts beating the self-declared leader until the poor Black Thunder curls up and begs for mercy. It surrenders and accepts Dazhuang as the new boss and pleads for it to stop hitting. Dazhuang then decides to make Black Thunder its perfect scapegoat, and a little sacrifice to make an example and win everyone over completely. The rest of the zombies, watching this whole thing unfold, are seriously impressed. They all agree Dazhuang should lead them now. But Dazhuang tells them it is not better than them, and they are equals. So from then on, it announces that they will all be part of one team and share everything as brothers. It names their new group the Brotherhood Alliance and tells them to wait while it goes off to change his clothes. What they don't know is that the MC is just around the corner, waiting for it. Dazhuang goes over and asks how its performance has been. Our boy gives him a nod of approval. As a reward, he hands over the crystal he took from Aislinn. He also gives Dazhuang a few instructions. Gather smart, talented zombies, and bring them under his command. If things get tough, he plans to back it up. And if Dazhuang does a good job, there will be plenty of rewards coming its way. He then returns to base. From there, he can see the zombies retreating. The battle has been worth it too, as there will be a generous crystal harvest once the dust settles. Just then, he receives a message from Haiji. She has found a level 10 creature and wants our hero to get there fast. They need to take it down and harvest its crystal, as the MC has to power up soon and keep his promise. Our boy does not waste a second. He rushes over. When he gets there, Haiji mentions that she ran into a few annoying pests, but she took care of them just for him. Then she hands over all the crystals she collected from them, calling it a gift. Our hero is thrilled. These are high-level crystals, and getting that many in one go is a big deal. He thanks her and promises that he will work even harder to level up. Then comes the real reason she called him. She explains that the level 10 beast is a rare sea monster, some kind of unique fish. Her plan is simple. The MC will wait on the shore, and she will lure it out so they can take it down together. About 10 minutes later, she comes back along with the massive sea creature with her. Our hero launches a spatial slash right at it and hopes to end things fast. But the fish is quicker than he expects. It dodges, then counters with a powerful attack of its own. That strike is headed straight for him, and this time there is no dodging it. The MC freezes where he stands, completely blindsided by the fish's sudden icy blast. He did not expect it to strike so fast, let alone with such a powerful freezing beam. Before he can even catch his breath or fully grasp what just happened, the fish comes charging at him again. But he manages to quickly use space exile to teleport the creature far away. Just then, Haiji comes and takes him out of danger and breaks the ice. She then asks where he sent the fish. Our hero tells her it's somewhere east. Then he suggests they head over there and grab the crystal from the fish while they still can. Once they reach the spot, he carefully extracts the crystal from the creature. As he holds it in his hand, a thought crosses his mind about collecting around 4 or 5 more of these so that he can hit level 9. And once that happens, he figures those massive fishes won't be such a headache anymore. Haiji then suggests that he should eat the whole fist. But what he knows up till then is that the meat from mutant creatures like these is hard to deal with in the first place. That is when Haiji opens up about the reason behind her strange evolution, and why her growth has far outpaced that of normal humans. Over a year ago, she was resting at the bottom of the sea when something odd happened. A mysterious object, something that looked like a piece of meat, sank down and landed on her. The moment it touched her, she was hit with unbearable pain. It felt like her entire body was going to tear apart. The strange meat began dissolving inside her all on its own, painfully slowly. And no matter how hard she tried, she was not able to spit it out or get rid of it. At that point, she was sure she was going to die. But just when things were at their worst, her friend the Turtle King happened to be passing by. After seeing what was happening to her, it swallowed the rest of the meat immediately. That was how she survived that day. And after that, both she and the Turtle King started getting stronger and stronger without even trying. Haiji explains that even though that mysterious meat nearly killed her, it also triggered a massive boost in her power. But the power came with a price. Since that day, aggressive sea creatures have started targeting her non-stop. They can sense something inside her, something that attracts them. She believes even the giant fish they just fought has also consumed a similar chunk of that strange meat. Our boy listens and pieces everything together in his head. He starts wondering if that meat works the same way as those high-grade crystals they hunt. Haiji adds that she can still feel traces of that strange energy inside the fish's body. According to her, a large portion of the energy has not even been absorbed yet, and she is sure that leaving the rest of the meat behind would be a complete waste. That is more than enough to convince our hero. If there is still usable energy left in it, there is no way he is letting it go to waste. Even if the taste turns out terrible, it will be worth the effort. He figures Mayu can probably make something half decent out of it. She has a knack for turning weird ingredients into edible dishes. With the right seasoning, it might actually taste all right. And since the fish is huge, there is more than enough to share with others too. Meanwhile, somewhere far deeper in the sea, a sea lion swims up to a mermaid. With a heavy heart, it tells her that its friend has died. Little Frost asks if it is the work of the bloodthirsty great white shark, the one who constantly claims to be the sea god. But the sea lion shakes its head and tells her it's a giant clam. Little Frost then agrees to help, and together, the two of them set off, heading straight toward Haiji. Haiji cannot help but admire the way Little Frost looks and thinks sending her over to her younger brother, that is our boy, might be a smart move. Little Frost then asks about her younger brother, but instead of giving a proper answer, Haiji lashes out and tells her to go find out herself. She launches an attack right then, but Little Frost is quick to block it. Even though Haiji has decent strength, Little Frost can tell it just is not enough to pose a real threat. It does not take long for Haiji to realize the same thing. She knows she is clearly outclassed, and without wasting another second, she turns around and tries to run. But she does not get far. Little Frost seals off her path and freezes her in solid ice. The sea lion then demands that Little Frost finish Haiji off and claims she has killed its friend. But instead of going through with it, Little Frost comes up with a different plan. She suggests keeping Haiji alive and using her help to deal with our hero instead. Meanwhile, back at the base, the MC returns with a massive fish. He shows it to Mayu, who is completely stunned by its size. He tells her it is a mutated fish and asks her to cook something out of it. It does not need to be delicious, just tolerable enough to eat. Mayu nods and decides she will braise it. He then uses his void sword and starts slicing up the fish for her, making quick work of it. He tells her to use bold and strong seasonings to hopefully cover up the weird taste. After some time, Mayu finishes cooking the dish and serves it to him. He takes one bite and almost instantly he spits it right back out. He complains how the taste is unbearable for him, and Mayu feels offended. She calls it the worst insult to her cooking she has ever experienced. Our boy, meanwhile, wonders if he really has to go through the torture of eating something that bad. That is when Warlock, who has been nearby, catches the smell. To everyone's surprise, it seems drawn to it. Warlock starts sneaking over, taking deep sniffs along the way. Eventually, Warlock reaches our hero and Mayu. The MC then decides to hand over a portion to Warlock. Warlock eagerly digs in and looks more than satisfied, clearly. Just then, our hero receives an urgent update from Z that something has gone wrong with Haiji, and she has sent a message asking for his help. Apparently, someone has blocked their connection, and that same person claims they are waiting on a small island. The message makes it clear. If our hero does not show up within 3 days, Haiji will die. Upon hearing that, the MC starts putting the pieces together. He can see that if they are able to reach out to Z despite her defenses, it means their level is higher than hers. And based on the method of communication, it seems likely to him that their ability has something to do with mental manipulation or psychic powers. He runs to Rice and asks for a quick prediction. Rice focuses and tells him that there is no sense of danger within the next 3 hours. But even with that window, our boy knows that he won't even be able to reach the mainland in that time, let alone make it out to sea. And unfortunately, Rice cannot go with him for more predictions because the ability has a cooldown period. That is when he gets frustrated. He blames himself for hesitating. He reminds himself that he is the Void King, and if anyone can face this threat and come out unscathed, it has to be him. With that thought, his doubts start to fade. The MC finally reaches the location, but things don't go as expected. Little Frost looks a bit confused, as she cannot really figure out what our hero is, and that uncertainty bothers her. She asks if he is the sea god or something. Our boy, in his carefree attitude, calls himself an Aquaman. That only makes her more puzzled, and her face shows it. The MC then gets straight to the point and asks why she has taken Haiji captive. Little Frost explains that Haiji has killed the sea lion's friend for no good reason. According to her, it's not just about one incident, and she sees Haiji as a threat to the ocean's peace, and is not willing to let someone like that keep roaming around freely. Haiji tells our hero not to bother arguing. She insists that he is no match for Little Frost and should just leave while he still can. But our boy does not move. He is not going anywhere, not after hearing Haiji being called a murderer. He tells Little Frost that Haiji has only hunted for survival, which is completely natural, and it's not some act of cruelty. It's just the way the world works. He even points out the double standards to the sea lion who eats fish too. In his eyes, calling someone else a killer while doing the same thing is just plain hypocritical. But the sea lion does not care about logic or fairness. It just wants revenge for its fallen friend. Nothing more. Surprisingly, Little Frost agrees with the MC's take on survival of the fittest. But then she twists it back at him that in this moment, she is the strong one, and Haiji is the weaker side. So, by that same rule, it's only fair for Haiji to end up being eaten. Our hero can see what is happening, and she is not trying to reason anymore, but she just wants to fight. So he activates his Void Cut ability. Haiji gets worried and tries to stop him, as she thinks he does not stand a chance against Little Frost. But our boy is not aiming at her, but his real target is the sea lion, the one who stirred everything up in the first place. Little Frost instantly loses her temper, but the MC uses his Void Walking ability. With that, his speed becomes unreal, to the point where he is practically invisible to Little Frost. She stands there confused, unable to figure out how he is pulling it off. Then, with one swift move, he breaks through the ice that has caged Haiji. As he prepares to leave with her, he uses his powers again, this time to embarrass Little Frost by stripping her bare. He laughs, teases her, and asks if she is really planning to chase him like that. After that, the two of them bolt. While they are running, Haiji mentions that killing the sea lion has been a smart call. Those creatures have a sharp sense of smell, and if they had left it alive, it probably would have tracked them down anyway. Now, with it gone, Little Frost is stuck dealing with the problem alone. Our hero nods and tells her it is not safe for her to stay in the ocean anymore. He invites her to come with him instead. Truthfully, he had not expected the sea creatures to evolve so quickly, and he realizes that no matter how powerful he is, He cannot afford to let his guard down. The ocean is not as simple as it seems, and the threats are real. On top of that, his time-related abilities are not improving, and he still has not figured out how to freeze time, and that is bothering him. Later that night, he talks to Millie and tells her that he is planning to travel really far because he has heard a rumor about a time user who can actually stop time who lives there. If it turns out to be true, he wants to bring her back to their base. Millie can tell that it's worth checking out, but she worries it might take him too long. Our boy assures her that if everything goes well, it could take just 2 or 3 days. But if things get complicated, there is no telling how long he will be gone. The real issue is not about the ability itself, it's about whether Chukshue, the one with the power, will agree to come along. And if she refuses, well, the MC is already planning to use force if he has to. Our hero finally makes it to the city. The only thing he is certain of is that in his previous life, Chukshue moved from there to their own city. So naturally, his first step is to dig a little deeper and try to figure out exactly where she came from. He wanders around until he comes across a few people and decides to ask them about her. One of the men he approaches gives him a sharp look and tells him that Chukshue is the daughter of their leader. And not just any leader. This man is a level 6 powerhouse. Just to make sure our boy does not get any wrong ideas, the man adds that their base does not take in weaklings, and he would better not come around with any hidden motives. The MC stays calm and replies that he is not some useless outsider, but is a level 5 physical user. Deep inside, though, he scoffs at the guy's attitude. Apparently not satisfied with words, the guy suddenly launches an attack. But after a brief exchange, it becomes pretty clear that our hero is not someone to take lightly. The man steps back, apologizes sincerely, and decides it's best to escort our boy straight to their base. The base itself is run by Jiang Chukshue and her father, Jiang Tiancheng. When they arrive, Tiancheng greets his people and gives them a few words of praise for their efforts. As the MC looks around, he notices something that does not sit right. There is a man named Tiancheng and a dog trotting around, both of whom he does not remember seeing in his last life. That can only mean one thing. They probably did not survive long back then. But now, seeing them already at level 6 makes him pause. If they have already grown this much, he guesses that they have the potential to reach king level one day. He knows that winning over Chukshue alone won't cut it anymore. So he decides that when the time comes, he will take Tiancheng with him too, but for the time, he decides to act carefully. Later that night, when everyone else is asleep, our hero quietly slips into the warehouse. He takes all the food supplies not out of cruelty, but to make the people feel a bit of pressure and vulnerability, just enough to shift the situation. While he is at it, he also takes the dog. Chukshue adores this fluffy little dog named Riceball, so he hides it somewhere safe. The next morning, panic spreads through the base. The food is gone, and so is Riceball. Over the next few days, tension only gets worse. With resources running low and no sign of things getting better, nearly a third of the base's members choose to leave. Then comes more bad news. Word arrives that people from a neighboring county who have very few resources of their own are making their way into the city to stir up trouble. Chukshue remembers stories about them. They tried raiding the city before but were always beaten back by stronger bases. This time, though, things are different. Their leader, Jinhaoyu, has made serious progress and has now reached level 7. Tiancheng does not flinch, as he is not about to surrender. He makes it clear that he is ready to defend their land, even if it means shedding blood. He immediately orders his men to reach out to every base in the city and get them ready. The MC, who has been quietly listening to everything, cannot help but question things about whether Chukshue can really take down someone like Haoyu, even with her ability to freeze time, and he also thinks that maybe this is how Tiancheng died in his previous life. The thought unsettles him. He starts doubting whether he should step in now or wait and watch, but then he gives himself a sharp slap to snap out of it. He reminds himself that he is not powerless, and he is not some bystander. He has strength, which is more than enough, and if he just stands there while people suffer and die, there is no point to his return. Right then and there, he makes a decision that he won't hesitate, and he will fight for Chukshue, for Tiancheng, and for everyone counting on him. Tiancheng already has the whole plan clear in his mind. As soon as Haoyu shows up and makes a move, Chukshue will jump in and freeze time just long enough to throw him off. The second that happens, everyone else will attack with all their dark powers at once, hitting Haoyu with everything they have got before he even gets a chance to fight back. Not long after finalizing the plan, they get an update that Haoyu has already entered the city. Tiancheng decides to go and face him himself. But just as he is about to head out, something completely unexpected happens. Out of nowhere, someone from Tiancheng's own side shouts a slogan in support of Haoyu's country, and then detonates himself in a blast of poison. The explosion catches everyone off guard. Tiancheng stands frozen, unable to process what he just saw. The man has been with him for almost a year, always loyal, always dependable, and now he turned out to be a traitor. Chukshue comes running over, alarmed by the sound of the explosion. As they are still struggling to figure out their next move, our boy appears and tells them not to panic. According to him, he alone is enough to deal with Hao Yu, but Tiancheng is not convinced for a second. He tells our hero that there are more than 10,000 enemies gathered outside the city. The others also share the same opinion that he is overestimating himself. They figure the pressure is getting to his head and making him delusional. But the MC tells them to shut the city gates and trust him. After taking care of the invaders, he wants Tiancheng and Chukshui to come with him. Tiancheng tries to talk him out for going alone and asks him to just delay the attackers for a bit. Just enough time for them to recover and regroup. Once they reach the city walls, then he can close the gates behind them. But for him, things are different this time around. In his past life, he did not do anything useful. He just roamed around the Divine City, never really getting involved in anything serious. But now that he has a real opportunity to do something meaningful, he is determined not to let it slip away. Outside, Hao Yu stands with his massive army, fully prepared. Then, our boy soars into the sky and flies toward them. That alone is enough to throw Hao Yu off. He has not expected him to be flying. Neither do Tiancheng nor Chukshui. Based on what he told them earlier, he is just a level 5 user. There is no way someone like that should be flying. Hao Yu snaps out of it and gives the order to focus all attacks on our hero. As the MC charges forward, Hao Yu prepares his most powerful large-scale destructive ability, the only one of its kind he has truly mastered. It is lethal, and anyone below level 7 won't survive it. They clash, and the impact causes a huge explosion as Hao Yu blocks our boy's attack using his shield. But our hero is not done yet. He strikes again and tells Hao Yu that he can keep doing it more than once if needed. Chukshu watches the scene unfold in shock. The MC told them all he is a physical type ability user. Yet there he is, flying through the air and throwing out attacks like it is nothing. Tiancheng finally starts to understand why our hero carried himself with such confidence all along. For a moment, he even wonders if he is some kind of celestial being who just dropped down to Earth to stir things up. It's the only explanation that makes sense right now. Meanwhile, Hao Yu, still full of rage and unwilling to admit defeat, threatens our boy and accuses him of walking straight into death. He uses his gravity manipulation ability in a last-ditch effort and yells for his people to run, as he thinks the MC has finally slowed down enough to give them a chance. But whatever delay Hao Yu manages to create does not last long. Our hero quickly bounces back, completely unfazed. He realizes Hao Yu is actually quite powerful, which only fuels his determination. Now he wants him dead, and he is after the crystal Hao Yu carries between his eyebrows. Hao Yu tries desperately to hold him off, but he never stood a real chance. Our boy ends it cleanly and takes the crystal like it's his all along. One of Tiancheng's men thinks that the MC did not just come there by coincidence, but is there for Chukshui because he has got feelings for her. Tiancheng takes a moment to process that, but he does not seem upset. Honestly, with our hero's strength and the loyalty he shows to his homeland, Tiancheng figures there is really nothing to complain about. If Chukshui ends up with someone like him, she will be safe, and Tiancheng can finally let go without regrets. After the dust settles, our boy turns to Chukshui and tells her to come with him. But before she can react, Tiancheng steps in and leads the MC away. Once they are settled, Tiancheng makes an offer to him to join his base, take up a high position, and maybe even become the leader if he wants. But our hero shakes his head. He is not interested in power. All he wants is to take Chukshui and leave. Tiancheng, though, is not done. Deep down, he hopes our boy might end up as his son-in-law. So he throws out one last proposal that he can marry Chukshui and take her away, but only if he pays her dowry. And he does not mean money, because in a ruined world like this, cash is meaningless. What he wants is 200 live animals. The MC makes it clear to him that it's not possible to find live animals in this time of disaster. But of course, Tiancheng is not really expecting him to fulfill the condition. He just wants to make it difficult enough that he gives up and stays. Our hero sees right through it. He knows exactly what is going on. There is no point in playing along. Instead, he changes the subject and asks what time it is. Tiancheng thinks it's a simple question, checks his watch and replies that it's 4 in the afternoon. But our boy is not talking about the time on a clock. He means the time of collapse, the breakdown of order, and the end of structure. And in a world like that, he tells him that Tiancheng has no right to be making demands. He warns him that he does not care who stands in his way, and he will kill anyone without a second thought. Tiancheng is caught off guard. The man who just moments ago was soft and gentle now radiates a cold, dangerous energy. His entire demeanor shifts, and the message is crystal clear that if Tiancheng tries to stop him, he won't hesitate to take him down too. Our boy shares with Tiancheng that his focus is on the Divine City, where he already has a base set up, and he wants it to be the strongest, most secure stronghold anyone has seen. His goal is to gather a team of elites and build a place where survival is not just possible, but it's certain, and one key part of that plan is Chukshui. He brings the idea to Tiancheng and tells him directly that if he is thinking of leaving, they can head out together. Once they reach Divine City, They will have two options: either join forces with him and be part of his base, or break off and form something of their own. He does not want there to be any doubts, so he makes it clear that he is not hiding anything, and he has no dark agenda. He simply wants Chukshue to come along, and from there on, everything depends on how Tiancheng chooses to respond. As they talk, our hero also shares something he has noticed along the way. Signs of heavy rainfall are starting to show, and he is almost certain that the area will flood soon. With that in mind, he gives Tiancheng a full day to think it over and make his decision. On his way back, he runs into Chukshue and asks her to stop him from using his powers. She is a little confused at first and explains that her ability is not meant to freeze people, but it works by manipulating time. Still, he tells her to give it a try anyway. The moment her power activates, he feels it. The energy flows through his body, strong and unmistakable. But what catches him off guard is the fact that he cannot move at all. It does not match his memory. Back in his past life, when she used this skill, his body froze, but his mind stayed alert. This time, everything except the energy itself has gone still. It makes him wonder that maybe it is because he also has a time-based ability of his own, and it's affecting how her power works on him. He asks her to try again. Chukshu hesitates but goes along with it and tells him she probably won't be able to hold him still for long, as he is simply too strong now. She also adds that she can only attempt it one more time. So, with full concentration, she activates her technique again. As it hits, the MC knows for sure that things have changed. In his previous life, powers like this could still pin him down, but not anymore. He gives Chukshue some well-earned praise for her efforts and decides it is time to get some rest. Elsewhere, Yi Xing has been quietly working on her own plan. She has finally figured out how to replicate the Elder Badge from our boy's base. Her goal is revenge, and with the approaching storm, things could not have lined up better. Our hero's base has recently shifted closer to Divine City, and Xing takes that as a sign that fate is on her side. A full week goes by before the MC returns to his base, but he does not come back empty-handed. Alongside him are Tiancheng, Chukshue, and an entire team of elites he has recruited. He looks pleased with how things have turned out. The moment he arrives, people gather around, all talking over each other, and try to explain what has happened while he was away. It turns out, Xing has used a fake badge to impersonate one of the elders. She has taken advantage of the chaos and used others to carry out her plans, essentially destroying one of their bases without lifting a finger herself. Our boy is caught off guard. Before he left, he had officially named the base Dawn City, and every single Elder badge has been carefully made by Long Yu, with each one even having anti-counterfeit features built in. So it does not add up about how Xing has managed to make a convincing fake. As he steps further inside, Millie hurries over to meet him. Chushu watches them quietly. She feels a little heavy-hearted when she realizes Millie is our hero's wife. She cannot help but admire Millie's beauty, even though it makes her feel a little sad inside. Millie feels burdened with guilt. She offers a sincere apology to the MC, as she thinks both she and Myling are at fault for not keeping a closer watch over the base. Myling then adds that they have already managed to capture Xing. Hearing that, our hero does not waste any time, and he decides to go see her himself and get some answers straight from the source. When he comes face to face with Xing, he can see that she is surprisingly clever for using borrowed strength to threaten others, and wielding a sword that is not even hers to kill. What really puzzles him, though, is how she managed to craft an Elder's blade that looks exactly like the real thing. Xing explains that she only bothered to match the blade's appearance. According to her, the reputation of his base carries so much weight that no one from outside even dared to question the badge she used. Our boy listens carefully, then asks her the reason that drove her to go this far as to fake the identity of an Elder and deliberately destroy his base. Xing tells him that an Elder from an enemy base took a twisted interest in her. He tried to force her to join him, and when her brother resisted, he killed him. Ever since that day, she swore to get revenge, no matter what it costs her. And she is not going to stop until she gets it. The MC understands her pain, and her anger even makes sense to him on some level. But that does not change the fact that what she did, as impersonating an Elder and giving out fake commands, is a serious crime. No matter how personal her reasons are, the consequences cannot be ignored. He gives a firm order to have her taken away, and declares that she will be executed in front of everyone at the upcoming gathering a week later. It has to be public, a strong reminder that no one can defy the rules and drag the base's name through the mud without paying the price. Just then, Guang rushes in and interrupts the moment. He tells our hero that someone has shown up at the gate with a bizarre corpse, one so unusual that none of the physical experts can damage it no matter how hard they try. That catches our boy's full attention. He knows only king-level corpses can resist decay and remain untouched. He vanishes from the scene right away to go see it for himself. When he arrives, a man named Zhao Jing is already waiting there. He shows him the corpse, and even the MC cannot manage to pierce through it. That confirms it. It really is a king-level body. He knows that if someone with 10 awakenings absorbs a crystal from a corpse like this, they can instantly leap to king level. And for someone like him, who has dual abilities, absorbing it means a major boost in strength. Zhao Jing, though unsure of what exactly makes the corpse special, brought it as a gift for our boy. It is his way of showing respect. In exchange, he does not ask for much, just safety for himself and his friends and a peaceful life. The MC accepts his offer and decides to take him in. He then gives clear orders to spread the word. Zhao Jing is now under his protection, and no one is to lay a finger on him. Not only that, but he also tells his men to send a few tons of rice and potatoes with Zhao Jing to his base, as he thinks it would be embarrassing if the people he accepted to protect go hungry and end up begging for food. Zhao Jing is deeply touched and thanks him with genuine sincerity. Later, our hero examines the corpse more closely. Based on his judgment, once he absorbs the crystal from it, he will likely reach the high stage of level 9. A few days later, disaster hits several nearby bases. Torrential rain and extreme weather flood them, forcing a massive number of people to travel towards Divine City. Desperate for shelter and safety, Gu Changfeng stands before the crowd of a base. He tells them that building a new base from scratch will be hard and offers them an option that if they leave everything to him and his team, they will be taken care of. His allies back him up that Gu Chang is at level 7 and the crowd won't regret joining them. But their kindness comes with a warning. The people are given 10 minutes to make a choice, and if they don't accept the offer, they will all be wiped out. But the crowd is not easily swayed. Sure, level 7 sounds decent, but our boy is already at level 9, and in their eyes, that makes all the difference. A man who is apparently the leader of the base realizes the situation is not in their favor at all. The other side has way more people, and to top it off, they have a level 7 powerhouse, Gu Chang. With odds like that, he knows that putting up a fight would be nothing but suicide. So, after thinking things through, he decides it's better to back off for the time being. He plans to find a chance later to regroup with others or even get our hero involved. He agrees to hand over the base and begins retreating with his team. But Gu Chang is not interested in letting anyone walk away. He gives an order to his men to kill every last one of them as he does not want any future threats, not even small ones. The leader calls him out and accuses him of going back on his word, but Gu Chang does not care a bit. One of Gu Chang's men even taunts them that the MC's group is not even strong enough to be worth a real fight. Another person from the retreating side snaps back and tells him to go say that to our hero's face in Dawn City. Gu Chang then orders his men to go find out more about Dawn City. At the same time, somewhere else in the Divine City, a girl named Ling Weiwei has just returned after 2 long years. The last time she was there, life had completely broken her down. Her career had hit rock bottom. She was under intense mental pressure, and her thoughts had turned darker. During that time, she even lost control and hurt a stray dog, which she deeply regrets to this day. That memory still haunts her, and she wishes she could find the dog again and make up for it somehow. As she drifts in those memories, another girl comes over and brings her back to the present. She tells her that she has gathered the information Weiwei had asked for about the strongest force currently in the city. It turns out to be none other than Dawn City. Not only are they powerful in terms of manpower and resources, but they also have advanced technology, including genetically modified seeds that can boost crop production by 50%. Weiwei also has the ability to improve seeds, but her success rate only goes up to 30%. So hearing this instantly sparks her curiosity. She feels both challenged and inspired. If she can join them, she hopes she can become stronger and improve her own abilities too. The girl tells her that Dawn City is hosting a gathering the very next day and suggests they attend. Maybe even bring some gifts for them. The next day, at the city's South Stadium, Seeing is brought out in front of a large crowd. The MC stands off to the side and watches everything closely, though he seems to be deep in thought. Recent disasters, constant heavy rain and storms, have driven survivors from nearby cities into the Divine City, increasing pressure on all local bases. Some of those bases have already been attacked by outsiders. Then Guang steps forward to address the crowd. He reveals that Seeing has faked her identity and pretended to be an elder of Dawn City. She has committed something serious, though he leaves the details out, letting people guess for themselves if they are curious enough. His message is clear. Anyone who dares to impersonate a member of Dawn City will face the harshest consequences. This entire event is meant to serve as a warning and to show outsiders that Dawn City does not play games. And then, just like that, Seeing is executed on the spot. The crowd falls into silence before nervous whispers spread. It's obvious that no one wants to be on our boy's bad side. Gu Chang is there too. He watches the entire execution without saying a word, taking it all in. Then Guang makes another announcement. They are updating the rules for new recruits. From then on, only level 6 awakeners or higher will be considered. Hearing that, Weiwei stands up with quiet determination. She turns to her team and tells them that she will be the one to make the first move. She is not going to wait around or let anyone hold her back. If they want to become stronger, it has to start somewhere, And for her, it starts then and there. Weiwei introduces herself as a level 6 awakener with the power to enhance seeds, increasing their yield by a good 30%. Without beating around the bush, she makes it clear that she wants to be part of our hero's base. She turns to Guang and asks if he would be willing to accept her. Guang gives her a simple yes. Soon after, she is escorted into the base. The MC tells her that someone will show her around and help her settle in. Weiwei thanks him. Just then, Warlock happens to be walking by. The moment it hears her voice, it stops in its tracks. That voice triggers something deep. The memory comes rushing back like a storm. Years ago, Warlock was trying to survive a freezing night by hiding inside some old boxes in a cluttered garage. That was when Weiwei barged in, clearly furious about something. Instead of dealing with her anger in silence, she took it out on Warlock. She pulled out a knife and decided to vent her rage on it. She planned to slice off its ear first. Warlock had just enough instinct to dodge the blade and ran for its life. If it had not been for an old lady who later found and helped it, Warlock might not have made it through that bitter winter. Now, in the present moment, Warlock stares at her and instantly recognizes the face and voice it can never forget. The fury burning in its eyes does not go unnoticed. A passerby glances over, confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. Our boy arrives right then, walking alongside Weiwei, and as soon as she lays eyes on Warlock, the color drains from her face. She looks shaken and genuinely scared. Warlock is not just angry for the sake of old memories. It is the kind of rage built from pain, survival, and years of carrying scars that never fully heal. Our hero can feel the intensity in Warlock's expression, which is impossible to ignore. Still, to make sure he is not missing anything, he turns to Rice for an explanation. Rice lays it out plainly. Weiwei has done more than just taking Warlock's ear, but she has stabbed it multiple times and left it for dead. Now Warlock is not looking for sympathy. It has one question, passed through Rice, about whether our hero still intends to keep his promise. The one where he swore that, when the time comes, he will be the one to settle the score with his own hands. The MC turns to Weiwei and asks her if she has ever cut off a dog's ear. The question came out of the blue, and Weiwei looks completely confused, like she has no idea where that is coming from. She quickly denies it, clearly taken aback by the accusation. But the way she reacted says more than her words ever could. Our hero watches her closely and feels sure that she has done it. He does not push for proof, though. Instead, he tells her that whether she admits it or not does not really matter. Warlock believes she is the one who did it, and that alone is enough for him. Then he turns to Warlock and asks if it wants to handle the situation on its own, or if it prefers that he step in. Without hesitation, Warlock says it will deal with it itself. At that point, something in Weiwei seems to break. She starts crying and admits what she has done. She tries to explain that it happened back when she had just started working, and at that time, her thoughts were a mess. She was not in a good headspace, and it had not been intentional. She begs for mercy, hoping someone will understand. Rice, speaking on behalf of Warlock, makes it clear that forgiveness is not on the table. That is not Warlock's concern, as forgiveness is God's job, and Warlock's job is to send her to go meet him. Weiwei starts to panic and turns to our boy and pleads with him instead. She tries to make him see the bigger picture, that if word gets out that he treats his people like this, no one else will want to follow him. But the MC does not respond to her pleas. Instead, he simply offers his help to Warlock and backs its decision completely. Weiwei stumbles backward, shaken, but Warlock is not about to wait. It charges at her, and she stumbles again, falling to the ground. She clutches her head, suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp, strange pain. Our hero observes her closely, and something clicks. It is not just emotional distress, but something deeper is happening. He points it out to Warlock that, from the looks of it, she has awakened dual abilities due to the emotional overload. Warlock seems satisfied with that. It has been worried it might accidentally kill her with a single hit. But now it does not have to hold back or play it safe anymore. It keeps landing blows, but suddenly Weiwei snaps. Her rage bursts out of her like a storm, and in an instant, she transforms into something huge and terrifying, no longer fully human. Our boy is startled for a brief moment, but Warlock quickly reassures him that it has things under control. Still, the MC tells it not to fight inside the base. The last thing they need is their plants and flowers getting destroyed in the chaos. Warlock agrees and drags the fight outside. From a distance, our hero watches as the two clash under the open sky. He had not expected Weiwei to awaken such power, especially not something so twisted and dark in nature. Warlock keeps attacking, but our boy starts to notice something strange. Despite all its strength and experience, its hits don't seem to be making much of a difference. Weiwei even taunts Warlock mid-fight and asks sarcastically if it is trying to give her a massage instead of fighting. Still, Warlock keeps swinging. But the MC can clearly see that its movements are slowing down and its punches are losing power. Warlock is clearly starting to wear out. Every time it tries to land a hit on Weiwei, it just ends up exhausting itself even more, while she stands there barely reacting and, worse, actually enjoying the whole thing. She mocks it like it's all just a game. But Warlock is not about to give up that easily. It reminds itself that it is not the same helpless dog it used to be. But it is the Thunderbolt King, and it has to face Wei Wei head-on, no matter how tough she seems. From a distance, our hero keeps a close eye on the fight. He notices something strange, that Wei Wei does not just seem stronger than before. She looks like she is actually feeding off Warlock's speed and strength, like she is absorbing them somehow. That realization makes him uneasy. Meanwhile, Wei Wei keeps teasing Warlock and throws insult after insult. She calls it useless, unwanted, and scared, then slams it with a powerful kick that sends it flying across the ground. But Warlock does not stay down for long. Something inside it snaps. As it gets back on its feet, a strange energy starts to swirl around its body. The usual sparks are gone, replaced by a new kind of power. Glowing, crackling, and purple. Our boy's eyes widen. He has never seen anything like that before. Not from Warlock or anyone else. Then, with that wild purple lightning pulsing through its body, Warlock charges forward and strikes Wei Wei with everything it has. The impact is massive. The blast lights up the area and leaves no doubt that Warlock has just tapped into a whole new level of power. After delivering the final blow, Warlock collapses, completely drained, and falls motionless to the ground. The MC runs over and drops beside it, worried but also burning with curiosity. He asks about the lightning, where it came from and what it means. Warlock stays quiet for a moment, as it feels unsure how to explain something it barely understands itself. Then it makes up its mind. Instead of trying to explain, it decides to show him. Warlock summons the energy again. The moment the light appears, strong winds begin to stir around them. Our hero stares, totally stunned, and wonders how Warlock has awakened dual powers. The idea seems wild, but it is the only thing that makes sense. He urges Warlock to push harder, to focus, to try creating a tornado. Warlock obeys, and sure enough, the wind gets stronger. That is when our boy is sure of it, that Warlock has awakened dual abilities. And somehow it is because of Wei Wei. Her presence, or maybe even the fight itself, has triggered something powerful inside Warlock. The MC's thoughts keep spinning. If elemental powers like nature types can mix with dark ones, he wonders whether that means new creatures, maybe even black twisted monsters, can be created. And if this fusion of abilities is real, then maybe the key is timing. The earlier someone awakens their powers, the more advantage they have when it comes to merging them. His attention shifts back to Wei Wei's body. He reaches down and pulls the crystal from inside her, holding it in his hand. As he looks at it, a quiet thought crosses his mind. If he does not push himself harder, if he does not give it everything he has, he might fall behind even a dog like Warlock. Our boy has absolutely no plans of losing to a dog. Just the thought is enough to make his pride twitch. So he challenges Warlock to a race back to the base and sweetens the deal with a bet that if Warlock manages to win, he will hand over 100 points, but if the dog loses, he will snatch away the same amount. To make it seem fair, he assures Warlock he won't use his void walking ability, the one that makes him vanish and reappear. Warlock, being a dog with speed to spare, agrees without second thoughts. The race begins, and Warlock dashes forward like lightning on 4 paws, clearly faster than our hero. But the MC, being the MC, is not about to swallow his pride. Losing is not on his list of acceptable outcomes. So halfway through, he activates Void Banishment, a sneaky little loophole in his promise. Technically, he has not lied. He said nothing about this particular ability. By using it, he zips ahead and makes it back to base way before Warlock can even sniff the finish line. When the dog eventually arrives, our boy stands there waiting with that smug face of his and announces Warlock's defeat. Warlock just stares at him, knowing full well what has happened. It tries to hold back its tears, not because of the points, but because it has not expected our hero to stoop that low for something so petty. The MC remains unbothered and defends himself by pointing out that he only promised not to use void walking, and he never said a word about void banishment. And technically, he is not wrong, but it still feels like cheating. Later that day, our boy wanders into the inner courtyard and spots Rice waving him over. A flower has bloomed bright, beautiful, and surprisingly fast for something rooted in dirt. Rice tells him it has grown in just one day. Our hero takes one look and immediately points out it's poisonous. The scent is pleasant at first, but once it fully blooms, it can easily make someone nauseous. He decides it's better to deal with it immediately than let it become a problem later. Just then, Mayu appears from inside, curious about the commotion. She eyes the flower with interest and mentions that mutated plants often hold hidden benefits. If the MC is not going to use it, she asks him to hand it over for her research. She has some ideas, mainly about solving the issue with those gross, oversized ribbon fish. Our boy agrees and mentions that he will tell the others to keep an eye out for unusual plants and bring them to her if they come across anything useful. That night, Everything is calm until he is suddenly jolted awake by a sharp pain tearing through his body. He is leveling up and it is not gentle. By the time the pain eases, he realizes he has reached level 9. His first thought is that he is finally ahead of Warlock. But with the new level comes a surge in power, and his mind immediately jumps to the idea of combining his abilities. He thinks about Wei Wei, who has managed to blend darkness and nature into a creepy little shadow beast, and Warlock, who can mix wind and thunder like a walking storm. Now he is itching to know what kind of power he can create. Curiosity getting the better of him, he calls Rice into his room to ask for a glimpse into the future, specifically his future if he fuses his abilities. Rice shares that it sees him dying if he goes through with it. That puts a quick stop to his excitement. He decides to hold off on the fusion experiment for the time being. But patience is never really his strong suit, and in the back of his mind, he is already wondering how long he will have to wait. The MC has caught wind of an unusual rumor. Something about a breathtaking woman near the shore, wrapped in seaweed and supposedly able to freeze people into solid ice. That alone is strange enough to grab his attention, and he thinks she might be Little Frost. So he heads straight to the seaside, and there she is. But the second her eyes meet his, her face tightens. She has not figured out his abilities yet, and with their last encounter still fresh in her mind, she is not exactly thrilled to see him again. Especially after what happened, she is clearly still holding a grudge. She turns and bolts, moving fast, not wanting to face him or, worse, lose to him again. Our hero does not think twice. He sprints after her. Eventually, he catches up and manages to stop her in her tracks. He tries to calm her down and assure her he is not there to hurt her or cause any more trouble. But she is already on edge and snaps at him to let her go. He keeps trying and tells her she is getting the wrong idea and that they need to talk things through. But she is not buying it. She looks furious, still convinced he is a shameless jerk who would try to pull something again. She even points an arrow at him and wants him to back off or else. Right then, something unexpected happens as a massive jellyfish rises from the water. It calls out to Little Frost and announces that the sea god has sent for her. Our boy, meanwhile, eyes the jellyfish with interest. Judging by its aura, it looks to be a level 10 beast, and that means it could possibly drop the kind of rare crystals he has been hunting for. The jellyfish tells Little Frost it's up to her whether she goes or not, but adds that they have captured her friend, Little Dolphin. The MC, for the most part, has no idea what the jellyfish is going on about, and reading Little Frost's expression does not help either. But in Little Frost's mind, the whole situation seems like a trap, or at least risky. That is when she remembers how our hero once stepped in to save Haiji, and seemed to have a few useful skills. After thinking it over for a moment, she turns to him and asks him to come along. That catches our boy completely off guard that she is actually asking him for help. Of course, he jumps on the opportunity, acting all righteous and heroic. He claims he is the kind of person who helps others out of pure goodness, even if it means walking through fire and water. Deep down, though, he is not just doing it for her. He is hoping this will earn him a solid connection with Little Frost, just like he had with Haiji. Little Frost then explains the real problem. The little dolphin has been taken by the sea god, which is a huge shark surrounded by powerful allies. If things go wrong, she wants the MC to grab the dolphin and run without trying to take on the sea god directly. That is her backup plan. Our hero starts to see the bigger picture. If Little Frost, who is strong enough to be king level, is nervous, then this sea god must be something else entirely. He has already struggled with opponents at that level before. So, facing the sea god's entire crew sounds like a suicide mission. The jellyfish grows impatient and tells Little Frost to hurry up, or it will go deal with the sea god itself. Our boy finally agrees to go with her, but he has a plan. If she can handle the sea god, he will rescue the dolphin and leave. If she cannot, well, he is not planning to stick around and die for her. Meanwhile, inside the temple of the sea god, a sea lion reports that, after seeing the tension between the sea god and Little Frost, they have brought in her little dolphin friend. But the sea god is not pleased. He is furious and insists that he would never do something so low, and it goes against everything he stands for. Right then, an octopus shows up with worse news that the little dolphin has taken its own life. The little dolphin is committing suicide, but the sea god does not lift a finger to help. Instead, he makes a cruel decision that he is going to devour the helpless creature. Knowing there is no escape, the dolphin uses its last bit of strength to send a quiet farewell to Little Frost. When that message reaches her, Little Frost completely breaks down. That tiny dolphin has been her only real friend in the world, and now, it is gone, all because it chose to protect her, to stop her from running headfirst into danger. Her sorrow quickly twists into fury. She is ready to go straight to the sea god and destroy him with her own hands. Our boy notices the shift in her and quickly steps in. He tries to reason with her and tells her not to act on impulse. He insists that if she rushes in without thinking, she will only put herself in danger. Deep inside, something suddenly makes sense to him about why he never came across her in his previous life. It all adds up now that she must have done exactly what she is about to do, charge at the sea god, and ended up caught. But she is not listening. Nothing he says can calm her down. She is not thinking about danger or consequences anymore, but she just wants revenge. He blocks her path again, and this time, she cannot hold it together. Tears stream down her face as she cries harder than she ever has. He tells her to let it all out, and once her heart has calmed, then they can go after the sea god together with a proper plan. While all this is happening, the jellyfish nearby starts to get nervous. It can sense that things are turning bad fast. It tries to sneak away quietly, all while hoping no one will notice. But our hero does, and he is not about to let it escape. He summons his void sword and strikes it down, but the moment it falls, he frowns. It turns out the creature is only level 8. He had assumed it was a level 10, and for a second there, he had been feeling pretty proud. Now that pride feels a bit empty. He then turns back to Little Frost and makes her a promise that within a year, they will team up and take the sea god down together. He is confident that if he can get his hands on 2 or 3 king-level crystals, he will be strong enough to make it happen. Little Frost does not look too convinced. She points out that he cannot even beat her, let alone plan to defeat a god. The MC tells her that she is not his enemy, and he is not looking to fight her. In fact, he wants to help her, but in return, he wants some kind of reward. Little Frost does not even hesitate. She tells him he can ask for anything, just as long as the sea god dies. After that, the two of them return to land, and our boy gets back to the base. Warlock is waiting, but something is different. Warlock, who never spoke like a human before, suddenly speaks in clear language. Our hero stares at him stunned. He asks it to repeat it just to be sure. And once again, Warlock asks about the score values of level 7, 8, and 9 crystals. The MC cannot believe his ears. He starts yelling for the others to come out. Everyone needs to see that Warlock is actually talking. Later, he meets up with Hai, who looks noticeably thinner than usual. But Hai is not just there for a visit, he has information. He hands over a stack of documents containing detailed records about the recent activities of all the major bases. As our boy flips through the pages, one name stands out to him, Lu Tianju. She is a woman, about 25, from one of the cities nearby. According to the reports, she has more than 600 subordinates under her command, plus over 30 squads reporting directly to her. Her abilities are tied to nature, and 3 months ago, she successfully reached level 6 while stationed in another region. She has a reputation for being kind and fair to those who serve under her, though sometimes she struggles with making quick decisions. Still, she is not someone to underestimate. She has mastered multiple powerful transformations, like shifting into a blazing firebird or a lightning-charged wolf. Our hero remembers her from his previous life. She is not just any ordinary leader, but she is said to be the only one with the potential to become the future king of the natural element system. And judging by this report, she is already on her way. There is something about Tianju that has grabbed our boy's attention, and it's not just because of her strength. He can tell she is not one of those power-hungry types, nor does she seem like someone who chases titles or authority for the sake of it. She has potential, and he believes that if he reaches out to her personally, she might actually consider joining his side. At the same time, he is keeping tabs on another strong figure, Gu Chengfeng, who is a 27-year-old man, gifted with wind abilities. The guy has a sharp presence and a dangerous aura, the kind of person one would expect to one day become king-level in terms of strength. Our boy has not expected him to show up in Divine City, but since he did, it means the stakes are rising. He knows it very well that controlling a personality that headstrong won't be simple. Still, he gives Hai a nod of approval for digging up such detailed and useful information before heading out to take care of business himself. Meanwhile, at Tianju's base, Changfeng pays her a visit with a proposal in mind. He wants their bases to join forces, to unite and face the chaos together. He emphasizes the importance of sticking together and supporting each other through the mess. Tianju listens and replies that she will give it some thought. That alone surprises him. She did not ask about his base, did not question his strength, and did not even try to gauge what she would gain from the deal. That makes him suspicious. It feels like she is just being courteous and planning to turn him down. He then realizes her hesitation is not about him at all, but about our hero. When she mentions she is thinking about how to convince our boy to take in all her people, Changfeng's patience hits its limit. He has made a generous offer, and yet she is thinking about joining someone else instead. Just then, an emergency report comes in that zombies are approaching fast. Changfeng sees this as an opportunity. If he helps her protect the base, she will finally see that his offer is worth considering. He promises her his support, gathers his men, and heads straight into the fight. But what they face is not a regular zombie horde, but Da Zhuang leading the charge. Changfeng's men lunge forward to attack, but Da Zhuang simply kicks them aside. Changfeng also refuses to back down, summons his wind energy, and unleashes a massive wave toward the beast. At the same time, Tianju shifts into her firebird form and soars into the battle, attacking with flames blazing around her. But even that is not enough, as Dazhuang throws her away. She crashes hard and reverts to her human form. And in that painful, heart-sinking moment, one thought echoes in her mind. This might be the end. Not just for her, but for everyone she is trying so hard to protect. Dazhuang receives an update from another zombie that some props from Dawn City have shown up. Dazhuang decides to run away, and Tianzhu cannot help but notice that the very zombies she and Changfeng had struggled to hold back earlier are now clearly spooked. And not just by anyone, but by Dawn City. Right then, our boy appears. He scans the area, taking in the aftermath, and is pleased that Dazhuang's vanguard has done their job so smoothly. But it's Tianzhu who is truly taken aback. The same zombies that have refused to retreat when she and Changfeng fought them are fleeing at the mere sight of our hero. That is all she needs to see to rush over and ask if she can join him. The MC does not hesitate for even a second. He has been waiting for this moment anyway, so he welcomes her in right away. Tianzhu then opens up a bit. She admits she wanted to join earlier, but our boy's group only accepts people who have reached level 6 or above. Unfortunately, her team does not meet that requirement, and leaving them on their own is not an option for her. Without her there to back them up, they would definitely end up being pushed around. Our hero listens and tells her he has another branch group. Not exactly elite, but still under his protection, and he can take her teammates in. He makes it clear that they will have to survive on their own skills, but he personally guarantees they won't be bullied or mistreated. That assurance is enough for Tianzhu, and she thanks him. After that, the MC turns to Changfeng. Apparently, Changfeng has sent spies into his territory to gather intel. So our boy tells him that he does not care how Changfeng has grown his base or made it stronger, but he makes one thing very clear. There are certain boundaries that should not be crossed. The weight behind our hero's words is enough to make Changfeng falter. He does not argue, he just quietly backs off. With that settled, the MC decides it is time to take Tianzhu back to the base. Changfeng also heads off, but he is not done yet. Under his breath, he swears that one day he will rise up and surpass our boy no matter how far behind he seems at the moment. Back at the base, just as things seem to be settling down, the sky suddenly turns dark out of nowhere. That is when Haiji shows up. The moment our hero sees her, he realizes something huge is going on. From the look of it, she is right in the middle of breaking through to the king level. But her energy is not stable, it's wild and barely under control. Our hero tells her not to let it explode uncontrollably. If she cannot keep up with the surging power, he wants her to gather it and release it all at once, preferably far away from the base, as there is no need to destroy their hard-earned shelter in the process. Haiji follows his instructions, moves a safe distance away, and does exactly what he says. The result is that she breaks through successfully. He congratulates her, but Haiji is not done. Now that she has leveled up, she insists that they should go after Little Frost and bring her over. The MC, however, has to calm her down. He has only just built a decent connection with Little Frost, not something he wants to throw away with a sudden ambush. He tells Haiji to hold off for now, rest up, and take some time to stabilize her new power, and they can talk about it again after she is ready. Even though he plays it cool, he knows that the tension between Haiji and Little Frost is not going away on its own. Sooner or later, he will have to find a way to settle things before they spiral out of control. But Haiji takes the MC along to the sea with her usual reckless speed. As soon as they land, he tries to catch his breath and asks her to slow down so they can talk things through. But Haiji is already fired up and not exactly in the mood for discussions. He tells her he is confident Little Frost can be reasoned with. He believes she is not their enemy and just needs a little push to join their side. So he requests Haiji to take it easy, just spar with her a bit, and not go overboard. That is when things take a turn. Haiji gives him a long look, misunderstands the entire thing, and comes to a wild conclusion that he has a crush on Little Frost. She then boldly promises to bring her back for him, like it is some romantic quest. He does not even bother correcting her. He just thanks her, probably thinking it is easier to let it slide than explain anything further. Haiji makes her way straight to Little Frost and announces that she is only there to give her a few slaps. Little Frost notices how much Haiji's strength has grown since their last encounter. Meanwhile, our boy finds himself a quiet spot far away from the action. He decides to stay hidden, watching from the sidelines like a harmless spectator while two top-tier warriors are about to clash. Haiji launches the first strike using her shadow abilities, and Little Frost fires back with an intense ice attack. The two collide in a whirlwind of power, exchanging heavy blows. Their fight rages on until both of them start looking drained, breathless, and bruised. But Haiji is not done yet. She still has enough energy to land a hit and goes for it. Little Frost blocks her first move, but Haiji quickly uses her other hand to slap her right across the face. That does it. Little Frost's patience snaps. She charges at Haiji, and they start brawling for real, and toss all control out the window. The MC watches the whole thing unfold, and finally decides to jump in and break them apart. Before he can do anything, Haiji hits Little Frost again. Little Frost shouts at our hero to get out of her way so she can return the favor. But Haiji hits her again for yelling at our boy. Only this time, he blocks her hand, just in time. And that is when Haiji looks at him, sees who he is standing up for, and then realizes he really does have a thing for Little Frost. So she decides to help in her own unique way. She switches tactics on the spot and starts attacking him instead, to make it seem like he is bravely taking all the hits just to protect Little Frost. He stands there, letting it happen, hoping it will earn him some sympathy points. Little Frost checks on the MC. She still cannot wrap her head around how ruthless Haiji was, and she does not bother hiding it. But our hero tells her not to speak that way about his sister. He is not angry, just firm. To lighten the mood, he reaches into his void space and pulls out 2 lollipops. He hands one to each of them and tells them that there is no need to argue. Then he turns to Little Frost and explains that Haiji is not just his sister, but she is an important ally, and how she will be playing a big role in their fight against the sea god. But Little Frost still does not seem convinced. She remembers how Haiji attacked her before, and that memory does not sit well with her. So she suggests that maybe he should become her little brother instead. He just smiles and shuts down that idea that he already has a sister. Then he turns it around and offers that she can become his sister instead. He then updates Haiji on the situation. He tells her that he has already talked to Little Frost about the whole sea god issue and explained their plan. Once he reaches king level, which will take about a month, they will strike. He also suggests that it will be much safer if the 3 of them work together. He invites Little Frost to come to their base and spend some time training and getting used to each other's strengths, so that when the time comes, they will be able to fight side by side without hesitation. Surprisingly, both girls agree without much resistance. 2 weeks pass in the blink of an eye. The MC finally hits level 10. But more than that, his body evolves, and his physique is now on par with that of a king level. Even if he takes a full force hit from the same level enemy, it won't be enough to take him down instantly. His thoughts then drift back to the dimensional blade, a powerful move he mastered in his past life. He wonders if he can use it again. Before doing anything reckless, though, he asks Rice to check the future using the prophecy ability. He wants to see what will happen if he tries to use his space-time power now. The result is grim. Rice tells him he won't die, but he will end up in a vegetative state. That is enough for him to drop the idea immediately. He tells Rice to rest for a while and decides to step outside instead, just to test how his new skills are holding up. First up is void walking. As soon as he tries it, he notices the range has expanded quite a bit. That makes him smile, as at least now, nobody is going to catch him easily. Then he tests out the dimensional blade. Back in the day, it was one of his deadliest attacks, strong enough to wipe out kings, and seriously hurt beings even stronger than that. But now, his energy levels are not quite the same, and what came out is a much weaker version. He tries it anyway, but the power is only about a quarter of what it used to be. He feels drained almost instantly, and his energy is completely wiped out. The crystal that powers the skill nearly shatters under the pressure. He realizes he will have to shelve that ability for now. It's too risky and far too draining to be used casually, so he decides to use it a last resort move, no question about it. With that settled, he shifts focus to the promise he made to Little Frost. The next day he plans to face the sea god. She mentioned before that the sea god has metal-based powers, so he figures it's a smart move to bring a few extra hands along for the fight. The next morning, he sets out for the sea, joined by Mealy, Haiji, and Chukshue. Turtle King comes with them, and of course, Little Frost is there too. Millie gives them an update, using some intel she got from a jellyfish she just beat up. She guesses the location of the sea god's temple and leads the way. As they move forward, Little Frost mentions that she saw a strange palace ahead, and according to her, the sea god is relaxing on the beach nearby. Sure enough, by how, the sea god senses their presence too. Our hero, on the other hand, shouts at the sea creatures in their path. He warns them that they are facing not 1, not 2, but 3 king-level fighters. If they don't move, they will be wiped out. That threat works like a charm, and creatures clear the path. As they get closer, Little Frost notices that Bai Hao is wearing armor. Our boy spots it too. He freezes for a second because that armor looks exactly like the one worn by a monster he encountered in his previous life. The design, the feel, everything matches. A thought crosses his mind about how Bai Hao might have killed that monster and took the armor for himself. Bao Hai is completely convinced that Little Frost has just brought along a few extras to die with her. But our hero is not so quick to dismiss things. He immediately warns the others and tells them he recognized the armor Bao Hai has on. He explains to them that this is not some ordinary piece of metal, but it's rigged with an energy shield that activates automatically when attacked. As long as that shield holds up, Bao Hai might as well be invincible. Haiji suggests they try breaking the armor directly. Sounds logical, but our boy quickly shuts the idea down. Not because it would not work, but because a part of him wants the armor for himself. Bao Hai, on the other hand, has no reason to wait around. He charges in, fully convinced that he can handle all 3 of them on his own. Haiji responds fast and casts a curse meant to drain his power and leave him vulnerable. But Bao Hai is not fazed. He brushes it off like it's nothing more than an annoying breeze. Little Frost also unleashes her ice powers in the hope of at least slowing him down. But even with both of them attacking, it's useless. The armor absorbs everything, and there is not a scratch, not a dent on it. Little Frost just stands there for a second, stunned, completely thrown off by how ineffective their attacks are. Bao Hai then decides it's time to go on the offensive. But just before he can launch an attack, the MC cuts him off and tells him to get lost. And with a flicker of power, he uses Void Exile to teleport Bao Hai a short distance away. It is not a permanent fix though, and he knows Void Exile is not something he can keep using over and over as it has limits. So he used it just as a way to buy some time. Bao Hai, now disoriented, looks around in confusion. Our hero turns to Chuxue and asks her to try freezing time. She gives it a shot and it works. Bao Hai freezes in place, but our boy knows this trick won't hold him long. For someone at Bao Hai's level, the effect only lasts a few seconds. But seconds are enough for him as he appears right behind him, takes off the armor, and even strips Bao Hai completely and leaves him exposed in every sense. Then he uses Void Exile again to send Bao Hai who knows where, while the prized armor remains firmly in his own grip. After that, he turns to the Turtle King and gives him clear instructions to take everyone except Haiji and Little Frost and head straight back, and he plans to catch up with them later. Just before they leave, Millie gives him a boost of strength along with a quiet, worried reminder to be careful. But just as the group disappears into the distance, Bao Hai reappears, this time burning with rage. The MC, who is now wearing the armor himself, tells the two girls to take a step back. He is ready to test just how much protection this thing actually gives and how long Bao Hai will last without it. Bao Hai demands the armor back like he still has any claim to it. But our boy is not having it. As far as he is concerned, that armor is his now and that is the end of the story. Bao Hai does not take the rejection lightly. He charges forward with the plan to settle things with fists instead of logic. But something feels off as our hero notices that Bao Hai is already dangerously close, and still, the energy shield from the armor has not kicked in, which was supposed to activate automatically. Before the MC can make sense of it, Bao Hai's fist slams straight into his face, full force, leaving him completely stunned. Our boy gets confused as that punch was not just unexpected but also alarming. He cannot understand what has gone wrong. The armor is supposed to protect him, but instead, it failed him when he needed it the most. Watching our hero take that hit, Haiji loses it. Her fury erupts instantly, and she launches her curse at Bao Hai, while Little Frost follows up with a powerful blast of ice. But neither of their attacks does much, as Bao Hai has already encased himself in some kind of barrier, and their powers barely make a dent. To him, it probably feels more like a relaxing massage than an actual attack. The MC can hardly believe what he is seeing. Bao Hai's defense is not just strong, but it's unbelievable. And then, just when things cannot get worse, Bao Hai begins to change. He shifts until he fully transforms into a massive shark, and violent tornado swirls around him. Upon seeing it, our boy shouts for Haiji to move and warns her that the shark is coming straight for her. Haiji and Little Frost react just in time, leaping back and barely dodging what could have been a brutal end. The MC then turns to Haiji and urges her to work with him. He wants her to combine their powers if they have any hope of stopping him. Haiji summons her ultimate ability, Dark Devour, and together, they unleash their strength and surround Bao Hai in a storm of energy. For a moment it works, and he actually looks hurt. But it does not last long as Bao Hai breaks through their attack with sheer force. Haiji tries to push back again, but she is clearly exhausted. Her energy is spent, and she cannot hold on any longer. Now it's Bao Hai's turn to be furious. He glares at her, angry that they have managed to injure him. And he can tell that Haiji and Little Frost are both worn out, barely holding on. Our hero knows it too, that they won't survive another hit. And Bao Hai is already on the move again. The MC moves just in time and grabs Haiji and Little Frost before disappearing from the scene, leaving Bao Hai completely baffled and standing there with no idea what just happened. As the three of them travel through the water, Haiji cannot stop thinking about how unexpectedly strong Bao Hai has become. The last time they fought, he was not nearly this powerful. It catches her off guard, and she starts to wonder if the longer they delay dealing with him, the more unpredictable and dangerous he might turn out to be. Still, she figures a brief delay won't hurt too much. Our hero is of the same mind, as their ultimate goal is to take Bao Hai down, and they can figure out the details and next steps after that. Eventually, they return to land, where Millie and Chuxue are already waiting for them. Our boy fills them in on what just happened. He also shares that the armor that worked so well on Bao Hai does not seem to react at all when he wears it. That does not sit right with him. Millie takes a closer look and notices a red gem right in the center of the armor. She guesses that maybe it is not just decorative, but something needs to be triggered for it to work properly. The MC then decides to pour a bit of his energy into the gem. Sure enough, it responds. When he asks Haiji to attack him, the armor suddenly activates, forming a protective barrier around him on its own. Just then, a voice echoes in his head as Z contacts him mentally from afar. She lets him know that Dazhuang is in serious trouble. Apparently, some zombie has appeared and is trying to take control of the situation, challenging Dazhuang near a large iron tower. It is not far from their current location, so our hero uses Void Walk to head straight there. When he arrives, the scene is tense. The zombie, who seems to be an ice type, is face to face with Dazhuang. The zombie mocks Dazhuang's strength and orders it to stand aside and obey its command. Our boy sends a mental message through Ziyi and instructs Dazhuang to play along. He tells it to pretend to cooperate with the zombie for the time being. The MC's plan is simple. He will take the zombie out when Dazhuang reaches the count of 3, making it look like Dazhuang has done the job himself. Dazhuang warns the zombie that it can end it in just 3 seconds. The other zombies watching don't believe a word of it, and the one standing against him dares Dazhuang to prove it. So Dazhuang begins counting, slowly and confidently, and from that point on, our hero quietly prepares to strike. At first, the zombie makes a joke that Dazhuang's countdown was just for show, but before he can even finish enjoying his moment, his head is already lying on the ground, completely separated from his body. Dazhuang calmly remarks that he should feel honored, as it was his newly awakened ability that finished him off. The surrounding zombies are stunned. Dazhuang had confidently claimed he would kill the guy in just 3 seconds, and somehow, he did exactly that. They stare at him in shock, genuinely curious how he pulled it off. Dazhuang waves them off and tells them to stay relaxed and move around as they like, as he plans to take a walk around to see if anyone else is stepping out of line. After that, he heads over to our boy and offers him a zombie crystal and asks him sincerely to accept it, but our hero suggests he keep it for himself. As they hug like close brothers, the MC quietly checks Dazhuang from head to toe during the embrace, something Dazhuang is aware of but does not call out. After the not-so-subtle check, it's obvious to our boy that Dazhuang is completely broke. He then shifts the topic and asks if anything unusual has happened around the nearby bases. Dazhuang informs him that while most nearby areas are peaceful and quiet for now, there is a base a little farther away that stands out. This base has been copying our hero's entire business approach, even going as far as claiming they will do anything as long as the customer is willing to pay. That is enough to make the MC pause. He asks what gives them the nerve to do something like that. Dazhuang explains that while their full strength is not clear, his fellow zombies witnessed the leader defeat a level 7 enemy, and their second-in-command also holds level 7 strength, at least on the surface. Still, Dazhuang is confident that, strong or not, they are no match for our boy. That is all our hero needs to hear. Without wasting time, he decides to go meet them face-to-face for daring to step on his turf. So, the MC sets out for the Heaven's Gate base with Dazu accompanying him. When they arrive, he takes a look at the base's outer construction and has to admit it looks pretty solid and well put together. Once they are inside, someone from the base approaches and asks why they are there. Our boy brings up the rumor he heard that their base claims to do anything if the price is right. To back it up, he pulls out a level 10 crystal and tells him he has a request to make. They are taken to a reception area and asked to wait for a bit. The man informs them that the leader has already been notified and will arrive shortly. After a short wait, 2 individuals walk in. One is Chen Tianmin, the leader of the Heaven's Gate base, and the other is his brother, Jiang Wei. Our hero does not recognize Tianmin, but Jiang rings a bell. He vaguely remembers seeing him before, and even wonders if Jiang is one of the future king-level figures, though he cannot quite recall his ability type. After sitting down, Tianmin brings up the crystal and how he has heard about it and asks to see it for himself. The MC hands it over, and sure enough, it's a genuine level 10 crystal. And not just that, it's a fire type. Tianmin takes it as a good sign since his second awakened ability happens to be fire. Then he asks about our boy's request and promises to try his best to fulfill it. If he cannot, he assures him that he will still try to help in some way. Our hero then hands him a piece of paper as his request. It turns out to be a math problem. Tianmin thinks the MC must be messing with him, but our boy insists he has a bit of OCD, and this unsolved problem has been bothering him for months. He needs it solved to get peace of mind, and if Tianmin can solve it, he will give him the crystal, no strings attached. Jiang takes a look at it too and realizes that it's a well-known math problem that has been around for over a century. It's even considered one of the 7 great unsolved problems in mathematics. At this point, Tianmin understands that our boy did not come here with a genuine request. He came to make trouble. In frustration, Tianmin tears the paper apart and tells our hero to just leave the crystal and go. The MC can see right away that they want the crystal but are not even thinking about solving the actual issue. He warns them straight up that if they break their word like this, they will lose all credibility and no one will ever trust them again. Tianmin, on the other hand, is not fazed at all. He already knows there are plenty of people out there who don't like the way he does business. But he believes that messing with him won't be that easy, not for anyone. With full confidence, he declares that neither our hero nor Dazhu are leaving their base alive. Then, calling in his men, he makes it clear he means business. He stands there and announces that he is a level 8 awakener. If they give up now, he might just show them some mercy and grant them a quick, painless death. Deep down though, he knows that he is actually a level 6 with fire-type abilities. But saying he is level 8 is not exactly a huge stretch, and he is confident no one will dare question him. Our boy, however, is not about to back down. He reveals that he is a level 10 and he is not there just to negotiate. He has come to put an end to this whole operation, and from that point on, this kind of business is going to be his alone. Tianmin's men overhear what the MC said and cannot believe it. They seriously doubt that someone can rise to level 10 so fast, and think he is making it up to scare them. Tianmin also takes it as a trick that our hero is just playing mind games to get the upper hand. Jiang, watching the scene unfold, knows things are about to escalate. Our boy has insulted Tianmin right to his face. As far as Jiang is concerned, things have already gone too far, and they might as well start digging the MC's grave now. Tianmin snaps and warns our hero that he is already dead. But before he can make a move, our boy activates his void ability and, with a clean slice, cuts off Tianmin's hand. Then, just as calmly, he goes ahead and slices off the other one too. He looks at Tianmin and dares him to go ahead and insult him again. Tianmin cannot accept what just happened. He keeps denying it, as if he thinks his words will somehow undo the damage. But the MC is not done. He cuts off one of Tianmin's legs next, and then asks him if he still thinks his level 10 is just a bluff. Jiang watches all this closely. The way our hero just handled Tianmin like it took no effort at all makes him really think that he truly is a level 10. Still trying to save himself, Tianmin orders his men to attack our hero, but our boy makes quick work of them. They barely have time to react before he has taken them all down. That is when Tianmin finally starts to realize that the MC is not lying, and he really is a level 10. But even with all that, he just cannot bring himself to fully accept it. Our hero turns to Jiang and believes Jiang has talent, and he wants to bring him over to his side. So he gives Jiang a choice. Between him and Tianmin, only one can walk out alive. He promises he will stick to his word, and leaves the final decision to Jiang. Jiang does not hesitate. He starts kicking Tianmin right away and announces that he is the one who has to die. After all, it is Tianmin who disrespected our boy, who is clearly their guest, and he has not done anything to go against him. As he continues kicking him, he also scolds Tianmin for dragging everyone down with him, and when the MC has clearly said he is level 10, which should have been enough to back off, but Tianmin pushed forward anyway. Jing warns him not to blame anyone else because in the end, it is better for one person to die than for everyone to get caught up in the mess. The moment Jiang beats Tianmin to death, the other guys are stunned. Seeing how ruthless he can be, they get shaken and quietly decide not to ever mess with him again. Right after that, Jiang turns to our hero, bows respectfully, and pledges his loyalty to him. Our boy observes him for a moment and figures that if Jiang ever runs into someone stronger, he won't stick around and will leave him. Still, he orders him to take out Tianmin's core crystal and hand it over. Deep down, he does not really care about Jiang's loyalty. As long as the guy does his work properly, he is fine keeping him around, just like someone keeps a watchdog. When he looks at the crystal, he notices it's only a level 6. Even with its dual abilities, it barely reaches level 7. That annoys him that Tianmin had been bluffing the whole time, pretending to be stronger than he actually was. In his eyes, he completely deserved what happened to him. He then turns to Jiang and shares with him about a nearby base which is one of their own, set up by people from Dawn City, with Yuanjiang being the one in charge there. He instructs Jiang to go support Yuanjiang in recruiting new members, but only those who are level 6 and above. He adds another task too. Jiang should parade Tianmin's head around to help spread the message and build their presence. Meanwhile, Dazhu asks our hero where they are heading next. Our boy wonders if Yuanjiang, Haoran, and Miling have started setting up branch bases around Chengdu like they had planned a while ago, and decides to visit Yuanjiang himself, and tells Dazhu to return to the base first. Later on, he arrives at the base where Yuanjiang welcomes him and offers him a seat. Yuanjiang informs him that Haoran has gone out for training and probably won't return until nighttime. The MC assures him he is only there to check how things are going, and to get any important updates. Yuanjiang then shares some new information about another base nearby that is on par with theirs in terms of power and influence. Our hero wants to know more, especially about who is running the place. Yuanjiang explains that one of the leaders there is a powerhouse, someone who has reached level 9. Recently, this guy showed off his abilities in public, and his name is Yahello. The MC recognizes that name right away. In his past lives, Yahello was a big deal. After reaching level 7, he awakened both wind and fire abilities. Eventually, he even made it to king level. On top of that, he is considered a child of fortune who managed to get his hands on 3 king-level crystals, and probably loads of other top-tier ones too. Our hero starts forming a plan to track down those crystals. He wants to steal them and, along with that, steal Yahello's luck. He instructs Yuanjiang to move ahead with recruiting and follow the plan like they discussed. Yuanjiang hesitates for a moment, unsure whether Yeyu would even allow them to operate so close to his territory. But the MC seems confident that Yeyu is not foolish, and that he will pay him a visit soon to give him a proper warning. Still, he knows one thing for sure. If Yeyu ever finds a rare crystal, he won't share it. So he already has a backup idea in mind. He wants to plant a mole in Yeyu's base. That is when he remembers someone, Wan Jiangui, who is close to Yeyu and figures Jiangui would be perfect for the job. Later, he heads over to Yeyu's base. There, he sees Yeyu getting ready to go out to eat. Jiangui wants to change clothes first and tells Yeyu to go ahead without waiting. Our hero quietly watches the interaction from a distance. He decides that before anything else, he will deal with the mole, and after that, he will give Yeyu the warning he had in mind. Out of nowhere, Jiangui suddenly finds himself floating up into the sky. He has no idea what is going on and starts panicking. Just then, the MC shows up right in front of him. Jiangui is so startled that he cannot even tell if our boy is a person or some kind of ghost. They both then slowly land back on the ground, but Jiangui is clearly shaken. He is terrified not just because our boy can fly, but because the MC somehow made him float too. That thought alone makes him wonder if our hero is some kind of god. Completely overwhelmed, Jiangui drops to the ground and bows down in full respect. Our boy looks at him and finds the guy pretty amusing. After that strange little episode where they both floated down from the sky, our boy decides to take Jiangui out to get something to eat. As they sit down together, Jiangui looks around and gets surprised by the amount of food in front of him. It's been a while since he had anything close to this kind of meal, and he starts wondering if our hero is really just a normal person, or someone far beyond that. The MC does not say much, just tells him to eat and mentions that maybe someday, Jiangui could join him. But for now, food comes first. Jiangui does not need convincing. He starts eating right away and especially enjoys the meat. It has been so long since he tasted anything this good. He finishes every bit of it, and though he is still a little hungry and wants more, his stomach simply cannot handle it anymore. By the time the meal ends, a bunch of zombies from nearby surround them outside. Jiangui gets up, ready to step in and fight, but our boy stops him and takes care of the whole situation himself, easily getting rid of the zombies. Jiangui watches all this unfold, stunned beyond words. Seeing our hero handle everything so smoothly, he genuinely starts to believe this guy might actually have some kind of supernatural ability. He drops to his knees again and swears to do whatever the MC wants from him. Our boy wants Jiangui to stay close, keep an eye on things, and if Yeyu happens to come across something unusual, like finding some kind of treasure, he should let our boy know. Jiangui gets the hint right away that our hero wants him to act as a spy. But the MC explains that he is not a god or anything like that. He is just human. Still, he believes he could easily take down 100 guys like Yeyu if it came to it. He tells Jiangui to just wait and watch what he does when he meets Yeyu. Only then will Jiangui understand what kind of person he really is. To make things more tempting, he gives him a crystal and tells him that there is a lot to gain from joining him. If Jiangui agrees to keep watch on Yeyu and pass information back, he will be rewarded for it. Jiangui nods and agrees to the deal, then heads back to his place. Deep down, he apologizes to Yeyu, but between our boy's power and the rewards he is offering, he feels like there is no other choice. A little while later, our hero arrives at Yeyu's base too. Jiangui watches his entrance and finds himself impressed again. Yeyu sees our boy and asks him directly who he is and what exactly he wants. The MC explains that he has heard quite a bit about Yeyu's name around the area, how he is like a local boss, and that he just came to pay his respects. He makes it clear that he is only there in peace and hopes they can avoid any kind of conflict. Yeyu assures him that there is no need to worry. He even offers that if our boy's people join him, he will make sure they are treated well. He offers our hero a drink as a friendly gesture, but the MC declines and mentions heading back home. But then he stomps the ground with such a force that the people nearby almost get blown away. Even Yeyu has to brace himself. The impact is massive, and Jiangui, standing nearby, watches in amazement once again. After smashing the ground completely, our hero casually apologizes and blames his feet for being a little itchy. He promises also to send the compensation later, and since he has some other things to take care of, he decides to take his leave first. On the other hand, Yeyu, who had always seen himself as the strongest, now realizes that there are people out there far more powerful than him. Seeing our boy's strength leaves him completely surprised. He immediately instructs his men to spread the word to absolutely avoid causing any trouble with Dawn City from then on. While heading back, the MC thinks to himself that it's still a bit early, so he figures he might as well stop by Meiling's base. Once he arrives, he sits down looking completely drained. Meiling comes over, and the moment she sees how tired he looks, she suggests giving him a shoulder massage. The thing is, he has not had any time to relax since coming back from the Sea God's place, and now he has been constantly running around without a break, so it's obvious that he is exhausted. Meiling, being the fire spirit princess, offers to let him experience her massage skills. As she starts working on his shoulders, she mentions that she has been around for a while and has managed to gather some useful information. She wants to tell him what she has found out so he can decide what to do next. But our hero insists that he has already given her full authority over the base, and he wants her to take the lead and handle things on her own. Mealing admits she is nervous and unsure if she will do well. He reassures her that he sent her there for a reason to help her learn and grow. He encourages her to go all out and not hold back. Even if she messes up, he will be there to support her no matter what. Myling cannot help but wonder how different things might have turned out if she and Millie had never met him. He thinks to himself that maybe things would have been smoother if they were just on their own, like in his past life. His eyes then move to the table, where he notices some fresh fruit placed neatly. He asks Myling where she got it from. The sight brings back a bit of nostalgia as he remembers how he could not enjoy fresh fruit like this in his previous life. This particular fruit is not too toxic and is considered pretty common, but back then, it was something special. He used to eat quite a lot of it whenever he got the chance. According to Myling, she found it in the mountains near the base and offers to give him some to take with him, in case he wants it. But he refuses, as he plans to go to the mountains himself and dig up a few of the plants so he can grow them at the base. Later, he heads out to the forest close to the mountains and eventually finds the fruit trees. Even though the fruit tastes sour and is not very pleasant, it still brings back memories, and he thinks it's nice to remember the past once in a while. While he is there, he spots the illusion fruit. Right away, he recognizes what it is. It's a valuable find because not only is it sweeter than apples, but it also acts like a natural painkiller and helps reduce pain from injuries. More importantly, it boosts crystal absorption, which makes it even more useful. As he tries to pick the fruit, the tree suddenly attacks him with its branches. He quickly realizes that the tree is not exactly friendly and it has a temper. While pulling it out, he notices a bunch of insects around its roots. He swiftly deals with them, grabs the tree, and finally decides it's time to head back. The next day comes around, and our boy is feeling quite pleased. Honestly, he did not expect that just a day after bribing Jiangui, he would hear news about a high-level crystal being found. That was a nice surprise. He admits to himself that Yeyu's luck is really something else. From a distance, he watches both Yeyu and Jiangui from one of the nearby buildings. They are heading off to eat some preserved meat Yeyu had been keeping aside for a while now, probably for a happy moment just like this. Jiangui thanks him as they go. Now our hero is no fool. He knows that something as valuable as a crystal would not be left behind, so he figures Yeyu must be carrying it on him. As his eyes focus, he spots Yeyu's pocket looking a bit puffed out. That is likely where the crystal is hidden. He, using his ability, checks it without anyone noticing and manages to get hold of it. When he finally takes a look at the crystal though, he sees that it's only level 10. A bit disappointing, honestly not what he had hoped for. Still, he notices it's a light type crystal, which could still come in handy. So he decides to take it to Millie and let her make use of it. Right then, Yeyu also realizes something is wrong. He looks down and sees there is a hole in his pants pocket. He immediately panics and gets worried that the crystal might have fallen out along the way. He asks Jiangui to help him search the whole path they took earlier, hoping they will find it somewhere. Jiangui, meanwhile, is quietly shocked. He is amazed that the MC stole the crystal right under everyone's noses, without a single person catching on. That is not something an ordinary person could pull off. At this point, Jiangui is convinced that our boy must be some sort of immortal. At the same time, somewhere else, Yinling is caught in the middle of a fight. She is up against a couple of tough opponents. The two guys she is facing acknowledge that she is skilled, but still try to intimidate her. They warn her that standing against two level 7 awakeners like them is not going to end well. They tell her to surrender, but Yinling does not plan to back down either. The rest of the group is told to back off and leave it to the two of them to deal with Yinling. As one of the guys, Lilian gets ready to attack. Yinling makes the first move and strikes. Her sudden attack takes them by surprise. Even though she is running low on energy and clearly worn out, she pushes herself to keep going. Deep down, she grits her teeth and curses her own limitations. Lilian and his teammate are furious now. They threaten her again that if she won't agree to join them, they won't let her live. But before anything else can happen, a mutant zombie appears out of nowhere. It's a high-level one, not like the usual kind. The two guys tense up instantly. The zombie has already taken down a few people nearby, and now, after feeding on them, decides to leave the remaining 3 alive for the time being at least. He figures he will kill them later when he gets hungry again. Yinling tries to escape while she still has the chance, but the zombie uses an ice blockade to trap her. He does not want her running off. She looks soft and fresh, and he seems interested in tasting her first. He even lets the guy escape but keeps her stuck in place. Yinling tries to talk her way out of it that she is just bones and would not taste good, but the zombie is not convinced, and he still wants to try her. Realizing she is out of options, Yinling forces herself to burn through what is left of her energy and activates her ability. As the zombie reaches out to grab her, she kicks him hard and bolts, knowing that she has barely 10 seconds to make her escape before she runs out of strength. the zombie rushes after her, and Yinling realizes there is no way she can outrun it. Her legs feel like they are giving out, and before she knows it, she drops to the ground, completely out of strength. Lying there, she feels like there is nothing more she can do. As the zombie reaches out again to grab her, she quietly accepts her fate. A part of her thinks that dying this way might actually be better than falling into the hands of those two men chasing her earlier. But right at that moment, Warlock suddenly appears and steps in just in time to stop the zombie. It seems to have adjusted well to its evolved form, and is quite satisfied with how useful its body has become. It then starts kicking the zombie repeatedly, striking it again and again until it finally stops moving. After finishing it off, Warlock takes out the crystal from the body and seems a bit disappointed, as it was only a level 8 mutant after all. Then Warlock turns its attention to the girl lying nearby. A memory flashes back about a young girl who helped it when it was seriously injured. She was about to leave for school, and her parents did not allow her to keep a dog at home. So instead, she gave Warlock a chicken leg before leaving. That small gesture stuck with it. And now, Warlock realizes this girl is the daughter of the old lady who once saved it. With that thought, Warlock picks her up and takes her back to the base. Once there, it explains the whole situation to the MC and asks him to let Yinling stay. Warlock even offers to pay her share of the points. Our boy can see how the past has come full circle. The girl's grandmother once helped Warlock, and now Warlock has returned that kindness. But at the same time, he also senses that there is something about the girl that feels oddly familiar to him. The girl introduces herself as a level 6 space-type awakener. When she tells him her name, it triggers something in our hero's memory. In his past life, before he had risen to power, there had been a space-type genius with that exact name. But back then, she had looked completely different. Her face had been horribly disfigured, parts of it missing, making her look almost inhuman. And her personality had been just as terrifying, cold, heartless, and cruel, like a monster in disguise. That memory makes him wonder about what could have happened to make her end up like that in the past. As he keeps staring, lost in thought, Yinling starts to feel uncomfortable and thinks this guy is acting a little strange. But the MC quickly pulls himself together. He knows that she is a talented space user and has mastered skills he never had the chance to learn before. So, instead of overthinking, he decides to grab the opportunity. He introduces himself as a level 10 space-type user and offers to take her in as his student. Deep down, he is hoping to learn everything she knows by teaching her. He grabs her hand and takes her to another spot, showing off one of his best abilities, Void Walk. He acts like it's no big deal, and confidently declares that he can be her master. In his mind, he remembers how envious Yinling had been of this technique in his past life. He is pretty sure she still feels the same way now, maybe even more so. After watching his ability, Yinling agrees to let him be her master. Just as everything seems settled, Rice suddenly arrives with urgent news that Myling is in danger. Our hero is trying to get a better understanding of the situation, but even Rice does not have many answers. It is just sure of one thing, that something big and dangerous is going to happen to Myling very soon, maybe even within a day. Our boy quickly decides to head over himself and check out what is really going on. Over at the edges of Myling's territory, things are already heating up. A group of men surrounds her, clearly planning to trap her from all sides. From the way they are moving, it looks like they are ready to combine their abilities and strike together. Myling can see it coming. She knows she will be in serious trouble if they manage to surround her. So, without waiting for them to make the first move, she takes action. She rushes forward, unleashing her fire ability, and burns the attackers without holding back. She had not expected to walk into a setup like this, but luckily, the enemies are not as strong as she feared. That is the one thing she is thankful for. From a safe distance, the MC watches the entire scene play out. He sees how Myling has handled everything calmly and dealt with the ambush swiftly, with almost no hesitation. Seeing that, our hero wonders about the danger, as she has already handled everything skillfully. But then again, he knows how Rice's gut feelings work, and they are rarely wrong. So he does not let his guard down. Instead, he decides to keep following Myling quietly to see what else might come up. Meanwhile, somewhere else not far from the scene, a man rushes to report to someone named Ma Shuai. He informs him there has been a fight not too far away. A woman was attacked in what looked like a well-planned ambush. The man shares all the details and even brings along a sketch, drawn by one of the few who escaped. As soon as Shuai lays eyes on the drawing, he immediately recognizes Myling. The man asks if Shuai knows who she is, but before he can say much more, Shuai slaps him hard across the face for being disrespectful. He gets even angrier when the man casually refers to Myling as a goddess. That really pushes Shuai over the edge. He turns to his companion, a mutant zombie named Zhang Chen, and gives the order to rip the man apart on the spot. The thing is, it has been 5 years since Shuai last saw Myling. Back in high school, she seemed like someone far out of his league. At the time, he did not even feel worthy of standing near her. But now he has grown stronger, and with that power, he believes he can finally have her. In his twisted mind, he wants to turn Myling into one of his puppets, just like the zombies under his control, so she will never be able to run away or turn against him. He has also heard rumors that Myling has a younger sister. He wonders if she has already become a zombie. If not, then maybe it's better not to turn her into a puppet just yet. Just the thought of it seems to bring him some kind of twisted joy. Fueled by these thoughts, Shuai calls together his entire zombie army and sets out toward Myling. Back at Milling's base, the people there are shocked to see Shuai approaching. No one had seen or heard from him for the past few months. They had all assumed he was long gone and no longer anywhere near the area. One of the men hurries over and quickly updates Myling about the situation at the entrance. Hearing this, Myling does not wait around. She immediately decides to go and see what is happening for herself. When she gets there, she finds Shuai waiting and casually greeting her like they are old friends. But Myling looks at him with confusion. She asks him if they have met before because, honestly, she cannot recall ever seeing such an ugly face in her entire life. Upon hearing that, Shuai decides to make sure she remembers him but not in a pleasant way, and commands Jiangchen to kill her. Myling immediately uses her fire ability in response. At the same time, Shuai signals to the others around him to unleash their own powers too. He is feeling completely confident. After all, Jiangchen is a creature he spent several months creating, and he is convinced that Myling's flames won't have any effect on him. After hearing that, Myling decides to deal with Jiangchen first. She tells her people to fall back and stay safe and decides to handle him herself. She focuses her powers and attacks Jiangchen with her flames and manages to burn him down completely. But then, just like that, Shuai revives Jiangchen right in front of her eyes. That is when it hits her that fighting Jiangchen directly is useless if Shuai can just bring him back. She immediately orders her team to scatter and avoid fighting Jiangchen. Instead, she sets her sights on Shuai. Since he is the necromancer controlling everything, she figures that taking him down is the only way to really end this. She rushes toward him and surrounds him in a wave of flames. Watching him burn, she feels a brief moment of satisfaction. It looks like she has done it. But even then, somewhere in her mind, there is a doubt that someone powerful enough to create a level 8 mutant zombie should not go down that easily. Meanwhile, the MC has been observing all of this from a distance. He notices that Myling's sense of danger is still not sharp enough. As Myling has used her flame abilities multiple times in a row, Shuai can tell she is probably running low on strength. So he orders Jiangchen to attack again. As Jiangchen charges toward her, our boy moves fast and blocks him just in time. He then turns to Myling and checks on her. Inside, he feels regret. He had planned to train her properly, but seeing her in danger like this, he could not just stand by and watch. At the same time, Shuai commands his zombies to launch another attack on Myling. Our hero turns to Myling and wants her to rest now, as he plans to deal with Shuai himself. But Myling refuses to back down, and insists on finishing it on her own. Our boy feels that Myling's energy is nearly drained, and that she should stop now before it's too late. But Myling assures him that she still has one last move left to use. It's something she has always kept hidden, not because she was not capable of using it, but because she never had the courage to. She has always been scared that using it might take her life. But now, she has made up her mind to not keep hiding behind his strength forever. What gives her the courage to do this is the belief that he will protect her if anything goes wrong. Our hero sees how serious she is and does not argue. Instead, he gives her the reassurance she needs. As Myling releases her power, he watches closely, and then he sees the Firebird attacking Myling herself. He is stunned. That is when it all makes sense that this is why she said she might die using this move. Every part of him wants to jump in and help her, to pull her out of danger, but he decides to hold back and trust her instead. As he watches her transformation continue, he remembers it looks like one of her most powerful techniques from his past life. It's called the Red Lotus transformation. And now, looking at her, he knows that she is no longer just strong. She has become the real Spirit Flame Princess. Myling uses her flames against Shuai and Jiangchen. She traps both of them in the fire, surrounding them completely. The MC watches from a distance and feels sure that Shuai cannot survive this. With a final massive blast, Myling sends them flying, finishing the fight. As soon as it's done, she collapses, her body giving out from all the energy she has used. Our boy rushes over just in time and catches her before she hits the ground. Looking at her closely, he sees that she is unconscious, her body worn out from pushing herself beyond the limit. He uses his Void Walk ability and takes her home right away. Once he lays her down on her bed, making sure she is safe and resting, he heads back to the base. When he gets there, Millie appears and immediately asks about Myling's condition. He reassures her that Myling has now advanced to level 8 and successfully mastered the Red Lotus transformation. He even adds that from this point on, even most level 9 awakeners probably would not be able to defeat her. Millie feels relieved and happy to hear this, but there is something else she needs to talk about. After they both sit down, she shares what has been going on. The team members have reported that a large number of zombies have already reached level 6, which is becoming a serious concern. On top of that, just yesterday afternoon, 2 of their members were killed. The MC asks Millie about who was behind the killings, what their levels were, and which base they were from. Millie informs him that it was a group of thugs, and Daju managed to catch a few of them the previous night. After interrogating them, they found out that these thugs acted out simply because they were frustrated with life. In their eyes, there was no point in living if all they did every day was eat disgusting rats and bugs. She feels that people who have given up on life will go to any extent. Our hero listens and realizes that instead of blocking people like that, it's much better to guide them. So he instructs her to inform everyone that from then on, no one should go out alone and teams should be made with at least 10 people. He also wants her to give those thugs a bit of hope, something to hold on to. So from then on, he makes an offer that anyone who brings in a level 6 crystal can exchange it for 5 packs of rice and 1 pack of salt at their base. Millie understands his point and also gives him another update about Yinling, who had mentioned that the people who used to bully her are now living near Yeyu's base. Our boy finds it quite the coincidence. Even though he had already warned Yeyu once before, he knows that was not enough. So he decides to use this chance not just to help Yinling get revenge, but also to kill a few people who deserve it, and while doing that, make sure their authority gets recognized. At the same time, in a different place, a group of guys is sitting around enjoying a grand and fancy meal. It's arranged by Liang and Feng, the same two who had bullied Yinling just a few days ago. It's Liang's birthday, and Yeyu is supposed to attend too, which is why the meal is so over the top. The others think that if Yeyu is personally coming over, then he must be planning to recruit Liang and Feng. They hope that once those two gain success with Yeyu, they won't forget about the rest of them. One of the guys then brings up a rumor he heard about a young girl from Liang and Feng's base who had managed to kill a level 6 guy instantly. Liang confirms the story but adds that the girl is already dead. Feng shares that her ability was space type, and her speciality move was powerful enough to kill anyone below level 7, but according to him, it's useless against level 7 and above. Still, he admits that her ability was quite terrifying, being able to kill someone from a distance, like just by looking at them, without any bloodshed. Then another guy in the group shares that the MC has tricked them all. He also happens to be from Chengdu, just like our hero, and remembers the time our boy showed off his power. Back then, the MC had claimed to be level 8 and proved it by dismembering a level 6 guy with just a glance. That move scared a lot of people and made him famous in Chengdu. But now the guy thinks that our hero's ability only works on people below level 7, so he plans to expose him. Just then, news arrives that their base is under attack. Liang and Feng rush out to check the situation, and they see our boy and Yinling standing outside. The MC demands to know who bullied Yinling. Liang and Feng are stunned to see Yinling alive, and when she points at them to tell our hero they were the ones who hurt her, the guy who knows our boy also arrives. He starts spouting nonsense and accuses the MC of lying about his power. Our hero feels it's been a while since someone dared to talk to him like that. He figures the guy must be level 7 and wants him to take another look and see for himself if his ability works or not. Then, with a move, he slices the guy's hair along with some deep cuts on his body. The guy is shocked, and after realizing what just happened, he immediately questions Liang and Feng for misleading him. Liang tries to explain that Yinling used her space ability on them, and it did not have much of an effect. But before things can go further, the MC finishes off the guy without even touching him. Liang and Feng are left speechless, shaken by how easily our hero can kill without laying a hand. Suddenly, it clicks in their minds that our boy is from Dawn City, and they have heard of him before. The MC then makes it clear to everyone that he is not there to randomly kill people. He is only after those who bullied his student. Just then, Yeyu arrives and tries to calm things down. He assures our hero that Liang and Feng had no idea Yinling was our boy's student, and pleads for him to let them go. But our boy can clearly see that Yeyu is trying to protect them. Yeyu reminds our hero that sometimes showing forgiveness takes real strength. As a way to apologize for letting Liang and Feng go, he offers him a level 7 space-type crystal. The MC, however, sees right through him. He knows Yeyu is not just trying to make peace, but he is clearly trying to earn favor and build alliances. But our boy also knows that if he gives in too easily, people might start questioning his authority, and that is not something he is willing to risk. Yeyu takes the responsibility that if Liang and Feng ever make the mistake of messing with our hero's people again, he will take care of them himself without hesitation. But the MC makes it crystal clear that anyone who dares to offend him never lives long enough to do it again. And that rule does not just apply to others. If Yeyu ever tries to cross that line, he won't show him any mercy either. Still, since Yeyu is offering compensation by giving Yinling the crystal, our boy decides to give him a little space. But he does not let things slide completely. Instead of wasting time arguing, he directly deals with the root of the problem and eliminates both Liang and Feng. Before leaving, he makes one thing known to everyone around. If anyone out there thinks they can take on someone like him at level 10, they are welcome to try while Dawn City is still standing. Because when he handles a threat, he does not just respond, he completely wipes it out, leaving nothing behind. Yeyu does not like how cocky our hero sounds, but he keeps quiet and decides to let him act arrogant for now. After all, things have started turning in Yeyu's favor recently. When he lost that level 10 crystal, he thought he had suffered a huge setback. But while searching around afterwards, he had a stroke of luck. He came across a king-level mutant zombie by accident. He begged it to accept him as a servant, and even promised to hunt down fresh meat for it every day. Surprisingly, the mutant agreed, and Yayu feels like this is fate. With such a powerful ally on his side, he is convinced his rise will come sooner than anyone expects. On the way back, the MC runs into Jiangui in the forest. Jiangui has been waiting there with an urgent message and informs our boy that Yayu has found a terrifyingly strong zombie, one so powerful it can call down meteorites from the sky and summon massive giants. As Jiangui explains, our hero starts to put the pieces together. The way Jiangui describes it, it sounds exactly like a king-level mutant, and to him, it looks like Yayu really did come across something dangerous. The MC asks him where this creature is being kept. Jiangui shares that it's hidden close to their base. Right now, only he and one other guy, someone named Gao Yiheng, know about it. The two of them take turns every day to feed the zombie with live meat. Our boy nods and tells him to inform him before the next feeding time, as he plans to be there himself. The next day, Yayu and his group wait around near the zombie, expecting it to eat and die quickly so they can move on. But before anything happens, the zombie suddenly stops and senses something. It points toward a spot and demands whoever's hiding to come out. That is when our hero calmly walks out into the open. As he steps forward, he notices Yayu and the others are already standing there. The zombie also notices there is some kind of connection between our hero and Yayu. The MC turns to Yayu and asks whether they are being threatened or controlled by the creature. He even offers to help them by taking the zombie down himself. But Yayu is quietly smiling to himself. Deep down, he truly believes that the zombie will crush our boy. And if he cannot take care of an enemy like our hero on his own, then maybe fate is giving him a helping hand to finish the job. Our boy moves in first and throws himself straight at the mutant zombie, ready to strike. But right before his attack can land, the zombie smashes the ground apart and swiftly avoids it. It then lunges forward at him. Our hero reacts quickly and jumps back in time. But the next moment, several massive earth giants summoned by the zombie's powers trap him in the middle. Even with all that, the MC dodges their attacks with ease, and he is pretty sure these slow and heavy elemental tricks won't be enough to touch him. Watching everything unfold in front of them, Yiheng and Yayu are both shocked. Neither of them expected our boy to move the way he does, with such skill and speed. Meanwhile, Jiangui already seems completely taken by him. His belief in our hero's strength is unshakable, and he is convinced that the MC will kill the mutant zombie without much trouble. The zombie does not hold back and suddenly uses its power again and manages to land a strike on our boy this time. The hit throws our hero to the ground, and Yayu assumes that our hero is probably dead now. But then, the MC gets up, showing he is completely fine and had only been pretending to be hurt. He gets back on his feet and tells the zombie that he simply gave it a free shot. He then watches the zombie's strange behavior and can see that its movements are no longer steady and it seems to be reaching the end of its life. Just like Rice had predicted, things are starting to go in his favor, and he feels pretty confident that his good luck is only just beginning. Yayu, on the other hand, feels a bit disappointed. The zombie picked the worst time possible to die right in front of our boy. And now, instead of celebrating, Yayu is more worried about who is going to take the crystal. That is when Jiangui claims that since they were the ones who found the zombie first, the crystal should go to Yayu. Hearing that, Yayu feels unexpectedly moved. Our hero does not object, and he is fine handing over the crystal, but only if they can dig it out within 10 seconds. Secretly, he is quite impressed with Jiangui's acting and the way he handled the situation. Yayu uses his ability on the zombie to pull the crystal out. He gives it a proper try, but nothing happens. The MC looks at him and reminds him that he gave him a fair chance. But in the end, Yayu just proved that he is really not capable of much. Yayu starts to panic when he realizes he cannot take the crystal out from the zombie's body, while our hero stands back and enjoys the show. He knows very well that someone like Yayu, who is just at level 9, does not have the strength to open the head of a king-level zombie. He is also aware that Yayu could manage to do it, but only if he had several minutes, and that is exactly why he gave him just a few seconds. Seeing him struggle, the MC finally steps forward to do it himself. Meanwhile, Yayu keeps blaming himself for not being able to take advantage of the chance our boy had given him. With ease, our hero pulls out the crystal and feels satisfied, knowing that the king-level crystal now belongs to him. After that, he turns toward Yayu and throws in a bit of mockery about how luck always sides with the strong. Even though Yayu was the one who discovered the zombie first, he makes it clear that he has no plans to give him the crystal. He says it with a smile, hoping Yayu understands, and then casually bids him farewell. Once the MC leaves, Jiangui notices how our boy's actions have clearly fired up something inside Yayu. He helps calm him down and calls our hero heartless for taking the crystal they had found first. On the other hand, Yiheng observes that the MC does not seem to hold any actual grudge against Yayu, and he does not think Yayu should treat him like an enemy either. But Yayu disagrees. He believes our boy showing up was not just a coincidence. He remembers that after they discovered the mutant zombie, Yiheng had suddenly made an excuse to leave. Yiheng is stunned when he realizes Yeyu is accusing him of being a spy. He tries to defend himself and claims he just had an upset stomach after eating mutated meat. Jiangui quickly supports Yiheng, confident that someone like him would never betray Yeyu. But Yeyu argues back that Jiangui does not really understand how deceitful people can be. Honestly, even Yeyu is not fully convinced, but the facts in front of him are hard to ignore. Yiheng stays firm and swears that he would never betray the one who once saved his life. But Yeyu is still suspicious. He points out how Yiheng started speaking up for our hero right after he took the crystal and demands to know what he offered him. Yiheng insists he never did anything disloyal, but he understands that once trust is broken, words won't fix anything. So he offers his life to Yeyu as repayment for saving him. Without hesitation, Yeyu kills Yiheng right there. Jiangui gets frightened and realizes that next time, if something goes wrong, he might be the one in trouble. He makes a mental note to stay extra cautious. Yeyu hurries Jiangui so that they can leave since he has already dealt with the so-called spy. Jiangui acts surprised, like he did not expect things to go that far, and they both head out. Meanwhile, the MC arrives at the scene and sees what happened. He is disappointed because Yiheng had a lot of potential and could have reached the king level soon. In his past life, Yiheng had been incredibly loyal to Yeyu, never abandoning him, even when things got really bad. Our boy never imagined that just because he appeared in this life, things would twist so much that Yiheng would be wrongly accused and end up dying such a painful death. Just as he is about to give Yiheng a proper funeral, he notices that Yiheng is actually still alive. At the same time, Yeyu suddenly remembers that he forgot to take the crystal from Yiheng. He regrets it because he thinks the level 7 crystal could have been really useful for Jiangui. As our hero carries Yiheng's body and prepares to leave, Yeyu and Jiangui return to the scene. And the moment Yeyu sees the MC taking Yiheng away, he becomes fully convinced that Yiheng really must have been a spy. Because in his mind, if Yiheng were dead, there is no way our boy would go through the trouble of carrying his body instead of just taking out the crystal on the spot. Our hero, on the other hand, heads straight to the Dawn City's branch base of Jinyuan and demands that the Light-type Awakeners come out. Jinyuan himself arrives and asks why he is there. The MC hurries them up and urges them to do everything they can to keep Yiheng alive. About 20 minutes later, Yiheng slowly wakes up. He tries to figure out if it was really our boy who saved his life. Our hero, on the other hand, makes up that he could not stand watching Yeyu take the crystal out of him. So, in that moment, he acted and pulled Yiheng back. Thankfully, there was still a bit of breath left in him, but Yiheng is not convinced. He questions our hero's motive and asks why someone like him would go to such lengths to save him. The MC explains that everything he does is for the survival and continuation of humanity, and it does not matter whether Yiheng believes that or not. What matters is the choice he makes now. Then he lays out two clear options. 1. Yiheng can choose to stay by his side and watch what he does closely. He does not have to decide anything immediately. He can observe and later decide if he wants to serve him or not. The second option is much darker. He can pretend that none of this ever happened, that the MC never saved him, and simply end his own life. Our boy gives him time to think about it slowly. After that, he finally takes some rest. His body feels weak and drained. He begins absorbing the king-level crystal and starts to feel a sense of fullness, like some strength is finally returning. He knows he cannot afford to waste time anymore. Reaching king level has become urgent. The longer he delays, the more king-level creatures will start appearing in the sea, and soon the sea will be crawling with powerful beings. Even if he pushes Haiji to become the sea god, that alone won't be enough to control everything. The only real solution is for him to reach king level himself. Only then can he carry out his plan for unifying everything and make sure that humanity does not vanish. And for that bigger goal, he is even ready to sacrifice Yeyu. But as he thinks about all this, he begins to doubt himself. He is not sure if he is truly doing it for humanity, or he is just using that as an excuse to feel better about his actions. Just then, Yiheng walks into his room, and shares that as he has already died once, he has made up his mind to live. The MC nods and informs him that he has to start off like everyone else, as a regular member. Still, he puts his belief in him, as he thinks Yiheng has potential, and if he keeps pushing forward, there is a real chance he will grow into someone significant over time. Later, our boy remembers that after their last big fight, he has not been to the seaside. They are running low on fish at home, and since there is still a bit of time left in the day, he figures he will head out. He plans to grab some seafood and check in on the sea god's place while he is nearby. When he gets there, he notices that the area around the sea god's palace is packed with Bao Hai's underlings. He starts to wonder about the whereabouts of Bao Hai. He then decides to take action, and soon, his eyes fall on a black orca. From the way it feels, he figures it's a psychic type. Without wasting time, he attacks it. Even with all the ruckus, Bao Hai still does not show up, so it's clear to him that he is not home. He quickly kills the orca and pulls out its crystal. It's level 10. Then, turning to the rest of the sea creatures, he gives them a clear warning that if they continue to follow Bao Hai, he will come for them one by one. But if they choose to follow him instead, he will spare them. The sea beasts panic and begin fleeing in every direction. Seeing them scatter, our hero knows he has done what he came to do. He silently hopes Bao Hai enjoys this little surprise he has just left for him. About half an hour later, one of the sea creatures arrives looking for the black orca. The others quickly try to calm it down and tell it to wait until Bao Hai returns. Eventually, Bao Hai does come back. The sea beasts gather around and explain how the MC showed up and killed the black orca right in front of them. Upon hearing that, Bao Hai gets furious. Last time, he had let our boy escape because he was not careful enough. But this time, he has no intention of repeating that mistake. He has made up his mind to find our hero, and this time, he plans to kill him with his own hands. After making his way back to the base, the MC spots a golden eagle standing there. Warlock steps forward and shows him a couple of eggs. It does not take long for our boy to put 2 and 2 together. Warlock must have taken those eggs from the eagle, and that is exactly why the bird has shown up there, clearly angry and looking for its stolen babies. Haiji steps in and blocks the eagle to keep the situation under control. Meanwhile, Warlock turns to our boy with a look and silently pushes him to fight the eagle. But instead of going after the bird, the MC lands a solid hit on Warlock. He is not okay with what just happened. In his eyes, stealing someone's child is low, and he makes sure Warlock knows exactly how wrong it was. The golden eagle watches the whole thing, a bit thrown off. It knows Warlock is no pushover after all. It could not beat it in a fight, nor could it escape from it. So now, seeing Warlock being told off like this and taking the hit without a fight, that is something the eagle was not expecting. Our hero then returns the eggs to their rightful owner and apologizes sincerely on Warlock's behalf. Right after that, he shifts his eyes toward Haiji, silently giving her a look to turn up the drama. Catching the cue, Haiji instantly flips into character. She starts scolding the eagle and asks if it thinks it can just fly into their base whenever it wants, cause chaos, and then leave like nothing happened. She acts like she is furious. In her fake outrage, she declares that in her opinion, this eagle should be kept locked up there for at least 10 years as punishment. And if it does not agree to that, then they will simply kill both the eagle and the eggs right on the spot. Our boy watches her in action, impressed. In his eyes, she does not even need to pretend. It's like being a villain just comes naturally to her. He turns back to the eagle and pretends to be in a tight spot, as Haiji is way too scary to argue with, and he does not want to end up on her bad side. He suggests that maybe the eagle should stay at their base for the time being, at least until things calm down a bit. Trying to make things easier, he even offers to build a nest for the eagle's baby and tells it to relax and feel at home. Warlock jumps in again and makes one thing clear. They don't let anyone hang around doing nothing. Everyone has to contribute in some way. It gives the idea that since the MC does not have a mount yet, maybe the eagle could fill that role. But the eagle immediately refuses. Our hero can see that it's clearly upset, but he does not understand exactly what it is trying to say. Right then, Rice shows up and helps by translating what the eagle is saying. According to Rice, the eagle is furious and would rather die than be humiliated like this. The bird thinks our boy seems like a decent guy, but maybe not strong enough, and it would never agree to become the mount of someone weak. The MC is caught off guard by that. He never thought the eagle would question his strength, but then he realizes he has not done anything to show his power so far, so maybe the eagle just misunderstood. If he does not do something now, there is no way he will earn its respect or trust. So, he comes up with a quick plan. He offers the eagle a challenge. He tells it that it's free to leave with the eggs. He won't lay a finger on it, but if the eagle can fly out of the base and make it past the boundary without him stopping it, then it wins. The eagle spreads its wings and shoots into the sky. As our hero watches it take off, he cannot help but smile a little. Seeing the eagle in action only confirms that if he pulls this off, he is going to end up with an incredible mount. The eagle takes off into the sky as it tries to find a way out of the area, but despite all its efforts and countless turns, it just cannot manage to get out. Eventually, worn out and a little confused, it ends up coming back to where our hero is waiting. The MC watches the eagle return and welcomes it without any surprise. The bird had tried, but in the end, it could not leave the territory. He does not mock it, though. Instead, seeing that the eagle has decent potential and talent, he suggests that since fate has brought them together, it should become his disciple. He assures the eagle that doing so will bring it benefits in the future. He even promises to take care of its eggs and make sure they are safe and well looked after. Hearing that, the eagle agrees and decides to accept our boy as its master and offers itself as his mount. The MC climbs onto its back, and the eagle lifts off, flying smoothly through the air with our hero riding on top. Now that our boy has a proper mount, Warlock figures its task is done and decides it's time to head out and earn some points for itself. It enters the forest nearby and soon comes across a zombie. But this one is unusual. Its eyes are glowing red, and if it were not for that, it could easily pass as a human. Warlock is not the only one interested. A few other people are lurking around and also notice the same zombie. One guy, who has clearly been single for far too long, starts admiring the female zombie. Some of the others also agree that she looks oddly attractive. But then, it turns out they have all been mistaken. She is not a zombie at all, but she is actually a white seagull in disguise. One of the men makes the mistake of approaching her, which only irritates her. She reacts immediately and launches an attack. From a distance, Warlock watches everything unfold and is impressed by how powerful she is. Realizing the situation could be dangerous and not wanting to get involved too deeply, it quickly contacts the MC and asks for his help. Back at the base, our hero is busy showing the golden eagle the area where it will stay and where its eggs will be kept safe. Just then, Jiaozi walks in and passes along Warlock's message. According to her, Warlock has run into a flying zombie and wants our hero to come immediately. Our boy instructs her to inform Warlock to keep an eye on the zombie while he sets out in that direction. Meanwhile, the red-eyed seagull senses that she is being watched. Her eyes scan the surroundings, and she quickly spots Warlock hiding nearby. Before she can do anything, the MC shows up as well. She looks at both of them and demands to know what they want from her. Warlock answers honestly that they are after her crystal. Our hero quietly observes her and figures out that she is a psychic-type mutant. She looks confused because she does not understand why they would go so far as to try to kill her and take her crystal when there is no grudge between them. The MC, however, thinks practically. Since she is a king-level mutant, he assumes her lifespan should be limited. To wrap things up quickly, he uses his time acceleration ability and hopes it will bring her to the end of her life in an instant. But things don't go as planned. She notices what he is doing and calls him out for using his ability on her. Our hero is taken aback, as he has been accelerating her time for a while now, yet she seems completely unaffected. Even more surprising, she is not even angry. That is when he starts to doubt his own judgment. He realizes that if she truly were a regular king-level mutant, then his time acceleration should have worked by now. But the fact that it did not could only mean that she is likely not the kind of mutant he thought she was. After all, once zombies reach king level, their lifespan becomes incredibly long, and short-term time acceleration does not do much to them. And at this point, it seems like that might be exactly what is happening there. In all the memories of his past life, our boy does not remember ever coming across someone like her. Once it sinks in how powerful she actually is, he knows it would be reckless to continue fighting right now. He makes the smart choice to pull back for the moment and return later with a more solid plan. As he vanishes from sight, she stares around, puzzled by his sudden disappearance. The way the fight ended does not sit well with her. It feels unfinished, and that lingering frustration starts to build inside her. Not knowing what else to do, she transforms into her bird form and flies off to search for someone to take out her frustration on. Meanwhile, Yahello returns to his base and inspects the odd purple flower he found earlier. When he first came across it, there was not even a trace of grass around, and many mutated creatures had died nearby. That was enough to make him suspect that the flower was dangerously poisonous. But what he still does not know is whether it's potent enough to harm someone as strong as the MC, who is already at level 10. To find out, Yahello carefully takes a small amount of the flower's pollen and mixes it into a glass of water. Just then, another man shows up along with Zhang. He is the one Yahello had sent out earlier to find level 7 meat. Yahello offers him the glass of water to quench his thirst after such a long trip. The man politely declines because he does not feel thirsty at the moment. But Yahello does not take no for an answer. He grabs the man and forces the water down his throat. The result is immediate. The man dies on the spot, without even a chance to react. Zhang watches, clearly shaken. That was a level 7 fighter, and he died so easily. He nervously tells Yahello that he might have gone a bit too far this time. But Yahello stays calm and unfazed because in his eyes only the strong survive in the world. And if someone does not want to be hunted, they have to be more ruthless than the rest. With this test, Yahello confirms that just a drop is more than enough to kill a level 7. If our hero drinks even a mouthful, there is a real chance he could be badly injured or maybe even die. The idea of finally having a way to defeat our boy gives Yahello a twisted sense of hope. Zhang then questions how they are supposed to make the MC drink it, as it's not like they can force him. Yahello already has something in mind. He plans to act like he wants to join our hero's side and pretend to be a loyal follower. For that, he plans to invite our boy to a banquet later that night and secretly mix the flower's pollen into his food. Back at the MC's base, he discusses recent events with the others. He and Warlock still have not reached level 10, so going up against that zombie again won't be easy. Knowing that, he turns to Haiji and Little Frost and asks them for their help. They both agree without hesitation. Just then, Rice informs him that it has a strange feeling like something bad might happen that night. Our boy starts wondering if the red-eyed seagull could have tracked him and is possibly coming after him. But before he can think more about it, Fang informs him that someone from Jinyuan's base has come with a message. Apparently, Yahello wants to join Dawn City and has invited them to a banquet. That catches the MC's attention right away. He starts thinking that maybe the threat Rice mentioned is not the zombie, but it might actually be Yahello. Still, he decides to go and see for himself. When he meets Yahello, He directly asks him if he really intends to join. Yayu acts like he has accepted the reality of things and hopes our hero won't hold on to their past issues. Our boy, however, is not ready to trust him so easily and wants him to bow and kneel. Jiangui lowers himself to his knees and bows in front of the MC. Watching him do that, Yayu cannot help but feel guilty, as he realizes how much he has made Jiangui go through. After a brief pause, Yayu swallows his pride and follows suit and kneels beside Jiangui and bows to our hero as well. But deep inside, he feels completely humiliated and silently vows to make our boy suffer one day many times worse than what he is facing. The MC sees their reactions and notices the seriousness in their gestures, so he tells them to get up. Yayu assumes that our hero must be exhausted from the journey and turns to Jiangui and hurries him to serve the food already prepared. When the dishes are laid out, our boy glances over the food and instantly notices the effort put into every little detail. From the look on Yayu's face, it's obvious he is waiting for our boy to start eating. That look alone raises a red flag, and our hero senses something is not right. He turns to Jiangui and orders him to explain what is going on. Jiangui informs the MC that the sausages have been poisoned and that it was Yayu who planned to kill him using that food. Our hero stays calm while Yayu's expression freezes in shock. It suddenly clicks for him that Jiangui was the one feeding our boy all this information from the beginning. Jiangui explains that the poison comes from a strange kind of purple flower, and even a small amount is powerful enough to kill someone at level 7. Yayu tries to interrupt him, desperate to stop him from saying more, but it's too late. The MC, on the other hand, starts thinking back to the past. In his previous life, he clearly remembers that Yayu had 2 powers, but so far, there has been no sign of a second ability. He wonders if what has happened so far is not enough trigger for that power to finally awaken. Since he already plans to deal with Yayu, he figures he might as well make things even more interesting. If Yayu is going to snap, he might as well snap all the way. After all, a level 9 crystal from a dual ability user is far more valuable than an ordinary one. Our hero then shares with Yayu that the level 10 light-type crystal Yayu once had was taken by him after Jiangui tipped him off. He adds that the king-level zombie mutant Yayu found and raised was not a secret either because Jiangui was secretly keeping the MC informed about it. And lastly, the real spy was not Yi Heng, but Jiangui all along. And the saddest part is Yi Heng, whom Yayu killed with his own hands, had stayed loyal to him until the very end. Yayu's heart sinks. He turns to Jiangui and asks him how he could betray him like this when he treated Jiangui like a brother. But Jiangui repeats Yayu's own belief back to him that in this world, only the strong survive. That is the final straw. Yayu completely loses it. He explodes with fury and unleashes a surge of power and declares to kill them both right there. Our hero notices that Yayu has awakened his second ability, and it's fire-based. Yayu, on the other hand, believes destiny is finally on his side and that he has now broken through to level 10. He feels unstoppable and challenges our boy to a fight. Upon seeing it, Jiangui panics. He grabs the MC's leg and begs him to run because he thinks they don't stand a chance against Yayu after this. But our hero assures him that everything is under control and reveals that he also has 2 abilities. And not only that, but his level is definitely higher than Yayu's. While our hero and Yayu are locked in a heated fight, Jiangui quietly slips away. He does not want to get caught in the chaos, and with things escalating so fast, running seems like the safest option to him. Meanwhile, the MC is not just there to win a fight, he has got a bigger plan in mind. He is aiming to take control of Yayu's base, so he has to make sure Yayu does not completely lose it and end up destroying everything out of rage. To avoid that, he uses his Void Walk ability, and in just a flash, he teleports himself and Yayu and takes their battle into the sky. Our boy knows Yayu has always been insanely lucky, and a part of him is actually hoping his luck might attract a high-level mutant zombie there. On Yayu's side, he realizes that our hero has been coming for him all along. The MC does not even try to hide it and confirms it because in his eyes, there is no way 2 powerful people like them can coexist. One of them has to fall, and he has no intention of being the one. Yayu curses under his breath. Even after gaining dual abilities, he still cannot match our boy's strength. Deep down, he knows that if he stays there any longer, he is finished. So, he throws out an attack just to buy a little time, then quickly tries to make his escape. But the MC is not letting that happen. He draws out his Void Sword and moves in to strike Yayu down. But right in the middle of his attack, a sharp light suddenly cuts through the night. Our boy knows that kind of glow belongs to a light-type, king-level mutant zombie, and that is exactly the kind of surprise he was hoping for. Yayu's ridiculous luck really came through at the last second. The zombie appears, clearly annoyed by all the noise in the middle of the night. It launches an attack straight at them. Yayu tenses up and thinks he is about to take the full hit, but strangely, the attack never reaches him. Our hero sees that Yayu's luck has triggered some kind of buff or protection, which stopped the attack from landing. Yayu realizes it too, and that tiny bit of luck fills him with confidence. He does not waste any time and sends an attack straight at the MC. Our boy cannot help but admit to himself that Yayu's luck is something else. Although our boy feels a brief moment of surprise, it quickly fades. He knows deep down that everything is still well within his control. He blocks Yeyu's blows without breaking a sweat. Yeyu, on the other hand, taunts him and accuses him of hovering in the air out of fear and challenges him to fight face to face. But the MC does not rise to the provocation. He wants Yeyu not to be in such a hurry to meet his end and suggests he step aside for now, as he has got something more important to handle first. Turning his attention to the king-level zombie nearby, he uses his time acceleration skill. With everything sped up, the zombie barely has time to react before it's swiftly eliminated. Our hero then removes the crystal from its body, and Yeyu watches in disbelief. He is completely thrown off by our boy's strange ability, unable to understand how he managed to instantly take out a powerful mutant like that. But for the MC, the outcome is just what he hoped for. That king-level crystal is a valuable catch, and it belongs to him now. He then shifts focus to Yeyu. Using the same acceleration technique, he targets Yeyu, fully confident that it will cancel out the duration of the buff Yeyu's relying on. Sure enough, it works, and Yeyu's buff vanishes, and he is left shocked. Our hero suggests he accept the truth that he is no match for him and never was. He then lands a solid kick on Yeyu and pulls out his void sword, ready to end it. Yeyu finally admits defeat. Since our boy is in a good mood, he lets him speak his final words, and even offers to grant his wish if it's not too unreasonable. But Yeyu wastes the chance. Instead of asking for anything, he curses the MC. Our hero obviously does not take it lightly and finishes Yeyu off then and there. Deep down though, he knows there is some truth in them, as he has already done a lot of the things Yeyu mentioned. After it's over, he takes the level 9 Windfire crystal from Yeyu's corpse. This one is not for himself. He decides to keep it aside and send it to Myling when the time is right. Out at sea, things are shifting. Black Orca is furious with our boy and wants revenge. Baohai also feels frustrated. He had been eyeing the Orca as a meal to boost his power and status, but with this one's grudge against the MC, Baohai realizes there is another way. If he can convince it, it might actually help him. So, he offers the Orca a deal to become his left protector, and they will go after our hero together. The Orca agrees without hesitation and gets ready to move immediately, but Baohai calms it down and wants it to wait a bit longer. He shares that he recently discovered the locations of Haiji and Little Frost. Hearing that, the Orca decides to scout the area ahead. Back at our boy's base, he returns and is soon met by Rice, who brings some urgent news. It has sensed a group of enemies approaching from the sea, and this time, they are far from ordinary. He starts to think it might be Baohai making his move. He lets out a quiet curse as he still needs at least a week to fully absorb the crystal and step into the king level. He knows that if Baohai arrives before that, facing him will basically be a death sentence. Rice comes up with an idea that it's better for him to go into hiding. If he disappears for a while, Baohai will probably have a hard time finding him. Honestly, it does not sound like a bad plan, and the MC knows he could pull it off without much trouble. The real problem is what he would be leaving behind. He has got a big family to think about, along with a whole business depending on him. That thought weighs heavy on him. So, in the end, he decides he cannot just run away. He needs to stand his ground and face everything head on. Rice sees he is still thinking too much and tries to calm him down. Even though the situation looks serious, Rice just does not believe anything too bad will happen. It also brings up something our hero has talked about many times: combining his powers. If he was ever going to try it, now might be the best chance to give it a shot. Later that day, our boy returns to his room. When he walks in, he notices Millie wearing glasses. He finds her pretty good in glasses too. While they talk, he ends up telling her about a special crystal he accidentally found. It's a light element crystal, and it's pretty rare and valuable. He wants her to take it and use it to reach level 10, so that she can be even more helpful to him when things get tough. Over at the Sea God's place, Baohai is addressing the sea creatures. He reminds them of how the MC had once slaughtered many of them, so he wants them to join him and help bring our hero down. But the sea creatures are not all that eager to fight. One after another, they come up with excuses. Black Orca quickly picks up on what they are doing. It warns them that it and Baohai will carry them through the air themselves, and if anyone refuses to go along, it will kill them on the spot. Right at that moment, Red-Eyed Seagull shows up. She shows her desire to come with them too, just to see what is going on with her own eyes. Baohai, caught off guard, asks who she is. A white seagull explains that it was the one who brought her there. Her name is Bai-U, and she is a friend. Bai-U starts telling them about the time she met our boy, and when he saw her, he immediately tried to catch her. But in her view, Baohai is not all that powerful. She even brags about how the MC ran away the moment he saw her, yet Baohai is out there gathering an entire group just to deal with him. That clearly gets under Baohai's skin. He does not like being mocked. Still, he holds it in for the time being, and decides that once our hero is dealt with, he will eat her next. But for the moment, he agrees to let her come along. 2 full days pass, and finally they reach the shoreline. Baohai rises up out of the water and immediately spots our boy already waiting on land. That catches him off guard. He starts wondering if someone among his followers has betrayed him. He then demands the MC hand over his armor. Our hero dares him to come and take it if he really wants it. With Bao Hai now standing right in front of him, he knows the fight is unavoidable. He makes up his mind to use the fusion of his time and space powers. As he activates it, he suddenly sees a glimpse of his future self. That is when he finally understands that the ability allows him to draw power from the future version of himself. And that version is not just above the king level, but he is on a whole other scale. Bao Hai charges toward our hero with the aim to strike, but the MC asks him to wait for a moment. The issue is, while his space-time summoning begins almost instantly, the actual descent of that power takes its sweet time. Bao Hai does not care though. He keeps coming at him. Strangely, our boy cannot hear a single word he is saying. Bao Hai tries to land a hit, but his attack fails. Our hero glances at Haiji and Little Frost and urges them to fall back and stay out of the fight for a few minutes. But they don't react to him. He starts to wonder whether they are under some kind of hypnosis or mind control. Just then, Bai Yu makes an appearance and seeing her triggers a memory in his mind. He realizes that she was never a zombie to begin with. On the other side, Bao Hai looks strangely pleased, a little too satisfied with how things are going. Black Orca suddenly strikes at Haiji and Little Frost, but Little Frost reacts fast and helps bring Haiji back to her senses. Before they can get their footing, Bai Yu steps in once more and attacks the two of them. This time, Haiji manages to hold her ground and block the attack. Little Frost counters and strikes at Bai Yu. Bao Hai jumps in at the perfect moment to block her and protect Bai Yu from harm. He then urges her to show off a bit of strength and kill Haiji quickly. In exchange, he promises to reward her afterward. Bai Yao summons all her bloodlust and attacks Haiji with full force. Her aim is to drive Haiji into madness and make her lose control. She just suddenly wants to destroy everything around her. Black Orca turns to Bao Hai because it thought Bao Hai wanted to eat her, but he drove her insane. Bao Hai wants it to ignore Bai Yu and instructs the orca to enter the city and start the bloodshed immediately. Our boy, on the other hand, starts to panic a little inside. He is deeply concerned about what is going to happen to his base if they go through with this. All he can think about now is how much longer this space-time power is going to take before it fully kicks in. Black Orca quietly steps into our boy's base, and it wonders whether this is where the important members actually live. It begins releasing its power with the intention to stir things up. It wants to draw people out, ready to take revenge for the death of its brother. Before it can do much, Daju walks out and tells it not to even think about creating chaos while he is standing there. But the orca does not back down and lunges forward, launching an attack. Just in time, Millie appears and steps in between. She raises a defensive barrier and blocks the orca's strike. That is when Bao Hai catches sight of her, and something on her stops him in his tracks. She is wearing the gems our hero had taken from him long ago. He guesses that the MC gave those to her, which means they must be close, and a cruel idea forms in his mind. If he kills her right there, he might be able to break our boy's spirit completely. But before he can even try, Little Frost shows up and blocks his path. She challenges him that if he wants to harm Millie, he will have to go through her first. She traps Bao Hai in a thick cage of ice. Seeing this, the Black Orca quickly tries to help and launches an attack toward Millie. Right as things begin to turn dangerous, Warlock appears and urges Millie to step back and promises to take over from there. Then, Baiyu uses her manipulation powers and calls Warlock toward her. Meanwhile, Bao Hai smashes through the ice, breaking free. Little Frost did not expect all three of them, the king-level beings, to show up in the same place and at the same time. The situation turns overwhelming. She knows that if they want any chance of holding the base until our hero returns, there is only one option left. She activates her strongest move and encases all three enemies in a powerful frozen cage. She wishes her goodbyes, to our boy, to Millie, and to everyone in Dawn City. Meanwhile, far across the sea, the MC finishes fusing his abilities. Without delay, he speeds back to the base. When he arrives, the sight that greets him is gut-wrenching. Millie is on her knees, holding Little Frost tightly in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Millie feels completely helpless, like there is nothing she can do. The MC thanks Little Frost silently for stepping up to protect Millie. In his mind, he makes a firm decision that the heads of the three enemies will serve as his offering to honor her sacrifice. Millie, meanwhile, refuses to give in. She starts to pour all her healing energy into her and begs her to wake up. The MC wonders for a second if this is what resurrection looks like, but he knows better than to think that bringing someone back from the dead always demands a massive cost. Still, knowing that Little Frost gave her life to protect Millie, he understands perfectly why Millie just cannot stop trying. Just in time, Bao Hai manages to break free. He laughs loudly and announces that he will kill them right there and then. But before he can even take another step, our hero attacks him straight on and makes it clear that Bao Hai is the one who is going to die. Bao Hai stumbles back, completely shocked. He did not expect this. The strength the MC just showed is nothing like what he imagined. He refuses to accept it and gathers all his strength and charges at our boy with full force, determined to crush him. Meanwhile, Black Orca decides to step in and sends a powerful attack toward our hero as well. Bao Hai watches this and instantly thinks it is a fool to forget the MC has teleportation abilities. Our boy, however, can see what Bao Hai is thinking. He grabs him and tells him that he is not planning on running away. Instead, he is going to use him to take the hit. He also breaks Bai Yu free as well and pulls her in. He throws both of them ahead, using their bodies to block the incoming attack from Black Orca. Bio fumes with anger, but just then, a loud blast goes off. Our hero looks at her and feels nothing but disappointment to see the extent of her mental strength. Bio, on the other hand, is taken aback. She is used to her mind control working perfectly on everyone else, yet it's completely ineffective on him. She is puzzled and does not understand why it's not working this time. But before she can figure anything out, our boy moves quickly and takes her down. Black Orca witnesses the whole scene unfold from nearby. Watching the MC kill a king level being so effortlessly makes one thing clear. It has absolutely no chance of beating him. With that realization sinking in, it decides that escaping is the only option. Our hero notices the movement right away and goes after Black Orca. He plans to send it off to join its brother in death. As a final desperate move, Black Orca unleashes its strongest attack toward our boy. But he takes out the Void Sword and turns to Bao Hai and assures him not to worry, as his own death is just around the corner. Then he eliminates Black Orca too. Bao Hai stands frozen in shock. He simply cannot believe the MC out of nowhere has become this strong. Our hero then notices that Millie's energy is growing stronger. He assumes the resurrection might be progressing faster than expected. Soon after, Little Frost shifts slightly, and Millie, overwhelmed with relief, realizes her efforts might have actually worked. Our boy quickly calls someone over to take Millie and Little Frost inside for rest. He does not know how Haiji is doing at the moment, but there is something he has to take care of first. He grabs Bao Hai and heads straight to the sea. When they arrive, he finds Haiji unconscious on the shore, completely worn out. It's obvious she has pushed herself to the limit. As he surveys the area, he spots several level 10 sea beasts frozen in place. They are powerful, and he can tell they could be extremely useful in battle. Originally, he wanted Haiji to become the sea god to help control them, but with her still passed out, he figures it might be better for him to take on that role instead. Our boy reminds the sea creatures of something he had clearly warned them about before, that if they ever chose to follow Bao Hai, he would not hold back from killing them. Yet despite that warning, they ignored his words completely, and now he believes they have brought this outcome upon themselves. Bao Hai accuses him of faking everything from the start and purposely turning against them, but our hero blames Bao Hai for stealing his divinity. He claims that he is the true sea god, and that is exactly why he plans to sacrifice Bao Hai to the heavens as punishment. With those words, he unleashes his powers and lets them burst out fully for everyone to witness. He wants the sea creatures to watch closely and understand what the real power of a true sea god looks like. As the energy flares, the sea beasts begin to realize that even though Bao Hai holds king-level strength, he looks completely powerless when standing against the MC. Then something more shocking happens. The sky above them begins to crack. Still in denial, Bao Hai yells out that our boy is only using tricks and insists that he is the real sea god. But our hero lands a powerful attack. Bao Hai, confident that he can block it, fails miserably. The sea creatures, seeing this with their own eyes, finally come to their senses. They start apologizing to the MC one after another and admit that they had been fooled by Bao Hai's deception. Our hero tells them to forget the past and follow him from this point forward. Among the crowd, a sea lion is the first to step up and show his loyalty. The MC asks it to come closer to reward it for being the first one to take the lead. But deep down, he wants to surprise the others by using his time acceleration ability to make the sea lion break through to king level instantly. The rest of the sea creatures watch this happen and are stunned. That one move is enough to make them all submit without any further resistance. Our boy then tells them that if they truly follow him, they won't just gain strength, they will gain something far beyond that. But inside, he knows that all of these creatures are already at level 10. Even without his time-based powers, they would have naturally reached king level on their own within a year. Still, this method saves time and shows them what is possible under his leadership. Just then, his attention shifts. The golden eagle appears high in the sky, its cry echoing through the air. He thinks that something might be wrong and decides to get back as soon as possible to make sure everything is still all right. The MC returns to the base and notices right away that the golden eagle's eggs have finally hatched. He talks to the eagle and mentions a method he knows that can help the babies grow faster. The eagle does not seem to hesitate and agrees. So, he takes the eagle along with its newly hatched children and sets off. He is planning to use this ability in front of others because speeding up their growth is something impressive and definitely a skill worth showing off in public. He heads over to the seashore, where the sea creatures are gathered, and tells them to watch closely because he is about to demonstrate something interesting. He introduces the golden eagle and its hatchlings to them and asks them to pay close attention. The sea creatures don't really get what he is talking about, but he uses his time acceleration ability on the baby eagles, and in just a moment, they grow into fully developed golden eagles right in front of everyone. The sea creatures are stunned. Some stare in disbelief, while others seem to question whether they are even awake. Watching the eagle chicks grow into adults instantly makes them realize that our hero's powers are on a completely different level. Our boy looks at the eagle and tells it that this is his reward for cooperating. Then he asks the eagle to take its children and return. One of the sea creatures, moved by what it saw, asks the MC if he could help its babies too. Our hero explains that it all depends on how they behave and what kind of actions they show going forward. In his mind, he knows he will need to build something, maybe a proper aquarium, to raise these future king-level creatures safely. He orders everyone to go back to the sea and wait there for about a month. To those who have children, he asks them to bring their young ones with them when they return. Deep down, he knows that if he keeps their children close, they will think twice before ever betraying him. After handling everything, he uses his void walk ability to return to the base. But halfway through, he ends up landing in a forest because he is too worn out. He starts coughing up blood and immediately realizes something is off. The borrowed power from his future self has completely disappeared, and his crystal seems to have shattered again. He figures that until he reaches king level, using his fusion ability won't be easy, and it will come with serious consequences. Several days go by, and things finally start to settle down. Our boy rides the golden eagle with Millie and enjoys the calm for once. Just then, Millie spots a large black patch moving across the land. The MC takes a look and realizes it's a massive group of rats. By counting their movement and spread, he guesses there must be at least 4,000 or 5,000 of them, enough to destroy an entire city if they were to attack. Millie feels nervous and wonders if the rats are gathering for something. He is not sure but tries to calm her down and assures her that the swarm is still around hundreds of miles away from their base. As he watches more closely, he also notices a flying ant colony not too far from the rats. Even though he knows he could easily deal with the rats on his own, the fact that both rats and ants are moving in such huge numbers makes him uneasy. So he decides to make his way straight back to the base. With such an ominous sign, he knows he has to act fast and alert his people before things spiral out of control. As soon as he arrives, Fang meets him and delivers an urgent update about a sighting of a massive swarm of rats and owls just 50 miles away. Judging by their speed, he thinks they will likely reach the base in about an hour. Our hero honestly did not expect these creatures to actually come for his base. Although he cannot quite figure out their exact reason for doing so, it does not really make much of a difference to him. What matters more now is how his people will respond to the threat. In a way, this could be the perfect opportunity to test how capable they truly are. So he instructs Fang to gather all the members and have everyone prepare themselves for a tough fight. An hour ticks by quickly, and soon everyone is assembled and ready. Our boy makes it clear to them that this time he won't be getting involved, and everything will be up to them now. He does not care what kind of strategies or techniques they use, but he expects them to stop the rats and ants at all costs. Even if things get deadly, they must hold the line and not let anything breach the base. Everyone listens seriously and assures him that they won't back down. They are determined not to let these creatures destroy what they have built. The MC also reminds them of what is at stake if they fail. Not only will the base be overrun, but all the food they have stored and the crops they have grown will be wiped out. And if that happens, they will be left with no choice but to survive by eating rats. That warning alone is enough to fire up everyone's fighting spirit. As the battle kicks off, the entire team begins using their abilities. Flames blaze, ice forms, wind howls, and electricity sparks through the air as they try to push back the wave of incoming enemies. But things don't stay simple for long. Out of nowhere, the rats begin digging into the ground, creating tunnels and popping up from below. They have not even fully dealt with the creatures coming from the air and land yet, and now they are being ambushed from underground too. To make matters worse, they start noticing that the rats and ants seem to have developed some kind of energy shield that is making it hard for their attacks to land properly. Realizing how serious things are getting, Shuyun steps up and gives out orders. She instructs all the level 7 fighters to get their strongest skills ready, while the others should focus on the flying ants. Their job is to target the energy shield and break it down. But she also warns them that there is a particular ant among the swarm, one with a shiny silver-white body, and that one is capable of launching mental attacks. Shuyun fires a set of ice arrows at the white ant and successfully freezes it. Then, seeing how quickly things are spiraling out of control, she instructs everyone that it's time to evacuate. But just as she gives the order, the rats burst through from underground, catching everyone off guard. The defenders start taking heavy hits and immediately send out calls for support from those still inside. Yinling takes charge to deal with the rat swarm. Watching her in action, our hero feels genuinely proud as his student is holding her ground and stepping up at the right moment. But things quickly take a darker turn. The leader of the rat army is furious, livid in fact. It's because the MC did not just steal their rare hallucinogenic fruit, he also hurt one of their own. And now, the leader is not planning to let that go so easily. So, in a twisted attempt at revenge, it chooses to unleash a deadly plague to make everyone go down with them. As the fight continues, our boy suddenly spots a particular rat that looks off. There is something unusual about it, and the moment he notices that, he wonders if this might be the one leading the entire group. Yinling catches sight of it too, and she urges a few others nearby to take it down. But unfortunately, it's already too late. The rat has already begun spreading the plague, and within moments, those who went after it cough up blood and collapse one after another. Our hero watches in horror as his team starts falling apart. It's clear now that this plague has done some serious damage. His base's fighting power has dropped significantly, nearly slashed in half. At this point, the situation is too risky to handle directly, and he feels he has no option left except to give the order for a temporary evacuation to avoid losing more people. Just when the situation feels like it's spiraling out of control, Haiji arrives on the scene. She uses her abilities and starts absorbing the plague energy that is spreading around. Even though she does not fully understand what this strange energy is, she can feel that something about it is making her stronger. The MC notices the change too. He starts to think that maybe this mist is not just a regular plague, but it might actually be some kind of energy. Realizing this, he begins to feel hopeful. His base has just made it through what might be the most dangerous part of the attack, and now that things are slowly shifting in their favor, he believes that victory is not afar off anymore. Meanwhile, over at Dazhuang's zombie base, something else is going on. A zombie woman named Jingji comes to see him. She has brought along a high-level crystal and wants him to absorb it, in the hope it will help him grow stronger. She believes that with more power, Dazhuang will finally be able to challenge our boy and take revenge. Dazhuang, on the other hand, is more focused on the fact that he has finally got a wife. Still, he cannot quite figure out why she is so obsessed with going after our boy. He agrees to her plan for now, but makes it clear that she is not to act on her own. Whatever she plans to do, she has to tell him first. Even though he plays along, Dazhuang finds her irritating deep down. He starts thinking about how to convince her to drop this whole revenge idea and avoid unnecessary trouble with our hero. While he is still figuring that out, another zombie barges into the room with some unexpected news. Apparently, one of the new recruits, Li Huo, has been hiding a high-level crystal all along. Jingji is immediately furious. After everything they have done for him, feeding him, protecting him, taking him in, he dared to hide something that valuable. She demands they punish him to set an example for everyone else. Dazhuang wastes no time. He goes straight to Li Huo and asks him to hand over the crystal. Realizing he has been caught and there is no use pretending anymore, Li Huo decides to drop the act. He runs, setting parts of the base on fire as he escapes, and yells that he was planning to play the role of Dazhuang's younger brother for a while. But now it's clear that won't work. Jingji did not expect Li Huo to be this powerful. She is shocked and starts worrying about the problems he could cause if they let him go free. Dazhuang is thinking the same thing. It's clear Li Huo cannot be ignored. He reaches out to our boy immediately and shares everything that just happened. After hearing the name, our hero starts thinking hard. In his past life, the first zombie who ever reached king level was this same Li Huo. Our boy clearly remembers how things unfolded in his previous life. It was about 2 years after the apocalypse when Li Huo advanced to king level. That moment changed everything. After reaching that terrifying level, Li Huo started enslaving humans and demanded that every base regularly hand over meat. At that time, they were still stuck at level 9 and had absolutely no power to fight back against a king-level zombie like him. They were helpless and could only accept their fate. That marked the start of a depressing and dark time where people lived in constant fear, completely at the mercy of the strong. But that was then. Things are different now. This time he is back, and he is determined not to let the past repeat itself. Meanwhile, Dazhuang already understands what our hero wants from him. But instead of acting right away, he excuses himself and promises to deal with it once he comes out. The MC does not argue, but in his mind, he has already made a silent decision to kill Dazhuang once his crystal has been repaired. Just then, he receives a message. It's about a newly joined member who is at level 8 and wants to meet him. The name mentioned is Fang Feichan. That name makes him pause for a moment. He remembers that in his previous life, Feichan had also reached the king level, but he had died while trying to protect humanity from Li Huo's attacks. So he gives the order to bring Feichan to the conference hall, and he tells them to be respectful. Not long after, our boy heads to the conference hall himself, where he finds Feichan already waiting. Feichan asks him if he realizes that he is becoming a public enemy. The question confuses our hero a bit. Feichan brings up a serious concern and asks what our hero would do if the survivors suddenly decided to launch a full-scale attack on Dawn City. The MC does not answer right away. Instead, he asks Feichan for his own thoughts on how to handle such a situation. Feichan defends those people, as he thinks they are just trying to survive and are honestly quite pitiful, and he does not think it's right to kill them. Then, he asks our boy whether he could really live with himself after killing people who are simply trying to stay alive. Our hero listens and then asks that if they let those people go, whether they will truly stop making trouble in the future. But by now, it's obvious to him that Feichan did not come here to ask questions. He came to tell him what he thinks he should do. Feichan does not deny it and declares that they are walking different paths, and if things keep heading this way, he won't hesitate to stand against the MC when the time comes. Hearing that, our boy calmly dismisses him and hurries him to go before he changes his mind. In his eyes, Feichan is just too kind, and the only reason he is letting him talk this much is because he still remembers how Feichan died fighting bravely on the battlefield in his past life. In his mind, when absolute power comes into play, all resistance from the weak becomes meaningless. Once his side fully controls the ocean, he plans to use the sea creatures to transport his people to other continents. That way, they can continue growing stronger and expanding their reach. Meanwhile, somewhere else far away, Li Huo has successfully broken through and reached the peak. He is overjoyed and wants the world to know who he is. He wants to make everyone submit to him, but he knows that before he can do that, he needs to wipe out the biggest threat standing in his way right now, Dawn City. The only thing is, he still does not fully understand just how powerful Dawn City actually is. So before jumping in, he decides to test his strength and see where he currently stands. At the same time, in another location, Warlock is quietly observing a base that looks like it has a large number of survivors. He wonders whether that kind of crowd will attract strong, high-level zombies and bring more trouble their way. Warlock notices the fire blazing in the distance and immediately senses that something big is going down. At the same time, Li Huo stands in the middle of it all, fully enjoying the chaos he is creating. He treats the people like playthings and wants to use them to test out his powers. The people, in a state of panic and desperation, begin calling out for Feichan. He had promised to protect them, and now they needed him to live up to that promise. Feichan stares at Li Huo and starts to question what exactly he is dealing with, but those questions fade as fear creeps in. Li Huo's powers are not something to see every day, and even Feichan feels unsettled. Still, he tries his best to steady himself and calm the people around him. Meanwhile, Li Huo makes his intention clear that he is going to wipe them all out. From another point, Warlock watches the scene carefully. The moment it sees how serious the situation is, it makes a decision to step in. It rushes in and introduces itself as Dawn City's loyal dog and vice leader. It confronts Li Huo and accuses him of going on a killing spree without even bothering to ask for permission first. That catches Li Huo's attention right away. Since he had already been planning to measure Dawn City's strength, Warlock showing up feels like a chance too good to miss. He immediately lashes out and sends a wave of fire toward Warlock. But Warlock is quick and manages to dodge. Li Huo, now more interested, starts attacking even harder. Warlock fights back using both of its abilities at the same time and hopes to match Li Huo's aggression, but Li Huo only smirks and mocks him, as he feels confident that his flames are inescapable. He is convinced Warlock won't be able to keep dodging for long. Before long, the flames land a hit. The attack burns through, and Warlock instantly realizes it made a mistake in judging Li Huo's strength. Warlock makes up its mind that it has no intention of becoming roasted meat today. It bolts and decides to escape before those blazing flames catch up to it. Li Huo watches this unfold and can immediately tell that Warlock is not some ordinary mutt. Meanwhile, Warlock starts thinking a bit more carefully. It figures that keeping those massive fire dragons going must be using up a lot of Li Huo's energy, so instead of facing him head-on, it plans to wear him out slowly and stretch the fight as long as possible. On the other hand, Li Huo is fuming and is irritated because his flames were avoided yet again. Warlock does not miss the chance to taunt him and throw out a comment about how someone who cannot catch a dog must not be very smart. Li Huo soon realizes what is going on. Warlock is purposely stalling and trying to drain his power over time. Seeing that this game of chasing around won't get him anywhere, he shifts his strategy. If he cannot catch the dog right now, he decides to just grab a few people instead, and hopes that will force Warlock to act differently. He had not expected everyone in the city to be this difficult to deal with. To test Warlock's reaction, Li Huo goes straight for Feichan. He demands to know where Dawn City is and offers a deal. Show him the way, and he will let Feichan live. But Feichan is not buying it. He knows that if Li Huo finds Dawn City, the result will be disastrous and more innocent people will die. So he pretends he has no idea what Li Huo is talking about. This only pushes Li Huo further. He unleashes his flames and begins to burn Feichan in an attempt to force him to reveal the location. But Feichan stays firm. He refuses to give in, even if it means dying. In his mind, choosing death is better than letting more people suffer. Just as things are heating up, Warlock shows up once again and shouts at Li Huo to come after it instead. Li Huo immediately responds by launching his flames at Warlock. Warlock feels like Li Huo has gotten faster all of a sudden. Li Huo charges in as he plans to end the fight with a single powerful blow. Warlock knows this one cannot be taken lightly. If it gets hit now, it's done for. It gathers its strength and moves to counter the attack, throwing everything it has left into stopping it. Li Huo protects himself with a flaming shield, just as Warlock strikes. A huge blast erupts from the clash. When the smoke starts to clear, Warlock stands there, clearly exhausted. It has used up most of its energy and can barely keep up. But from the look of things, Li Huo is not in great shape either. He looks surprised, almost in disbelief. After all, he just went head-to-head with what he thought was just a dog from Dawn City. and somehow, it ended in a draw. Warlock figures that the next step is to bring back a king-level crystal from our boy, and for that, he knows he must finish Li Huo first. It prepares to strike, and Li Huo braces himself too. Both of them know this is not a fight they can walk away from without a clear winner. Warlock, however, has already thought ahead. It predicts that Li Huo will likely use both his hands to block its attack, and since Warlock is well aware that Li Huo does not have any more limbs to defend with, it takes advantage of that. At just the right moment, it uses its tail to catch Li Huo by surprise. Li Huo, clearly not expecting it, accuses Warlock of cheating, but Warlock does not even bother responding. Instead, it follows up immediately with a fierce attack using both its claw and tail, not giving Li Huo any time to recover. Then, with one final move, it lands a strong blow that takes Li Huo down for good. Warlock finally feels satisfied as it managed to finish him off. A little while later, the MC finally arrives. He is clearly tired and for good reason. His crystal is broken, so he cannot use his void walking ability anymore, which means the trip here was exhausting. Still, he is relieved that Rice had already predicted Warlock would be okay. As soon as he sees our hero, Warlock comments that he took a bit too long to get there, but reassures him that it already handled everything. It also mentions how Faihan, even under pressure, refused to give away their base's location. Hearing this, our boy cannot help but recall that in both his current life and the one before it, Feichun had also died at Li Huo's hands. That thought stings a little. For a moment, he wonders if destiny really cannot be changed. But then again, things have already shifted. In his past life, Li Huo went on a rampage that lasted months before he finally died. But this time, Li Huo did not get that far. He was taken down almost immediately, and surprisingly, it was Warlock who did it. The same Warlock who in the past had been badly wounded and used to resent humans deeply. Meanwhile, somewhere far from there, things are playing out differently at Dazhuang's base. A group of zombies has caught a human and brought him in. The man instantly starts begging for his life and explains that he is actually a leader of one of the human bases. He tries to cut a deal that if Dazhuang lets him go, he can provide him with a steady supply of meat. After all, if Dazhuang eats him now, it will only be one meal. But if he spares him, he can have meat regularly. Dazhuang listens and, after thinking about it, agrees to spare him. But he wants something in return. He tells the man to gather information about the humans and report back. If there is any kind of trouble, Dazhuang wants to know immediately. The man swears loyalty and promises to deliver any updates without fail. As he makes his way back, the man reflects on what just happened. He never imagined a simple outing would turn into something this chaotic. But now that it has, he is looking at things differently. He has always felt that Dawn City kept pushing other bases down, making sure no one else ever got a chance to grow. That thought lingers in his mind, and with a bitter resolve forming, he starts planning. He wants Dazhuang to take action, and he is going to do whatever it takes to have him launch an attack on Dawn City. Zombies and humans have always been complete opposites, and just like two fierce predators fighting over the same mountain, there is no chance they can peacefully coexist. That is exactly how Shi Gaoyang sees things. In his mind, Dazhuang has no other option but to stand against Dawn City, as there is no way both sides can survive side by side. So Gaoyang comes up with a plan to use Dazhuang as a tool to get rid of Dawn City once and for all. But he also knows that to make this plan work smoothly, he needs more people on board. That is when he starts thinking about Jiang Gui as a potential ally. Ever since Yahello was taken down by the MC, Jiang Gui had stepped forward and led the remaining survivors, building a new base from scratch. Gaoyang assumes that Jiang Gui must hold a deep grudge against our boy, so there is a high chance he will agree to join an alliance formed to stand against Dawn City. As luck would have it, Gaoyang runs into Jiang Gui along the road. He strikes up a conversation and brings up Dawn City, eager to hear Jiang Gui's honest thoughts. As expected, Jiang Gui does not hold back at all. For him, Dawn City is a bitter enemy, and he has made it clear he won't rest until he gets revenge on our hero for what happened to Yahello. Hearing that makes Gaoyang genuinely happy. He immediately tells Jiang Gui about Dazhuang and how he plans to use him in their scheme. But Gaoyang has no clue that Jiang Gui is still in contact with the MC. After their chat, Jiang Gui secretly sends word to our boy, filling him in on everything. Our hero listens and then tells him to play along. In fact, he wants Gaoyang to find even more people willing to rise up against him, as he wants to see who else dares to oppose him, so he can take care of all of them in one go. He is also pleased that Jiang Gui has finally found a sense of purpose. Jiang Gui, on the other hand, feels grateful for the MC's support and thanks him sincerely for guiding him. Our boy feels confident about letting Jiang Gui continue acting undercover. It's a perfect chance to test Dazhuang's true intentions. And when everything comes to light, he is sure their shocked expressions will be something worth seeing, especially when they find out Dazhuang has actually been working for him the whole time. While all this is going on, Millie goes to check on Rice. She wants her to come out and eat her favorite meal, but when she enters, she finds herself speechless, as Rice has gone through a full transformation. She has now reached level 10, and her entire appearance is different. The small cat she once knew now looks like a proper little princess. Millie decides it's time for them to go out and let everyone see this new version of her. But before that, as she observes more closely, she notices that Rice's tail is still there. It stands out since the rest of her has changed so much. Surprisingly, Rice does not know why it has not disappeared either. Later, Rice goes to find Little Frost and Warlock, and the three of them start talking about the transformation. They guess that since Rice has only reached level 10 and not the king level yet, that might be the reason her tail and ears are still around. Our boy soon joins them, and he is clearly stunned to see Rice in a human form. But before he can say much, Rice asks him to play games with her after dinner. The MC feels like he is raising a daughter and cannot help but find her behavior cute. That night, when he finally goes to his room to rest, he lifts the blanket and finds Rice already curled up underneath, waiting patiently. She wants him to hurry up and lie down, but now that she has transformed, he realizes she is not really small enough to be squeezing in with him anymore. Our hero tells Rice that now that she has all grown up, it's time for her to start sleeping on her own. Rice pouts but gives in. He finds her expression really cute, but despite how endearing she looks, he knows deep down that he has to stay firm about this. No matter how much she tries to tug at his heartstrings, the reality is that they simply cannot continue sleeping in the same bed anymore. Rice quietly wishes him goodnight and then walks out of the room without saying anything else. As for him, he sits there for a moment, a little uneasy. It still feels strange to him after all. She turned into a human so suddenly, and he has not completely adjusted to that change yet. Time passes quickly. A month later, the MC manages to ascend to king level. That is a huge milestone, especially considering he has achieved it a whole year and a few months earlier than he did in his past life. Not only that, but he has also awakened dual abilities this time, which makes the breakthrough even more impressive. Still, despite the achievement, he realizes that progressing any further won't be a walk in the park. The higher he climbs, the more difficult it becomes. It's also the day he plans to meet with the sea creatures. To get there, he decides to take Z with him, riding on the Golden Eagle to head toward the seaside. While they are flying through the sky, Z turns to him and curiously asks if she can get extra food as a reward if she helps him out with forming a mental link with the seafood. He reminds her that she already got more than usual during lunch. But Z is not satisfied and insists she is still in a growing phase, and according to her, one extra meal just is not enough to keep her going. As they continue flying, he suddenly spots someone below. Z notices him looking and wonders if the guy down there has done something to upset him. Our boy immediately recognizes the man. It's Shu Kun. In his past life, Kun was the same person who once got into a ridiculous argument with him over a sausage. It happened about 5 years after the apocalypse began, during a time when resources were scarce, and even a single sausage could cause a major fight. What made it worse was that our hero did not even win that argument because Kun had swallowed both the sausage and its plastic wrapping right in front of him just to win. The MC tells the Golden Eagle to land. Kun looks up and spots the eagle descending, and from the looks of it, he realizes it's the legendary mount that is said to belong to our boy. Once they land, our hero mentions that he knows Kun is a high-ranking Earth-type awakener. Then, he pulls out a sausage and offers it to Kun, as he wants him to join his side in exchange. Kun catches on quickly and pulls out not one but 2 sausages of his own, and boldly suggests that maybe our hero should be the one to follow him instead. From this, the MC figures out that the disaster has not fully hit this area yet, and food items like sausages are not all that hard to find for now. Trying to shift the conversation, he asks where Kun is planning to go. Kun replies that he is heading toward the seaside to hunt some seafood, but our boy cannot allow that. Kun gets annoyed and asks if he seriously thinks he owns the entire ocean now, and our hero responds that yes, he does. Kun explodes with frustration and blurts out that if our hero can claim the ocean, then he might as well declare it his too. But our boy offers to take Kun along and show him the truth firsthand. Kun agrees to go with him. As they set off together, the MC quietly thinks to himself that maybe turning someone who was once an enemy into a loyal lackey is the most satisfying kind of payback. As they are making their way, a few people suddenly come sprinting toward them, shouting frantically about a monster on the loose. The man walking with Kun senses it too, a powerful and terrifying presence, and immediately suggests they retreat before anything bad happens. Kun agrees and decides it's better to turn back. But just as he is about to move, our boy stops him and assures him not to worry, as he is there after all. Right then, someone comes dashing in their direction. When our hero sees who it is, he immediately recognizes Erguo, the same one he had once enlightened. But Kun instantly panics. Just the sight of Erguo is enough to shake him up, and he starts thinking of running away. Our boy questions Erguo, who gave her the right to behave so rudely. Kun, still trying to process everything, watches in disbelief as the MC talks to a powerful creature like it's just some underling. But Erguo does not seem to respond to the scolding. She just keeps muttering the same words over and over again that she wants to kill. That is when our hero gets irritated. Ergo ignoring his presence in front of everyone is making him look bad, and that is something he won't tolerate. He tells Ergo to come closer. That alone is enough to rattle Kun, but to his shock, Ergo instantly kneels down the moment she gets close to our boy. The MC, however, kicks it aside without hesitation. Ergo, surprised and confused, asks what mistake she made to deserve such treatment. Our hero accuses her of ignoring him earlier, and that is enough of a reason to be punished. It takes a second for Ergo to fully understand, but then she realizes the seriousness of the situation. In her wild state, she had unknowingly disrespected our hero. That, in her eyes, is an unforgivable sin, so she slaps herself hard and apologizes. Kun watches all of this unfold, unable to say a word. He is shocked beyond belief, trying to figure out how such a terrifying monster is acting like a scared pet in front of our boy. To make things even more puzzling, Kun still does not know what the title Sea God even means. He starts wondering if the MC somehow used his charm or tricks to make Ergo fall under his spell, and that is how he got her to willingly become his servant. Our boy decides to head toward the seashore first before dealing with Ergo. Deep down, he has already made up his mind to kill her and give her crystal to Myling, but until now, he did not have a solid reason. With Ergo going wild, disrespecting him, and causing chaos by taking so many lives, he finally has the perfect justification he was waiting for. As soon as he arrives at the shore, the sea creatures begin to stir. They quickly gather, getting ready to greet him with respect. Seeing them react like that, he finds the whole scene pretty impressive, while Kun, standing next to him, clearly grows nervous. Our hero starts counting how many of them have shown up. It looks close to 100, which is slightly fewer than what he was expecting. Still, he figures there is plenty of time left to bring the rest under his control. With that thought, he asks the creatures about the owner of the sea. Without a second thought, they all respond in unison and call him their master. The MC then turns to Kun and tells him to hear it clearly that he is the sea god, the ocean is his, and so are the creatures living in it. Kun stares in disbelief, unable to process what he just witnessed. He cannot help but wonder if this is even something a normal human is capable of. Just then, one of the sea creatures offers our boy a glowing pearl as a gift. But that is not all. More creatures come forward, each one with something valuable in their hands. Our hero accepts the gifts, but soon asks about Ergo's offering too. That is when things go downhill for her. Ergo suddenly panics as she realizes she cannot find the gemstone she had prepared earlier. She fumbles around in a hurry, trying to figure out where it went. She even thinks about leaving to search for it, but the MC, who is already irritated, decides it's time to punish her. The other sea creatures also urge him to kill her for her disrespect. Ergo quickly gets on her knees and pleads with our boy and asks for forgiveness. But he ignores her desperation and coldly orders the other creatures to kill her. In the middle of all this, another mermaid catches his eye. She does not seem nearly as beautiful as Little Frost, but something about her still makes him pause. The sea creatures accuse her of disobeying our hero and rush after her without holding back. Deep down, he is aware that a mermaid's tears are actually worth something, so he thinks of capturing her. After all, he cannot always rely on Little Frost to cry and might as well have someone else. As the mermaid moves quickly to avoid the others, convinced they won't be able to catch her, he notices her shoes, which are an exact match with his armor. The MC genuinely feels lucky, as he had not imagined in the slightest that he would stumble upon the shoes that go with his armor under such unexpected circumstances. But instead of being scared or respectful, the mermaid boldly challenges him to try catching her himself if he wants the shoes. For our hero, though, speed is a joke. With his Void Exile ability, he instantly drags her back and tosses her aside like she weighs nothing. The surrounding sea creatures burst into mocking laughter and think she is completely doomed now that she dared to challenge our boy. The MC orders her to take off the shoes and bring them to him. She tries to escape again, but he cuts her off instantly and warns her that if she dares to run a second time, he won't let her off alive. Cornered with no other option, she takes off the shoes and kneels to put them on his feet herself. He notices how smoothly they adjust to his size, just like the rest of the armor. The sea creatures are also amazed. He then turns to the mermaid and demands her name and the exact place where she got the shoes. She introduces herself as Feng Yue. What she does not say out loud is that she is already cooking up a plan. Deep down, she wants to win him over, dreaming of becoming the sea god's wife. Acting innocent, she offers to guide him to the place deep in the sea where she discovered the shoes. He can see through her intentions and knows she is planning something. Still, he keeps his cool and asks if she has come across any other pieces that might match the armor. She firmly denies seeing anything else. Just then, another sea creature steps forward and claims it might be able to help. It mentions its nose is quite sharp and could possibly track down the rest of the pieces using the scent left on the shoes. It then leans in and sniffs the shoes carefully and detects 3 different scents, all of which feel oddly familiar. Everyone is surprised. Yue quickly defends herself and claims that only she and the MC have worn them, so a third scent should not even be there. After a pause, the sea creature remembers something. Around half a year ago, its children were playing on the shore and found a round object. They wanted to bring it home, but since it was all muddy and looked useless, the creature did not accept it. Our hero thinks that it might have been the helmet he is looking for. He demands the location of the object right away, but the creature admits it has no clue now because it did not bother with it back then. Our boy cannot believe his ears. Just when things were finally moving forward, a crucial lead slipped away because of the sea creature's laziness. He seriously feels the urge to kick it for messing up at such a critical point. The sea lion recalls that the object our hero is looking for is located on a very distant continent. Since searching for the helmet might take a full day, our boy decides it's better to return first. He plans to take Z and Yue back with him while leaving Kun and the others under the watch of the sea creatures. Before leaving, he gives the Golden Eagle instructions to return on its own. Then he tells the sea creatures to stay put and wait for his return. After everything is arranged, he takes Z and the mermaid and sets off toward the base. Wei is visibly stunned from being teleported there. Little Frost spots Yue and immediately lights up to see someone of her own breed. But Yue, on the other hand, does not share that excitement. She notices Little Frost is even more beautiful than her, which really bothers her deep down. Our hero instructs Little Frost to keep a close watch on her and call Haiji immediately if Yue tries anything suspicious or makes a move to escape. With that task handed over, he goes straight to Rice to hear what her predictions have to say. Rice informs him that he is about to reach an important point in his fate, a turning point that could bring about a big change in his life. What he is planning to do next will likely leave a lasting impact, not only on him, but possibly on many others as well. However, she is not able to tell whether this change will be for the better or worse. Our boy knows that the armor he is collecting is extremely powerful, and the timing of everything makes him wonder if it might be linked to the cause of the disaster. So he thinks that maybe by gathering all the pieces, he can uncover the truth behind the disaster. Rice does offer some reassurance, though, that there is no immediate danger to him, at least not within the next month. With that in mind, he decides not to stress about it for now, and to simply focus on the search ahead. After finishing up, he heads back to the seashore and questions the seal about the direction of the distant continent it mentioned earlier. The seal points toward the west and claims that if they travel without stopping, they should reach it in a few days. Judging by that direction and pace, the MC figures it's most likely the north side the seal is referring to. Without wasting any more time, he sets out again, telling the seal to follow along. Half a day later, they arrive at the beach. But the moment they reach it, the seal suddenly admits it cannot remember the exact location where it found the object. Our hero orders it to search immediately, and even if it has to dig several feet into the ground, it must find that object for him with no excuses. The sea lion calls over its little ones to join the search. Our boy gives a clear instruction to not just scan the surface, because there is a chance the helmet is buried deep under the sand, hidden by the waves and shifting tides. As the digging begins, the way the seals are digging reminds him of how the monsters from back then were doing something very similar. They were desperately tearing through the ground, just like this, as if they were looking for something buried. He thinks of the possibility that those creatures were after the same thing he is hunting now, the armor. He starts to think about how, in the past, he cleared out certain areas just to stop survivors from interfering. And now he wonders if the monsters had done the same. Perhaps they were scared humans would get their hands on something that could be a threat to them. That could be the reason behind their violent actions to wipe out any possible chance of humans getting close to whatever they were after. He thinks deeper. Even after he hid himself away, those creatures never stopped digging. They were relentless, searching as if their lives depended on it. And as this thought lingers in his mind, the seal suddenly finds something. It smells familiar to it, like the inside of the shoe from earlier. Our hero takes out the helmet, and as he looks at it, he notices that there is a hole in it. That makes him wonder whether the person who once wore this armor was killed, and the blow had pierced straight through the helmet. The thought leads to another connection. He remembers how the sea creatures had once eaten a strange type of meat that caused them to evolve in unusual ways. And now, he begins to suspect that the meat might have come from the very same person who wore this armor, when that person had been shattered completely, and even their flesh alone was enough to grant immense power. The fact that just consuming it helped one reach the king level, and Bao Hai even broke through to the imperial level, says a lot. As he continues to examine the armor closely, his eyes fall on a red gem embedded in the center of the breastplate. It's clearly visible, and there is something unsettling about it. Just then, he hears a language, the same eerie one spoken by those monsters. A strange feeling creeps in, like he has just activated something he was not supposed to. Back at the base, Rice senses a shift in energy. Her senses tell her that a disaster is on its way within a year, and she tries to figure out exactly how much time they might have left. The MC is genuinely surprised when he finds out that the black gem actually has a communication function. He had not even considered that possibility. A thought creeps in, and he wonders if the monsters are tracking them through this gem. If that is the case, then he knows he might have unknowingly triggered something terrible. That memory from his past life flashes in his mind again. Back then, the monsters did not appear until about 5 years after the disaster had already begun. Now he starts wondering whether it was possible that someone stumbled upon the helmet earlier, touched the gem without realizing what it was, and ended up bringing disaster sooner than expected. But instead of letting panic take over, he forces himself to stay calm. In his last life, the monsters also showed up in waves, each one stronger than the last. What is bothering him now is not fear. but it's the lack of preparation. There are not enough crystals available, and even basic resources are scarce. But still, he is determined that if one monster shows up, he'll deal with it. Roughly 10 minutes later, he heads back to the beach and receives word that Rice has been trying to find him back at the base. He orders the sea creatures to stay there and immediately heads back. When he meets Rice, she informs him about the prediction. That makes everything clearer, and he is sure that the monsters are definitely going to arrive earlier this time. But he does not look shaken at all. In fact, a year from now, both humans and sea beings will likely be producing king-level individuals in significant numbers. That alone is enough to give him confidence. Rice watches him closely and realizes from his calm expression that he had already guessed this would happen. The MC jokes that she is the great demon king Rice, and he is clearly the great demon king of time and space. Deep down, he is confident because he is not the same person anymore, and he has the ability to control both space and time. So he has no plans of running away this time like he once did. Then Rice asks if he has visited the mermaid he had brought with him, and he decides to go check on her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Little Frost is trying to cheer Yue up and even offers her a dish she usually loves. But Yue knocks the bowl away without even looking. Haiji slaps her for being so ungrateful. Just then, our boy walks in and sees what is happening. He is not pleased either. Yue begs to stay by his side and hopes he will show some sympathy. But he did not bring her here to pamper her or spoil her. If she is going to act this way, he has no reason to be gentle. He slaps her and then with a cold look hits her again. He wants her to cry more and more of those special pearls. Yue does start crying, but then he notices something. There are no pearls this time. This makes him pause, and he starts to wonder whether she is just not sad enough yet. The MC continues to slap Yue. Haiji, who has been quietly watching from the side, offers to take over if his hands are starting to hurt. Our hero pauses for a moment and asks her whether Yue had already used up most of her energy before he got there. He knows that pearl tears are formed through energy, and now he is wondering if the reason Yue has not cried out any pearls is simply because she is too drained. But Haiji denies that possibility. That answer annoys him a bit. He curses because he always thought all mermaids were supposed to have that special ability, but now it's clear that Little Frost is different from the rest. Yi suddenly decides to fight back, but just as she is about to make a move, Haiji steps in her way. She dares Yue to try something, and before Yue can react further, Haiji begins to torture her. Yue ends up screaming from the pain. Our boy then turns to Haiji and asks her to help him get information out of Yue, particularly about how she managed to reach the king level. He also notices that Haiji's strength seems to have improved again, and honestly, it's starting to feel terrifying. Still, there is no time to dwell on that right now. His top priority is to strengthen everyone in time for the monster invasion that is clearly approaching. But the problem is that the zombies around them are not enough anymore, so if they want to gather enough crystals, they will have to head to other continents. With that goal in mind, he goes back to the sea creatures. Holding the title of Sea God now, he knows he needs to use that role wisely, especially if he wants to travel between continents smoothly. He compliments the seal on its hard work and tells it it's done a great job. As a reward, he promises to use his divine power to help the seal reach king level within a week. Hearing this, the other sea creatures become a little jealous. They all want the same treatment. He tells them that very soon, a group of humans will arrive, and their job will be to help carry those people to other continents. At that point, the whale speaks up. It refuses. It still remembers how, just 2.5 years ago, humans were hunting and killing its kind. Now, it already considers itself generous for not seeking revenge. The MC listens quietly and understands the whale's feelings. The other sea creatures also start to support the whale. They agree that while they feel honored to be our hero's ride, they are not willing to carry humans who once treated them so cruelly. Our boy then makes them a new offer that he will choose the top 3 contributors every month and reward them with divine power. That immediately shifts the mood. All the sea creatures are now eager to join the transport mission. He instructs them that when the time is right, he will send word, and they should all gather at the arranged location. After that, he heads over to Mealing. He shows her a crystal, which is not very useful to him personally, but it's something that would suit her far better. She thanks him sincerely. Then she brings up that she has noticed some foreigners have been hanging around the area recently, and they seem suspicious, almost like they are spying. That gets our boy's attention. He realizes that if Milling had not mentioned it, he would have completely forgotten. Back in his previous life, more than 2 years after the disaster started, the Oiler and Brown Bear nations had joined forces and launched an attack on Dragon Country. They were not just after crystals, they were also targeting women and people with natural and light-type powers. He remembers that one of the Oilers had called himself a great prophet. That prophet introduced a plan called the Elite Strategy. It meant gathering all high-level crystals and using them on just a few elites, allowing them to grow and evolve quickly. The idea was that once those elites were strong enough, they could protect the rest. In short, the plan was to sacrifice many for the sake of creating one powerful god. And now, looking around, the MC realizes that this time, things might be heading in the same direction, and another major war could be right around the corner. Our hero tells Myling not to stress about things too much, as he believes those people causing a scene are nothing more than clowns trying to look serious. Myling agrees with him. Then he shifts the topic and tells her about his plan to withdraw all the sub-bases and relocate them to different continents. When Myling asks what he intends to do with the Oiler and Brown bases, since they have been particularly active lately, he reassures her that he has already thought it through. He plans to handle them ahead of time, so there is no need to worry. Seeing how confident he is, Myling simply decides to go along with whatever he has planned. A moment later, he brings up a name, Mu Hong. He asks Myling if she knows anything about her. Myling is aware that Mu Hong is a wind-type awakener stationed at a base located a few kilometers west. Our boy is already familiar with her from his previous life, and now he wants to recruit her. He flies over to her base and observes quietly from the sky. Down below, he sees Jungui and Xing gathered around Mu Hong, trying to persuade her to join them in a plan to go up against Dawn City. Mu Hong, however, seems unimpressed as she thinks Jungui is asking for trouble. Jungui explains that he has already formed alliances with more than a dozen different leaders, including Da Zhuang, so he believes they now have the strength to make a move. But Mu Hong is not convinced. She points out that if they actually manage to succeed, Da Zhuang's power will grow too much, turning him into a dangerous figure for the rest of the survivors. Still trying to make his point, Jungui suggests they play the long game, let Da Zhuang and Dawn City weaken each other, and once both sides are damaged, they can move in and finish whoever is left. That way they could gain the upper hand. Mu Hong thinks there might be some logic to that. If Da Zhuang wins, it would probably be a hard-fought and costly victory, so they might be able to benefit from the situation. However, she wants to meet Da Zhuang in person first, to get a feel for his real strength before deciding anything. The MC watches this unfold and feels satisfied with how Jiangui is doing for now. But then, he receives a message containing a list. Jiangui has sent him names of those who are planning to oppose him. He realizes that many people have started viewing him as an enemy. He starts to feel like Jiangui is trying too hard to earn his favor by doing things that might only stir up more trouble. So he decides it's probably best to end this before things get more complicated and makes up his mind to bring it all to a close soon. Later that night, everyone gathers. Da Zhuang quickly notices that Xing is going out of his way to push him into killing our hero. Not liking being manipulated, Da Zhuang comes up with a different plan to just kill everyone present and offer their bodies to our boy as a gift. At that same moment, Mu Hong receives a message informing her that something is going on at the Dawn City sub-base. Another person reports that the sub-bases seem to be shifting supplies, almost like they are preparing to evacuate. Da Zhuang finally meets Mu Hong, and she directly asks him to show her how strong he really is. But Da Zhuang has no interest in proving anything, as he did not come to demonstrate strength. He came to wipe everyone out. Jiangui instantly realizes that Da Zhuang is not someone who hesitates, but he is brutal. Sensing the danger too, Mu Hong quickly orders her people to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Xing and Jiangui just stand to the side, watching everything unfold. Jiangui begins to wonder whether Da Zhuang is actually capable of taking on so many opponents at once.